taken care of and all that. They're probably too busy for that marriage stuff prior to 7 days before the flood. So the wives don't show up until 7 days before the flood. They get on the ark, and immediately after the flood, you've got this character named Canaan being born, and as we'll see later, Canaan is the father of the Canaanites, who were the giants in the land, with no mention of another incursion of angels, incidentally. So I put together some timeline charts, a little bit more detailed right here, like this one. This shows the 350 post-flood years of Noah's life and the origin of the post-flood giants and things of that nature. When I was first looking into the post-flood, actually pre- and post-flood gods of the ancient world, you see charts like this showing up. This is the family tree of the Sumerian, Akkadian, Babylonian gods. And it gets pretty convoluted as you start looking at some of this stuff. And but I noticed sort of a pattern that what I call the top tier level of gods, they're like ethereal. They're like air and like water, earth, stuff like that. It's not till you get sort of into I guess that would be sort of the ultimate source tier is what I call them. And then you get down to top tier, and right around the top tier or the middle tier, they start taking on anamorphic attributes. They start being considered very human-like as opposed to air and water and sky and stuff like that, earth. So I tried to simplify some of the charts as I was looking at them as follows. You have the ultimate source tier gods right here. This is the Sumerian, Akkadian, Babylonian pantheon here, top tier, middle tier, demigod, final tier on the bottom. And when I paralleled that with the Egyptian pantheon, this is what I came up with for what you see in their family tree of gods, and at least some of the bigger gods, because there are lots of them. And of course, the Greek gods that most of us are familiar with, right here, you got the Gaia and Uranus, then you have the Titans. And so it's interesting because with Gaia and Uranus, that's earth and sky, right? Or, and water. And, that's when you're in the ethereal realm. And then you have Atlas and the Titans and stuff, earthbound ones. And then, of course, you have the Olympians. And then you get down to the ones that are real famous, like the Apollo and stuff like that, characters. So when I looked at sort of this modality of rendering the family trees, I put them together and compared them with the biblical storyline. I believe that they sort of match up like this. The top left here is the biblical one, where you see Noah and the three sons, and then you get down into the final demigod tier level right there with the Canaanites. And, of course, that's all talking about the people in what is known as the Table of Nations. That's Genesis chapter 10. And I go into that in a fair amount of detail in the Archon Invasion book and part 1 DVD. Now, when you look at these names, realize that, especially in biblical times, they name their kids for reasons. I mean, their names have meanings, in other words. Esau comes out red and hairy, so they named him Red and Hairy. That's what Esau means. Jacob comes out holding his heel, so they named him Heel Grabber. That's what Jacob means. And I credit this to Dr. Chuck Missler. He's the one that did. I saw something he did talking about the pre-flood patriarchs and the meaning of their names. And you see them right there, Adam through Noah. And on the right side here is what their names mean. And putting them together in the order that you see right there as a sentence, Chuck Missler said, it says, man is appointed mortal sorrow, but the blessed God shall come down teaching that his death shall bring the despairing rest. Well, that's the plan of the whole Bible right there in the names of the first 10 patriarchs. And as you start looking at the last few, it makes sense. His name shall come down, or descended is another way you can look at Jared's name. That's the time when the watchers came down, according to the book of Enoch. And Enoch, son of Jared, apparently his destiny was to be a teacher, because he spent most of his life talking against or teaching against the activity of the watchers. And Methuselah, the connotation of his name, his death shall bring, is that judgment is coming, because 7 days before the flood, Methuselah died. So actually you had a wedding and a funeral on the same day. Methuselah died and the three sons got married 7 days before the flood. Judgment is coming. With his death comes judgment. 7 days later, boom, the windows of heaven are opened, the fountains of great deep broken up, and you got the flood, judgment. And of course, if you know that that's what's coming, then it makes sense. You end up naming your kid Despairing. And also, Lamech was born during the time of the first generation Titan Clash of the Titans. So, a lot of chaos going on there. It makes sense that you name your kid Despairing. Noah, on the other hand, was born after the first generation Nephilim Titans were killed off at the end of the 500-year time period, which was 700 years before the flood. So about 100 years later, Noah's born, and his daddy takes a deep breath and names him Rest. So very interesting. Well, I decided to take this same idea of applying looking up the names of the people in Genesis 10, and when I did that, oh boy, I found some interesting stuff. Now, Shem and Japheth, if you look up their names and their sons' names, they're pretty normal. But when you look up the names of Ham and his children, this is what you end up with. These are all the names given in Genesis chapter 10, verses 6 through 20. And you got people named like Terror and Anguish and Firebrand and Blades and Terror and Gnawing and Thorns and Enclosure of Wrath. I mean, whoa, what was going on with these kids that you name your kid Enclosure of Wrath? I mean, what possesses a parent to look at their newborn kid and say, Enclosure of Wrath, what do you think, honey? No, Terror. I mean, look at them. I mean, seriously, why do you name your kid something like this unless there's something clearly wrong with them? And stringing their names together, just like Chuck Missler did, this is the paragraph that you end up with. Like, all it is, take the meaning of their names, put them in the same order that they're given, and you end up with this paragraph. He raged, a black terror, double straight afflicted trafficker. Black terror, drink thou anguish, compass the chamber. Thunder, compass the smiting. He who is coming, their love, we shall rebel. A double straight firebrand travailing, affliction of water. Blades opening the moistened morsel. Forgiven ones bowing to spy. A trafficker hunting terrors, trodden downstairs, the strangers draw near. Showers of life, gnawing like thorns, they shall break loose. Double woolen enclosures of wrath. I don't know, call me crazy, but that's a pretty wild family tree you got going on there. I think something's clearly up with them, if you ask me. And in fact, I think the Bible tells you exactly where the post-flood Nephilim come from in Numbers 13, 27 through 33, when it says, all the people we saw there are of great size. Yeah, they saw giants there. We saw the Nephilim there. And then parenthetically, it says the descendants of Anak, the Anakim, come from the Nephilim. Okay, and I've heard a lot of Nephilim researchers say that the Nephilim were sterile. Well, that refutes that right there. The Anakim are the sons of Anak, who himself is the son of Arba, who is an Amorite, son of Amorius, son of Canaan, who stepped off the ark. Now, with Ham, son of Ham, who stepped off the ark with no mention of angels anywhere in the picture. Numbers 13, and there's one of my friends out there that's a prominent Nephilim researcher. He likes to show multiple versions of this scripture on the screen when he does his Nephilim 101 talk, showing different English translations. And while he's reading each of the different translations, he's completely missing the fact that this says they are Nephilim that came from Nephilim. They are giants that came from giants, not giants that came from angels. These are Nephilim from Nephilim. 5th grade reading level English. And we seem like grasshoppers in our own eyes, and we look the same to them. And there's another guy out there, Dr. Michael Heiser, who, for whatever reason, still also leans toward the multiple incursion theory that angels continue to mate with women. Although, in one of his lectures, he admits that there's really no reason to think that way.
We saw the Nephilim, Ha-Nephilim there. The Anakites are from the Nephilim. This phrase, from the Nephilim, is Min Ha-Nephilim. You'll notice there's no Yod here. You have the same word spelled two different ways. I think the reason why this is done here is because this is the way it's spelled in Genesis 6. The writer wants to link these Nephilim after the flood with the ones before the flood. And if that's the case, if the Anakim came from, in other words, were related to the Nephilim from before the flood, You don't need the continual cohabitation. You have a genetic relationship intact, so to speak.
You do indeed have a genetic relationship intact, so to speak. That genetic relationship goes directly to the sons of Noah. And I'm just going to say right here that this next scripture I'm about to put on the screen is the smoking gun that absolutely, positively obliterates any notion of another incursion. Right here, it's Genesis chapter 9, verses 18 and 19, where it says, the sons of Noah who went out of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Oh, why is he calling attention here? Ham was the father of Canaan. Who are the Nephilim that are consistently being wiped out? This is where you got to understand what God's doing right here. Because throughout the Old Testament, God would tell the Israelites, you know what, you could go to war with this group over here, and you know, you can take the women and the animals and children as spoils of war. However, when you go over here, you got to kill the women, kill the children, kill the animals, wipe out everything. So at this point, you have a choice. Either God is schizophrenic and into random acts of genocide because he's apparently prejudiced or something, or there's a legitimate reason why the standard rules of war applied with this group over here, but on this group over here, you got to wipe out everything. And I'm going to submit to you, based on the text itself, that everywhere you see him saying utterly destroy, those are the ites of Genesis chapter 10, verses 6 through 20. And if you don't believe me, just go look it up. Go look up all the times where he's throughout the Torah and the book of Joshua, where they had all these campaigns and they utterly destroyed the various ites, the Girgashites, the Hivites, the Jebusites, etc., Amorites. Those are the ites of Genesis 10, 6 through 20 that go directly back to these three guys right here, and they are Canaanites. And right here, Moses, the same guy who wrote Genesis chapter 6, is writing 3 chapters later, Genesis chapter 9, and he says, Ham is the father of Canaan. No angels mentioned here. And then to elaborate on that, the next verse says, these three were the sons of Noah, and from these, the whole earth was populated. This is written about 850 years after the flood. Okay? Moses is writing this about 850 years after the flood. Same guy writing Genesis 9 wrote Genesis 6 and the phrase and also after that. So if he meant to imply in Genesis 6:4 that after that is in a post-flood context, this was the perfect time to elaborate on it and say, oh, by the way, these are the three sons of Noah, and the whole world was populated through them except for all those giants over there. The Anakim, they were populated by another incursion of angels. He doesn't say that. He says the whole population of the earth at 850 years after the flood at that time came from these three guys right there. And the Table of Nations proves it. And every single reference in the Bible to giants being utterly destroyed by the Israelites go back to these people with no mention of angels anywhere in the picture. So if you haven't figured it out, I totally and completely reject the multiple incursions idea as completely eisegetical. Eisegesis is where you insert your own ideas into the text because the text doesn't support that idea at all. When you look in the text, you see the three sons, Japheth, Ham, Shem. I got them listed here this way. The sons of Ham are Canaan, Mitzrayim, Put, and Cush. There are many giants listed in the line of Canaan. Who's the father of Canaan? Genesis 9:18. Ham was the father of Canaan. Okay. In Mitzrayim's line, there's one giant. We'll talk about that in a minute. At least one giant. Put, there are no giants that I'm aware of in Put's lineage. And there's one giant in Cush's lineage, which is Nimrod, but he wasn't born that way. And I've talked about this in other sessions, so I won't really go into that here. But he became a giant. I don't believe he was born that way. The Amorites are mentioned over 80 times in the scriptures. 80 times. Over 80 times the Amorites are mentioned. And Amos 2 tells you the Amorites were as tall as cedar trees. Who was the father of the Amorites? Canaan. Who was the father of Canaan? Ham. No angel. In Mitzrayim's line, you have the Philistines. The Philistines are mentioned over 200 times in the scriptures. And we know of at least about 4 or 5 giants, right, that were among the Philistines. Goliath, his brothers, and these are characters that are born to the giant in Gash. Maybe he's an unnamed giant we don't know about. 6 fingers, 6 toes, the whole 9 yards. They come from Caphtor. Caphtor was a son of Mitzrayim. Now, what's interesting about Caphtor, and And your King James gets it wrong, actually. If you compare translations of Genesis 10, where it talks about the sons of Mitzrayim, it leads you to believe that Cashluhim is the father of the Philistines. But the King James contradicts itself in Jeremiah 47:4 and Amos 9:7, two confirming witnesses showing that the Philistines came from Caphtor, not Cashluhim, his brother. Other translations get it right. New Living gets it right, and a few others. So the Philistines come from Caphtor, as verified in Jeremiah 47:4 and Amos 9:7. What's interesting about Caphtor is that he settled the island of Crete. Well, Crete is where all of Greek mythology, or as my friend who grew up in Greece would tell me, Greek history, originates. The Greek gods originate in Crete. Who settled Crete? Caphtor, son of Mitzrayim, son of Ham, who stepped off the ark. No mention of angels anywhere. So if you want to figure out where the great men of renown that showed up in the ancient post-flood world, who became later known as Greek gods, that's where you go. The Bible just told you exactly where they came from. And I used to think that the only evidence of giants were in the offspring of Ham, because that's all I could find in the scriptures. However, when I started looking into history, I found, nope, he's not alone. There are no giants in Shem's line, but there are some giants in Japheth's line. And you can look this up for yourself. Go Google Gog and Magog. And I'm sorry for the computer sounds in the background. I should have closed some of my other windows. But unfortunately, I don't want to mess things up here. So those little ding-dong and clicks and stuff are things going on in email and whatnot. I apologize for that. You could go look up Gog and Magog. Just Google them. You'll find that throughout the ancient historical record, they were recognized and understood to be giants. In fact, even to this day, there's a parade that takes place in the UK called the Lord Mayor Parade. Well, it's interesting. The Lord Mayor Parade was founded by King John Lackland, the signer of the Magna Carta, who, incidentally, all of our presidents, some would say all except for Martin Van Buren, but I remember reading somewhere that there is apparently a loose connection that Martin Van Buren may also be related to King John Lackland. But whatever the case, at least 43 of our 44 presidents are all related not only to each other, but to one guy, King John Lackland, which should tell you, how meaningless your votes are. Again, don't believe me, go look it up for yourself. We are all related.com, and plenty of other sources out there will tell you the same thing. So all our presidents are related to this one guy, and this one guy creates a parade that to this day, they are still honoring Nephilim giants in the streets of the UK. These are the giants Gog and Magog. And when I was a missionary and was in China in 2006, I spent some time in Singapore and Beijing and Wuhan. And during my time in China, I was privileged to go to the Great Wall of China. It's really quite an amazing site. What an amazing experience to be there. But I came to understand that the Great Wall of China was originally apparently known as the ramparts of Gog and Magog. Now, if you see, there's me standing there, but if you see all these little dots right here on top of the wall, those are people. Okay, that shows you how big this wall is. That's a little bit overkill if you're just trying to keep out 6 foot tall invaders. And I think they're to keep out the hordes of Gog and Magog, who apparently, according to historical records, were giants. And if that's the case, then this commercial may be more true than we realize.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Everybody knows that. Well, did you know the Great Wall of China wasn't always so great?
What should we do?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
I about fell out of my chair when I saw that commercial. I'm like, yes, even Geico gets it. Of course, the church is still arguing about the Sethite theory and angels mating with women. But anyway, when you look in these ancient cultures, you see depictions like this. They're in Asia too. I mean, it's not just giant depictions in the land of Canaan or the land of Egypt. They're all over the place. There's one in Asia right here. Now, it's just like the Great Wall of China. See all these little dots? These are people. Look how big that statue is. Some would say this is just made in honor of somebody with a tremendous ego. Okay, maybe. Or it could be a life-size representation made by people who are that big. And maybe these guys are later generations are a little smaller. And all these little people look at that and say, wow, isn't that neat? What if it's representing something real that existed in the ancient past? I'm going to suggest that it does. Most scholars agree that civilization really originates in about the 32nd century BC time frame. 3000 BC is where you start seeing a lot of megalithic structures. I'm not going to read all this, but that's where you see a lot of the ancient civilizations seem to date back, especially the megalithic ones. People scratch their head and go, how did that get there? I don't know. It all goes back to about that 32nd century BC time frame. Well, again, looking at the chart, here's 3000 right here, and this is roughly 3200 right here. So this is your time of the first generation and the first generation Nephilim area in that time period right there. So, and I started creating, this was a real general chart that I did right here. I started to elaborate on that chart with this one right here, showing that, here's the flood right here, and then immediately you got giants showing up right away. This is actually not right. When I first created this chart, I believe that the Tower of Babel was about 100 to 150 years after the flood. And then as I was doing an updated version of this, I realized, nope, I was wrong. When I created this one here, I realized the error in that previous chart. I was saying that the Tower of Babel, being about 100 to 150 years after the flood, based on what's called the Peleg expansion, where it talks about, for it was in his day the earth was divided. Except if you look up the word Peleg, it means to split or divide, and it has the connotation of like a canal of water to be split, or with like an earthquake or water. And Joktan, his brother, means to be made small from something bigger. And so we kind of put this idea together. You got a violent separation by earthquake and water, and something bigger being made small. So I believe that that's when Pangea broke up. I believe Pangea, when all the continents were once connected, and I cover this in a lot more depth in the Yahuwah Triangle Part 1 talk regarding the expanding Earth theory. I believe that the Earth was originally fractured when the fountains of the Great Deep were broken, and there was some separation, of course, that allowed the water to go away from the flood. But I believe that there was a further separation that took place. That there was an additional separation, Peleg expansion. And when it said it was in his days, Peleg's days, the earth was divided, I thought it was talking about the division of language, that it was contemporary with the division of continents. But then, upon further research, I realized that's not really true. You got the Peleg expansion happening right around here. Nimrod doesn't show up until way over here. So I was off by a few hundred years regarding the Tower of Babel incident. The Tower of Babel is way over here. Peleg in his days divided, and his father naming him that, maybe because he peed his leg when the earth starts shaking or something, I don't know. So I was wrong there. And then when I kind of zeroed in a little bit more into the Nimrod-Abraham timeline, you start seeing where there's I believe in many cases, a rebuilding of megalithic structures taking place after the flood during the time of Nimrod right here. And when you look into this time period, I've mentioned the Genesis 14 war earlier. I'll zoom that part in a little more for us right here. That's an amazing study right there. In fact, I devoted an entire chapter of my book, Archon Invasion, The Rise, Fall, and Return of the Nephilim. One of the chapters is called the Genesis 14 War, because it's worth digging into. Josephus, in the Antiquities of the Jews, says that these kings had laid waste all Assyria and overthrown the offspring of the giants. So here we have a war of giants. This is epic. This is Lord of the Rings type stuff. 5 kings against 4 kings. These are giants. This was a war of offspring of giants that took place 450 years after the flood. And we see that Abraham hooks up with Mamre, Aner, and Eshcol here, these 3 guys. And, we see that Mamre is an Amorite, brother of Eshcol, brother of Aner. These were confederate with Abraham. And they get together with him, and they go after the 4 kings that beat the 5 kings. Now, again, we're talking giants beating giants. 4 armies worth of giants beat 5 armies worth of giants. And chase them in the slime pits that later became known as Sodom and Gomorrah. The Dead Sea after the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, where I believe there's the greatest archaeological find of all time is waiting for us underneath the Dead Sea, probably in the southwestern area, I'd imagine, because if all these giants were chasing the slime pits, and that area later became the Dead Sea, with all that bituminous and salt, they're probably well preserved, I'd imagine. I mean, can you imagine digging up 5 armies worth of giants, probably well preserved? I'm telling you, I think the greatest archaeological find of all time is waiting for us there. But at any rate, 4 kings beat the 5 kings. The 4 kings end up taking Lot and his family as spoils of war. And Abraham's like, I don't think so. And he gets his buddies together to go get Lot back. And we see that in verse 17, they slaughtered Kedar Laomar, who was the right-hand man to Amraphel, who is Nimrod. I mean, it's like killing the General Patton of that particular army. Just to kind of put things into perspective, this is what I believe they saw in Numbers 13. The Anakim, you got to love the faith of Caleb. Caleb's like, what's the problem? Caleb quieted the people before Moses said, let us go up at once and occupy it, for we are well able to overcome it. Looking at a dude like that. And these are smaller dudes, because this is another 400 years later. If you go back to the Genesis 14 war, when people are living longer and growing taller, I think we got to rethink the way we view Abraham. A lot of us have this view of Abraham as sort of this, real kind of frail old guy with a long beard. But I'm going to suggest we might start thinking of Abraham more like this, because Abraham gets 317 of his buddies together, and 318 guys go over there and they kick the butt of the 4 kings that beat the 5 kings. So Abraham's one tough dude. And, I mean, the whole Old Testament starts taking on a whole a new air about it as you start factoring in the giants and strange hybrid creatures, too, I would suggest to you. The Hittites were very well known for their carvings and depictions of animal-human chimera. And they are the terrors. The Hittites are the terrors. And after Abraham's wife Sarah dies, you get this text that talks about in Genesis that Abraham is negotiating with an individual named Ephron of the Hittites. Well, looking in my chart there, zooming in on the area that talks about that, Hittites are carving animal-human chimera. Here are lion men right here, human body, lion head, and goat in human. Satyrs right here, half human, half goat. So the Hittites, you know, they have lots of carvings of this sort of things, so they took the time to make these things. And Ephron is of the Hittites. Well, Ephron's name means fawn-like. So considering the chimeric nature of the Hittite carvings, and the Hittites are the terrors, and he's of the terrors, and he's fawn-like, could it be that Abraham was negotiating with a satyr for a burial plot for his wife? I don't know. But the text would kind of lead you to believe that that might be the case. I'll let you look it up for yourself. Is there evidence of the giants? Well, yeah. You've seen charts like this floating around on the internet. These are some documented cases of giants that have been found in the historical record. Of course, Steve Quayle has done some fantastic work in his book. This is a full-size 8.5 by 11 book, rather thick book, called Genesis 6 Giants, Master Builders of Historic and Ancient Civilizations. These guys were the builders. They're the ones building these megalithic structures out there. And you can check out that book if you want to get some really good resources for documentation of historical finds. Now, that puts things into perspective, like this stone right here, this famous picture we've seen at Baalbek, where scholars look at that and say, we have no idea how was that stone quarried, cut, and moved here. We don't have technology or the ability to move something like that today. So how in the world did they do it in the ancient world? And of course, the ancient aliens crowd would say, well, the aliens did it, the tractor beam or levitation or whatever. Well, I'm like, well, what if we just took the scriptures for what they say? Amos tells us that the giants got as tall as cedar trees and strong as the oaks. I found it interesting that in his bodybuilding days, Arnold Schwarzenegger was known as the oak. So I scaled the oak up to a 36-foot tall cedar tree size and put him to scale in this picture, and that's what you end up with. Well, if they're 36-foot tall cedar tree size, strong as the oaks, giants around, it's pretty easy to see how stones like that could have been quarried, cut, and moved. And I found this book, this quote in a book called History of Baalbek by a guy named Michael Alouf, page 41. He says, after the flood, when Nimrod reigned over Lebanon, he sent giants to rebuild the fortress of Baalbek, which was so named in honor of Baal, the god of the Moabites and worshippers of the sun. And when he was shooting the movie Conan, these are some candid shots of him with Wilt Chamberlain and Andre the Giant. and Arnold's not a short guy either. He's about 6 foot tall. But look how tiny he looks compared to those guys. So we got to start thinking along these lines if we want to understand the megalithic structures, the ancient civilizations, and the gods of mythology. Speaking of gigantism, I'm going to try to demystify that whole thing for you. A lot of people think of giants and they're like, well, of course, it's because angels mated with women. Well, as we're seeing, no angels mated with anybody in the post-flood world, yet we still have giants. I'm going to suggest to you that it's not quite as supernatural as you may otherwise think. And I would point to this, if we're looking for science, if we're researchers, being honest with the text and honest with ourselves, looking for evidence, not stuff plucked out of thin air to justify crazy theories that we might have. This is empirical evidence right here of a very plausible way that gigantism could have happened to humans, just like it does in the animal kingdom. You could go to Liger.com, and at least at the time when I did this was their front page, their home page. And if you look at the names of the Ligers, Hercules, Zeus, Sinbad, Vulcan, they named them after the Nephilim. But Now, this is scientific, empirical evidence I'm about to show you. Listen to what they have to say as to why these creatures are so big.
This big guy is a liger. Yes, a liger. And trainer Doc Antle and his partner Rajani have the biggest one in the world.
This is Hercules, who is our liger boy, 900 pounds and 12 feet tall. He's a gigantic kid because he's a liger. Father lion, mother tiger makes it.
Father is a lion, mother is a tiger.
Makes him the liger.
Hercules is skilled at, well, eating
Put your leg up.
about 100 pounds of meat a day.
Everything about him seems exaggerated. They seem to live longer. They eat more. We've never seen anything happen in the ligers except bigger, stronger, faster. It's theorized that ligers are this enormous size because the inhibitor growth gene exists in the female lion and in the male tiger. So when you switch around and you get a male lion breeding with a female tiger, creating the liger, you get this gigantic size. Nothing tells it when to stop. In the wild, this enormous size wouldn't necessarily be of any advantage because it would require so much more food. Samson here can readily eat 25 pounds of food in a sitting, where an adult lion can subside on 7 to 10 pounds of food.
Helps you understand why they always refer to the land as devouring itself. I mean, if you got giants going around, yeah, they got to eat something, right? I mean, look how much those ligers eat. Now, did you catch what he said? He said the growth inhibitor gene that tells the animal when to stop growing is in the female lion and in the male tiger. So if there's a growth inhibitor gene in the female lion and in the male tiger, if you've got a male lion and a female tiger, you don't have that gene. So the tigon is a male tiger with a female lion. The tigons are about the size of normal lions and tigers, but the liger, it just keeps growing until it dies. It's huge. Why? Because either the gene has been switched off through the hybridization process, or it is missing through the hybridization process. Now, just think about that. Gigantism is as simple as turning off or removing a gene through hybridization. So we see that there are animal-human hybridization experiments taking place before and after the flood. So could it be through that hybridization process that the gene is missing, or the ability for that gene to be turned off is encoded somehow? I don't know. But this just shows you an empirical, scientific, plausible explanation for gigantism, as simple as messing with one gene. You and I have a gene that told us when to stop growing. I stopped growing at 5'11" at about 15, 16 years of age. Okay, I got to that age and the gene kicked on and said, okay, Rob, stop growing. Well, if you turn that gene off and I just keep growing, then I become a giant. So it doesn't take angels to create giants, I guess is the point that I'm making here. Now, again, the earliest evidence of any civilization points to the 3000, 3500 BC time frame. According to the books of Enoch, Joshua, and Jubilees, that's when the Watchers landed on Mount Hermon. It is the time of the Genesis 6:4 Nephilim. Sometime shortly thereafter, the Sumerian religion influenced Mesopotamian mythology as a whole, surviving in the mythologies and religions of the Hurarians, Akkadians, Babylonians, Assyrians, and other culture groups. Now, this has caused some people to question, did Moses, when he wrote the Torah and the creation account and whatnot, did he just copy the Sumerian text? Some of the oldest texts that we have on the planet are like the Epic of Gilgamesh and the creation epics and stuff like that from the Sumerians. And there are some similarities, and it's caused some people who don't want to believe the Bible to say, Moses just copied the Sumerian text. No, I don't think that's the case. I think that for a few hundred years or so, this guy right here was given the opportunity to tell the story his way. This guy was thoroughly pagan. This is Nimrod right here. Okay, I think for about 800 years or so after the flood, this guy and others like him were able to twist and distort and tell their messed up version of history as taught to them probably by the Watchers and others. And I think finally when Moses shows up, God says, okay, Moses, why don't you come up here? Let me tell you what really happened. Ready? In the beginning. You taking this down here? Okay. In the beginning. So I think that's what happened there. Now, regarding Nimrod, we see that the whole world was of one language. We read about this in Genesis 11, and they were gathered together under his leadership in the plains of Shinar, and they decided they were going to build a city and a tower whose top might reach into heaven, which I contend, again, has nothing to do with height. I believe he's creating essentially a stargate. They had some interesting plans we'll cover in a minute. What their intentions were wasn't just to reach into heaven and say, hey, what's going on here? Hello. They had evil intent. And the response we see from the Lord is rather interesting because he says, nothing will be restrained from them which they have imagined to do. That's when he decides to confound their language. Well, that's really interesting. When you really, okay, let's go ahead and get into this. And keep in mind what I'm about to read to you. God himself said what they are thinking and imagining to do won't be restrained from them, meaning it was at least theoretically possible. Now, I'm going to be talking from, I've talked a lot from Enoch already, but I'm going to talk about the book of Joshua. Now, there are 3 books, Enoch, Joshua, and another one I don't have depicted here, Jubilees, that I refer to as a synchronized, biblically endorsed, extra-biblical text. The reason I say that is because they tell the same story, the same chronological order of events that we see in Genesis. They are biblically endorsed because the Bible itself, canonized text, quotes from these books, makes references to things that can only be found in these books, and in some cases even mentions them directly by name, like the book of Joshua mentioned twice in Scripture. And I've put these books together with the book of Genesis and the King James and the Septuagint all in one volume, and that's the book you see right there, Genesis and the synchronized, biblically endorsed, extra biblical text that you can get on Amazon if you desire. Now, in that book, I, of course, have the full volume of Joshua in it. And Joshua talks about, it tells a story right here. It says, and the building of the tower was unto them a transgression and a sin. And they began to build it. And whilst they were building against the Lord of heaven, they imagined in their hearts to war against him and to ascend into heaven. And all these people and all the families divided themselves in 3 parts. The first said, we will ascend into heaven and fight against him. The second said, we will ascend to heaven and place our own gods there and serve them. And the third part said, we will ascend to heaven and smite him with bows and spears. And God knew all their works and all their evil thoughts, and he saw the city and the tower which they were building. And the Lord knew their thoughts, and it came to pass when they were building, they cast the arrows toward the heavens, and all the arrows fell upon them filled with blood. And when they saw them, they said to each other, surely we have slain all those that are in heaven. For this was from the Lord in order to cause them to err, and in order to destroy them from off the face of the ground. And they built the tower and the city, and they did this thing daily until many days and years were elapsed. And God said to the 70 angels who stood foremost before him, to those who were near to him, saying, come, let us descend and confuse their tongues, that one man shall not understand the language of his neighbor. And they did so unto them. And from that day following, they forgot each man his neighbor's tongue, and they could not understand to speak in one tongue. And when the builder took from the hands of his neighbor lime or stone, which he did not order, the builder would cast it away and throw it upon his neighbor, that he would die. And they did so many days, and they killed many of them in this manner. And the Lord smote the 3 divisions that were there, and he punished them according to their works and designs. Those who said, we will ascend to heaven and serve our gods, they became like apes and elephants. That's really interesting. That verse right there, because in my missionary travels, I also spent time in India, and I began to wonder, could that be where these guys came from? If you look in the pantheon of gods, I think the Hindus have the most bizarre ones of all. You know, blue characters and multi-armed characters and elephant-headed characters like Ganesha, the elephant god-man, and Hanuman, the ape god-man. I'm just saying. I don't know. But here's an ancient Hebrew text saying that one of the groups, the one that said, we will ascend and serve our gods, their intent was to put up their gods in heaven. God apparently said, well, I'll make you like your gods then. I'm gonna turn you into like apes and elephants. I don't know. That's what the text says. If I take a literal reading of that text, and if I look at the Hindus and their various pantheon of gods, they just so happen to have some that look like elephant-headed man and ape men. Incidentally, Obama carries around Hanuman, the ape-man god, in his pocket as a lucky talisman. That's another story. You can look that one up for yourself. And those who said, we will smite the heaven with arrows, the Lord killed them, one man through the hand of his neighbor. In the third division of those who said, we will ascend to heaven and fight against him, the Lord scattered them throughout the earth. Those were the ones whose languages were confounded, I suppose. And those who were left amongst them, when they knew and understood the evil which was coming upon them, they forsook the building, and they also became scattered upon the face of the whole earth. And they ceased building the city and the tower. Therefore he called that place Babel, for there the Lord confounded the language of the whole earth. Behold, it was at the east of the land of Shinar. So now you've got all these people, what's left of them. I mean, a fair amount of them were killed off, others were turned into elephants and apes, I guess, or whatever. And everybody else, their languages were scattered. I mean, there's a lot of chaos going there. So all these groups of people went 70 different directions. You had 70 angels divided up into 70 different people groups, 70 different languages, go away talking about the same guy now in different languages. And that's how I believe Nimrod became known as the man of myth, particularly in Assyria, Babylon, Egyptian, and Greek. And I credit these two guys right here, these two authors, Peter Goodgame in his online book, The Keys of Discovery, that you can read for free at redmoonrising.com. At least I think you still can. He used to have it up there. And Tom Horn's book, Nephilim, Stargates, and Apollyon Rising, who he did an update of that book. It's now called Zenith 2016. But they had a pretty profound impact on my thinking regarding Nimrod and how he became what I refer to as the man of many names, and some of the names that he became known by. A lot of different characters in different mythologies. Why? Because they were all worshiping this guy at one time. They were all under his leadership. He was their god for all intents and purposes, and their plan was to basically get Yahuwah out of heaven and set up their own gods, and probably, presumably, set Nimrod up as king in heaven. So God divided the languages. They go around talking about this guy, and all kinds of symbols become associated with him, as well as names, such as the Ankh, which represents resurrection, incidentally. The all-seeing eye. This is a bust of Sargon, I believe one of the other characters he was known by. And he lost his left eye, Nimrod did, apparently, in the ancient records. And that motif shows up a lot throughout the ancient myths of one of the father gods missing an eye. Incidentally, it's the same left eye that's on the back of your dollar bill. That's why I don't like carrying them anymore. I call them Nimrods. I don't like carrying them with me at all because I believe it is a talisman going right back to this false god. Zooming in on the timeline and that area, it shows right here the bust of Sargon missing his eye superimposed on top of the all-seeing eye in the pyramid of your dollar bill. Right beside that, I talk about shortly after Abram returns to Ur, Nimrod throws him into a fiery furnace, 1998 AM, AM being years since creation. But Yahuwah saves him, and then 2 years later, when Abram is 52, Nimrod has a dream, which is interpreted by his servant Anuki. And I wonder if Anuki might not be where the Anunnaki may go back to this guy. I don't know. Linguistically, it seems similar, but could be, could not. Who knows? Anyway, the interpretation of the dream in Joshua chapter 12, and that which he had a dream about this bird plucking out his eye, and the interpretation is, and that which thou sawest of the river, which turned to an egg at first, and the young bird plucking out thine eye, this means nothing else but the seed of Abram, which will slay the king in latter days. So losing an eye means a death for Nimrod. And apparently, when you look in the ancient record at depictions, he lost his left eye. Joshua tells you that Esau cut off his head So could it be that when the head hit the ground, the eye got plucked out with a rock or something? I don't know. That motif shows up over and over and over again. And then, and I contend that if you've read my Babylon Rising or seen any of my presentations on that, that Nimrod is the coming Antichrist of the last days for a variety of reasons that I give in those presentations. If that's the case, if he is coming back, then consider Zechariah chapter 11 in a last days context. Woe to the worthless shepherd that leaveth the flock. The sword shall be upon his arm and upon his right eye. His arm shall be clean dried up, and his right eye shall be utterly darkened. Things that make you go, When you look in the ancient record, there are a lot of similarities, and people say there's nothing traces back to Nimrod, and they all want to bash Alexander Hislop and discredit him. And to be fair, he wasn't very good at annotating, from what I understand. I've never read his book. I didn't come to any of my conclusions from the two Babylons. I've never read the two Babylons. I've seen some quotes other people use from his work, but I personally intentionally did not read it because I wanted to see if I could come to similar conclusions on my own, and I did. That Hislop says a lot of the ancient sun gods, especially, trace directly back to Nimrod, and I found it in my own independent research very similar. I came to very similar conclusions, and just look at different depictions of this guy. Like you have Gilgamesh here on the left, and apparently he's a giant. If that's a full-size lion, he's a pretty big dude there. So you got a club and a lion. You have a lion, same motif, club and a lion. You've got Baal in the same pose here as Nimrod, with the same exact pose. And you got depictions of Ninurta there. There's over and over and over again, we see depictions across different cultures regarding their gods, showing their god with a club, a raised arm, and a lot of times with a lion. And of course, we know that Yeshua is referred to as the Lion of the tribe of Judah. So I believe that there's one who has always been at war with the lion. And I'm going to say that one was and is not and yet will be Nimrod. And when you start looking in the ancient record of the ancient gods and who he could have been known as in the different pantheons, I believe that he manifests himself in the Assyrian, Babylonian, Akkadian religions as Marduk, Ninurta, and Gilgamesh. Why three different names? Well, you're dealing with different groups and different morphologies of their myths over time. Gilgamesh was really just sort of a fictional story, an allegory, many believe. It was sort of like the blockbuster movie of the day. So you have him there. And I believe he manifests in the Egyptian pantheon as Osiris. A lot of synchronicity between iconography of Nimrod and Osiris. And in the Greek pantheon, I believe he manifests as Apollo. I had a little bit of a hard time coming to this conclusion at first, but after I tracked it through Dionysus and saw similarities between Osiris and Dionysus, and other people likening them together, I came to believe that Dionysus and Apollo are sort of opposing personality types. Or Apollo in the post-Hellenistic time period especially is depicted like this almost effeminate god of arts and poetry and stuff. But earlier he was known as the destroyer and the giver and stayer of plagues and pestilence, which is interesting because Apollyon is named in Revelation 9:11. Right after this pestilence throughout the Bible is often associated with locusts of all these chimeric animal centaur-like creatures, animal human centaur creatures coming up out of the bottomless pit. They're described like horses with wings, face like a woman, and or teeth like a lion, and hair like a woman, and whatnot, and tails like scorpions, and they sting people and stuff. These are chimeric centaurs coming up out of the bottomless pit. Oh, by the way, it says that the Apollyon being a derivative spelling of Apollo, was the king over these chimeric centaurs. Well, if you look in the Greek mythology, Apollo is the father of Centaurus. Centaurus is the father of the centaurs. Again, look at the Bible from a mythological worldview. How would the people who would have received John's message when he wrote the book of Revelation, what was he thinking when he wrote it, and what was his Greek-speaking thinking audience what was on their mind when he said it. They would have made all these connections. Animal, human, centaur-like creatures. A centaur is part man, part horseman. So when you read about the 200 million horseman army, it's not the Chinese, folks. It's not the Russians. Yeah, the Chinese have enough people to field a 200 million man army, sure. But go read the context of it. Horseman, centaur, father of the centaurs, Apollyon. It's all there, especially if you look at it from a biblical worldview. Look at the Bible from a mythological worldview. Now, Dionysus is this like party animal, just out of control character. And so I believe it's sort of like this yin-yang sort of idea, the good and bad we all have within us. And I think eventually the what was originally one character got split into two, with one retaining the party animal side, Dionysus, and the other retaining the more kind of chilled out good guy, so to speak. So my Apollo connection to Nimrod really came through Dionysus, which was pretty tightly connected with Osiris. So I mean, you really have to go through all of these gods to make these connections and go through them and see what syncs up and what doesn't. And I think that that's what Hislop did initially. He must have followed a very similar path to the one that I took, and unfortunately, he didn't annotate his findings too well. From what I understand, one of the big complaints of his writings is that he didn't footnote very well. So consequently, they think he just made it up off the top of his head. And but I can tell you, I did my own research on this. I'm showing you guys some of it, just even in the depictions themselves. But I would encourage you to do your own research. I tried to annotate and footnote as best I could in Babylon Rising and in my blogs on BabylonRisingBlog.com. So you can look at some of this stuff for yourself. And, read the ancient historical commentators, the historians, what's his name, Diodorus, and, some of these other guys. Read what they have to say. In fact, I got a book here at my desk called The Religions of the Ancient World by George Rawlinson. This was done in the 1800s, making similar connections. So the stuff's there. You can make the connections. And if you make all the connections that these guys, especially the sun god variety of guys, going back to Nimrod, well, then all of a sudden you know what's going on with the December 21st through 25th winter solstice deal and why December 25th directly goes back to Nimrod. What's going on with all that, and the phallic symbols that come out of the myths, like in Osiris, the Osiris myth, and the obelisk. You have this phallic motif that goes through the ancient world, eventually making its way into the idea of the Christmas tree. So that's why you've heard me make kind of crude statements about the phallus of Nimrod and the Christmas tree. But it really does all connect. And people like Clement, recognitions of Clement, he writes. Regarding Mystery Babylon and mother of all harlots, he says, fallen angels taught men the use of magical incantations that would force demons to obey man. This became ingrained into the Egyptians, Persians, and Babylonians. Nimrod, called Ninus by the Greeks, so right there he's showing the Greeks referred to the same character as one of their gods, Ninus, was handed this knowledge, and by it caused men to go away from the worship of God and go into diverse and erratic superstitions, and they began to be governed by the signs in the stars and motions of the planets. The false religions and all that stuff, it really goes back to Nimrod and the fallen angels. And we see Solomon says, hey, you know what? What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun. Well, that should give us pause to think when Yeshua said in Matthew 24:37, then, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be at the coming of the Son of Man. Well, what's going on in the days of Noah? Let's sort of do a little bit of a recap here. Well, you have transhumanism, the creation of hybrids. I would say at the time of Noah's life, you don't have angel-human hybrids taking place. You do have animal-human hybridization taking place, especially if you read Joshua 4:18 and Jubilees 7:24, two confirming witnesses to show you what is being said in Genesis 6:12, where it says all flesh had become corrupted. It became corrupted through hybridization. I believe they had advanced technology in order to do that at the cellular that's right. I'm going to get my tongue all tangled up here. Cellular level. And that resulted in a massive increase of evil activity, causing God to wipe out the world with a flood. And in the post-flood world, with the arrival of Nimrod in the later years of Noah, parenthetically, that's what I'm talking about there. Nimrod shows up in the later years of Noah. And with him, his name means we shall rebel. There's a renewed rebellion and hostility toward God clearly going on at the Tower of Babel. Corruption of God's creation taking place once again. The development of interdimensional portals. That's what I believe the Tower of Babel was. Its top might reach into heaven. And of course, the worship of gods other than Yahuwah, and men thinking of themselves as gods. So that brings us to a discussion that will lead us into modern days. Are the gods returning? Are they going to come back? Well, in many ways, I would suggest they never left. These are, depictions right here in our own country. In Nashville, in New York, in Washington, D.C. We've got the gods everywhere. They're all over the place, for crying out loud. And, what about this variety of gods, Anunnaki and Horus, bird head, human body, crossing different cultures. Apparently the Sumerian Babylonians saw this character, and so also did the Egyptians. Two different cultures depicting bird head, human body, animal-human hybrids, and I'm going to suggest that this stuff exists in the myths because there was something there originally. Legends and things of that nature and myths have a kernel in truth. They go back to something. Now think about this. When George Lucas created Star Wars, he said that one of his stated objectives in the creation of the Star Wars series was to create a modern mythology. And if you were like me growing up in the 70s, you had all these little characters that you played around with, didn't you? And if you're like me, I boxed these up and put them away as my retirement. It'd probably be worth something someday. I think every one of these characters depicted here in this picture. The question would be, in the year 2525, would people dig up my collection someday and think this was proof aliens were here? They'd say, look at all these people. If the toys somehow manage this plastic lives and survives, whatever's up ahead, and for however long we have left on this planet, if people in the future were to find all our Star Wars toys and Transformers and all that stuff, what would they think? Well, they would think, apparently we were playing with the stuff, making this stuff because we had seen this stuff. The only reason these action figures exist is because we all saw Star Wars, and a guy named George Lucas created a mythology with these characters. So if we're all playing around these characters based on something we saw, is it unreasonable to believe that in the days of Noah and following, the ancient world were depicting these characters because they existed? I think it's reasonable to make that assumption. I think it's a reasonable assumption. Are they going to come back? Are we going to see a return of these animal-human chimera? You know what? I'm going to say, yeah. I'm pretty sure we are. Now, this guy, this is Photoshop. Okay, this guy doesn't really exist. But you have to understand that DARPA, Defense Agency's research projects agency, there, they are actively trying to create the super soldier. The advanced war soldier, by blending species. Imagine if you could give a soldier eyes like an eagle, or the speed of a cheetah, or the radar of a bat, or the sonar of a dolphin. Give a whole new meaning to the Navy SEALs. They are actively blending species, trying to create the advanced super soldier. This little mouse here with the ear growing on his back is real. That's a real picture. That really happened. This is an artist representation. This is a movie scene. But we are seeing it in pop culture. We are seeing it in science journals. They are blending species today. It's happening. And what does that mean for us? Does that mean in the not too distant future we may see things like this depicted in the movie Splice? Well, if people like Nick Bostrom have their way, we certainly will. Nick Bostrom is the director of the Future of Humanity Institute. They have an institute within Oxford University dedicated to our future, folks. And this is a chart taken from his website talking about what their goals are with this whole blending of species thing. You see right here this pink circle. This is the sensory modalities of available to us, what we can see, hear, taste, touch, smell as humans, pretty small, huh? He says, if you compare that with what the animals are able to, they can see in different frequencies, hear in different frequencies, have other abilities that we don't have. That's this gray area right here. So, well, what if we started blending their attributes into ours? We might, we might have this big circle right here accessible to us. That's what could be accessible to transhumans. And if we really get creative and keep building upon that idea, maybe even blending ourselves with technology, we might end up with this really big circle oval thing here that would be accessible to post-humans, the post-human era, right? Which would be an era in error. They're trying to create Wolverine. And what kid doesn't want to be Wolverine, right? What kid doesn't want to be Spider-Man? We're being brainwashed on a daily basis, to be a super soldier. Captain America. How cool would that be? The Hulk. We're seeing it all the time, aren't we? Yeah. Well, there's a great deception that's coming, folks. Yeshua said that it's going to be so great that even the elect could be deceived by it. And I believe the great deception actually goes all the way back to Genesis chapter 3 again, Genesis 3, 4, and 5, where the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. Well, what we see here are essentially three promises of the serpent. A promise of immortality, a promise of illumination, your eyes shall be open, you'll have greater wisdom and understanding, and that they will become like the gods. Keep those three bullet points in your head, in this order, okay? Immortality, greater wisdom and understanding, and being like the gods. Keep those three in mind as you watch this next clip by the transhumanists who are actively working in laboratories and universities around the world trying to become like the gods.
There's more computing capacity in a grain of sand that's been nanoteched. Right? There's more computing capacity in that grain of sand than our human being brain's capacity by a factor of, billions. Right? So imagine a young woman, she's just given birth, and then she needs to make the decision. Is she going to have her baby modified? Is she going to turn that baby into a cyborg, or effectively an intellect? So say she decides to do that. So this, hypothetically, this grain of sand, in a sense, that's been nanoteched, is inserted into the human brain, that baby's brain, and it integrates itself into the brain. So that baby, in effect, is no longer human. Because, think about it. The capacity of that grain of sand is billions of times what the human brain can do. So for, 1/billionth of its capacity, of its time, is it doing human things. And the other 99.99999% of the time, it's doing artelecty type things. So that woman, in a sense, has killed her baby. Killed in a sense, the baby is no longer human. It's effectively an artelect. It's an artelect in human disguise.
When we start modifying our brains with technology, then it does change us from the word go. Even just feeding in one electrode with maybe an extra sense, an ultrasonic sense, which we know is quite possible, then it starts to give you abilities and you believe you can do things outside the normal realms of humanity. So your values, your morals start to change immediately. You become a cyborg.
What I'm really interested in is to try to understand the bigger picture for humanity, our place in the world, and what might lie in store for our species in the future, particularly the way we might use technologies to enhance ourselves or to go beyond what we currently think of as our human nature, whether it might be by radically extending the human lifespan through solving the problem of aging, or increasing our intellectual capacities, improving our memory, or taking control of our own emotional states. I think that we're right now in a transitional phase where before the end of this century, we will either have gone extinct or we will have most likely taken the step to become what you might call transhumans or posthumans, or just very enhanced humans that have reached their full potential.
Because progress is so rapid, I mean, there's going to be more progress in the next 10 years than there were in the previous, 20 or 30. Right? So the rate of progress is speeding up. It itself is accelerating. So there's going to be hugely more change, technological change in the 21st century than in the 20th. Far more. So all these weird things that sound like science fiction to most people today will probably be realities in a time, in a fewer number of decades than we had imagined.
I can't see any way that it will not happen. This is progress.
Human beings already, theorists, have done the math. They've got the modeling of how to build baby universes. So if that's possible in theory, with human brains doing the thinking, what could an intellect do? Could it actually build universes? Could it actually manipulate whatever exists to create new universes? Is that possible? Now, if we can do that, then by definition, it's a god, right? It's a creator. Can you sort of sense a kind of almost like a religious awe almost? We could build gods if we wanted to.
We could build gods if we wanted to. Okay, wrap your head around this, guys, because this is happening. These guys they're doing this stuff. All right. I mean, is this a vision of things to come? We've seen it in the movies, and we've seen, various depictions, Photoshop and whatnot. If these guys are able to do what they're trying to do and continue to do it, I believe this stuff, we're going to see this stuff. And it's not just the blending of animals with humans. As you've seen, it also includes technology. And regarding this whole idea of blending with the machines to become like the Borg and the whole Ray Kurzweil's singularity and stuff like that, listen to what they're planning and what they're thinking on the technological front.
To transfer your mind to a computer, this seems to be the ultimate dream of many scientists. To liberate us from our old body that is becoming obsolete in this technological world.
So in a way, mind uploading is a shortcut around artificial intelligence that will allow us to have machines with human minds.
We will be able to inject a certain number of nanobots into our bodies, where they will locate our brain cells and copy their function. With no effort, we will get a hardware copy of our consciousness that will then send a software copy to a computer, where more copies can be made, or our consciousness will be allowed to merge with other software programs.
We are going to get to the Terminator scenario. That's what I see. Intelligent machines calling the shots. Humans, some subservient slaves is the best. Maybe on farms if we're lucky and so on. Looking at how we are ourselves now, I don't think the future is good. If you are a human after the singularity, forget it.
There are certainly some humans that are against having implants, that are against becoming a cyborg and having extra abilities. It's difficult to see much of a positive future existence for them. Clearly, the world is going to be dominated either by intelligent machines or cyborgs, or a combination. That's where the future's going. And as a cyborg, if a human came to see me and it starts making silly noises, a bit like a cow does now. If a cow comes to me and says, moo, 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 I'm not going to say, yeah, that's a great idea, I'm going to do what you tell me. So it will be with a human. They'll come in and start making these silly noises that we call speech and human language and so on. And these trivial noises, I'm not going to do those silly things. Why should I? This creature's absolutely stupid in comparison to me.
And as the technology becomes vastly superior to what we are, then the small proportion that's still human gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it's just utterly negligible. There's more computing capacity in a little grain of sugar when it's nanotech, 1 bit per atom and flipping back and forth in femtoseconds. There's more computing capacity in that grain of sand than our human brain by a factor of, I don't know, billions or something. So that these machines, if we, humanity, if we decide to build them, we're building gods. Consider the analogy of the way we, as human beings, we look towards ants or mosquitoes as pests. We kill them and we don't give a damn because we feel we're so superior to them. They are so inferior to us. So who's to say that an intellect, which then becomes trillions of times above human capacities, may look upon us in the same kind of way? We could never be sure. As a brain builder myself, am I prepared to risk the extinction of the human species for the sake of building an intellect? Because that's what it comes down to. Yep.
We're talking about humanity becoming like the gods. And how many want to sign up? Yeah, me. I want to be a Borg. That's what we're talking about. We want to become a Borg or a Terminator. And, you listen to these guys talk, and they're going to do this, folks, if Yeshua delays his return. And unfortunately for all the pre-tribbers out there, I think he is going to delay for a while. I don't believe we're getting out of here anytime soon. My personal belief is I think we have at least 19 more years to go. I don't have time to get into why I believe that in this presentation. So you can check out my 322 Tetrads in the Time of Jacob's Trouble videos on YouTube. You can check that out. I believe we got at least 19 more years to go. And if you go to 2045.com, 2045.com, and read what the 2045 Strategic Social Initiative is all about, and the scientists of the world getting together, talking like these guys are talking, and working on things, their stated objective is to achieve immortality, we would say parenthetically, apart from God, by the year 2045. Guys, that's just around the corner from here. We're going into 2015 right now, 30 years from now. Okay? And they are making rapid advancements towards their goal. So, it helps us understand when we start looking through the scriptures and we see stuff like Matthew 24, 21 through 22. For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be. And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. Or we see in Luke 21, 25 through 26, a kind of a parallel passage there. And there shall be signs in the sun and in the moon and in the stars and upon the earth, distress of nations with perplexity, the sea and the waves roaring, men's hearts failing them for fear and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth. For the powers of heaven shall be shaken. What's going on here? We've seen it in the movies, more and more so. We're seeing it in the movies. All these movies about, alien invasions or things coming up out of, Pacific Rim or, scientific experiments gone crazy or Terminators, the days ahead are going to be freaky. They're going to be scary. I hope I am wrong. Frankly, I hope there is a pre-trib rapture. I can't find biblical evidence for it, and that's coming from a guy who believed it for about 40 years. I don't anymore because there's flat out simply no evidence for it. And you can check out our Quest for Truth. I think it's 17 and 18 where the episodes that Doug Hamp and I did on it, if I remember right. But at any rate, he said that our days are going to be like the days of Noah. We are only just taking the first steps into those days. We're not there yet. We are taking the beginning. We're in the phase that the days of Noah, when God said in Genesis 6:3 that man's days would be shortened, for he is flesh, and his days should be 130 years, or 120 years, he said, my spirit will no longer dwell with man, for he is flesh, and his days should be 120 years. A lot of people want to take that scripture and say, well, that means we got 120 jubilees. Well, it's an interesting coincidence that 120 times 50-year time period is 6,000 years. Yeah, that's cool. There's nothing in Genesis 6 about jubilees. You're making that up. It's cool. It's an interesting coincidence, not in the text. People think that that's a cap on human lifespan because Moses died at 120. Well, there are people today that have gone 126, 130. So if you're going to take a hard and fast rule on that, then people are violating the scripture by living past 120. And what's David doing saying that our days are only 70 years, 80 if by strength, if we're supposed to have 120 years? It's not talking about that. Man's been flesh since God created us, or since we took a bite in the garden. Some think that we lost our light suit and became flesh after they took a bite. Could be. At any rate, man's been flesh since the garden. So what's he talking about there? I believe what he's saying is, look, I created you to be a house for myself. Paul says that we are now what? The temple of who? The Holy Ghost. The Holy Spirit lives within us, right? Genesis, we're told that we are created in the image and likeness of God. But when we start blending ourselves with animals and turning ourselves into something that is not like the image of God anymore, then what are we doing? We are doing, as Doug Ham's title of his book says, corrupting the image. I believe when we corrupt the image, we end up possibly opening up forbidden gates, as Tom and Nita Horn said in the title of their book, that could bring about the corruption of all flesh, leading God's Spirit to leave us because you've messed up his house. I created you to be like me, he said. I created you in my likeness as a house for myself. But if you corrupt that house, I can't dwell in it anymore. That's what he's saying. Stop blending yourself with animals and everything else, corrupting your house. And the result of doing that, when his Spirit left, what was the end result? The end result was evil. They had only evil continually in their heart and mind. We are only now in the beginning of that process, folks. When we're hearing bits and pieces in science journals and whatnot of scientists blending species together. 150 or 140 animal-human chimeras created in the laboratory. I think it was 2011, 2012, whenever it was, not too long ago. And we're going to see a lot more of it. If these Nick Bostrom guys and Hugo de Aris and Michio Kaku guys have their way, and they are actively doing these things, guys. So I think we're in that same spot that the people in the pre-flood world were in Genesis 6:3, where God is issuing a warning saying, hey, knock it off. If you don't knock it off, things going to get really bad, and then no flesh is going to be saved except those days be shortened. God's not this temper tantrum guy up there that doesn't, like people, swearing and bonking each other over the head with clubs, even though he doesn't like that. I'm sure he doesn't like that. But he doesn't wipe out the world because of those things. He wipes out the world because we corrupt it. We mess it up. We change it from what he established it to be. And the end result of that is nothing but violence and evil. So he's giving us warning after warning after warning to knock it off. Don't do that. Don't go that way. I'm going to give you 120 years because on the path you're on, by that time, it's going to be too late. And that's what happened. Noah became a preacher of righteousness, right? Noah preached repentance for 120 years. How do you repent of being born Polish or French or Spanish or whatever your nationality is? You can't repent of that. So it wasn't about preaching to Nephilim, who could not possibly repent for being born of the byproduct of angels and women. How can a Nephilim repent of being born of an angel and a woman? It can't. So that doesn't make any sense. He would have been wasting his breath preaching to people who can't repent for their nationality, their heritage. But you can repent of blending yourselves with technology and species and corrupting your image. You can repent of that. That's what I believe he did for 120 years, the latter days of Methuselah leading up to the flood. And Joshua says they didn't start building the ark till 5 years before the flood. So he preached for 115 years, and in 5 years he said, well, okay, too late. I guess we better build an ark. So that's what happened. We're in the stage where the warning is being issued, in my opinion. And it's going to get a lot worse. You guys look at the news today, you think the news is bad, forget it. It's not even remotely close to what was going on in the days of Noah. We're not there yet. So, for a lot of reasons, I believe we have more time left. And as for me and my house, I'm going to try to get as much on God's page as possible, because what I see with the world doing, it's not good. It is not good, and it's not going to end well for them. I do believe there will be a hiding variety of protection for those who are obedient, who put the blood on the door, so to speak. I understand that the blood is on the door of my heart. I get it. But the call is to come out of Babylon so you don't partake of her plagues. But if you decide, I think I like it in Babylon, I think it's cool here, well, you know what? You're going to get the plagues that are not meant for you. Anyway, I digress. But this promise, you shall be like the gods, continues to this day. We see in looking in the history that pharaohs thought they were gods, right? See, the Caesars thought they were gods. Emperors thought they were gods. Kings thought they were gods. What about presidents? Yep, our presidents think they're gods too. All you have to do is take a trip to Washington, D.C. You're going to find that place loaded with gods. These are just Zeus and another one depicted on the train station. The whole roof of the train station is lined with these characters. I'm telling you guys, when it comes to Washington, D.C., you will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy, to quote Obi-Wan Kenobi. I don't know who made this picture, but I love it. It shows, Ben, Luke, and C-3PO looking out over, and R2-D2 looking out over the mall at Washington, D.C., looking toward the Capitol building. That is one evil place, guys. I woke up a few years ago with the name Ningirsu stuck in my head. It was like, it's just Ningirsu. I'm like, what is Ningirsu? It was like ringing in my ears, when I first woke up. And so I thought, okay, well, I guess that's my assignment for today. So I started looking into Ningirsu. Well, I come to find out, Ningirsu basically is represented on the front steps of our Capitol building right here by Mars and Ceres. Well, what's it all about? Well, I was able to trace Ningirsu back to being an earlier representation of somebody named Ninurta. And Ninurta traces directly back to Nimrod. So really, Ningirsu is Nimrod. But in the earlier phases, Nimrod, Ninurta, Ningirsu was known as the god of war and agriculture. And just like Dionysus and Apollo were split into different personalities and different characters, these earlier representations were later split into war and agriculture were once in one deity, like Baal. Baal was a god of war and agriculture. That's why you saw the depiction of Baal earlier with his one arm raised in the club and the other one holding a stick, war and agriculture. Well, they put the masculine attribute of war into the god the Romans called Mars, or Ares to the Greek, and the agriculture went to an entity, a feminine entity known as Ceres. Well, Ningirsu, Ninurta, Nimrod is divided up as war and agriculture deities, okay, gods, little g's, thou shalt have no other gods before us. You want to know why our nation has been at war every year, basically, since the Revolutionary War? It's because who are we serving? You turn over your dollar bill, in God we trust, right? In our Judeo-Christian way of reckoning, we always capitalize the G, right? And all the pagan gods are little g. Look on the back of your dollar bill or anywhere we see in God we trust. It's all in caps. The whole thing's caps. I think that's a convenient way of hiding what God. We have to get a lot more intentional about which God are we talking about here? Are we talking about the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? Are we talking about Ningirsu, Ninurta, Nimrod divided up into Mars and Ceres? Or are we talking about Zeus? Which God are we trusting in? I'll tell you what, if you go to Washington, D.C., you're not going to find the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob represented there. You're going to find all these guys. And on your way into the Capitol building, where all our policy and everything's made, you're going to walk right by and give homage to the God of war, which is why they're sacrificing all of our sons and daughters and friends and family on this altar of this false war called the War on Terror. War on Terror. Think about that. War is terror. How do you wage terror to get rid of terror? It's not a war against a people group or a nation. It's a war against an idea conjured up in a Luciferian's mind. People who worship these guys, who worship Nimrod. We've got to wake up, folks. When your favorite congressman or whatever mentions God, call him on it. Which God? Are we talking about the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, or what? We have to get a lot more intentional and wake up. You walk into the Capitol Dome, you look up, and you're looking into this wonderful painting up there called the Apotheosis of George Washington, and we're led to believe that we live in a Christian-founded country, right? Well, yeah, sure, Puritans and Pilgrims, yeah, okay, I get it. But when it gets to the Founding Fathers, not so much. These guys were not Christians, folks. They were deists. They were Luciferians. They were Illuminists, following Francis Bacon's plan for the New Atlantis. And all of their depictions and layouts of Washington, D.C. as a pentagram and all of their gods and pantheon of it all proves it. If we have supposedly a Christian-founded country and our George Washington, the father of our nation, supposedly a Christian, what's he doing being depicted here as Zeus, surrounded by a whole bunch of other ones like Neptune, and there's Ceres again, and Vulcan and Minerva and Columbia, Ishtar, Isis, Liberty, and Mercury, the messenger of our gods, of the gods, with our founding fathers at his feet taking notes in our so-called Christian-founded country. We've been lied to, folks. In this place called District of Columbia, who's Columbia? Ishtar, Isis, Semiramis, Starbucks, as Freeman Fly would point out. Pagan deities. Our whole country is being run by a district to a pagan god. And all of our government buildings prove it. And when you look at this picture of George Washington, and the painting, again, is called apotheosis. Apotheosis, it basically means the elevation of a person to the rank of a god. It's the deification of human beings. He's depicted as which god? Zeus. Want proof? There you go. After he died, this was a government-commissioned statue that was created of him. How do we know it's Zeus? Well, because he's in the same exact pose as one of the ancient depictions of Zeus in the Temple of Zeus. Furthermore, on either side of his throne there, we see Hercules and Apollo. Hercules and Apollo, both sons of Zeus. George, deified as Zeus. The presidents think they're gods? Apparently they do, going right back to our first one. Oh, by the way, he's also in the same pose as Baphomet, the occult symbol right there, Baphomet, demon goat head god. And the apotheosis of George Washington painting was done in 1865. And when I went there and I asked the lady about it, she said, yeah, that was because I said, isn't that the year Abraham Lincoln died? She said, yeah, in fact, he was the first president to undergo the lying in state ceremony. Well, what do you know? Later, he's deified also. And pictures started showing up of the apotheosis of Abraham Lincoln with depictions of the Mithra cap and everything right here, going back to Nimrod. And you got, this is a god seated on a throne in a temple. Don't believe me? Right above his head, it says, in this temple. What are temples for? Gods. Presidents. Gods. What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun, including our current president. You ever notice how, especially in his early days, almost every photo op, every picture we saw of the guy, there's something behind his head giving him this halo effect, like, oh, the Messiah is here. Obama. And while he's touring the country making his campaign, this guy's touring the country as well. Anubis, god of the underworld. And he was like fascinated by the altar of Zeus. This is the altar of Zeus from Pergamum in the Berlin Museum. And so much so that he liked it that he had his acceptance speech in Denver, Colorado in front of a replica of the seat of Satan, the altar of Zeus. Later he goes to Egypt and they start making up banners and plates and stuff called Obama, the new Tutankhamun of the world. Tutankhamun was the son of Akhenaten. Akhenaten, and you got to check out Freeman Fly's stuff on Akhenaten. He's got some wild stuff, especially related to Obama and whatnot, on all that. But Akhenaten basically instituted a monotheistic religion in the land of Egypt. King Tut came along and undid everything his father did and brought back the worship of the old gods. Is it just a coincidence that Obama, he becomes our president? He also ends up taking that little trip to go get a Nobel Peace Prize for what? I have no clue. And this thing shows up in the night sky. The Norway Spiral. Is this guy the guy? I don't believe he's the Antichrist. I know a lot of people out there do. I'm not one of them. But let me put it this way. If he is, he's a host body that's awaiting a possession. I could see that as a possibility. Because there's a lot of weird and wackiness around this guy for sure. But I tend to think that he's more like playing the role of a John the Baptist type character, preparing the way. And is he preparing the way for the old gods that go back to Nimrod, who I believe is the Antichrist? I don't know. Could be. Again, we're just speculating here. But what is this thing in the sky there? Don't tell me that's a failed missile. Especially when you look into ancient cultures and depictions like this, the Nazca lines in Peru, and you happen to see, a little spiral here that looks like the approach end of a runway. The ancient alien theorists all think that the Nazca lines and stuff are that these are all ancient alien runways. Are they? I don't know. Could be. but I think we're definitely being primed for the idea anyway, really going all the way back to War of the Worlds, right? Orson Welles doing his radio thing, which I think was really just a psyop. I think the whole thing was designed to just see how would people respond to this deal. You know, what's their reaction going to be? And if you missed the beginning of the radio broadcast where they told you this is just a radio drama, and you came home from work, turned on your radio, and missed that disclaimer, it was done like a regular radio broadcast news story. And so people flipped out, and the way to describe the aliens, the ships and whatnot, were like they were described like the water towers. So they're hearing all this stuff. They look out the window and they flip out, seeing the water tower out there. Of course, it's been there for 50 years, but this is mind control. They're listening. This is trauma-based mind control. They're listening to something they think is real. They're getting scared about it. This is a Hegelian dialectic. They're causing a problem. They have the solution. Blah, blah, blah. People are freaking out. In fact, there are all these reports that came out afterwards revealing, fake radio war stirs terror throughout the United States. Well, we see in Luke 21, 10 and 11, it says, "Then he continued by saying to them, nation will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be great earthquakes, and in various places plagues and famines, and there will be terrors and great wonders or great signs from heaven." Sharon K. Gilbert wrote something really interesting along these lines. She was looking at the word for terrors there, and she wrote in a blog, she said, "The Greek word translated terrors is a curious word indeed. In fact, it quite surprised me when I looked it up. It is phobitron. According to Strong's G5400, phobitron implies that which causes terror or fright. It comes from the root word phobio, from which we derive our English word phobia. Phobio is that which causes fear, or it can be something that instills great respect or reverence. It can instill awe or amazement, or simply compel us to flee for our lives. Phobitron only appears in the Bible once, just once. Luke is the only one whom the Holy Spirit inspired to use this curious word. One small word that may imply many horrendous events yet to come. The rise of machines, a singularity of sorts. Think of it the next time you watch the movie Terminator. Phobitron, if I wanted to be very speculative, then I might also mention flying machines as a source of terror, and I would connect this sight with the phrase that follows it, great signs from heaven. And of course, she's speculating here, but I think reasonably so. Could it be a reference to something like this? Terrors in the sky. We've all seen the movies, right? And TV show, V and Independence Day, right? And the whole idea of a mile-wide spaceship parked over a city used to be crazy talk back in the day. It was always alien abductions. The guy you could floss his teeth with a rope out there going, "Yeah, I got abducted by aliens. He took me up in a spaceship. Yeah, he did." It's like, yeah, they traveled billions of light years and they picked you. It used to be always the crazy whack jobs out in the middle of nowhere that were, why didn't they pick the Albert Einsteins or the Stephen Hawkings of the world? I don't know, but they apparently like the weirdos. But I mean, it used to be crazy talk to think about a spaceship parked over cities, right? Until, a few years ago, a mile-wide spaceship apparently parked over Stephenville, Texas. Articles and news stations, ABC News, covering it right here, January 18th, 2008. And then you start seeing things like this. September 27th, 2010, the United Nations appointing an ambassador to aliens. Literally appointing somebody for the United Nations to be a representative of Earth in the event the aliens show up. And of course, the Vatican decided to pipe in too and say, the Pope's astronomer would baptize them if they needed it. We're living in some weird times, folks. Maybe these guys got some of it right. Some of these characters may be coming back. Again, I don't believe that they are from other planets. I think we're talking about interdimensional beings. I think we're talking about fallen angels activity. But we can't just toss out this whole UFO phenomenon. As Elliot Marzulli is fond of saying, UFOs are real and burgeoning and not going away. It's true. When I put together my Mount Herman Roswell DVD, I put an 8-minute montage of UFO sightings up to that time that I could find on YouTube from mainstream news reports. More and more, we're seeing UFO activity increasing. I believe they are the chariots of the gods, both good and bad angels. In fact, you read Ezekiel, I mean, these are good ones, but it has some, if you read it, they're like a UFO showing up. Speaking of, I was on my way to the post office last year, one particular day, I was driving, and now I'm a filmmaker, okay? I work with cameras. A lot of this is lens flare. And if you just showed me this picture, I would say this right here, this circle right here, in the lower left of the sun, would be a lens flare also. The problem is I saw this with my naked eye and I took this picture and I know that that is not lens flare. In fact, to my eye, it didn't look like that. It was a bright silver ball just sitting there in the sky. And I was stuck in a red light just staring at the thing. I'm looking at it. And it's just hanging there. I'm like, what in the world is that? So I got my phone out and I took this picture. And I continued to watch it for a little while, and I got to, and this is a plane, actually, this thing, when I first saw it, it was right here. It had moved over to here. And right after I saw it move, this plane right here started leaving a chemtrail. And so this is it right here. I followed it. I'm getting ready to turn into the post office, and I'm at the post office here. There's a plane going off, leaving his chemtrail where it used to be. This thing's right here, and I followed it. And you see the chemtrail plane. Okay? I watched this thing move. It was a bright silver ball. What in the world? I don't know what it was, but it was moving. It wasn't just blowing around like a balloon or something. It had intentional movement. What was it? Well, it's an unidentified flying object. That's what it was. When we look at pictures like this, we've all seen this picture, and this is actually a very disturbing picture when you really break it down, but with the pineal gland strategically located in the crotch of God, who is surrounded by all these women. And it's like, what in the world? And his arm reaching right through the frontal lobe, the third eye, But anyway, this is supposedly Adam and God, famous painting right here. Well, folks, this was deliberate when they made the movie E.T., Extraterrestrial. And what's interesting is in the Bible, and we see that Jesus said he is the Alpha and the Omega. Well, that's Greek. We're reading in English the Greek word Alpha and Omega. But the Hebrew is Aleph and Tav. And if you were to pronounce the Aleph and Tav, the first and last letters of the Hebrew alphabet, it would be pronounced Et. Et. I think we are being primed for something like this, folks. E.T., our gods, our creators are coming back. The theory of evolution has become thoroughly bankrupt, folks, completely and totally bankrupt. So what are they talking about now? The new pet theory that everybody's talking about is panspermia. What's panspermia? Well, ancient gods seeded this planet with the seeds of life, and then Darwinian evolution was able to take place, after they scientifically tampered with existing molecules and whatnot on this planet. They seeded it. They made it happen. The Anunnaki. In fact, if you go back and watch the movie Prometheus, the beginning of it depicts that whole sequence in accordance with the Sumerian text. Okay, so we're being primed for this new. Now that evolution has run its course and has done a good job of destroying the creation model, it has created a new paradigm for them to bring in what they probably wanted to do all along, is bring in a different paradigm of other gods other than Yahuwah being our creators, and all the movies and everything else priming us for the potential return of these beings. And of course, we're doing our own little ventures out into space. This is a book by my friend S. Douglas Woodward, and he writes in his book Power Quest: The Ascendancy of Antichrist in America. He wrote both Richard C. Hoagland and S. Douglas, well, I wrote this, both Richard C. Hoagland and S. Douglas Woodward say that NASA's decision makers are intentionally ritualistic in their planning. Woodward goes on to point out that the, quote, only gods of interest are Osiris, Isis, and Horus, who are indeed the primary characters in the Egyptian story of resurrection. And he has an interesting observation by Jay Weidner, using the acronym of NASA, pointing out Nephthys, who in the Egyptian pantheon was a sister of Isis. Ausur is one of the Egyptian forms of the name Osiris, Set, Osiris's brother, and Aset, one of the Egyptian forms of the name Isis. Of course, it's no secret that NASA was founded by former Nazis. More than 1,600 Nazis escaped the judgment they deserved and found refuge in America. A group of 104 German rocket scientists, including Werner von Braun, Ludwig Roth, and Arthur Rudolph, are pictured here at Fort Bliss, Texas in 1946. Many had worked to develop the V-2 rocket at Peenemünde, Germany, and came to the United States after World War II, subsequently working on various rockets, including the Explorer 1 space rocket and the Saturn V rocket at NASA. Now, all you have to do is go back and look at what was going on in World War II with the Nazis and their obsession with the Aryan nation, creating an Aryan nation, bringing back the worship of the Nordic gods. They were all about the Nephilim. Well, so is NASA. I mean, just look at what they named the programs, for crying out loud, right? Starting with Mercury, messenger of the gods. In Roman mythology, Mercury, also known as Hermes to the Greeks, was, of course, he's the messenger of God, but he was the son of Maya. Now, who was Maya? Well, she was the daughter of the Titan Atlas and one of the seven sisters known as the Pleiades. And his father is Jupiter, or Zeus to the Greeks. As Hermes, he was the god of transitions and boundaries, moving freely between worlds of the mortal and the divine. He was also what's called the psychopomp conductor of souls to the underworld, where, of course, Osiris rules. Hermes, Mercury, has a strong connection to Apollo in the sense that he was a half-brother, and also that he carried the caduceus, the double serpent entwined staff we see, like the medical symbol, which was given to him by Apollo. The caduceus is a recognized symbol of commerce and negotiation, two realms in which balanced exchange and reciprocity are equally recognized as ideals. So what exactly was going to be exchanged in space with the Mercury program? Well, on February 20th, 1962, the Atlas rocket carried John Glenn into orbit aboard the Friendship 7. This was the flight that ushered in the new era of space travel. But think of the symbolism being employed here, folks. Atlas, right, was the father of Mercury. Atlas, the Atlas rocket, which looks like a big giant penis, shot up into space with one passenger seed on board. Thus, John Glenn, one of the 7 Mercury astronauts, was the ambassador of Earth, sent up in friendship with the number 7, which, of course, many would associate the number 7 with the number of God. So, was he to play the role of messenger of the gods? Bringing back something, sending up something, an envoy? Of course, John Glenn is a Freemason and was a member of the Demole International, the Masonic Youth Organization. So nothing would surprise me when it comes to any of that stuff. Okay, then we go on to the Gemini project. The Gemini program was the intermediate program, between Mercury and the Apollo programs. In mythology, the Gemini were the twin brothers Castor and Pollux. Their mother was Leda, and once again, their father was, ding, 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 Zeus. In some accounts, however, Pollux was regarded as the son of Zeus, while Castor was the son of immortal Tyndareus. One mortal, the other immortal. It was also a common belief that one would live among the gods while the other was among the dead. Again, we see this duality dealing with pagan deities in the other underworld. This is, of course, also reflected in the Masonic beliefs concerning Osiris in the underworld and his reincarnation as Horus in the upper world, or to put it in Nimrod terms, Nimrod and Tammuz.
Whether you know it or not, everyone's a leader and everyone's a follower. So, who are you following? And where are you leading people? Let's talk about it. Today's This is Off the Cuff, and I'm Steve from TorahFamily.org. Did you know that not even Yeshua's brothers believed in him? His own brothers. John 7:5. For even his own brothers did not believe in him. And yet, Yeshua continued on. He didn't let what others thought of him deter him. He knew who he was, and he knew his mission. That's something we all have to do. We all have to look at ourselves the way Yahweh looks at us. When people saw a barren woman in Sarah, Yahweh saw the mother of all nations. When people saw a poor young shepherd in David, Yahweh saw a mighty king of Israel. When people saw a helpless prisoner in Joseph, Yahweh saw a powerful leader to guide Egypt. So, it's not what people see, it's what Yahweh sees that matters. Please, let that sink in. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter who you think you're not. Yahweh loves using nobodies. He takes our weaknesses and uses them for his glory. 1 Corinthians 1:27. But God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. God chose the weak things of the world to shame the strong. He chose the lowly things of the world and the despised things and the things that are not to nullify the things that are, so that no one may boast before him. This verse alone shows he uses anyone, but especially those who the world would say is not worthy, special, or of any significance. In fact, check this out. Acts 4:13. When they saw the courage of Peter and John and realized that they were unschooled, ordinary men, they were astonished, and they took note that these men had been with Jesus. How cool is this? Ordinary men. And they could tell they had been with Yeshua. Can people tell you've been with Yeshua? Seriously. This is the importance of knowing who we are in Yeshua. According to Romans 8:37, we are more than conquerors in him. This equally applies to what you see in others. Yahweh may be seeing something completely different from what you see in them. Don't underestimate what Yahweh can do in them, just like you don't want people doing with you. Now, please listen to what I'm about to tell you. It takes zero courage and zero self-discipline to blend in and walk in the ways of those around you, be it in the world, judgmental believers, or with believers who you know are living a life of compromise. But Yeshua didn't follow the world or the religious people around him. He followed the ways of his heavenly Father, Yahweh. I believe we all underestimate the influence others can have on us. We may say they don't, but over time, the effects are there. They creep in and we don't even realize it. I remember as a teenager having a friend whose mother was a chain smoker, a serious chain smoker. Every time I left their house, I smelled like smoke. His mom didn't even have to be there. The smell of smoke just worked its way into my clothes. The effects of her smoke was all over me just from being in the environment. This principle is carried over into the spiritual just the same. Those with whom you keep company with will affect you, even if you believe you're standing firm in what you believe. But it works to the positive just the same. If you hang around people who have their priorities on serving Yahweh with all their heart, mind, and soul, they will eventually influence you to a closer walk with Yahweh. Thus, what we read in Proverbs 13:20. He who walks with the wise grows wise, but a companion of fools suffers harm. And so we read from Paul in 1 Corinthians 15:33. Do not be misled. Bad company corrupts good character. Come back to your senses as you ought, and stop sinning, for there are some who are ignorant of God. I say this to your shame. The most common reply is, oh, but Steve, Yeshua hung out with sinners. You know, I've heard this since I was a youth pastor. What people seem to forget is that, first, they came to him. And they came to him because they wanted change. They weren't trying to get Yeshua to do what they did. They went to him because they saw what they wanted in him. Plus, we have to remember just who these, quote, sinners were referring to in the scriptures. These were Jews who, for the most part, simply weren't doing what the Pharisees said should be done. These weren't people of pagan faiths who were living in abominations of the world. These were Jews who the Pharisees basically condemned for not following them. That's a big difference. All too often, I hear how people who say they want to be a light to the world do so by trying to be a friend with the world. But we don't shine his light by mixing with the world. That's only dimming our light. And no matter how we justify it, James tells us friendship with the world is hatred towards Yahweh. There's a meme that's been getting around lately that says, the motto, be yourself, has become Satan's counterfeit to Yahweh's, be holy, for I am holy. That's so true. Please consider what we read in Romans chapter 12, starting in verse 1. Therefore, I urge you, brothers, in view of God's mercy, to offer your bodies as living sacrifices, holy and pleasing to God. This is your spiritual act of worship. Do not conform any longer to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what God's will is, his good, pleasing, and perfect will. We're called to be different. We're called to be separate. We're not called to blend in. We're not called to focus on being liked so we can be a witness. Tell me, how many of the prophets or the disciples were put to death because they preached love and acceptance? None. They were killed because they preached holiness and repentance. Yeshua said the world would hate us because it hated him. So, does the world hate you? But here's the thing. Satan's strategy is simple. Make sin look normal and make righteousness, following God's ways, seem strange. And quite frankly, it's worked in the world and even in the church. Don't be deceived. Every single one of us is being transformed every day we live, either into the image of Yeshua or those we hang around. You'll change into the image of the one you spend the most time with, which begs the question, how much time are we spending with Yeshua on a daily basis? You know, even if it's those who are in your close circle or your fellowship, and just because they claim to be a believer, it doesn't mean they're walking the walk. Yet, as you continue to hang with them, their compromised life rubs off on you. Please know, a church that won't confront sin will end up conforming to it. And likewise, a believer that won't confront sin will end up conforming to it. Everyone is faced with one of three choices when we see a friend sinning. Join in the sin, ignore the sin, or confront the sin. And confronting the sin doesn't mean you confront them in a harsh or mean way. It simply means you show them you can't join in it because you see it opposing the way of Yahweh. The Holy Spirit will take care of the rest. Don't get me wrong now. I know it's not easy. I do. It's something that has to be done with sincere love and discernment. But if we continue to not address it, it just gives the appearance of accepting the sin. And that's something Yeshua never did. If you lose a friend for standing up for truth, they weren't your friend, or at least not one you want. Think about that for a minute. Anyone who pulls you any little bit away from the ways of Yahweh should never be considered a close friend. I once heard it said, Satan disguises submission to himself under the ruse of personal autonomy. He never asks us to become his servants. Never once did the serpent say to Eve, I want to be your master. The shift in commitment is never from Yeshua to evil. It's always from Yeshua to self. And instead of his will, self-interest now rules. And what I want reigns. And that's the essence of sin. Now I beg you, please, hit pause on this right now and let this sink in. This is the foundation to the world's motto, be yourself. It gets people to focus on self and not on what Yahweh wants. Jeremiah tells us the heart is deceitful above all things and beyond cure. But the world tells us to follow our heart. When it comes down to it, we either follow our Savior or we follow our heart. The Bible says, do not lean on your own understanding for a reason. Your heart is deceitful. Your emotions fluctuate. Your understanding does not see the overall big picture. Thus, we shouldn't follow our heart. We follow our Savior. Following our Savior means you will stand out from the crowd. You won't be like everyone else. And while the world preaches individualism, it's an individualism that's based on rebellion from the Word. See, the world has no problem what someone wants to do until the moment they choose to be an individual who chooses to obey the Bible. Suddenly, they're a narrow-minded radical who needs to come to their senses. Let it be known, conformity is doing what everyone else is doing, regardless of what's right. Biblical obedience is doing what's right, regardless of what everyone else is doing. Which path will you choose to walk? When you're wrong, you need people in your life that will challenge you to fix it, instead of helping you justify it. Let me say that again. When you're wrong, you need people in your life that will challenge you to fix it, instead of helping you justify it. And you know which friends are which. Just because someone claims to be a believer, it doesn't mean they're living their life in pursuit of the ways of our Messiah. Sadly, there are many that claim the faith but don't walk it. Which leads me to a question. Who did Yeshua condemn? Those living in sin, or the Pharisees who claimed to live the Torah? He rebuked those who claimed it but didn't live it, while uncompromisingly shining the light to those who didn't know. What sin have we normalized in our little groups? Thus, we conform to those around us. All the while, our relationship with our Heavenly Father is only founded on worship songs we sing from time to time instead of prayer and digging into His Word. The lead singer of the band Skillet once said, my conclusion for the church, all of us Christians, we must stop making worship leaders and thought leaders or influencers or cool people or relevant people the most influential people in Christendom. And yes, that includes people like me. I've been saying for 20 years, and seems probably quite judgmental to some of my peers, that we are in a dangerous place when the church is looking to 20-year-old worship singers as our source of truth. We now have a church culture that learns who God is from singing modern praise songs rather than from the teachings of the Word. John Cooper. I don't know this guy's theology, but I'll tell you, he's got it right with this. You may have come to a time in your life where you know you've been failing left and right in different areas of your walk with Yeshua. Don't let your past dictate your future. What defines us is how well we rise after falling. Change is always one choice away. It's time to stand unashamed on the eternal word of Yahweh. The bottom line in all of this today, we should be focusing on being more like Yeshua no matter who we're around. No matter who we're around. Yeshua led in righteousness no matter who followed or who was glaring him down. Will you follow his example? Be the leader you're called to be. At least the leader of your life in following after his example. Yeshua never followed the crowd. He didn't even follow the religious crowd, especially them. Choose complete obedience to him today. Lead the way, even if no one follows. Lead the way, even if you lose friends. Lead the way, even if people scoff at what you're doing. Lead the way, even if it means missing out on what others are doing. Lead the way, knowing you're walking the path of your Savior. Lead the way, no matter the cost, standing strong in him. Lead the way. That way, those around you have no excuse, for they see his righteousness in your obedience. But remember, you're leading people whether you acknowledge it or not. The question is, where are you leading them to? Lead them to Yeshua. Lead the way. Well, that's all I have. Think about it. Pray about it. But more than anything, be a doer of the word and not a hearer only. Until next time, Shalom.
Let's get into it, folks. Good afternoon, folks, and welcome to Visual Disturbance. I'm your host, Brian Reese, and here we are with another exciting program. All you peculiar people out there in the YouTube world are coming on here with me at, 6 p.m. Eastern Time here on this beautiful day. Folks, aliens in Miami Mall connection to ancient days, folks. Ancient days. The big hype has been going on. Big conspiracy theorists, all this good stuff in 2024. It's been popping off pretty quick. Here we are on the 11th day. The 11th day of 2024, and almost 2 weeks in, and everything is getting interesting, folks. It's getting interesting. So aliens in the mall, connection to the ancient days. I found a bunch of stuff, highly compelling stuff to present to you guys today. I'm looking forward to everything. Let's just get straight into it. Check all the links in the description, help support the channel, check me out at coffee.com. Buy me a coffee or two, maybe three. Maybe buy a coffee mug on the description. Coffee mugs of visual disturbance. Those Nephilim chaser mugs. Go check them out. You'll be glad you did. But folks, I've got a stack full of information to show you all tonight, so I'm super stoked to present it. So folks, let's get into it. Aliens in the Miami Mall. Which mall was it, folks? Which mall was it? Bayside Mall, right? There's a lot of conspiracies and miscommunications, all kinds of different things, and they're saying that there was a different mall, and I remember very specifically the information when it dropped. I did a video on it, and it's not the right mall when it comes to some information we're going to be showing today, but it's the Bayside Mall. So folks, what happened on that day? We had 60,000 residents, 60,000 lose power, 60,000. Well, how do you lose 60,000 in the same exact moment of time when you say there's juveniles going berserk in the Bayside Mall marketplace with pitchforks, pretty much, sticks and firecrackers? And then they deploy the whole platoon out there of the law enforcement. And then there's all kinds of inconsistencies with the information. So, folks, what happened? There's viral videos going online all over the place, all over social media. There's a bunch of speculation. There's a bunch of AI mocked up videos, mocked up photos, all the above. But today, we're not going to show you none of that. We're going to show you a couple clips, but we're not going to show you any kind of fakery or mockery. I am going to show some testimonies. I'm going to show you some aerial footage. I'm going to show you some UFO footage, some UFO news. Hello. And folks, how can you take down the police scanners? There's all this knowledge, all this information out there. They're speculating and saying this and that. This happened. There's some people saying they didn't even see anything at all. And there's some people saying they've seen large aliens, large creatures, 10-foot tall creatures manifesting and dematerializing before their eyes. And even though they said that, and I very well think that something nefarious went on that night, here's one for you, folks. What if, because there was information, what if they miraculously got supernaturally or some type of laser beam? We had the Men in Black show up and throw out a mind erase, some type of device, and zapped them all because all the miscommunication. Some of them act like they have amnesia. Some of them act like they're like, I seen 3 dark shadow figures that had these type of characteristics to them. They was materializing, coming back through a dark portal, worm, black hole, all these different things. What was going on that day, folks? Could the law enforcement, because I've seen some crazy speculation online, some law enforcement are like, hey, there's nothing happened, bro. There's nothing happened. The one that baffled me the most, they're like, this one gentleman, I wouldn't even show it on here. One gentleman does this big spiel. It's like, oh, there was nothing there. We're just juveniles getting in trouble. And he goes, well, there wasn't aliens at the moment. And then all of a sudden, a little green creature, a little gray, greenish creature waves at everybody on the so-called TikTok or whatever he did. Did he get hit with some type of mind control mechanism thing? Come on, folks. I'm only speculating. But the thing is, how can you have the there's misconceptions in their peripheral. Somebody's seen stuff, and then a bunch of people didn't see stuff. So here's my take. They all got out of Dodge pretty quick. The ones that went home, it's like, I got to get out of here. There's fear and impending doom coming up on my head. Maybe they got out before they deployed the ray. So get this, folks. No joke. I can't wait to show you the footage. But I have to say one more thing. It reminds me of a movie. Speaking of, I just showed out the Men in Black. But check this out. This movie, Jupiter Ascending. This movie's got all kinds of Nephilim creatures, all kinds of alien, UFO, draconian, reptilian-like creatures, all the above, hybridization, just the whole bag full of information on there. It's like the Chronicles of Narnia on steroids. Okay? During this movie, I remember very clearly, they would destroy buildings, and there would be like these massive, like, crazy events going on, right? And then all of a sudden,
the so-called aliens would come by and like rebuild everything within seconds and use some type of time dilation, something crazy, and they would freeze up and then able to basically reanimate everything and act like nothing happened. And then people they was nothing the wiser. They was like, hey, nothing happened. That's nothing. There's nothing to it. Nothing happened that day. I seen this. This is exactly what I seen. Hey, haven't we seen a lot of that in the last 20 something plus years? Some people say this, some people say that. Stuff be manifesting. Some people will be side by side and say, I didn't see nothing. But then there's other person, I seen something. Oh my goodness, did you not see this massive thing that happened? Jupiter ascending, folks. Just a little plug in there before we get really into the good stuff. The heavy sauce is what I call it. The heavy sauce is what I call it, folks. Yeah. So hang on to your seat, folks. Get this. Watch this. I've got this video to show you all. One moment, let me pull it up here. This footage blows my mind. Blows my mind completely. This is supposedly footage in Miami the night or somewhere in the time frame of this event where the juveniles broke bad and they had to call in like a fleet, more than a fleet, the helicopters and everything over top of this event in this Bayside Mall. The Bayside Mall, all this for just juveniles acting up? Come on, folks. But check this out. Check this video out, folks. Comment. Let me know what you think in the chat. And if you're watching this video in the future, comment in the description. Let me know if you've seen this video.
All right, look. See, look. Y'all thought I was playing. I know y'all see those lights. Look at them. Not the little ones because my little mirror thing scratched up. I know you see those right there. Floating. Oh, bruh. This every day out here, or every night. But still, look at that. But this really in Miami, I'm not playing. Look, the airport is right over here. That's the airport. You know what I mean? They always got little lights and stuff, and there's probably airplanes. But over here, this ain't the airport. Look at that. And them clouds not even moving. How the whole cloud not gonna move? It's just sitting there at nighttime. It's crazy. Look, ain't no other clouds in the sky. But right over here, look at them. And look at those lights. But y'all could, hey. Oh wait, it's a couple clouds right here. But look, they just frozen too.
Folks, you mean tell me that we have 3 lights in the sky? 3 lights. I've seen some anomalies in my neck of the woods in Kentucky. I've seen some weirdo, bizarro stuff, and when it comes to, I guess if you want to call it UFOs, UAPs, all the above. But this thing in Miami, folks, the three lights, the 3 orbs, what does that make you think of? There's so many things that happened in 2023. There's so many things that happened in 2014, and we're going to go look into it. We're going to look into it, folks. Could this have been the disruption in the 60,000 residents, their power disruption? Could this anomaly have came and started hovering over before it even touched down? Whatever is going on, we have a Stargate, a portal, or whatever type of signature going on here, folks. UFOs in Miami. So check this other video out, folks. Check this one out. We have the next one and this one. This one's just as bad. It's so compelling. It's in your face. Comment in the chat. Let me know what you guys think.
Yo, what's going on in Florida, yo? 2024 just begun, and I got 4 videos of sightings of just weird happenings going on. She just cleaned her lens to make sure that what she's seeing is real. Check out these videos that I got lined up here. Bayside Mall, there's a few stories of what might have went down in New Zealand, Miami. People are saying they spotted a 10-15 future. There's kids were running, and this is what somebody filmed from their balcony.
Oh, Florida is it. Look at this. This is Florida. Fort Walton Beach.
So, folks, no joke. Portal in 2024. What do you guys think? Some crazy, bizarro stuff going on there. That video, that pretty much ends it. Just got the clouds and everything going on there. these anomalies and everything was happening around the same particular time at the beginning of the new year, 2024. Here we go. We got all these anomalies. Is there a connection? There's some kind of military connection. What is it, folks? What do we got going on here? What kind of bizarre world are we living in? Comment below. But here's the next one. This one just gets me. I just can't. I have to go there. It dropped a few months back with a plane, a certain particular plane. The plane vanished before our eyes, supposedly. It's a missing 370. It starts with the M as the country. Folks, that's what I thought of when I seen the UFO in Miami. So check this out. There's no sound, but check this out. If you notice, there's three orbs. There's three orbs that come up around this. This is supposedly satellite footage that dropped. And the orbs heat up at a certain speed, and they all go in sync, just like you've seen in Miami. Those three orbs, those three little diabolical little boogers, right? I said that. I said little boogers on Visual Disturbance. Yeah. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button if you want to. But yeah, you got these three orbs scrolling around here, around this plane. This plane had a bunch of top secret clearance people on it. Hello. Had a bunch of top secret clearance people. And let's just say for the fun fact of this, that let's just say these three orbs here, all of a sudden this plane just miraculously, they start speeding up. They miraculously just vanishes in thin air, and the video footage shows basically a wormhole opening up, and smack, then the plane just miraculously dematerializes into a wormhole portal, however you want to say it, quantifying it, and all these different things. And I remember seeing the manifest of these people on this plane, and there was a stack sheet of information for these people and their occupations, their education levels, and even the news has dropped that there was 2 or 3 or 4 people that had top UFO like information and some type of top clearance. So isn't that kind of interesting, folks? This is all just popping off at once. Isn't it kind of crazy, folks? And you can't really make this stuff up. And it really reminds me, because you see those three orbs rolling up in Miami, right? But then you have this little, 370, bam, just pops out, and here you go with the heat signature and all that. And you start seeing the outer shell on one side of each of the orbs start speeding up, and over half of it starts getting hotter, and then all of a sudden it just vanishes out of it, just nowhere. Boom. So wait. So not only this video, okay? This video has the three orbs. Miami had 3 orbs. All kinds of people have been talking about UFO phenomenon at the beginning of January of 2024 down that way in Miami. So check this out. This next one. This one is in, you guessed it, Israel. There's one, there's 2, and then there's going to be another one pop up here. This was over a area that was getting, let's just say, decimated, or, in the conflict. Let's go there. I kind of try to watch what I say on here on this program. 3 lights. What's going on over in Israel, folks? This was the footage I had for several months now. It's been a few months back, and I did a program on this. 3 orbs, same similarities. Got 3 orbs over Miami. Got 3 orbs in the, when you had that weird anomaly with the light that I showed you in Miami, Florida. And then you had the 3 orbs in the plane situation. What do you guys think? 3 orbs. What's going on, folks? What would bring out something like this? And a lot of people are like, well, it's just gaslighting. It's just these things that are coming upon the earth. And there's all these different things. There's, we have fallen angels, Nephilim, etc. But then they're like, in the big news of things, there's the J-E. There's some using encrypted language here for files and all that. It's just to distract. But wait, there's one more video. One more video, folks. There's a gentleman that had a testimony. He was there at the Miami Bayside Marketplace. Bayside. Just want to make sure I verify it one more time. But we're going to get into it in a little bit with the coordinates and everything, longitude, latitude, all that good stuff. But check this out, folks. This next one is a gentleman, and he had a testimony. Let's hear it. Oh, before I play it, viewer discretion advised. I always give a heads up. There's a few cuss words in it, and apologize for that, folks. But he's telling his testimony raw, off the cuff. He's telling it on this video. So check this out. There's something that's really compelling. He says in here, and it just basically resonates something in my mind. And then all of a sudden, folks, I have all this information on where we're going to go tonight. So check this out.
What happened? We all saw what happened, and it's pretty serious. It's been a few days, but our whole family's processing it. But I think we've kind of accepted that we were a part of this weird experience and moment. So basically, what happened was I was there with my brother Brian, my sister, and my nephew. We were looking for shoes for my nephew, and then we see a whole crowd of people outside the store, just running out in a direction. So, as soon as we saw it, we were like, oh shit, what's going on? So we immediately ran out with our nephew, and we picked him up and we ran out and we followed the crowd. And then about a few seconds later, as soon as we started running, my nephew, he's autistic, so he was pointing behind us and he was saying blanky, which he'll usually.
And I'll tell you in a second, folks, the gentleman he said something, and I had to watch it over and over and over and over again. But he said blanky. But I'll tell you in a minute where my mind went when I first heard the video. Let's just continue on with the testimony here.
You say whenever he feels unsafe or scared. And he was pointing behind us. So me and my brother, we look behind us, and then we see these 3 9, 10 foot tall creatures. I'm not going to say aliens. Everyone keeps saying it's aliens. I'm not saying aliens because I don't know what it was. None of us really knew everyone. All of us stopped in our track. We, a whole bunch of people were pointing at it. There were other people running. There was a crowd. As soon as it made itself more apparent, it looked like it was glitching. Not like a computer pixelation, but like a wavy glitch. And whatever maybe was covering them had, unveiled or whatever. It looked like a glitch, man. It was like a weird glitch in the Matrix or whatever. And then you could see it in its full form, all 3 of them. And then, they were all black. You saw eyes, and you could faintly see like lips. But I was about 20 feet away, because obviously everybody gave it distance, right? And they're tall, so we all just looked at them. They were just standing there, and the thing that was a little bit weird, well, it was clearly observing us. It was sentient, right? Or whatever. I don't know, but it was aware of us. It looked at us, the whole crowd, and then as soon as it started walking with its big legs, it started almost glitching again. We all ran. My brother immediately said, "Yo, let's go." He grabbed me by the shoulder. We bolted out of there. And for anyone that's saying, where's the footage? Yeah, I know. I don't have any footage, and I'll explain why. Because when I saw it, I was in complete fear. It was something that I completely froze, man. I don't care if I sound like a bitch about it. I froze. And I don't care who you are. I feel like when you're seeing something paranormal, it's different than when you're seeing a fight. Yeah, you'll probably want to record that and put it on Worldstar or whatever. When you see something paranormal, that's different. Because your reality, you can't comprehend what you're seeing. A fight, you kind of get it. 2 people are fighting. You can comprehend that. But something like this, none of us could comprehend. Your first instinct is it ain't to take out your phone and start recording. your first instinct is like, I've never seen this before. What is this? Is it going to hurt me or my family?
Yeah, folks. So the testimony of this gentleman here, I believe him. I believe him what he's saying here. And then his little nephew was with him, and he said, the first time I seen this, folks, I kid you not, the first time I seen this video, the first thought, I was like, what did he say? Did he say blanky? Or did he say, I kid you not, folks, I thought about what he's saying, the account, the manifestation, these three beings, right? The characteristics. He was absolutely, trying to explain what he saw. The little boy was like, look back, look, blanky. And he was like, the gentleman was saying, hey, that's where he gets comfort. But, so we have this Miami event, this Miami account, this incident. Folks, I thought he said Viking. I thought, when I watched this video, I thought he said, look, Viking. No joke. But I can connect it. You see all these things all over the internet, right? People speculating, people having this stuff and say, hey, check this out. This is AI. Check all these things out. Just make up stuff, right? But here on the Visual Disturbance channel tonight, speaking of Vikings, I got to go here, folks. Check this out. What we have here is a petroglyph. What we have here is a good old petroglyph. This is out toward the west of me. Native American petroglyphs all over the country. And I thought about it. This man's testimony, the Miami event, there's three men, so-called three dark shadow figures showing up. And I said, do we have a Genesis 6 narrative here? Do we have some type of alien abduction so-called thing, right? And I'm going to go down some rabbit holes in a little bit, but it's not speculation, folks, because I have some more petroglyphs. But check this petroglyph out. You got 5 toes here. You got 5 toes. But over here, folks, you got 6 toes. You got 6 toes, folks. And then right here, got you a wheel. Got you a wheel, folks. This is out in Arizona. I'm pretty sure this one's around Mount Graham. Mount Graham, folks, where they have a telescope called Lucifer. And look at the Indians. They got arrows shooting deer, but look at these guys. Tall figures with horns in their head. Right? Portal. There's a portal. Look. Everybody be like, well, Brown, that's just a wagon wheel. Didn't have what? I'll show you in a little bit why I don't think it is. It literally looks like CERN to me. It looks like a portal. You got 5 toes over here. You got 6 toes to the right. You got Viking-looking characters here. Viking. Hello. And we're going to pull in something here. It's going to be so compelling and mind-blowing because I have not seen anybody else speak about it. Not nobody. And you're going to hear it exclusively on Visual Disturbance. I'm not tooting my horn and getting all proud here, but I am very thankful to be able to find it and show it to you all. So check this out. Some more petroglyphs. We have this one. We have a spiral. We have, it looks like a mantis. Alien, alien, tall, long-legged, long arms. Okay? The Indians was telling us something. They're not going to take the time to make these perfectly circular petroglyphs. And then there's something here that this entity is touching. And I want to bring attention to this. It's touching something. It's touching a portal. No joke. So keep your mind on Viking. Viking, okay? Stay right there with me. The next one on the screen here, it looks like a hammer. No joke, folks. It looks like a sword or like a disc. And here we go with antenna creatures again, right? So we can't tell what the scale is because whoever is doing the rendering, the illustration, they're only putting down what they have rendered, what they saw. So I think, in my opinion, folks, petroglyphs, hieroglyphics are something for futuristic, for people to tell a story back in the day so we can actually articulate and pull all that data together and correspond it to an event or events of things. Hammer. Check that out. Got a disc-like thing. Got antennas. Next thing, you got all these people, right? And I'm not, Navajo, the Iroquois, the Cherokee. Look, I'm not putting down any of their culture or anything. That's for the record there. If anything, I respect their information and knowledge that they have passed down and some of the stuff that has been taken from these poor folks. I will say that. So here's some tall more beings here in these petroglyphs. And then you have this next one. You have the same scenario. Little people. There's little people. So keep that in focus, because we're going to be doing some mind-dropping, mic-dropping information. So we have a spiral. We have like this little mantis ant person. We have a little character right here, and we have this tall individual. It looks more like an Indian, absolutely. But then you obviously, here we go over in the corner. There's a little horn man again. Okay, so here we go. What happened in Miami and what the connection is in these petroglyphs and what the ancient days, what does it hold that this Miami, what can we peel back down and get some information here, Brian? So check this next one out. It's the same thing. So we have a spiral and we have these tall entities with horns. They're small ones and everything. They're really strange. This depiction is depicting their clothing, what they're showing here. It's crazy, right? So you're like, well, Brian, what are you thinking? And here's the one thing that got me, and we'll go back to this slide. The hammer. Y'all know where I'm going, folks. The hammer. So I thought to myself, why is there all this stuff going on here? What is going on? What do we have that we could correspond the information from? Even in, let's just say it. I'll say it here in a minute, maybe. I'm just kidding. So we have all these depictions, right? So what does it think of? We have Nephilim, we have portals, we have 6 fingers, 6 toes, all these different things, these accounts. And what could we correlate and combine with the information that has been shown without even showing, we're just showing realistic petroglyphs, right? We haven't got into the deep stuff yet. So when you look at this and you think to yourself, what is the first thing that comes to mind? Hammer, tall entities, tall individuals. And the first thing that comes to my mind, folks, is Thor. I know we're going to be talking about some films. I know we've already referenced to quite a few. Frost giants in that film. And Thor and his hammer. He has superhuman powers. Remember that. He has superhuman powers. And he comes from Asgard. And his daddy is Odin. And they have dominion. They're trying to fight off the Asgards are trying to fight off the frost giants. And see, what does that make you think of, folks? So, those petroglyphs and hieroglyphics there with the Native American petroglyphs, folks, isn't that bizarre in itself? So here I'm going to go. I'm going to go to this. Have y'all heard this narrative that happened in Miami? Okay, so stay with me. Stay with me. All the information we collected, little people, the hammer, the petroglyphs, all these things. The giant individual made an account that they seen some children doing some nefarious things, supposedly in the mall. No joke. So here's the narrative saying that they had pitchforks, basically sticks, firecrackers, all these things. But here's one that really got me. They had a spirit box. I'm not making this stuff up, folks. This was something that was going all over online, and they said there was a bunch of literally juveniles with spirit boxes in there. And I thought to myself, why in the world? You can buy these things, folks, with paranormal activity and to look into EMF reads and all that, and I could see how children would do that. I could see how young adults, your younger people, even older adults, that would get caught up in this thing and just think there's nothing to it. So, what does it make you think of? Well, the first thing I think of is this mall and the Stranger Things, like Stranger Things series. It was in a mall, if I'm not mistaken. And they're doing all kinds of weird stuff, and the plot and the narrative was in the 80s. And using all kinds of ham radios and mix of technology and card games and everything to summon things, right? So what if, hypothetically, let's just say that this was a legit, let's just say it happened. So what does it make you think of, folks? And I remember very clearly as a kid, I would watch this film all the time. I wouldn't watch it now. But the first thing I thought of was Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters, folks, in the green. Keep in mind on the green. Take note of the green. Green plasma. Okay, you have Egon. He would have all the time have a machine in his hand. It looked like a spirit box. And he's always trying to detect what Slimer or in these gateways so they could actually do their job. You know, they're doing all this stuff, and then they all go out and get deployed. And there's always this gate that opens in malls, cities, in the metropolises, and all these different places. And they would go, hey, it's called the Ghostbusters, right? So, what do you guys think about that? The green emerald tablets. I'm not going to go on a rant, but there's a lot of green symbolism here. And it has to do, and I'll say it again, I've read a long time ago in an old book talking about the Nephilim. The giants of old had crystal-like green emerald-looking cities that would shine from far off and let you know that you're getting ready to jump in the bear's den with the 15-footers. So isn't it interesting that there's a green aspect here to this? So here's the next one. Not only that, they had another one that just came out. I never watched it, but it's called Ghostbusters Afterlife. And it's the same scenario. Obviously, they had to keep the script the same, but they had these newcomers come in, and they had all the Ecto-1, reanimated and everything. Lightning coming down, same concept. Thor coming down. You remember I referenced Thor earlier. Lightning, plasma, greenish blue, right? MIB. Mentioned that the reference to that. There's blue, greens, all these things. So what is it? Stargates, portals, all these anomalies. I know that it's we're going down the rabbit hole, folks, on visual disturbance here. So it's interesting that the spirit box was actually something that they proposed that actually was going down. And I thought, okay, so if this narrative on the spirit box and the teenagers did something nefarious and they opened up a gate, then they send the whole fleet, because they knew, just like all these other anomalies that's happened on the earth, they knew that this signature dropped down in Miami. But then the information doesn't make any sense because of UFO stuff. So did a portal open up? Did the UFO show up because the portal opened up? I don't know, guys. That's all speculation. But it is something to ponder on. So Ghostbusters Afterlife, what do you guys think in the chat? What do you guys think? So the next one, I have to dive into this deep dive here. And y'all going to love this because I'm going to get to it. I know y'all are itching because you're like, Brian, aren't you going to talk about that location, the longitude, the latitude, and the concordance on that? Well, yes, I am. But we haven't got there yet. So then the next one on the list here, folks, is Warcraft. Two worlds, one home, where two worlds combined. So I thought about this. You got the orc and you got the humans. Well, guess what, folks? They have a portal. These are like Nephilim tall beings, just like they described in the narrative with the Miami situation. So guess what they have in this account of this movie that came out like in 2016? They have the Great Gate, and it's green. It's green. There's these like pod areas where they carry certain things. I'm not going to say on here, but they get the essence from something so they can get their horde of the orcs. Okay? So these giant, like Viking, characters that are orcs that want to come through gates and get people. Okay? So, isn't it interesting that they put this out in the Hollywood narrative? Isn't it interesting? And they're wanting to conquer our earthly realm. But there's wizards and sorceries and all that good stuff going on. But isn't there that going on today? But it's just called certain applications, right? So if you had a spirit box and you're able to do something nefarious and open something up, and call forth these things that would manifest and shrink down the veil that everybody keeps talking about. Because they're like, the veil must be lifting since this Miami event. And that very well might be a thing. It very well might be thinning right now in 2024. Who knows? But you have these characters, these orcs come through, and they despise humanity, right? They despise them. So they would take resources. They would take the let's just say it, Genesis 6 narrative, they would take the women and they would have offspring. And they would call them in the movie hybrids. And these hybrids would have knowledge and superhuman abilities because they was a mixed bag, so to speak. Isn't that interesting, folks? So, here's where it's going to get fun. So, what happened on those days, and what is going on with all these things? Was there stuff missing in there in the narrative? Has the Bayside Marketplace, I guess it's still opened, but what happened? Was there anybody that vanished? Did that happen? Does anybody know? I have not found any data to feel that. But we could be looking at a really huge mind control scenario. But there's more. So what's the conspiracy with the concordance at the Bayside Mall? I want to tell you guys something. This is what blew my mind. When I have to always look at what I see online. And I spent all day yesterday looking. I said to myself, hang on, I'm getting ready to have a visual disturbance. But I said all day long yesterday, I said, how come these concordants are not lining up? I put them in just like everybody else was doing. And I was like, the mall is not correct. I was like, where are you at? Like, why is the mall name not sharing? It's not showing up. So the next thing on the list, folks, we're going to go and check out the concordance on this particular area, okay? Check this out. This mall, you have this mall, right? And it's in Miami. It's the Dadeland Mall. As you can see here, I took this off of Twitter. It says the reversal coordinates of the Miami Bayside Mall, and it tells you the longitude, latitude. It gives the location. You said it. Here we are, folks. We're going to go down the rabbit hole, like I mentioned earlier. It says the location will be in the middle of Antarctica. The aliens teleported into the wrong place. And I said to myself, that just don't feel right. You can see right there, that's not the right location. I was like, that's not even the mall. So get this, we're going to go there, folks. So y'all looking forward to it? Because I sure am. I can't wait to show you guys this. So here we are. Let's get into it. Let's go to Google Earth together. So if you take that location, okay, of the Dadeland Mall, okay, the Dadeland Mall, let's go to it. Let's go to the Dadeland Mall. So the Dadeland Mall it's almost there. So whoever did this online was a genius, okay? Whoever came up with this was a genius. So here's the mall, and you can see it's on a parking garage, and this is a mall in Miami, okay? And it's called the Dadeland Mall. If you go back up the street, 9 miles and a half, precisely, somewhere in that time frame, somewhere in that realm. If you go up the road here, thank you for the donation. If you go up the road, this is where the mass like the insanity happened. This is Bayside Mall. The Bayside Mall, folks. The Bayside Mall. This is where it went down. This is where you see the footage of the so-called entity, shadow, creature, all this good stuff right here in this location. Okay? So you're saying, well, Brian, what's going on? Well, we made a mislick. Somebody out there in the realm of the Internet of Things have just said, well, there's a Miami Mall, let's click it. But here's the wild part, folks. Here's the Bayside Mall. I'll give you the coordinates on the screen so you can actually look at it. And make sure that you document this. This is the location of and I can show you another screenshot of it here. This is one moment. This is what it looks like. There is the longitude, latitude. So let's go to the Dadeland Mall. Let's make sure that we collect the data and I want to make sure that I verify this for the internet so everybody can see this broadcast and say, okay, wait, hang on a minute. I want to go to the location that was originally given online. Okay, I want to go to this location. So we're going to go there first. So we just did, and I've got it logged in. Okay, let's see. let's go to it real quick. Let's go back to the Dadeland Mall. So here's the Dadeland Mall. It's 9 miles. It's like 9.5 miles, something like that, roughly 10 miles. So it's a parking garage, and this is a huge facility. So get this. I'm going to reverse them. So obviously I'm going to reverse. I'm going to reverse. Not this one that's on the screen. That one is not the right coordinates. So I'm going to go back and use the one that was on the slide that I showed a minute ago. And let's see. This one up here. Oh. This one up here. So you can see if you reverse it. So we're going to use the same one. And we're going to reverse it. Okay? We're going to reverse and we're going to click on it. And we're going to go there. So here's the location. Out in the middle of nowhere. Out in the middle of nowhere. But here's the kicker, folks. This is where it gets fun. This is where it gets fun. So I can take the new one, the actual location, and it mirrors it. I mean, duh. But, like I said, whoever done this was a complete genius. So here's the kicker. So if you take this location, that takes you back to, the Bayside Mall. So here, let's go to the Bayside Mall here. Let me get the Bayside Mall concordance here. So the Bayside Mall, if I click the same coordinates, let's see here. Let me pull it up here. No, messing up. Let's see. Let's pull it up, and it's this one right here that I'm going to put in on the bottom. And I'm just going to click it in the search bar. The one that's on the screen, y'all can do it with me if you want to. Precisely like I have it on the screen. And it's going to take you back to the Bayside Mall. Okay? Not the Dadeland Mall. This is where all the action, this is where the Independence Day alien invasion happened in Miami, right? But if you reverse them, okay, and you put this one in, this is where it gets crazy. Okay? This is where it gets crazy. Let me put them back in. Let me get the right. Let me put them in and reverse it. When I reverse it, this is where it's going to get fun, folks. This is something I found and nobody else has found it. I just could not believe that this is something that's going on. So I'm going to put in reverse from Bayside Mall, and I'm going to go back to, guess what, folks? You have it. You have it, folks. Look, see my two tacks here? Check this out. They're 9.5 miles apart from each other. Okay? So whoever made the little mislick, it still goes to Antarctica. Okay? But here is where the jaw drops. I was like, what is going on in my mind, Brian? So I've gave you all Thor, Vikings, giants, aliens, all that good stuff, UFOs flying over, and then I was like, what? I couldn't last all day yesterday. I said, I don't care how long it takes me to scour all through the area, okay? I said, I'm going to find something, because I know there's a bunch of stations down here. I know there's all kinds of, weirdness going on up in Antarctica, but you can't make this stuff up. So get this, folks. Watch this. So you see my two tags here? It's giving you the concordance to the Bayside and the Dadeland Mall, right? I'm going to take you somewhere. It's 200 miles away, but it's just a piece of snow. You're going to see this. Check this out. This is where it gets fun. It's where it gets real fun. Check this out, folks. As you can see, there's something called Dome F. What's the Dome F, folks? What do you guys think? What do you guys think?
The book of Isaiah is widely known as one of the most important prophetic books ever. But virtually unknown is the existence of a message directly to the end times remnant of Israel. Those who have been called out of the world, who believe in Messiah Yeshua, and have been given a direction to come back to the old paths.
to following the commandments with our whole hearts, as it was prophesied to happen in Deuteronomy chapter 30. When this happens, the regathering soon follows. Until that time, this message from Isaiah recaps our awakening, how and why Yahweh did it, and is filled with knowledge and instructions for us as we wait that day. Welcome, brothers and sisters. Tonight is a special broadcast with a reading and breakdown of the book of Isaiah. You know, what's so interesting about the word, you can read the same chapters or verses dozens or even hundreds of times, and then one day, the Most High just turns on the lamp of understanding and it all clicks. Sometimes he's just waiting for you to read another passage elsewhere. Then you come back, and it all makes sense. For me, this is what happened a few weeks ago, reading through Isaiah. What I believe Yahweh has shown is there is a special message hidden within Isaiah chapters 41 through 66, specifically for the end times remnant. Within this message, we will see how and why Yahweh woke us up, how it was done so suddenly. We also get confirmations of the path of righteousness that for many of us are freshly walking out, alongside our faith in the true Messiah, Yeshua. We get hope for what's to come and instructions directly for us as we wait his return. Hallelujah. Before we begin, I want to point out a few things. The message doesn't read directly in order, and we will be pausing quite a bit, honestly, to cross-reference many other books of Scripture. But honestly, no wonder. This is how Yahweh has hidden these matters for centuries. Remember, it is the glory of Elohim to conceal things, but the honor of kings to search them out. Proverbs 25:2. We will be reading through a mixture of translations, as I don't believe there's any perfect ones in English today. The whole study was conducted with cross-references in the Hebrew and Greek languages to confirm the understanding and a full depth of each verse. We will be reading from the Sefer, the KJV, the Septuagint, and others. As we read through, we will be speaking the Kodesh set-apart names of the Father and the Son. As on this channel, we desire to reverence and esteem the truth of the beauty of the true names. Through thy precepts, I get understanding. Therefore, I hate every false way. Psalm 119, 104. And one more verse before we get started. Then they that feared Yahweh spake often to one another. I think that's going on right now. And Yahweh hearkened and heard it, and a book of remembrance was written before him for them that feared Yahweh, and that thought upon his name. And they shall be mine, saith Yahweh Sebaoth, in that day when I make up my jewels, and I will spare them, as a man spareth his own son that serveth him. Then shall ye return, and discern between the righteous and the wicked, between him that serveth Elohim, and him that serveth him not. Welcome, brothers and sisters, and Shabbat Shalom to you. This is, I think, honestly, we're going to be one of the most important live streams that I might do. You know, a lot of the information will honestly just be a comfort in that it's a confirmation of the direction that we're heading with our faith, the direction that we're heading away from the world, and more to be more conformed like the image of Yeshua. Let me make sure the sound is working all right before I get too far. Forgive me. Had a lot of technical difficulties lately. Okay, looks like everything's working okay. All right, sounds good. Looks good. Thank you. Okay, I don't want to delay. This is going to be a multi-part series. Again, we're going to be reading Isaiah 41 through 66. I don't know how far we're going to get tonight. I really want to get to chapters 48 and 49 because that is where it's like some of like just the meatiest meat, and this is like goosebump stuff. I'm telling you, once you see what I'm talking about, man, I mean, some of this stuff is just so heavy in a good way that I hope we get there. But I'm not rushing, so if we don't get there tonight, we will get there next week. And for those of you that were hoping to continue on the Jubilee stream, listen, we make plans, but Yahuwah directs them. And I just honestly, this hit me like a ton of bricks, and I knew that he wanted me to take a pause on Jubilees and go through this. So this could take 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I'm not sure, but I know that this is priority right now. So I pray that this is a blessing to you. And a couple of other things before we get started, just because this is part one, so I really want to set the stage for this. I don't know everything. I really don't. I'm just a student of the Word, and I think He's shown me a lot, but I just certainly don't know everything. And so this will be a great series. Honestly, if I've missed something, or if you strongly believe that I've misinterpreted something, this is a great one to. I mean, we always should go through the comments and sharpen each other, but really this one, because this is a really, really special message. I really feel like that He's literally talking to us in these last days through this message, and I just hope that it's a big a blessing for you as it was for me to go through it. So again, I don't know everything. I may miss some stuff. This is a great opportunity for us to grow together. But nevertheless, I don't want to. I don't want to waste too much time because I really want to get to some interesting stuff. We're going to start at chapter 41, and we may go back and review some things. But again, a lot of cross-referencing through other scriptures. Have patience with me because there's a ton of notes here because I didn't want to miss anything. So I'm going to be reviewing my notes as we go. And man, I'm just so excited. So let's just do a quick prayer before we get started, and let's get into it. And I'll stop delaying. As our recently departed brother Alan would always say, I miss him. Let's bow our hearts. Oh, Heavenly Father, Abba, Yahuwah, we just come before you in Yeshua's name, your word. Thank you for your word. It is truly a lamp to our feet in this dark, dark place that we find ourselves in. What a wonderful time to be able to search your word out with all the tools that you've given us with technology. But truly, what's surrounding us is so much darkness. So we just thank you so much for your word. Just pray that you continue to open all of our eyes and ears that we may just understand your word better and grow thereby. And just again, to be more conformed to the image of Yeshua rather than that of the world. And we bless you, and we thank you, and we honor you. Amen. Okay, let's get to it. Let me get the screen share up. And okay, looks like everything's working right.
니네 창피하지도 않냐? 응? 아니, 마녀 소리 듣는 걔 말고도 누구 자식인지 모르는 니네 나라 대표에서
Man, this is maxing out my CPU. I'm not sure why. I hope it's not skipping and all over the place. Is it delayed? Is it delayed? Oh, okay. Hopefully it's okay. All right. Enough excuses. Let's go. Let's do this. I'm excited.
무슨 나라가 이래?
We're going to start at Isaiah 41:8. Don't worry. We're going to go back to 41, 1 through 7. And again, just remember, have patience. If you're looking for just a straight read through, there's tons of resources out there. This is not going to be a straight read through. We're going to stop a lot. So please have patience with me, but it's important that we break these things down. Isaiah 41:8. But you, Yashrael, this is a Hebrew word for Israel, are my servant, Yaakov, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend. So we're going to stop right here at this first verse because we need to solidify this point. Most of you in here already are familiar with this, but brothers and sisters, we have our brethren waking up, brethren and sisters. We have brothers and sisters waking up every single day. So we need to continue to talk about the very, very basics of who we are. So let's break this down. So he's saying, but you, Israel, are my servant, Jacob, another name for Israel, whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend. So he's connecting the seed of Abraham with Israel and Yaakov. It's the same thing. It's all the same thing. And thankfully, the Apostle Paul breaks this down for us very well. We're going to start with Galatians 3:26 through 29. And again, as I read through this, I will be using this set apart names rather than the others. Galatians 3:26 through 29. For ye are all the children of Elohim by faith in Messiah Yeshua. For as many of you as have been baptized into Messiah have put on Messiah. There is neither Jew nor Greek. There is neither bond nor free. There is neither male nor female. For you are all one in Messiah Yeshua. And if you be Messiahs, then are ye Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise. So let's back up. So if we are the seed of Abraham, guess what? We're Israel. We're Jacob. Hallelujah. And another thing, this honestly busts wide open the great deception that's going on, that's been in the works since it's been in the works for a long time, but out in the open since the late 1800s with the Zionist movement and the creation of the political state of Israel, and with the change of doctrines in the mid 1800s with dispensationalism. There's this teaching that you've got a difference between Jews and Gentiles, saying that those that believe in Messiah and that weren't born Jews are just Gentiles. It's a bunch of nonsense. Paul busts that wide open right here. He's saying to you right now, there's no Jew, there's no Greek, there's no Gentile. There's neither bond nor free, there's neither male nor female, for you're all one in Messiah Yeshua. So bust that deception wide open. Let's continue on. Speaking of those that live in that state, listen, I don't hate those people. A lot of you know my family lives there. A lot of my family lives there. I don't hate those people, but we have to realize who is who in the end times. Romans 11:17 through 21. And if some of the branches be broken off, and thou, being a wild olive tree, wert grafted in among them, and with them partakest of the root and the fatness of the olive tree. So basically saying that some of the branches were broken off. Those that denied Messiah, Yeshua, have been broken off from the family of Israel. Could any of them right now repent and believe and be grafted back in? Yeah, he says that here in just a second. Absolutely. But we have to realize that who those people are. This rabbinical Judaism, you just wiki it for yourself. Those are the children of the Pharisees and Sadducees. So, but at the same time, we're not to boast against the branches that were broken off. But if thou boast, thou bearest not the root, but the root thee. Thou wilt say then, the branches were broken off that I might be grafted in. It's true. He said, well, because of unbelief, they were broken off. So again, they don't believe in Messiah Yeshua. They're broken off. They're not his people. Those are not his people. You are his people. You that believe in Messiah Yeshua, you are his people. You are Israel. And thou standest by faith, be not high-minded, but fear. For if Elohim spared not the natural branches, take heed lest he also spare not thee. This is something that I've had to back away from, because I've been so zealous about who is who, about us being Israel, about us being grafted in, whether some of us are blood relatives of the tribes of Israel. A lot of you know that I believe that a lot of the lost 10 tribes are living here in America. So some of us may be the remnant of blood relatives. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where we came from. What matters is where we are now because of our faith in Messiah Yeshua. A couple other things, Paul breaks this down for us, and we'll move forward from knowing that you are Israel. Ephesians 2:11 through 13. Wherefore remember that ye being in past time Gentiles in the flesh. So he's saying that you were once Gentiles who are called uncircumcision by that which is called the circumcision in the flesh made by hands. That at that time ye were without Messiah, being aliens from the commonwealth of Israel. So he's saying, before you were in Messiah, right, you were aliens. You were not part of Israel, and strangers from the covenants of promise, having no hope and without Elohim in the world. But now, in Messiah Yeshua, you who were sometimes or were afar off, made nigh by the blood of Messiah. Hallelujah. Thank you, Yahweh, for the blood of Messiah. So he's saying that we are made nigh to what? The house of Israel. Last verse on this. Now, this is Ephesians 2:19. Now, therefore, ye are no more strangers and foreigners, but fellow citizens with the saints and of the household of Elohim. You're not Gentiles. You're not. You're the house of Israel. Hallelujah. Okay, so let me close this tab. I got a billion tabs open. One of these days, I'm going to listen to Justin and just use one tab. This is probably why my CPU is maxed out. Okay, so let me just, let's see, take a look. Okay. Isaiah, see, we took like 5 minutes on one verse, so I don't know how far we're going to get tonight. But again, as much as I want to get to 48 and 49 tonight, I am not going to rush this. This is so important. Isaiah 41:9. You whom I have taken from the ends of the earth, and called you from the chief men thereof, and said unto you, you are my servant. I have chosen you, and cast you not away. He's talking about you, brothers and sisters. He's saying from the ends of the earth. This isn't talking about regathering the Jews from Babylon. He's talking about he's taking us all. He's gathering us all from the ends of the earth, from the four corners. We'll talk about that a little bit later, about the corners. But he's talking about all of us. We're spread all over the place. And what a beautiful time for us to be alive, that we can fellowship like this and grow together from literally every corner of the earth. Because of this, because of these days, I've got brothers and sisters, I've got friends in Alaska, in China, in Sweden, in Finland, in the Philippines, South America, I mean, everywhere. Europe, of course. The Middle East, of course. We're all over the place. So he's saying he's taken us from everywhere. He says, fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your Elohim. He's like, I will strengthen you. Yea, I will help you. Yea, I will uphold you with the right hand of my righteousness. And for a lot of us, this hasn't been easy. For a lot of us, since coming to the full truth, our walk and our life has gotten a little harder. But every day that passes, he strengthens us a little more. Even Yeshua said, I pray that you don't take them out of the world, right? And that's not what we should pray for, but that he strengthens us for what's to come. And here, this is for the future of when all these things go down. He's gonna have some things to say about those that were against us. And I'm in talking about his people as a whole, just the rulers of this earth, the kings and the mighty, as Revelation says, of this earth that have rule for now. Behold, and honestly, our brothers and sisters that don't understand the path that we're on, and if you're new to this channel, that path that we're on is that we believe in Messiah Yeshua with all of our heart, all of our soul, and all of our mind, and we want to keep his commandments. We know that Messiah said that on these two commandments hang all the law of the prophets, that we love Elohim with all of our heart, soul, and mind, and that we love our neighbor as ourselves. On these two hang all the law of the prophets. That doesn't mean it does away with. That just means that you can summarize everything in the Torah by those two precepts, because literally everything branches out into that. Those two commandments of Messiah, they get explained a little further by the 10 Commandments. The first 5 tell us how to love Elohim, to love Yahweh Most High. The last 5 tell us how to love our neighbor. And then you get into the Torah, and guess what? It just explains it more and more in more detail. Because guess what? We need it. Because if we don't have these instructions, then we're left to practice what we've been taught from our parents and what the world teaches us. And that is contrary to sound doctrine. Behold, so he's saying, all those that were against us, and they that strive with you shall perish. You shall seek them and shall not find them. And this is why we have to be so patient with our brothers and sisters that talk evil about the commandments and talk evil about the Torah, saying it's done away with, it's garbage, it's bondage. We got to have patience with them. We're not to talk ill about them. We have to have patience with them. You shall seek them and not find them, even them that contended with you. They that war against you shall be as nothing, and as a thing of naught. And there's tons of scriptures that we're going to read through this series about the rulers and the mighty of this world and what their destiny is. It's not good. I used to hate them, but honestly now I feel bad for them. I mean, they are going to have so much torment that who knows? We might even ask him for mercy on them. Although it probably doesn't work like that. He probably doesn't give us that option. Okay, sorry, I'm just checking my notes real quick. Okay, for verse 13, for I, Yahweh Elohika, will hold your right hand, saying unto you, fear not, I will help you. And seriously, what do we have to fear? We really don't. For those of you that have been around this channel for a while, you know that I believe for the end times remnant, the set apart people, the called out assembly, those that have faith in Messiah Yeshua and are keeping his commandments, I believe that there will be protection, and I believe that he will take us out of this. As it says in, I think, Luke 21:36, pray ye always that ye be accounted worthy to escape all these things that are coming to pass and to stand before the Son of Man. And there's a ton of other passages we can look at, but that's the first thing that comes to mind. Also, the Church of Philadelphia that everybody wants to be a part of, but when you really dig into that, you'll see that they were actually keeping the commandments and had faith. So I do believe that there is a rescue, per se. When that is, who knows? I have no idea. But even if we are to suffer, even if we are to put in prison, even if we are to lose our lives in this world, if you're not, it doesn't matter. Because we'll be accounted worthy of the first resurrection. We pray that we'll be accounted worthy. I can't say who is and who isn't. That's up to him. That's not my judgment. But really, even if we die, what's to fear? Really. Fear not, ye worm, Yaakov. Remember, this is another word for Israel. And ye men of Yashrael, Israel. I will help you, says Yahuwah, and your Redeemer, the Holy One of Yashrael. Here's where it gets really interesting. And some of you may not agree with me here, but let's let the scriptures say what it says. Behold, I will make you a new sharp threshing instrument, having teeth. You shall thresh the mountains and beat them small, and shall make the hills as chaff. You shall fan them, and the wind shall carry them away, and the whirlwind shall scatter them. And ye shall rejoice in Yahweh, and shall glory in the Holy One of Yashrael. He's saying right here that we're his army. But at the same time, why would we even question that? And the reason I'm saying this is because I've been talking about this for over a year. A lot of people are thinking that I'm bloodthirsty or I'm ready to just go knock people down. Listen, I'm ready to do whatever he says. Just like in the old days when he said, go in this city and kill everything. Are we not ready to listen to the Most High if he says that again? And again, why should this be news? We know, a lot of us know this is very common knowledge, even in churchianity, that Joshua, the story of Joshua and the Israelites, that was a foreshadow of Yeshua and his saints going around and knocking people out of the land. We know Ecclesiastes 1:9 says there's nothing new under the sun. What's happened before will happen again. I'm paraphrasing. History repeats itself. Let's look at some scriptures to back this up. Micah 4:13, arise and thresh, O daughter of Zion. It's you. That's us. For I will make thine horn iron, and I will make thy hoofs brass, and thou shalt beat in pieces many people. And I will consecrate their gain unto Yahweh, and their substance unto Yahweh of the whole earth. Here it is. He's saying that we're going to be that force. Jeremiah 51:19-23. The portion of Yaakov is not like them, for he is the former of all things, and Israel is the rod of his inheritance. Yahweh Tsevaoth is his name. It's not the Lord. I mean, you know what? While we're here, let me just do this real quick. I want to show you what this translation is just really quickly, just while we're here. Every time we call him Lord, oops, that's not the right verse. Where were we? Oh, it's because I'm in the Sefer. Oops. Yeah, the Lord of hosts. Oh, Micah. That's right. We're in Micah. No. Okay, never mind. I apologize. I should have had this set up earlier. Any case, for multiple times when the word Lord is used, it's the Hebrew word Baal. Do with that as you please. But this again is why we use his set apart name. So he's talking about Israel, the rod of his inheritance. So you are my battle axe and weapons of war. There it is again. For with thee will I break in pieces the nations, and with thee will I destroy kingdoms. This is from the prophet Jeremiah. There was no more conquests after this. Sure, you had the Maccabees that took back a part of their land, but this is an end time statement right here, as we'll continue to see. And with you will I break in pieces the horse and his rider, and with thee will I break in pieces the chariot and his rider. With thee also will I break in pieces man and woman, and with thee will I break in pieces old and young, and with thee will I break in pieces the young man and the maid. I will also break in pieces with thee the shepherd and his flock, and with thee will I break in pieces the husbandman, and his yoke of oxen, and with thee will I break in pieces the captains and rulers. Brothers and sisters, are you ready for this? If he calls upon us to do these things, will you say, oh, no, I can't take part in this? Are we at a point to where we trust him no matter what he says? And I hope that we would. I hope with everything that's going on, if he gathers us, brings us into the wilderness, and he's like, this is what's happening, this is what we're going to do, follow me. I hope that every one of you would be like, okay, let's do this. Micah 5:8, and the remnant of Jacob shall be among the Gentiles, among the nations. So spread out. In the midst of many people, as a lion among the beasts of the forest. So he's saying that we're like a force that is like hidden amongst the many people. As a young lion amongst the flocks of sheep, who, if you go through, both treadeth down and teareth in pieces, and none can deliver. This is an interesting connection to 1 Thessalonians, where he says, and they shall say peace and safety, and then sudden destruction shall come upon them, and none shall escape. All right, so here's the Joel 2 army. Listen. Blow ye the trumpet in Zion, and sound an alarm in my holy mountain. Let all the inhabitants of the land tremble, for the day of Yahuwah cometh, for it is nigh at hand. A day of darkness and of gloominess, a day of clouds and of thick darkness. As the morning spread upon the mountains, a great people and a strong, there hath not been ever the like. So this is bigger than the, probably 2+ million that came out of Egypt. I think there was, in the book of Numbers, it was like 620,000 males over 20 ready to fight. So he's saying there's never been something like this, neither shall be any more after it, even to the years of many generations. This is a description of that army. A fire devoureth before them, and behind them a flame burneth. The land is as the Garden of Eden. This is, what land is he talking about? What land is he always talking about? This is his set-apart land that's being trodden underfoot by the Gentiles right now, the unbelievers. The land is as the Garden of Eden before them, and behind them a desolate wilderness, yea, and nothing shall escape them. So remember, here we go again. This is what Paul was talking about. Nothing shall escape. Sudden destruction. The appearance of them is as the appearance of horses, and as horsemen so shall they run. I believe that this army, Again, I believe it's the remnant of Israel that would be gathered. I believe they have glorified bodies, but I may be wrong. Like the noise of chariots on the tops of the mountains shall they leap, like the noise of a flame of a fire that devoureth the stubble, as a strong people set in battle array. Before their face the people shall be much pained. All faces shall gather blackness. I didn't connect this earlier, but this is almost a direct connection to Isaiah 13. They shall run like mighty men. They shall climb the wall like men of war. And they shall march every one in his ways, and they shall not break their ranks. Neither shall one thrust another. They shall walk every one in his path, and when they fall upon the sword, they shall not be wounded. So they can't die. So again, glorified bodies. And for those of you that may be confused, I do believe the scriptures say clearly that the day of Yahuwah, the first resurrection, is the day when this happens. I believe it's also the day that New Jerusalem, whether it's down on the ground or whether it's hovering in the air, don't know exactly how that works, but I believe all that happens on that day. I can probably reference you a ton of videos to look that up, but we'll talk about that more as we continue to read through Isaiah. They shall run to and fro in the city. They shall run upon the wall. They shall climb up upon the houses. They shall enter in at the windows like a thief. The earth shall quake before them. The heavens shall tremble. The sun and the moon shall be dark. Now we're talking about Revelation 6 stuff. And the stars shall withdraw their shining. And Yahuwah shall utter his voice before his army, for his camp is very great. For he is strong that executeth his word. For the day of Yahuwah is great and very terrible. And who can abide it? And honestly, no wonder, once again, this was literally prophesied in the very first page of prophecy. The book of Enoch tells about this story, about how Yeshua comes with his saints to execute vengeance. And this is everything we've been talking about now. I'm just going to read from the Jude version, because Jude literally quotes Enoch 1, is either Enoch 1:8 or Enoch 1:9. I think it also depends on the version. In the Sefer version, it's chapter 2, verse 1. Nonetheless, this is what he says. Jude 1:14 through 15. And Enoch also, the seventh from Adam, prophesied of these, saying, Behold, Yahuwah cometh with 10,000 of his saints. This is his saints. This is not angels. This is 10,000s of his saints. I believe it's the 144,000. We'll talk more about that later, because this 144,000 will come up a little bit later. You have to realize that the 144,000, I believe, are those that are alive, are taken up as a first fruit, that with them comes a mixed multitude. Just like we saw when they came up out of Egypt, you had the men were numbered for war, 620,000-ish, but a mixed multitude followed with them. So I also believe that those that are not part of the 144,000 are also taken at the same time, but just not part of this army. Because it says 10,000s of his saints. If it said hundreds of thousands, it wouldn't be the 144,000s, but 10,000s of his saints. To do what? To execute judgment upon all, and to convince all that are ungodly among them of all their ungodly deeds which they have ungodly committed, and of all their hard speeches which ungodly sinners have spoken against him. This is literally one of the earliest prophecies. This is like the second prophecy. The first one is that the Most High would come down and tread upon the earth. And again, in Enoch 1, it states that that book that he wrote thousands of years ago wasn't for his generation, but he said, no, but for a remote one that will be living in the end times. So, hallelujah, hallelujah to that. Oh, let's stop there. Okay, let's go back. So again, he's going to make us a new sharp threshing instrument. We shall thresh, beat them, make the hills as chaff. You shall fan them. You shall glory in the Holy One of Yisrael. So, again, brothers and sisters, I believe the end times remnant is this destructive force from Yahuwah. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Isaiah 41:17. When the poor and needy seek water, and there is none, and their tongue fails for thirst, I, Yahuwah, will hear them. I, the Elohai of Yisrael, will not forsake them. I will open rivers in high places, and fountains in the midst of the valleys. I will make the wilderness a pool of water, and the dry land springs of water. I will plant in the wilderness the cedar, the shittah tree, and the myrtle, and the oil tree. I will set in the desert the fir tree, and the pine, and the box tree together, that they may see and know and consider and understand together that the hand of Yahweh has done this, and the Holy One of Yisrael has created it. So there's a lot to unpack here in these 4 verses. First off, a lot of us were hungry and thirsty. Why? Because before a lot of us found the truth on YouTube, or even I know there's also some good local congregations, but for a lot of us, we grew up in religion. Some of us grew up in the Catholic Church or the Protestant Church. Some of us grew up in rabbinical Judaism. There's nothing there, not even the milk sometimes. It's just tickle the ear stuff. So a lot of us were thirsty and hungry. He satisfied us with food and drink, spiritual food and drink, of course. But what this passage, these 4 passages or 4 verses are really talking about is he's talking about when he gathers us in the wilderness, because there is a time he's going to gather us again. Did I put those verses in here? I'll have to add them. Let's see. I want to actually add those real quickly. Did I add them? Let's see. 20, 33 through 38. Okay. Let's take a look. Okay, so let's talk about being brought into the wilderness. It's prophesied. It's in Ezekiel 20, verses 33 through 38. As I live, saith Yahweh Elohim, surely with a mighty hand, and with a stretched out arm, and with fury poured out, will I rule over you. And I will bring you out from the people, and I will gather you out of the countries wherein ye are scattered. Again, we talked about this earlier. We're scattered all over the place, the 4 corners of the earth. With a mighty hand, and with a stretched out arm, and with fury poured out. We were just talking a lot about this with the army. And I will bring you out into the wilderness of the people. So again, this is what we're talking about here. He will plant in the wilderness. Now listen, it'll get interesting here in a second. And there will I plead with you face to face, like as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt, so will I plead with you, saith Yahweh Elohim. Again, this didn't happen again after the taking away from Egypt thousands of years ago. This is a future prophecy that has not happened yet. So he's basically saying, like as he did before, bringing them into the wilderness, it's going to happen again. Are we going to be tested like them? Maybe. Maybe he's going to have tests for us, like our forefathers were tested and failed. But with everything we know now, how can we fail? Listen. And I will cause you to pass under the rod, and I will bring you into the bond of the covenant. Listen to this. For those of you out there that don't think his commandments, his Torah is important, that he's talking about bringing everybody, right? And I will purge out from among you the rebels. What's a rebel, right? Someone that doesn't follow his ways, that transgresses his ways. And them that transgress against me, I will bring them forth out of the country where they sojourn. So he's like, I'll bring them. Even if they're transgressors, even if they're rebels, I'll bring them. And they shall not enter into the land of Israel, and ye shall know that I am Yahuwah. Wow. Does that mean he's going to bring many that call upon the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, but will not enter because they are rebellious? Is that the same scenario we see in Matthew 7:21 through 23? So where he says, many shall say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name, and in thy name have cast out many devils, and in thy name have done many wonderful works? I'm trying to quote. And then what is he saying? And then Yeshua says, and then I will say unto them, away from me, I never knew you. Depart, you workers of iniquity, you lawless people. We see it also in Matthew 25, 1 through 13, with the wise and foolish virgins. When the wise enter, and there's a teaching I did maybe a week or two ago that discusses the wise and foolish virgins very, very in depth. I believe all the virgins were believers in Messiah. They confess Messiah. But I believe the wise are those that follow him, keep his commandments, and I believe the foolish don't. And you see the same thing. The foolish they're going to, they have to go buy the oil, right? And they come back and the door's shut. They're like, Lord, Lord, open to us. And he's like, I don't know you. 1 John 2:3 says, Herein is how we know that we know him, if we keep his commandments. He that saith, I know him, and keepeth not his commandments, is a liar, and the truth is not in him. So getting back to specifically here, so basically saying that in the wilderness, in the desert, he's going to make everything bloom. It says in Ezekiel 36:33-36, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, In the day that I shall have cleansed you from all your iniquities, this is that day that he brings us together, I will also cause you to dwell in the cities, and the wastes shall be builded. So if you haven't seen my video, Ezekiel 36, End Times Israel, listen, I don't know if it happens at the same time, what the timing is, but the land of Israel as we know it right now is going to be leveled. And it's going to cause a lot of people to stumble, especially because most pastors, because they come out of the same seminaries as there's theologians that all get taught the same doctrine because they're all owned by the same people. The Jesuits have been working on this for a long time, brothers and sisters. Listen, I hate giving the adversary credit, but listen, he's a lot smarter than you and I in a lot of things. He's not that smart because he decided to rebel against the Most High, but listen, if you don't think he knows what he's doing to lead people astray, he's been doing it for centuries. How do you think Israel kept being led astray? Because Satan enters these people and leads them astray. Nothing has changed. So again, I will also cause you to dwell in the cities, and the wastes shall be builded. It's going to be laid desolate. Here we go. And the desolate land shall be tilled, whereas it lay desolate in the sight of all that pass by. We see this in Revelation. All that pass by and wag their head and say, oh, what this great city has been destroyed. And they shall say, this land that was desolate is become like the Garden of Eden, and the waste and desolate and ruined cities are become fenced and are inhabited. Then the heathen that are left round about you shall know that I, Yahweh, build the ruined places and plant that was desolate. I, Yahweh, have spoken it, and I will do it. So again, he's saying that those around will know that he did it. He says right here, then the heathen that are left around you shall know that I, Yahweh, did it. He says it right here. That they may see and know and consider and understand together that the hand of Yahweh has done this, and the Holy One of Yisrael has created it. Forgive me, I'm a little thirsty. Okay. Isaiah 41:21 through the end of 41 is not really too relevant for what we're talking about. I was considering just stopping here and moving to 42, but I'm just going to read through because again, this is I want to read through 41 through 66, even if its stuff doesn't apply to us or apply to the overall message that I'm trying to put forth. Still, just going to read through it. Produce your cause, says Yahweh. Bring forth your strong reasons, says the King of Yaakov, the King of Jacob, the King of Israel. Let them bring forth and show us what will happen, and let them show the former things, what they will be. This is like a taunt almost to the nations, to the Gentiles, right? He's like, let them. So I guess actually this does apply. Let them bring forth and show us what will happen. Let them tell us what will happen, or even tell us the former things, what they be, that we may consider them and know the latter end of them, or declare the things for us to come. Right? So he's like, hey, let's him do it. Show the things that are to come hereafter, that we may know that you are Elohim. So this is lowercase Elohim. So this is like lowercase g gods. Yea, do good or do evil, that we may be dismayed and behold it together. Behold, ye are of nothing, and your work of naught. An abomination is he that chooses you. I have raised up one from the north, and he shall come. From the rising of the sun shall he call upon my name. And he shall come. So we're going to continue to see this about his name, his name, his name. His name is so important. Yahweh, the Father. But and this is kind of confusing, in a lot of senses, Yahweh of the Old Testament, we see is actually the manifestation is Yeshua, because the Father is not manifested here. The Son is the express image. The Son, for those of you that may be new to the channel, what myself and Brother Justin, what we believe is that Yeshua, the Son, is what manifested, what was in the burning bush, who was on the mountain on Mount Sinai with Moses. He was the pillar of cloud by day and the fire by night. He was the glory that showed upon the ark, and so on and so forth, all throughout. And every time you see in the prophets, and it says, "And the word of Yahweh came unto me, saying," for those of you that may be used to the old terms, "and the word of the Lord came unto me, saying," that's Messiah Yeshua every time. He's the word, right? And the word of Yahweh came unto me. He's the word, right? And said such and such. So, anyways, so he shall call upon my name. He shall come upon the princes as upon mortar, and as the potter treads clay. Who has declared from the beginning that we may know, and before time that we may say, He is righteous. Yea, there is none that shows. Yea, there is none that declares. Yea, there is none that hears your words. The first shall say to Sion, Behold them, and I will give to Jerusalem, this is Jerusalem, one that brings good news. And this is, a lot of times in prophecy, this is where a lot of theologians get messed up. And what I meant to say earlier is a lot of these pastors, a lot of people will be confounded when that land gets laid desolate, because they're applying a lot of these end times prophecies about Jerusalem, which is actually talking about New Jerusalem that comes down, renewed Jerusalem that comes down. So when they read verses in Zechariah that, anyone that burdens himself with Jerusalem shall be cut off, and Jerusalem shall be a burdensome stone to all. This is New Jerusalem when it comes down. This is not that land over there. That's why it's so confusing. And honestly, I think a lot of people will question the authenticity of the scriptures when that goes down, because we know that these pastors are they going to back up on what they believed? We know that there's a lot of pride there. What are they going to say? They believe that land is the land that's prophesied in all these prophecies. It's not. So this Jerusalem is a new Jerusalem, one that brings good news. For I beheld, and there was no man, even among them. There was no counselor, that when I asked for them, could answer a word. Behold, they are all vanity. Their works are nothing. Their molten images are wind and confusion. And we're going to see a lot here about idols, molten images. And remember that back in those days, they went astray from the Most High by literally bowing down to these images. And we also know that there's a lot of religions out there that still literally bow down to golden images, wooden statues. We know that the Catholic Church is rampant for this. The Pope literally bows down to the statue of Mary, kisses her, burns incense in front of it. And no wonder, they changed the 10 Commandments. They completely removed the no graven image commandment. You don't believe me? Look it up for yourself. Look up the Catholic 10 Commandments. And so that there was still 10, they take number 10, coveting, and they break it up into two, where you shouldn't covet this and you shouldn't covet that. They also changed the remember the Sabbath day to make it holy, which we believe is the seventh day, what's commonly known as Saturday. I hate that pagan name, but just so you know what I'm talking about, they changed that command to say, keep the Lord's Day holy. Sunday is the mark of the Catholic Church, which we have done an extensive study, and we believe that the Vatican, the Catholic Church, is the beast of Revelation. So therein is your mark of the beast. For more information on that, take a look at The Beast Unlocked. It's one of the videos on this channel. Okay, so we got through one chapter, and it only took 50 minutes. So yeah, we're not going to get to 48 and 49, but a lot of this is great stuff, and it preps us for when we get to the meaty meat stuff. I'm talking about like hair raising on your arm, like just stuff that you're like, wow, this can't mean any other time than right now. He's talking to you literally. Then that's coming up. It looks like unfortunately, because we're just not going to get there tonight, unfortunately. But a lot of awesome stuff here coming up, chapter 42. I'm just going to take a look at the chat real quick and make sure. I see Justin texting me. I hope everything's okay. Okay. He was saying earlier that it was Oh, just now, actually. I'm sorry. Actually, let me look at the chat. I'm sorry. Is man, of course. Oh man. Oh, you guys didn't hear me for like 5 minutes. Oh man, what a shame. I don't know where you guys stopped hearing me. Testing, man. It stopped at Desolate Land. Yeah, this stuff is so important. I really don't want to skip it. Aaron James says that's the Desolate Land. Man, if y'all can just maybe say a quick prayer that we don't have any more of these interruptions, because this stuff is so important. Man, so let me just recap real quickly. So, Desolate Land, long story short, in Isaiah 41:17 through 20, he's talking about how that land, again, that land over there, I'm going to see if I can pop out this chat. This is like a new pop out chat. Okay, this is like the new way of doing this. And I'll try to monitor this more and see. Yeah, Jay Laurel, I knew the enemy would want to mess up this message. I knew it. All right, I won't get frustrated. Okay, so long story short, Aaron James says that you stop hearing me at the land is desolate. Oh, verse 35, and they shall say this land was desolate. Okay, so let's go back here. All right, so basically in Ezekiel 36, 33 through 36, it says, and they shall say, this land that was desolate is become like the Garden of Eden, and the waste and desolate and ruined cities are become fenced and inhabited. Then the heathen that are left round about you shall know that I, Yahweh, build the ruined places, and plant that was desolate. I, Yahweh, have spoken it and will do it. So basically, we just connected this with Isaiah because it says that the land will be made desolate. Yeah, I was buffering. Okay. I'm hardwired in with like 400 megabytes per second, so I don't know what to say. So what we're connecting here is that that land over there is going to be laid desolate. When it happens, how it happens, and who does it, that's still up in the air. I'm not exactly sure how that happens, but it will happen. And it says right here that the desolate and ruined cities will become fenced and inhabited, and the heathen, so the nations that are left round about, shall know that Yahweh build the ruined places and plant that was desolate. And we saw that here in Isaiah, that they may see and know and consider and understand together that the hand of Yahweh has done this, and the Holy One of Yisrael has created it. So that land is literally going to be cleansed by fire, by destructive force. How exactly that happens, I don't know. But before New Jerusalem comes down, New Jerusalem comes down, that's what happens. What's going on, Brother Scotty Sly? Yeah, I'm not going to let this bother me. I was just hoping it wouldn't happen. All right, so just because I was originally going to skip all this, and I guess I'm going to skip it because a lot of this didn't quite apply to the message. Just so I don't have to go back and redo all this again, I guess I'll take that as a message and say, all right, we'll skip past 21 through 26. All right. It's hard for me to watch the chat. So, Brother David or Justin, if it starts doing that again, I'll look at my phone. Just text me right away, and I'll stop and I'll try to do something on my end. right, so let's close this tab. Okay, so now chapter 42. So chapter 42 is pretty much about Messiah Yeshua. It's got prophecies about who he is, what he does, what he's prophesied to do. But remember one thing. And I'm going to be careful how I say this so you don't misunderstand me. We are to be like Messiah. He is our perfect example. So we're to walk as he walked. In 1 John 2:6 it says, those that claim him, I'm roughly quoting, those that claim him need to walk as he walked. So when we see a lot of things that he does or is prophesied to do, a lot of these things we're prophesied to do as well, or we should be doing, if that makes sense. So let's take a look. So yeah, 1 John 2:6, he that saith he abideth in him, so when it says that he's in Messiah, on himself also so to walk even as he walked. And we're going to take a look here. Okay, so Isaiah 42:1, behold my servant whom I uphold, my elect one, this is Messiah, Yeshua, in whom my soul delights. I have put my ruach upon him. He shall bring forth judgment to the other nations. He shall not cry, nor lift up, nor cause his voice to be heard in the street. Should we not be like this? I see a lot on Facebook. I see a lot of us that have been walking in the truth, getting a little high and mighty with this little bit of wisdom that he gave us, being like, I know this, I know that. You don't know this. That's not how we're supposed to be. A bruised reed shall he not break. So he's tender, okay? Now, listen, there's times that we need to be firm with people, but in general, we should be tender people. And the smoking flax shall he not quench. He shall bring forth judgment unto truth. He shall not fail, nor be discouraged, till he have set judgment in the earth, and the isles shall wait for his Torah. Now remember, his Torah is not a different Torah. His law isn't a different law. John 7:16, Yeshua answered them and said, my doctrine is not mine, but his that sent me. This is the Father's doctrine. It's the same thing since the beginning. Thus says El Yahuwah, he that created the heavens and stretched them out like an arch, and there are a lot of other verses, stretched out the heaven like an arch, the firmament, rakia, it's a hard surface. The book of Jubilees, it tells us that on the second day, it's the only thing he created. So it's this massive structure. He that spread forth the earth, and that which comes out of it, he that gives breath unto his people upon it, and the ruach, the spirit, unto them that walk therein. We know that through belief in Messiah Yeshua, he's given us the Comforter. He's given us the gift from the Father, the Holy Spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh, the set-apart Spirit. I, Yahuwah, have called you in righteousness. Now, again, this is where I'm saying that we're going to see dual fulfillments or dual meanings, not just for Messiah Yeshua, but for us as well. I, Yahuwah, have called you in righteousness, and will hold your hand, and will keep you, and give you for a covenant of the people. Now, obviously, we're not makers of this covenant, but he has called you in righteousness, and he will hold your hand. But and what also for a light of the other nations. Messiah told us. Talking about being a light to the nations. Matthew 5:14-16. Ye are the light of the world. You. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hid. Neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel, but on a candlestick, and giveth light unto all that are in the house. So he's like, you don't hide this light. You put it out in the open for others to see. Now this is different than, don't get this confused with doing your alms and your good works in front of people, like showing off, like, oh, I donated to this cause, or oh, I helped this widow, or oh, I did this, and look at all these good works I did. I did this, I did that. That's different. This is not the same thing. That's different. And listen, when you boast about that kind of stuff, like, oh, I did this or I did that, listen, your reward is that's all you get. People saying, oh, wow, great job, or oh, yeah, or whatever. That's your reward. That's it. It's over. Done with. It's when you do those good works in secret is when Yahweh sees it and rewards you openly. This is different. This is talking about the walk. This is talking about our walk in the truth, in the light, that we know that the law is the light. So he says, let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. Again, don't get this confused with things like, again, giving and other things. Keep that stuff secret. Keep it secret if you want reward from Abba Father. I want to make sure you guys know I said Abba. A lot of times people was like, why'd you say Allah? No, Abba. Abba is the Hebrew word for father. Okay, now we're going to look at that a little bit later. Okay. So we're to be a light to the other nations, and we're not going to be a light by going around beating people with the Torah and saying, you're not this, you're not that because of the Torah. Listen, it's okay for us to look at scripture that says that there's going to be a reward for those that have faith in Messiah and walk in Torah. It's okay for us to talk about these things. But to go around and boast to others, to those that aren't necessarily this understanding, Paul says it. I should have brought this up earlier, actually. I'm going to bring it up real quick. Paul really puts this in such a good way of how we're supposed to do this. For those of you that follow this channel, you've heard this a million times, but this is so basic and so important. This is 2 Timothy 2:24-26. And the servant of Yahweh must not strive. Listen, we're not to go in, and I refer to Facebook a lot because I see a lot what's going on Facebook, and it's like a mass community of our called out assembly. This happens. It also happens in the chat sometimes. It also happens in comments and YouTube videos. You see it all over the place. People striving. I know this or I know that. You don't. The servant of Yahweh must not strive, but be gentle unto all men. We can be gentle and firm, right? We can be firm on what we believe, but we're not to go around beating people. Gentle unto all men, apt to teach. That means ready to teach. And if you're not ready, don't teach anybody. Be quiet. Patient. Be patient with people. Listen, and this is for me too. I've had to do a lot of growing here. Because it hurts, it hurts when you just share something and people are like, "Oh, you're wrong. That's false doctrine. You Judaizer. I hate you." Well, I don't say that. They don't say I hate you, but that's how they talk, And that would be like put you on the defensive. You're like, "Oh man, patience, patience." And again, I'm talking to myself here. I've had to learn this quite a bit. In meekness, be meek, gentle, like Yeshua was. Certainly, there was, and people will say, Adam, you're a fool, What about Yeshua flipping over tables? Listen, there's a time and place for everything, We aren't Messiah. We're not to be going into like a church and flipping things over. That's not going to get us anywhere. In meekness, instructing those that oppose themselves. If Elohim, peradventure, will give them repentance to acknowledge of the truth, we plant the seeds. Like Paul says, one plants and one waters, but it's Yahweh that gives the increase. We don't change people's mind. We're just to plant seeds, be a good example, and be a light. And that they may recover themselves out of the snare of the devil who are taken captive by him and his will. That's how we're supposed to act. That's how we're supposed to be for a light to the nations. What else are we supposed to do? By planting seeds to open the blind eyes. Again, we don't necessarily do it, but by planting seeds, we can help. We can help being a part of this kingdom and moving the kingdom along, to open the blind eyes, to bring out the prisoners from the prison. This is all what Messiah was prophesied to do. But again, are we not supposed to walk as he walked and do as he does? To bring out the prisoners from the prison. There's people in prison. We just read that in 2 Timothy 2. That they're taken captive by the devil at his will. They're prisoners to him. And that then that sit in darkness out of the prison house. I am Yahweh. That is my name. It's not Lord. It's not God. Those are titles. His name is Yahweh. And I know there's different pronunciations, and I'm not going to get into that. If you want to learn more about the pronunciation of the name, our recently departed brother Alan Horvath, I believe that was his specialty, and that is what Yahweh gave him the most wisdom on. I don't agree with everything he teaches. Okay, just as a I don't agree with everything he teaches, but when it comes to the name, you won't find a better channel. He recently parted. The last day, at least for the calendar I follow, he passed away on the last day of Sukkot. So, in any case, his name is Yahweh. It's not God, it's not Lord. And my glory will I not give to another, neither my praise to graven images. Behold, the former things are come to pass, and new things do I declare, for they spring forth I tell you of them. So we have to realize that, listen, everything has been declared. I don't believe we're going to have any more Jeremiahs or Isaiahs or Micahs or Zephaniahs or Zechariahs. I may be wrong, but I think everything has been written down for us already. And as we know, Amos 3:7, surely Yahweh Elohim will do nothing, but he revealeth his secret unto his servants the prophets. So he's not going to do anything until things have been revealed unto his servants the prophets. So while everything has been written down, I don't think everything has been revealed. And this is why we're going to continue to study, to show ourselves approved as he continues to reveal these things for us. Here's where it gets interesting. Isaiah 42:10, sing unto Yahweh a new song. Wherever you heard this before. I'll finish this verse and we'll take a look. Sing unto Yahweh a new song, and his praise from the end of the earth. Ye that go down to the sea, and all that that is therein, the isles and the inhabitants thereof. So he's saying everywhere, spread apart, spread abroad. But where have we seen sing unto Yahweh a new song? We're going to see this quite a bit. We're going to see this theme of the 144,000 all over the place. Revelation 14:3. And they sung, as it were, a new song before the throne. Could there be multiple new songs out there? Maybe. Maybe not. And they sung, as it were, a new song before the throne and before the four beasts and the elders. And no man could learn that song but the 144,000, which were redeemed from the earth. 144,000 is not a lot of people. But at the same time, from what I do believe it's the end times remnant of Israel. And I know there's a lot of people like, oh, they got to be virgins. And we'll go over that another time. But listen, there's an explanation for all that. Anyways, so could it be that this end times remnant he's talking about is the same one and the same as the 144,000? Maybe. Let the wilderness and the cities thereof lift up their voice. The villages that Kedar inhabits, let the inhabitants of the rock sing. Let them shout from the top of the mountains. Let them give glory unto Yahweh and declare his praise in the islands. Like, when he says the islands, this is like, talking about just spread all over the earth. And, this is what we're to do. We're supposed to praise him. We're supposed to glorify him. We're going to read this passage again a little bit later, but this is really what it looks like. Again, let them give glory unto Yahweh and declare his praise in the islands. So all throughout. This is from a book called Second Ezra, also known as Fourth Ezra. This book was included in the 1611 King James, the Geneva Bible, the Tyndale. This book was considered scripture for a long time. It was in the mid-1800s when it was removed. If you want more information on that, but the Justin and Christian Truthers has a great video called The Great Bible Heist. Talks all about that movement of the mid to late 1800s with dispensationalism, where new doctrines were formed. Again, the separation of Jew and Gentile, and a lot of these books were hidden or were removed. And if you haven't seen it, I've got many studies on this book that shows directly that the Messiah quoted it directly. So 2 Ezra 2:42-47. I, Ezra, saw on Mount Zion a great multitude, which I could not number, and they were all praising Yahweh with songs. Is this that new song? Maybe. In their midst was a young man of great stature, taller than any of the others, and on the head of each of them he placed a crown. But he was more exalted than they, and I was held spellbound. Then I asked the angel, who are these, my Adonai? He answered and said unto me, these are they who have put off mortal clothing and have put on the immortal, and they have confessed the name of Elohim. Now are they being crowned and receive palms. Then I said to the angel, who is that young man who places crowns on them and puts palms in their hands? He answered and said to me, he is the son of Elohim, whom they confessed in the world. So I began to praise those. This is Ezra praising those. He's got a vision of the 144,000. So I began to praise those who had stood valiantly for the name of Yahweh. Don't tell me his name is not important. Let them give glory unto Yahweh and declare his praise in the islands. That's what we're supposed to do, brothers and sisters. He saved us. He called us unto Messiah, Yeshua. he took away our sins and he started changing us slowly but surely. Some of us very quickly, some of us are a little slower, but started taking away these sins, these flagrant sins that we were committing. And if you're new and you're newly woken up, listen, sometimes it takes time. Don't give up. Don't get back into the flesh. You mess up, get back up. You mess up after a couple days, get back up and let it be a couple weeks, or hopefully never, but if it happens again, let it be a couple weeks. Let it be months, and then let it be forever. Never to go back to them. And that can mean a million different things of what people struggle with. So if you're new, don't give up. Do not give up. Now here we go. This is Yahweh. Yahweh shall go forth as a mighty man. He shall stir up jealousy like a man of war. He shall cry, yea, roar. He shall prevail against his enemies. I have a long time held my peace. I have been still. I mean, think about this. For over 2,000 years, he's held his peace. He's been still while all this nonsense has been going on. I have been still and refrained myself. Now listen to this. Now will I cry like a travailing woman. I will destroy and devour at once. And this is Messiah Yeshua. This is the Father's will being brought out through Messiah Yeshua. The church preaches a lot of times this hippie, fun-loving Jesus that just wants to play patty cake. I'm exaggerating. I'm sorry. I should, but you know what I mean. This like hippie Jesus that that won't harm a fly. That's not the truth. This is the end times. This is when he's talking about when he's coming to and crying like a pregnant woman crying out in pain. That's what he's going to feel like. For behold, this is Isaiah 66:15-16. We're skipping ahead a little bit, but for behold, Yahweh will come with fire and with his chariots like a whirlwind to render his anger with fury and his rebuke with flames of fire. For by fire and by his sword will Yahweh plead with all flesh. And the slain of Yahweh shall be many. That's a lot of people. That's probably billions of people, brothers and sisters. We also see in another passage that Messiah Yeshua, his robes are completely red from the blood, from the treading of the winepress. When he puts in his sickle for the harvest is ripe. This is who we serve, like it or not. 42:15. I will make waste mountains and hills. We saw this earlier. So is this him doing it himself? Is this him using his army to do it? Because we all know that he gets the glory for everything. That's why he says, I do this, I do this, I do this. Could he be doing that through us? And Messiah Yeshua with his army? I don't know. But we talked about that. We saw this earlier, that he will make us as a threshing instrument in threshing the mountains and the hills and dry up all their herbs, and I will make the rivers and islands. I will dry up the pools. And I will bring the blind by a way that they knew not. I will lead them in paths that they have not known. I will make darkness light before them, and crooked things straight. These things will I do unto them, and not forsake them. So, this is what he's been doing with us now. He's been calling us into his marvelous light. And what does the scriptures say that his light is? Well, first of all, this is what he did for us. John 6:4. No man, this is Messiah speaking, no man can come to me except the Father which has sent me draw him, and I will raise him up at the last day. So, listen, nobody can come to the true Messiah. I believe there's a false Messiah being preached, especially with a recent movement that's gained a lot of attention. We're not going to talk about this tonight. Justin and I will be doing a joint stream Tuesday or Wednesday based off of this new false Jesus movement that we're seeing. This false Messiah movement that we've been seeing. So, but again, no man can come to the true Messiah except the Father first draw him. Something's pulling on my heart. Wow, that was weird. Uh-oh, what did I do? Okay. So, speaking of I will make darkness light before them and crooked things straight. We know that the way is straight and narrow, that we're not to deviate to the left or to the right. And what is light according to the scriptures? Proverbs 6:23, the wisest man before he messed up, but we all did. But the wisest man, Solomon, through the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, said, "For the commandment is a lamp." This has everything to do with the wise and foolish virgins. We see the light, lamp, oil. For the commandment is a lamp, and guess what? This is the Torah, and the Torah is light, and reproofs of instruction are the way of life. So he's been showing us, and it seems to be like this. I mean, think about it. For centuries, nobody's talking about following the commandments in Torah. I mean, maybe hundreds of years ago. But it's been a while since someone has talked about the Torah. Probably since the early church, the early apostles, once they started dying off and Rome took over the faith and hid the truth. I think it's been almost 1,700 years since people have been waking up to Torah, and then all of a sudden, in what? I mean, I've heard people they've been studying the Torah since maybe the 70s, the 80s, but 95% of those of us that understand that the Torah, that our duty is to walk in faith and belief in Messiah, which is the Word. He's the whole Word. He's not just Romans through Philemon or even Matthew through Revelation. He's the whole Word, all of it. And that's even beyond the 66 book canon, but for another time. So he's making darkness light before us. He's bringing light to us. He's showing us the truth of his Torah. It's beautiful. And guess what? We can't keep all of it. Some of it's just for priests, some of it's just for Levites, some of it's just for women, some of it's just for farmers. A lot of it has to do with sacrifices, and there's no temple. We don't have a Levitical priesthood. We have Messiah Yeshua as our priesthood under the order of Melchizedek. So a lot of it we can't keep. But guess what? People call it picking and choosing. But why wouldn't we want to keep what we can? Psalm 119:105, thy word, this is Messiah Yeshua, and this is the whole word, is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. He is lighting up the dark area, for the darkness around us, before us. That wasn't probably the best English, but you know what I mean. And again, the crooked things straight. We were all on crooked paths when we were either, some of us were atheists, some of us were, again, stuck in religion, Catholic Church, Protestant Church, Rabbinic Judaism, whatever. That was crooked. He's making things straight for us. The way is narrow and straight. He said straight is the way, and narrow is the path. These things will I do unto them and not forsake them. This is a gift, brothers and sisters, that he turns on this lamp of understanding for us, that we get to understand these things. It's a gift that we understand the goodness of his whole word. They shall be turned back, and they shall be greatly ashamed that trust in graven images, that say to the molten images, you are Elohim. And again, probably 99% of us didn't bow down to statues. I know we have some brothers and sisters that live in countries that maybe they used to bow down to Buddha or whatever. So maybe 97% of us didn't actually bow down to graven images. But what are idols in modern day? You've got celebrities, you've got movie stars, musicians, and sports stars. People look up to these, and I know what it's like, because I never really cared, much for actors and musicians. But for me, it was football. I used to love football. Listen, I used to love my team so much that if they lost, I would literally be depressed. Like, what? What kind of nonsense is that? You think they care about me? One day I had an epiphany. I'm like, why do I care so much? This is actually before I came back to the Father. I'm like, why do I care so much? I don't know. This is kind of weird. Maybe I should chill out a little bit, So I know what it's like to have idols, I used to be a Colts fan. I used to look up to Peyton Manning so much. What ridiculousness. He's just a man. So, anyways. All right. Hear ye deaf. This is Isaiah 42:18. Hear ye deaf, and look ye blind, that ye may see. Who is blind but my servant? And we're actually going to talk a little bit more about this, how he opened up our ears and opened up our eyes, but I'm going to say that for a little bit later. Who is blind but my servant, or deaf as my messenger that I sent? Who is blind as he that is perfect, and blind as Yahuwah's servant? What exactly this verse means, it's interesting. He's saying that it's obviously a metaphor. He's not talking about literally someone that's blind or that can't hear. But Yeshua did say something that if you were blind, then you would remain blameless. I'm loosely quoting, but I don't know the whole understanding of this verse exactly. Maybe it's blind and deaf to the world. Maybe, like I said, like I told you at the outset of this, I don't have all the answers on all this, but I do believe he's given me some understanding on a lot of this. So let's move on. Isaiah 42:20, seeing many things, but you observe not, opening the ears, but he hears not. Yahuwah is well pleased for his righteousness' sake. He will magnify the Torah. So this is talking about Yeshua. Yahuwah is pleased for his righteousness' sake. What is righteousness? We have to use scriptures to interpret scriptures. Thy righteousness, Psalm 119, 142, thy righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and thy Torah is the truth. So Yahweh is pleased for his righteousness' sake. He will magnify the Torah. See how this makes sense when you use the scriptures to interpret it? We see the same thing. Righteousness, Torah, the same thing. Magnify the Torah, make it honorable. And how exactly did he do that? In making it honorable, it's like we saw it in Matthew 5, he said, you've heard that it was said of old time, thou shalt not commit adultery. So he's like, okay, so, you've heard that, right? But I say unto you that he that looks upon a woman to lust after her has already committed adultery in his heart. So he's magnifying it. He's making it honorable. Yeshua actually gave us more things to consider when it comes to the Torah. He taught us not only the letter of it, but the spirit of it. So, these Pharisees and Sadducees, these people that were far from him, far from the heart of Yahuwah, sure, they weren't committing adultery, but, who's to say they weren't, looking around, looking at women, I'm not going to do it, but man, I would love to, this is, that is why he was magnifying it, making it honorable. So we saw the same thing with thou shalt not murder. He said, you've heard that it was said of old time, you shall not murder. But I say unto you, anyone that hates his brother without a cause is also guilty. Again, I'm paraphrasing, but so again, he's magnifying it and making it honorable. So it's not enough to just not murder our brother, because again, these men that were astray, they're keeping the letter of not murdering, but the spirit of it. They were not murdering someone, but they're like, oh, I hate you. You're so lucky that the command is not to murder. That's not how we're supposed to be, and that's why Yeshua came and taught us these things to magnify the Torah, make it honorable. There's no prophecy about Yeshua coming to destroy the law, and he even says it himself in Matthew 5, 17 through 19. He's like, think not. He's like, don't think. He's like, I'm telling you ahead of time. Don't think that I've come to destroy the law of the prophets. I have not come to destroy, but to fulfill. For verily I say unto you, until heaven and earth pass, not one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law, till all be fulfilled. He's told you ahead of time. Don't let these dispensationalists and these lukewarm churchianity teachers teach you that the law was just for Israel, and now we just we have faith and we're nice to people, and that's it. No. Isaiah 42:22, but this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all of them snared in holes. They are hid in prison houses. They are for a prey, and none delivers, for a spoil, and none says, restore. This is talking about a people fallen away from his commandments, from his laws. They become vulnerable. We saw that with ancient Israel. Guess what? When they went astray, the enemy came in and took them away. That's how it works. We saw it with Adam and Eve. There's one commandment. All right? You break it, you're out. When are we going to learn? And I know a lot of you that are watching this probably already have a misunderstanding. But again, we have a lot of new brothers and sisters every single week. Who among you, Isaiah 42:23, who among you will give ear to this? Who will hearken and hear for the time to come? So he's like, who? Who's going to listen? Who gave Yaakov for a spoil and Yashrael to the robbers? Did not Yahuwah, he against whom we have sinned? For they would not walk in his ways, neither were they obedient unto his Torah. So again, this is kind of repeating the same thing. Israel was taken away for their sins. So he's asking right here, who gave Yaakov for a spoil? We read in 2nd Baruch, I don't remember remember exactly the chapters, but we see that it was the Most High, that it was actually Yeshua that actually took down the gates, or he commanded the angels to do it. But they literally destroyed the gate so the enemy could come in. Loosely quoting, it says, "Come in, adversaries, for he who is guarding this place is no longer guarding it. So come on in." That's why he sent prophet after prophet. He was long suffering with them for a long time, hundreds of years. And finally, he's like, "All right, you're not going to learn. You're out of here." Therefore, he has poured upon him the fury of his anger and the strength of battle, and it has set him on fire round about. Yet he knew not, and it burned him. Yet he laid it not to heart. And this, this applies to a lot of people today. A lot of people today that trample his commandments, that trample his Torah. This is why we've got to be long suffering with our brothers and sisters. I've got a plan on my heart that Brother Gavin and I and Brother Tim have been thinking about for a couple months, and I don't know when I'll be able to get this together, but what's really been on our heart is putting together like a 5-minute presentation, 5 to 10 minute presentation, to go and see pastors all across our town, and making this repeatable, like having like a script that you can kind of memorize, so that you're not like reading off a script, because that's not going to work for anybody, but kind of give you some general guidelines so that we can do this all across the country, because it's sometimes it's a numbers game. We can talk to 200 pastors and maybe one might listen, and if he does, he has influence over how many people? 30, 40, 50, 100, 200, 500,000 people. So we want to come up with a plan where we go by twos, and we maybe call the church ahead of time and maybe schedule a meeting and just kind of lay out there, like, it's hard to do in 5 to 10 minutes, but I think we can do it. It's kind of just put enough out there to maybe have interest, and maybe have certain videos on a flash drive. So if they're interested, if they're going to open up their ear, here's this flash drive. Here's a couple of videos for you to watch, and maybe some prayer. Maybe Yahweh will open up their eyes. And I want to make this duplicatable. You know what I mean? I want to make this repeatable so that we can do this all across the country. Think about that kind of influence that could have. Because a lot of people, Justin said this when we first met. This has been a couple of years ago now. He said the people that are going to church, they're like almost all the way there. But, because of the false teachers, they're being held back. Messiah said to the Pharisees, I think it's Matthew 23. Let me just look at it. Matthew 23, I think it's 13. Yeah, here we go. "But woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites." This is the religious leaders of those times, and we've got tons of religious leaders now. So he says, "Woe to you, Pharisees and hypocrites, you religious leaders, for you shut up the kingdom of heaven against men. For you neither go in yourselves, neither you suffer them that are entering to go in." They're blocking them. Is that happening with modern day Christianity a lot? Maybe. There's another passage. He says, "You compass sea and land to make one proselyte." Yeah, here you go. Verse 15, Matthew 23, 15. "Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees," again, you religious leaders, you hypocrites, "for you compass sea and land to make one proselyte," one convert. So, think of all the missionaries. So you go all across the place, all over the place, to make one convert, and when he is made, you make him twofold more the child of hell than yourselves. Now, I don't think that necessarily bringing people to Messiah and withholding the truth of the commandments is making them the child of hell. But we can kind of see some similarities here. That again, they block them. They block them because they're not teaching the full truth. All right, are we on time? Okay, only an hour and a half in. I'm just gonna take a look at the chat real quick and make sure everything's working all right. This is the new screen. Okay, I don't see anybody complaining. What's up, Timothy Graff? What's going on, bro? Elizabeth Proverbs, Eric Padgett, good to see you. Okay. All right. Okay. So again, I hope time allows, but I really want to come up with like a game plan, like a 5 to 10 minute kind of rundown of what needs to be said to these pastors to maybe just plant that little seed. And I'm sure none of them would agree with you on the spot because there's a lot of pride there. You know, I got my degree. I went to theology school, and how dare you say that I don't have the truth? You know, so we have to present it the right way. And listen, you know, if we do get here, if we get to a point where we're doing this, and you don't have a patient spirit about you, and you're, you know, don't even do this. Don't do it because it's going to have the opposite effect. This has got to be done by somebody that can speak clearly. And listen, if you can't, if you're shy, pray about it. You know, this is something that Yahweh can change you. I was shy, very, very shy. When he put it in my heart to make this channel and speak out, I'm like, I can't make a video. And then like a year later, I can't do live streams. I'm so too nervous to talk in front of people. Like, no way. But I prayed about it, and guess what? He changed the chemical balance, or you know, whatever science says. He changed me from the inside that allowed me to do this. He can do the same with you. Trust me. Listen, I was that guy. I was in like first or second grade, and like a lot of you know, I went to Jewish private school, and I had like a major role. I'm pretty sure this was a long time ago, but I think I was Moses. And you know, we practiced it for months, and then it came like game time, right? And I was so scared that I ran off the stage, and I said, "I'm not doing this." And like the whole play was ruined. So that's where I came from, and that followed me all through high school. You know, I was always nervous to give presentations. Like I would shake, my heart would beat fast. But he changed me. So, anyways, I'm saying if this is something that we go forward with, maybe some of you can do this in your communities and spread out elsewhere. Okay, let's keep going. I don't want to stall there. I want to try to at least get through 43 tonight. So that won't be bad. 3 chapters. Man, this is going to take weeks, but this is important. This is really, really important. Okay, so Isaiah 43:1. Let me actually look at my. Okay, we can close this tab. Awesome. Okay. But now, thus says Yahweh that created you, O Yaakov, and he that formed you, O Yashrael, fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by your name. You are mine. So again, he's speaking to us, Israel, Jacob, the seed of Abraham. And again, fear not. How many times does Messiah tell us, fear not, fear not, fear not? In the Old Testament, fear not, fear not. For he has redeemed us. He has called us by name. And this sounds really similar to what he said to Jeremiah. Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew you. And before thou camest forth of the womb, I sanctified thee. I ordained thee a prophet to the nations. No, we're not prophets. Now, some would venture to say that the word prophet, nabi, means anyone that kind of reads the word and speaks of prophecies and whatnot. But listen, none of us are Jeremiah. I'm just going to put that out there. We're not Jeremiah, okay? But can we be of sorts that we can take the understanding of the scriptures that Yahweh has given us and bring it to the people? Yeah, absolutely we can. For Isaiah 43:2, when you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and through the rivers, they shall not overflow you. Think about what happened in Egypt, right? When you walk through the fire, you shall not be burned, neither shall the flame kindle upon you. Now let me ask you a question. In the book of Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, do you think they didn't know this verse? Because remember, Isaiah was written before Daniel by at least 200 years, I think, off the top of my head. Maybe 130, 150 years, somewhere around there. You don't think they knew this verse? When you walk through the fire, you shall not be burned, neither shall the flame kindle upon you. Of course they knew that. That's what they knew. That's how they were confident. Oh, if we could have that kind of confidence. I'm asking myself. I honestly am. I am not going to sit up here and tell you that, oh, yeah, I would just think of this verse and I wouldn't be scared. Like, yeah. Listen, we need to get to a point where Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were when they were getting ready to be thrown into the fire. And this, for those of you that don't know, in the book of Jasher, the same thing happened to Abraham. So they more than likely they also knew the story of Abraham, or the story of the book of Jasher, and knew that happened once to Abraham. And Tower of Babel, what's his name? Nimrod. Nimrod threw Abraham in the fire, and he walked around just like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego did. My prayer is for us our faith to be increased every day, to not have fear of anything, to where we could be like this. That's some faith, brothers and sisters. That is some faith. Isaiah 43:3. For I am Yahweh Elohika, the Holy One of Yisrael, your Savior. I gave Mitzrayim, Egypt, for your ransom. Cush, this is Ethiopia, and Seba for you. Since you are precious in my sight, you have been honorable, and I have loved you. He loves you. It's an overused term, you know. God loves you. He really, really loves you, brothers and sisters. He really, really does. And sometimes that love is in the form of refinement. He says in Jeremiah, you will not go altogether unpunished. But that's how he shows his love. In Proverbs it says, he that spareth the rod hates his son. So what's the opposite of hating? It's loving. So sometimes he gives us the rod, and it hurts. I know. I just got out of bed for 2.5 weeks. Want to know why? Because I knew better. I knew the Most High wanted me to quit school. I knew that he wanted me to devote full time to this, but I kept praying about it just because, through the GI Bill, I get paid a certain amount of money to go to school, and I was praying about it. I was like, do you want me to quit school? Do you want me to quit school? And he gave me an answer, and I didn't listen. He could have gave me an easy way, just quit. And guess what? He made a decision for me. He put my in bed for 2.5 weeks so that I could not get up. And I missed too many days, and I got kicked out. He made the choice for me. So I just recently got the rod of correction because I didn't listen when I knew what he was telling me. A lot of Israel has always been stiff-necked. Sometimes I'm still stiff-necked, and I know a lot of you are as well. Oh, goodness, I cannot wait to get to Isaiah 48:49 when he talks about that and what he did. Whew. Therefore will I give men for you and people for your life. Fear not, for I am with you. I will bring your seed from the east and gather you from the west. I will say to the north, give up, and to the south, keep not back. This is the gathering that we talked about earlier in Ezekiel 20. When he gathers us, I will say to the north, give up, and to the south, keep not back. Bring my sons from far, and my daughters from the ends of the earth. Even everyone that is called by what? By his name. For I have created him for my glory. I have formed him. Yeah, we just talked about this earlier, right? He formed us in the womb. He knew us before he formed us in the belly. I have made him. He's talking about you, brothers and sisters. And let's go to Isaiah 11 for this. There's another good passage about this gathering. Isaiah 11:11 through 16. And it shall come to pass in that day that Yahweh shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria and from Egypt and from Pathros and from Cush and from Elam and from Shinar and from Hamath and from the islands of the sea. So he's saying everywhere. This is the four corners. And he shall set up an ensign, a sign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. That's what he created, brothers and sisters. He created something that had four corners, a round globular ball that flies through space at 66,000 miles an hour. Don't be confused. But we'll talk more about that because there's a lot of that kind of truth here in Isaiah. The envy also of Ephraim shall depart, and the adversaries of Judah shall be cut off. Ephraim shall not envy Judah, and Judah shall not vex Ephraim. Why? What does this mean? Well, since after the days of Solomon, was it Rehoboam, I think, the kingdom, the nation of Israel split in two. You had the 10 tribes in the north, which was summed up as Israel or Ephraim, and then Judah was the southern kingdom that actually included Judah and Benjamin, and then of course the Levites were in both the north and the south. So he's saying that and there hasn't been a bringing of togetherness since when was that time? When was that time? 780 BC. I don't know. I'm just guessing. So over 20, probably somewhere around 2,800 years, they have not come back together. So there's going to be no more division, he's saying, between the two houses. But they shall fly upon the shoulders of the Philistines towards the west. They shall spoil them of the east together. They shall lay their hand upon Edom and Moab, and the children of Ammon shall obey them. And Yahweh shall utterly destroy the tongue of the Egyptian sea, and with his mighty wind shall he shake his hand over the river, and shall smite it in the 7 streams, and make men go over it dry shod. This is for us, and there shall be a highway for the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria, like as it was to Israel in the day that he came up out of the land of Egypt. Remember, the water, the Red Sea was parted, the Jordan River was parted for Joshua and the people when they went to go to Jericho. He's saying it's going to happen again, brothers and sisters. Hallelujah. All right. So again, he formed you, he made you, he knows you, he called you by name, or everyone that's called by his name. Verse 8, bring forth the blind people that have eyes, and the deaf that have ears. That's us. Let's read about it. Well, I don't know why this was here, but here. Therefore, it's Isaiah 52:6. Therefore, my people shall know my name. It's not God, it's not Lord. It's Yahweh. Some say Yahuwah, some say Yehovah, but his set apart name, Yahweh. Therefore, they shall know in that day that I am he that does speak. Behold, it is I. But let's go back to bring forth the blind people that have eyes and the deaf that have ears, which we were. We were deaf and we were blind. Trust me. Well, we know that. We know. A lot of us know that now. We didn't know that before. Isaiah 29:9 through 19. This is a little bit longer, but bear with me. Stay yourselves and wonder. Cry ye out and cry. They are drunken, but not with wine. They stagger, but not with strong drink. For Yahweh hath poured out upon you the spirit of deep sleep. And this has happened for centuries, and hath closed your eyes. This also happened. This also happened to the religious leaders of Yeshua's day. Their eyes were closed and their ears were closed. But this also happened to his people for centuries. For Yahweh hath poured out upon you the spirit of deep sleep, and hath closed your eyes. The prophets and your rulers, the seers, hath he covered. And that applies to modern day as well. I can keep talking about the modern day religious leaders. They have the spirit of deep sleep. They're following and preaching these false doctrines, this watered down gospel, this false Messiah. And there's all these self-proclaimed prophets and all this kind of stuff. Nonsense. And the vision of all is become unto you as the words of a book that is sealed. They have no understanding of these words, which men deliver to one that is learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he saith, I cannot, for it is sealed. The understandings that were sealed for these people that are asleep, and for all of us before he woke us up. And the book is delivered to him that is not learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he saith, I am not learned. Wherefore Yahweh hath said, for as much as this is where Messiah quoted Isaiah about the religious leaders of his day, but 2,000 years later we find ourselves in the exact same spot. And Messiah is working through us to proclaim these things. Wherefore Yahweh said, for as much as this people draw near with me with their mouth and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their heart far from me, and their fear toward me is taught by the precept of men. Brothers and sisters, we have arrived at the exact same spot through hundreds of years of bad theology and bad doctrine. And we have this, you have the same people behind the scenes owning almost all the seminaries, teaching the same things. Their fear of Yahweh is taught by the precept of men. That makes of no effect the commandments of Yah. It's the same thing that happened 2,000 years ago. Now listen to what he says. Therefore, behold, I will proceed to do a marvelous work among this people, even a marvelous work and a wonder. For the wisdom of their wise men shall perish, and the understanding of their prudent men shall be hid. This is what's happening now. Woe unto them that seek deep to hide their counsel from Yahweh, and their works are in the dark. And they say, who seeth us, and who knoweth us? Surely your turning of things upside down, which is the world we live in right now, woe unto them that call good evil and evil good. They call the Torah, some people call it witchcraft. Some people just call it, done away with or not needed or only for Jews. I mean, he made me not. Or shall the thing framed say of him that framed it, he had no understanding. Is it not yet a little while, and Lebanon shall be turned into a fruitful field, and the fruitful field shall be esteemed as a forest? Now here we go. This is talking about these end times, and in that day, this is you and I, brothers and sisters. This is many of us that are waking up. And in that day shall the deaf hear the words of the book, and the eyes of the blind shall see out of obscurity and out of darkness, coming into the light of his Torah, the light of Messiah, the light of the world. The meek also shall increase their joy in Yahweh, and the poor among men shall rejoice in the Holy One of Israel. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Let all Isaiah 43:9. So again, 43. Bring forth the blind people that have eyes, and the deaf that have ears. Let all the nations be gathered together, and let the people be assembled. Who among them can declare this and show us former things? Brothers and sisters, he's showing us the former things. It has to do with the difference between what science teaches and the true creation story. It has to do with the shape of the earth. These are former things. Otherwise, the word wouldn't say these things. So who among you can declare and show us the former things? He's telling us. Now he's talking about others. Let them bring forth their witnesses that it may be justified. No, I'm sorry, it's not. Let them bring forth their witnesses that they may be justified, or let them hear and say, it is truth. Now here's a verse that may strike you as odd, brothers and sisters. Here he says it. He says it multiple times through this study. Ye, he's talking about you. Ye are my witnesses, says Yahuwah, and my servant whom I have chosen. Let's back up. Is he talking about the two witnesses in Revelation? Maybe, maybe not. There's a couple interesting things I want to share with you. Let me finish this sentence, this verse, and we'll go back to this. That ye may know and believe me and understand that I am he. Before me there was no El formed, neither shall there be after me. Let's go back to this. He says, he's talking about the called out of Yisrael. He says that you are my witnesses, says Yahuwah, and my servant who I have chosen. He talked about this before. What does that mean? So again, let's talk about the two witnesses we see in Revelation 11:5, and see if we can have any discernment. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouths and devoureth their enemies. And if any man will hurt them, he must in this manner be killed. So, is this talking about fire-breathing men? That they're literally like dragons walking around? Maybe. Maybe. Or is there more to the story? Because Jeremiah was told the same thing. Jeremiah 5:14. Wherefore thus saith Yahweh Elohim of hosts, Yahweh Tsebaoth, because ye speak this word, this is his word, right? Speaking the word of Yeshua, the word, the whole word, same thing that we're doing right now. Because ye speak this word, behold, I will make my words in thy mouth fire, and his people wood, and it shall devour them. Did Jeremiah go around breathing fire and devouring them? No. But the fire of the word was devouring his people in a spiritual and a figurative sense. Can that also be true of the witnesses? Maybe. Are we not his witnesses right now, but maybe prepping for it? Maybe. I don't know how this works. I'm just trying to let the word speak. Zechariah 12:6. In that day, so this is the day of Yahweh, in that day, I will make the governors of Judah like a hearth of fire among the wood. Here we're starting to see the same thing. And like a torch of fire in a sheaf. And they shall devour all the people round about. So again, are we talking about the people of Israel breathing fire like a dragon, devouring people? I don't think so. I'm starting to really think that this is what he's talking about. That the fire, remember that his word is like fire. The Torah is like a fire. It reminds me actually real quickly of Leviticus 24:2. Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure olive oil beaten for the light to cause the lamps to burn continually. So bring oil for the light to burn continually. They'll remember the light is the law. Where were we? So with the law, they shall devour all the people round about. Are you seeing what I'm saying here? Again, am I clearly straight up saying that the remnant of Israel, possibly even the 144,000, are the witnesses? I don't know. I just wanted to share you as we go through this. That's real quick. Okay. All right. So again, you, Israel, are my witnesses. Is that the same when we see in Revelation? I don't know. Verse 43:11. I, even I, am Yahweh, and beside me there is no Savior. I have declared and have said, and I have showed when there was no strange Elohim among you. Therefore, here it is again. Ye are my witnesses, says Yahuwah, that I am El. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, so declaring he is. So again, this is a passage we read earlier. This is the vision of the 144,000. Remember, this is 2 Ezra 2, part of the 1611 King James. These are they who have put off mortal clothing and have put on the immortal, and they have confessed the name of Elohim. Now are they being crowned and receive palms. Then I said to the angel, who is that young man who places crowns on them and puts palms in their hands? All stuff we see with 144,000. He answered and said to me, he is the son of Elohim who they confess in the world. So I began to praise those who had stood valiantly for the name of Yahuwah. So we confessed him in the world. Are we confessing him in the world? Are you using this time wisely? You know, I ask myself this question every day. Am I using this time wisely to confess Messiah in the world? You know, whether you're on Facebook or whatever, social media of any sort, are you using it to confess Messiah and what he's done for you? How he has rescued you? Isaiah 43:13, yea, before the day was I am he. This is Yeshua speaking. This is what he said to the Pharisees. Before Abraham was, I am. Yeshua is all over the place. All over the place. Let's see. I hope this is it. No, I don't think this is it. Hang on, give me a second. No. Alright, never mind. Anyways, there's a parallel verse I wanted to read. But basically he says, they ask him, who are you? And he says, even who I have said since the beginning. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Okay, sorry. I don't want to waste your time. So, anyways, he says, even who I have said since the beginning, or what I've said since the beginning. And again, I believe it was Messiah Yeshua all over the place. That was the manifestation of what the Father's will was, what the Father's word was. He's the Word. Yea, before the day was, I am He. Remember, he told the Pharisees, before Abraham was, I am. Yea, before the day was, I am He, and there is none that can deliver out of my hand. I will work, and who shall let it? Thus says Yahuwah, your Redeemer, the Holy One of Yisrael. For your sake I have sent to Babel, and have brought in all their nobles, and the Kasdim, this is the Chaldeans, whose cry is the ships. This is a foreshadow of what was going to happen to Israel when they went into captivity, or Judah into Babylon. I am Yahuwah, your Holy One, the Creator of Yisrael, your King. This is Messiah. Thus says Yahuwah, which makes a way in the sea and a path in the mighty waters, which brings forth the chariot and the horse, the army and the power. They shall lie down together, they shall not rise. They are extinct, they are quenched as tow. Remember ye not the former things, neither consider the things of old. So he's talking about what he just said right here. This is basically the exodus out of Egypt. He made a way in the sea. He brings forth the chariot and the horse, and they shall not rise. He brought the waters back, and they were perished. They perished. And so he says, don't even remember these things, neither consider things of old. Because he says, behold, I will do a new thing. Now shall it spring forth, ye shall not know it. I will even make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. So what's he talking about here? He's talking about things to come. And he says it in Jeremiah 23:7-8. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith Yahweh, that they shall no more say, Yahweh liveth, which brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. Remember, he says, don't even think about these. We're not even going to talk about this anymore. But Yahweh liveth, which brought up and which led the seed of the house of Israel out of the north country, and from all countries whither I had driven them, and they shall dwell in their own land. This is what was prophesied to happen. And you know what's amazing? Is we're on the cusp of this. Do you want to know why? How I know this? Because he said so in Deuteronomy. This is the prophecy. This is what I talked about in the opener for those of you that have been with us at the beginning. Deuteronomy 30:1-3. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before you, and you shall call them to mind among all the nations, whither Yahweh thy Elohim hath driven thee. So he scattered the remnant of Israel everywhere. And shall return. So this is the prophecy is, and shall return unto Yahweh the Elohim. And how so? And shall obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day. The Torah, the commands. You and your children with all your heart, with all your soul. So as we are seeing this movement grow and grow, people are coming back to the Father and doing his commands and his Torah with all of our heart, soul, and mind. Now here's the promise. So when this happens, that then Yahweh thy Elohim will turn thy captivity and have compassion on thee, and I will render and gather thee from all the nations whither Yahweh thy Elohim has scattered thee. So basically saying, when you come back to the Torah, you come back to the commands with all your heart, soul, and mind, then I'm going to gather you. Boy, are we close. Boy, are we closer than we ever thought. What else did I want to show you? Jeremiah 31. Oops. I want to show you something in Jeremiah. It's something I found in the Septuagint that was really interesting. Let's see. Here we go. Jeremiah 31:8 says, behold, I will bring them from the north country and gather them from the coasts of the earth, and with them the blind and the lame, the woman and the child, and her that travaileth with child together, a great company shall return hither. Now, look what is said in the Septuagint. This is going to blow your mind. It may give us some insight as to when these things may happen. And honestly, it shouldn't surprise us once we look at this. The Septuagint, the order is a little different. So instead of Jeremiah 31:8, we're going to look at Jeremiah 38:8. Now listen to this. This is the same verse. Behold, I will bring them from the north and will gather them from the end of the earth to the feast of Passover. Uh-oh, why was that cut out of the Masoretic? Maybe someone didn't want us to know that. Septuagint is like 100, 200 BC, so before Messiah. The Masoretic, the KJV, the Sefer, a lot of stuff we read is like 1100 AD. It's only like 900 years old. And a lot of things were cut out of it. So he's saying, so the same verse, again, the same verse we saw, behold, I'll bring them from the north country. Anyways, all these people, behold, I will bring them from the north and will gather them from the end of the earth to the feast of Passover. Should we really be that surprised if that is the day? That's what happened before. What makes us think they won't happen again that way? And the people shall beget a great multitude, and they shall return hither. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Just, his word is so deep. All right, where are we? Okay, we're at 2 hours. So we're gonna finish up. Chapter 43, and we'll finish up for tonight. Man, I was like, maybe we'll get to chapter 48 or 49. Isaiah 43:20. The beasts of the field shall honor me, the dragons and the owls, because I give waters in the wilderness and rivers in the desert to give drink to my people, my chosen. This people have I formed for myself. They shall show forth my praise. And this is what we're supposed to do. Are you showing forth his praise? Are you telling others of his glory? Are, like Peter says, that we should all be ready to tell others of the hope that is within us. Are you ready to do that? If you're shy, pray about it. Get out of it. this is not a time to be silent. I think a lot of the parable of the talents, the guy that was given the 5 and the 2 and the 1, the one with the 5, went out and multiplied. Same thing with the 2, but the 1 person was scared, was nervous, and he hid the money, he hid the knowledge, the understanding. And what happened? I'm not saying that you're going to be cut off if you don't be fruitful and multiply with the wisdom that God has given you, but we should at least take that as a lesson and take that into consideration if we're just sitting on this and not multiplying this information. Oh, you know what? I meant to say something here. Up at 19, behold, I'll do a new thing, and she'll spring forth. You shall not know it. I will even make a way in the wilderness. So we read this earlier. We actually read Ezekiel 23 earlier, where basically he says that he's going to gather us out of the countries. He's going to bring us into the wilderness like before. He's going to plead with us. He's going to purge out the rebels and those that transgress. And then also Hosea 2:14 to 20. Therefore, behold, I will allure her, this is his people, and bring her into the wilderness, same thing, and will speak comfortably unto her. And I will give her vineyards from thence, and the valley of Achor, and for a door of hope. And she shall sing there as in the days of her youth, as in the day when she came up out of the land of Egypt. So we're seeing the same things over and over again. The same thing. History repeats itself, brothers and sisters. But he says that it's going to be done in a new way. Nobody will be talking about the Exodus, the first Exodus before. No. And it shall be in that day that Yahweh shall call me, and it shall be at that day, saith Yahweh, that thou shalt call me Ishai, and shalt no more call me Baali. For I will take away the names of Balaam out of her mouth. So I told you before, every time we see Lord, it's replacing Yahweh. And the word Lord translates to the Hebrew word of Baal. So he's like, I'm going to take away the names of Balaam out of her mouth, and they shall no more be remembered by their name. And it's happening, brothers and sisters. And in that day will I make a covenant for them with the beasts of the field, and with the fowls of heaven, and with the creeping things of the ground. And I will break the bow and the sword and the battle out of the earth, and I will make them to lie down safely. And I will betroth thee unto me forever. This is a dual fulfillment with New Jerusalem and his people, because we're like part of New Jerusalem. We're going to read it a little bit later in 48 through 54, that we are literally encrusted on New Jerusalem. We're like building blocks. We're like pillars. So that's why it's like a dual fulfillment of marrying New Jerusalem and marrying us. So he's like, I'm going to marry you unto me forever. Yea, I will betroth thee unto me in righteousness, this Torah, and in judgment, and loving kindness, and in mercies. I will even betroth thee unto me in faithfulness, and thou shalt know Yahweh. It shall come to pass in that day, I will hear, saith Yahweh, I will hear the heavens, and they shall hear the earth. And the earth shall hear the corn, and the wine, and the oil, and they shall hear Jezreel. And another verse says, elsewhere it says, great shall be the day of Jezreel. And I will sow her unto me in the earth, and I will have mercy upon her that had not obtained mercy. And I will say to them which were not my people, thou art my people. They shall say, thou art my Elohim. In another passage she says, you are the sons of the living Elohim. And that's the day that I believe that we'll be like Messiah with renewed bodies. All right, let's, where are we at? Okay. So he's talking about us again. This people have I formed for myself. They shall show forth my praise. So, again, think about it. For hundreds of years, centuries, people have not been praising him and worshiping him the way he wants, but now he's waking up a people in his last days. But you have not called upon me, O Yaakov, but you have been weary of me, O Yashrael. This is times past. You have not brought me the small cattle of your burnt offerings, neither have you honored me with your sacrifices. Listen to what he says. I have not caused you to serve with an offering, nor reared you with an incense. He knew the time that we'd be living in right now. That we don't give sacrifices and offerings right now. You have brought me no sweet cane with honey. This is the word kanet bosom. You have brought me no kanet bosom with money. Neither have you filled me with the fat of your sacrifices. But you have made me to serve with your sins. You have wearied me with your iniquities. Listen, I know not all of us. Some of us have been following Yahweh, following Yeshua all their life. But I know a lot of us were like me, the prodigal son. We went into the world. We had egregious sins, just filthiness, living filthy lives, living horrible lives. That's what he's saying here. You have made me serve with your sins. You have wearied me with your iniquities. I was there. I listen, and I'm not perfect, but we're working on that every day, right? So he's declaring how we were. But he says right here before that, we're not to offer a physical sacrifice. We know that Peter says that we're to offer up spiritual sacrifices. And in another place, Romans 12, 1 through 2, that we're to offer up our lives as spiritual sacrifices. It's at a reasonable service, he says. And just to back that up, that he knew that these days would happen. Psalm 40, verse 6, sacrifice and offering thou did not desire of me. Mine ears hast thou opened. This is what we've just been talking about, how he's opening our eyes and opening our ears. This time, burnt offering and sin offering hast thou not required. He's not requiring us of sacrifices right now. Why? Because Messiah, Yeshua, is our final sacrifice. Now, this is an interesting topic because in the millennial reign, there will be sacrifices. But that's for another time. But as far as our sin offerings, there is no sacrifices anymore. Messiah Yeshua did that for us once and for all and sat down at the right hand of Yahweh. 1 Samuel 15:22, and Samuel said, Hath Yahweh as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of Yahweh? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than the fat of rams. Because of transgression is why he had to add these sacrifices. One more. For Psalm 51:16, for thou desirest not sacrifice, else would I give it. Thou delightest not in burnt offering. He knew this time. And again, this was prophesied to happen. Hosea 3:4. Remember, you're the children of Israel. For the children of Israel shall abide many days without a king, and without a prince, and without a sacrifice, and without an image, and without an ephod, and without a teraphim. He says it right here. We're abide many days. It's been 2,000 years. Isaiah 43:25. I, even I, am he that blots out your transgressions for my own sake and will not remember your sins. Hallelujah. Remember, brothers and sisters, we're not to use this forgiveness as a cloak of maliciousness, as Peter says. 1 John 2:3 plainly states as, hey, we're not supposed to sin, but if you do, we have an advocate with the Father, Yeshua HaMashiach, the righteous. Then he goes on to say, keep the commandments and so on. But, all this he does is for his own sake. It's not because of our righteousness or anything. He does these things so that he can be called merciful. Because we don't deserve this mercy. We didn't deserve that mercy. We didn't deserve what Messiah Yeshua did for us. This is again in the end times here in Ezekiel 36:31-32. Then shall you remember your own evil ways. And we're doing that right now. Are we not? We're repenting in your doings that were not good, and shall loathe yourselves in your own sight for your iniquities and for your abominations. Now he says it again. Not for your sakes do I do this, says Yahweh Elohim. Be it known to you. He wants you to know. It's not for our sakes. Be ashamed and confounded for your ways, O house of Israel. He does it for his own sake and for his holy name's sake. Isaiah 43:26, put me in remembrance, let us plead together, declare you that you may be justified. Now this is a passage we've got to read in Septuagint. Let's get back to Isaiah. Where are we at? 43. Where are we? 43:26. So again, in this version it says, put me in remembrance, let us plead together, declare you that you may be justified. Let's see what it says in Septuagint. But do thou remember, and let us plead together, do thou first confess thy transgressions. We don't get that in the Masoretic. Confess thy transgressions, that thou mayest be justified. So this is what he's truly saying here. Is he's saying, let us plead together, declare you. What are we to declare? We're to declare our transgressions against him. In the book of Daniel, chapter 9, one of the best prayers out there, Daniel not only declares the sins of his sins, the sins of the people, but his forefathers' sins. If you haven't done so, I would model a prayer around Daniel 9, or even just read Daniel 9 in secret to the Most High. Your first father has sinned, and your teachers have transgressed against me. Therefore, I have profaned the princes of the sanctuary and have given Yaakov to the curse and Yashrael to reproaches. Again, brothers and sisters, we're right back where we were 2,000 years ago. Our fathers have sinned. That's what I just talked about. Your teachers have transgressed against me. They have. Look at all the religious leaders today. They're blind. They're lost in the doctrines of men. And we gotta have a heart for these people. We can't just sit. We can't sit there and mock or what. No, we gotta have a heart for these people. And again, if it's Yahweh's will, want to come up with a plan for how to call up these churches, how to set up an appointment with the pastor, the head pastor, a 5 to 10 minute ordeal. I want to have certain videos on thumb drives ready to go. So I'm gonna help. I'm gonna need help. Funding this if this is something to happen. But we'll see. We'll see how this works out. But it's really been on my heart, Tim's heart, and Gavin's heart to do this here locally in Missouri, and see how it works out. If we're seeing some results, even if we're not seeing some results, maybe making this repeatable for those of you all over the country, so we can help these teachers that have influence over thousands upon thousands, probably millions, millions across this country, and even out of this country. But again, it's got to be done in the right spirit. It's got to be done in meekness and gentleness, apt to teach, long-suffering, patient. But we'll see how this works out. It may just be something I want to do, and it's not Yah's will. So we'll see how that works out. Anyways, we're 2 hours and 14 minutes. So we got through 3 chapters, 41, 42, and 43. Again, this whole series is going to go till chapter 66. So we got a long ways to go. And again, for those of you that we're hoping to do Jubilees, it's going to be put off for a little while. I apologize, but listen, when I've got to listen. When he's speaking, I've got to listen. So this is what he wants. In any case, so let's. I just want to say shalom to you, those of you in the chat, and this tonight is not over. For those of you that are late nighters, we have the Torah portion. I'd say immediately after this, maybe about 10 minutes after. Just let me use the restroom and whatnot, and then we'll get to the Torah portion. Week 2, it's Noah. Awesome Torah portion. We got a lot to go over in that. I'm really excited. By the way, I mentioned this actually last week in the Torah portion. I'm considering maybe spreading this out, and instead of doing the Torah portions after the live streams on Friday nights, maybe I'm thinking about spreading out the love and maybe doing like a Tuesday night or a Wednesday night. But I'm not going to make any changes now, and I'll make a poll when that comes out to see what the majority thinks. So, anyways, just want to say shalom to the chat. Who's in here tonight? Just a second, these. Okay. Love these headphones, but after a couple hours, they get a little rough. What's going on? Who we got here in Moz? David Shearer, brother, good to see you. He said, "Sorry, I'm late. Had a date with wifey." Okay, awesome. Can you guys tell me then? Was the stream pretty good, other than those 5 minutes you lost me? Hopefully everything was okay. And by the way, those of you that are watching this as a recording, the teaching is over for today. I'm just going to hang out with the chat for maybe about 10 minutes or so, and then we're going to wrap this up. Stay tuned for part 2. David Shearer, One Mystery Lover, Timothy Graff, Eric Paget. Thank you to all your moderators. Those moderators are those the blue names and the wrenches. They're sort of like leaders in the chat. Deborah Fagan, are you still doing the documentary? That got pushed back, especially with everything that's been going on, being bedridden. It's kind of on the back burner right now, but I don't want to lose sight of that because it is important. It's like I want to do one more reach out there into the unbelieving world. I believe that people deserve that. So it's just I gotta listen to the Most High when He speaks. I'm not saying He's coming down saying, "I don't mean you to do this." No. But those of you that have been listening to this Holy Spirit, you know when He's wanting you to do something. Like He just puts thoughts in your mind. You're like, where did that come from? What's going on, Sister Patsy Luna, Stephen Schofield, good to see you, bro. David Clark, hey. Ingrid Messer, Vivian Brown, Marcy Brody, our official translator of Spanish. She does the translations into Spanish, the subtitles. So maybe we can get this message out to the Spanish-speaking world as well. Hope Henley, good to see you, sister. That is a huge project, Adam. Most, if not all, pastors are required to teach denominational doctrine. I know. But listen, if it takes 5-10 minutes of your day and it plants the right seed, you never know. You never know. And maybe it's a pipe dream. Maybe Yahweh's like, you're going to be wasting your time. Maybe. I don't know. Sister Erin James, good to see you, sister. Sister Sherry Stadel. Sister Sherry Stadel makes zit-seats. I don't know exactly how we're going to work this. Sherry, if you'd put your email in the chat, and moderators, if you will unblock that, because I know when you put like links or chat or emails, it blocks it automatically. Unblock that. For those of you that are interested, Sister Sherry makes them. She's a sister in need, so she could use the assistance. She is alone, so if you could, if you're looking to get some zit-seat, which is a command for the children of Israel, then please give her a contact. We'll figure out a more streamlined way to do this in the future. Psalm 119, good to see you, Jay Laurel. Cloud9 Reality, good to see you, Sister Jennifer. Linda in Texas. Frank and Bean just got back from a long hunting trip. Oh, man, I got to tell the story. Sorry, Frank, I got to tell it. So Brother Frank was hunting with a couple of brothers. He lives in Alaska, beautiful country up there. And we were like on a 7 or 8 day hunt. And Shabbat comes around, and Frank says, "Y'all better you might as well just hang out here with me because I'm Shabbat and Shalom." And I mean, they got a lot of deer through this trip. But guess what? On Shabbat, when they're like, "Nah, we're gonna go anyways," guess what? They didn't see a single deer. And Frank was like, "Good on you, Frank, for being a good example." Melissa Graham, Disa Jardine, Leela W, Mike Montana, Kelvin E. What's going on, brother? Welcome back. Jan Martin Brendan, Susanna for Yahweh. Thinking that's what the YH is for. The chat's going too fast. I can't keep up. I hear you. That's why I can't look at it while I'm doing the study. Watchwoman on the Wall 2015. Thank you for the fellowship. Josh Patzek. Yeah, he says, "No worries, Adam. Jubilees can wait." I agree. It's a great book, but listen, there's so much here in Isaiah to unpack. Defender of Truth. Christianity is a lost cause. 99% will not listen. I know. But remember what Yeshua did for us? Remember he left the 99 to come grab us back? I don't know. Maybe, like I said, maybe it's just a pipe dream. Elizabeth Morrison, John Mills, Jeff Paint, Torah tonight. Yeah, just a little bit. Soon, about 10 minutes after we're done here. Joy Trujillo. Trujillo. Oh no, my chat just flipped all the way to the bottom. I wanted to talk to everybody. Okay, whatever. Janine McKiff. Oh, welcome back, sister. I haven't seen you in a while. Okay, good to see you back. Alright. Get moderator back. If I don't see you guys for a while, sometimes I'll just bring back the wrench. But if I see you again, I'll give it back. Austin, New York, good to see you, bro. Austin, New York. Speaking of zit-seat, I saw a post on Facebook with what's his name? Lives in Arkansas. Anyways, one of our other brothers saw Austin, New York wearing his zit-seat, and they were able to get united and have a conversation. So the zit-seat aren't for that necessarily, but it's a cool perk. Is we get to spot each other from long distances and talk to our called out brothers and sisters with that. But the zit-seat are for remembering the commandments of Yahweh. And again, it's a command in it's a command in the book of Numbers. Eric Paget, Adam, if you are still going to Flat Earth International Conference, will you be going live filming? Good question. I am going, by the way, and there's still plenty of tickets. If you want to head over to Dallas, I think it's November. Oh, it's my calendar. So if you want to go and meet me, that'd be a good time to do so. It's the 14th and the 15th of November, so like literally 2 weeks from now. Oh, that's speaking of which, I won't be able to live stream that Friday because I will be at the conference. So those of you, and trying to get together speaking with a sister that lives in that area, trying to get together for like a breakfast or a dinner so that the Paradable family can, we have, our family isn't just, confined to Paradable Vineyard, I'm just saying, but our close family here can get together and share a meal together while we're there. But we'll keep you updated with that. J. Laura, when do you wear ZT? All the time. I wear them all the time except for when I'm at my jammies. I don't wear them with my jammies. Dana Marler, good to see you, sister. What's going on? Shabbat shalom. Okay, Eric Padgett just put up Sister Sherry Stadle's email. Shoobaby, SHOOBABY 58@gmail.com. SHOOBABY58@gmail.com. That's her sister. She is a sister in need and makes excellent zit. I've got a pair myself of hers that I wear. So hit her up for those. She makes them in many different colors for males, for females, all of it. The only requirement is that there's going to be that's over in the scriptures. So yeah. Chris Danielle, 1973. Can you explain the Marco Polo studies? Marco Polo is kind of is not really going right now. What I do want to do in the future, and I keep saying this, maybe now that I'm not in school anymore, maybe I'll have more time. I want to revamp the Zoom studies where we have maybe at least a study going on a couple different nights a week, maybe eventually every night of the week. But it's basically if you've never seen a Zoom conference, you can have up to I think 100 people in there. They'll typically have a leader. And there's Bible studies, kind of like what we do here on this channel. We just read through scripture and just stop and talk about it. But you get to see everybody and interact and stuff, so that's kind of cool. So that we'll be working on. Anyways. Jonesy, good to see you, sister. Chris Rock, good to see you. Shannon Low 2000, Terry K, good to see you all. And listen, a lot of the removed books, the 14 books of the Apocrypha that dispensationalists removed in the 1800s, plus other books like Enoch, Jubilees, Jasher, and a lot of other books. So probably one of the best out there. As I've said, from the beginning, I don't think there's a perfect translation. The Sefer is definitely not one of them either, but it's one of the best out there. So, anyways, yeah. So David Shearer just put it in the chat. Christian Truthers Bible Trivia, Sunday night, 9:30 Eastern, 8:30 Central. And the topic this week is Zechariah 1-7. So you can come on in, and we can have a friendly competition with Scripture. And it's a great way to learn because each week he puts out certain scriptures to study, so people actually go out and study these things, and then they get tested on their knowledge of what they retain. So it's an awesome way to continue to study. So, anyways, let's finish up this stream for tonight, and we're going to continue next week, and then again the following week after that, the week of the 14th to the 15th. I haven't decided. Maybe I'll just do the stream Saturday night instead, because I really don't want to skip any weeks with Isaiah. So just stay tuned. I might do it. I can't do it Thursday or Wednesday because I'm driving out Wednesday night. I may do it Saturday night, the continuation of the Isaiah stream. And again, I'm not talking about the next week, but the following week, because I'm going to be at the Flat Earth International Conference in Dallas. Come on out if you're able to, so we can meet each other and hang out. So with that, let's a faith token. What's going on, sister? Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. Or maybe I just haven't seen you in chat. But either way, hope you didn't miss earlier. We talked about Joel 2 Army, all that kind of stuff, which I know that you love that topic. So, brother Scotty Sly, good to see you, bro. Scotty just put a link in there. I didn't watch this, but I saw this kind of all over Facebook. Mega church pastor found Torah. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, planting these seeds. People are like, oh, it's a lost cause. Maybe would it be worth it if you talked to 100 pastors and one of them found the truth and was able to influence their congregation? I think so. So, anyways, let's finish this up. It's getting long. Quick prayer, and we'll Shabbat and Shalom. And for those of you late nighters, we'll Torah portion it up here in a little bit. All about Noah, the Tower of Babel. A lot of cool stuff. We're going to be doing cross references in Jasher, Jubilees. A lot to go over. So, as Brother Allen would say, let's bow our hearts. Oh, Heavenly Father, Abba, Yahweh, we just come before you in Yeshua's name. Again, we just thank you for your word, which is a lamp to our feet in these dark times. We're anxiously awaiting your return, but in the meantime, we just pray that you continue to show us the marvelous things in your word, the wondrous things out of your law, your Torah. We just pray that we can continue to do your will, and my prayer is that for each and every one of us to know what your will is specifically for each and every one of our lives. We know that we all have a task, big, small, medium, doesn't matter. We all have a task. We bless you and we thank you for this Shabbat. We don't thank you enough for what you ordained since the beginning for us, a day to eat and to drink and to bless you and to commune with you, a day set apart to you and to your holiness, to your kodesh, your set apartness. So we thank you for this day of rest, and we bless you in Yeshua's mighty name. Amen. Justin McRoberts, good to see you, bro. Here, oh yeah, let me read that. The Torah of Yahweh is perfect, restoring the soul. The testimony of Yahweh is sure, making wise the simple. All of us, amen. Psalm Techelim 19:7. Excellent. All right, brothers and sisters, hey, Shabbat Shalom to you. And again, you late nighters, give me about 10 minutes and then join me in the next stream. We'll be going over Genesis 6:9 through 11:32. Lots to cover. Love you. Shalom. Shabbat Shalom.
전기로 잠오기는 건 정말 좋죠. 고문하는 게 어떻게 청소하는 게 돼? 재수없는 새끼. 그 둔갑이 되냐 그게 지금?
Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 1. In the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Ruach Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. And Elohim said,
Let there be light.
And there was light. And Elohim saw the light, that it was good. And Elohim divided the light from the darkness. And Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. And Elohim said,
Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters.
And Elohim made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And Elohim called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. And Elohim said,
Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear.
And it was so. And Elohim called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim said,
Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth.
And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. And Elohim said,
Let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens, to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for appointed feasts, and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heavens, to give light upon the earth.
And it was so. And Elohim made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And Elohim set them in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And Elohim said,
Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that has life, and fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven.
And Elohim created great sea monsters, and every living creature that moves, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim blessed them, saying,
Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth.
And the evening and the morning were the fifth day. And Elohim said,
Let the earth bring forth the living creatures after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind.
And it was so. And Elohim made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creeps upon the earth after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim said,
Let us make man in our image, after our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth.
So Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him. Male and female created he them. And Elohim blessed them. And Elohim said unto them,
Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth.
And Elohim said,
Behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for food. And to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creeps upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for food.
And it was so. And Elohim saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day, Elohim ended his work which he had made. And he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And Elohim blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which Elohim created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth, when they were created, in the day that Yahweh Elohim made the earth and the heavens. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For Yahweh Elohim had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. But there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. And Yahweh Elohim formed the man of dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And the man became a living soul. And Yahweh Elohim planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made Yahweh Elohim to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted, and became into four heads. The name of the first is Pishon, that is, which compasses the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. There is Delam, and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon. The same is it that compasses the whole land of Cush. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel, that is, which goes toward the east of Ashur. And the fourth river is Perath. And Yahweh Elohim took the man, and put him into the garden of Eden to dress it and to guard it. And Yahweh Elohim commanded he man, saying,
Of every tree of the garden you may freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat of it. For in the day that you eat thereof you shall surely die.
And Yahweh Elohim said,
It is not good that man should be alone. I will make a helpmeet for him.
And out of the ground Yahweh Elohim formed every beast of the field, and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto the man to see what he would call them. And whatsoever the man called every living creature, that was the name thereof. And the man gave names to all the cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for the man there was not found a helpmeet for him. And Yahweh Elohim caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs, and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which Yahweh Elohim had taken from man, made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. And the man said,
This is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man.
Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his woman, and they shall be one flesh. And they were both naked, the man and his woman, and were not ashamed. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 3. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which Yahweh Elohim had made. And he said unto the woman,
Yea, has Elohim said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden?
And the woman said unto the serpent,
We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Elohim has said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die.
And the serpent said unto the woman,
Ye shall not surely die, for Elohim knows that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as Elohim, knowing good and evil.
And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her man with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of both of them were opened, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of Yahweh Elohim walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And the man and his woman hid themselves from the presence of Yahweh Elohim amongst the trees of the garden. And Yahweh Elohim called unto Adam and said unto him,
Where are you?
And he said,
I heard your voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself.
And he said,
Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten of the tree whereof I commanded you that you should not eat?
And the man said,
The woman whom you gave to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat.
And Yahweh Elohim said unto the woman,
What is this that you have done?
And the woman said,
The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat.
And Yahweh Elohim said unto the serpent,
Because you have done this, you are cursed above all cattle and above every beast of the field. Upon your belly shall you go, and dust shall you eat all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. It shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel.
Unto the woman he said,
I will greatly multiply your sorrow and your conception. In sorrow you shall bring forth children, and your desire shall be to your man, and he shall rule over you.
And unto Adam he said,
Because you have hearkened unto the voice of your woman, and have eaten of the tree of which I commanded you, saying, You shall not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for your sake. In sorrow you shall eat of it all the days of your life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to you, and you shall eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of your face shall you eat bread, till you return unto the ground. For out of it were you taken, for dust you are, and unto dust shall you return.
And Adam called his woman's name Hua, because she was the mother of all living. Unto Adam also, and to his woman did Yahweh Elohim make coats of skins, and clothe them. And Yahweh Elohim said,
Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever.
Therefore
Yahweh Elohim sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubim, and a flaming sword which turned every way to guard the way of the tree of life. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 4. And Adam knew Hua his woman, and she conceived, and bore Cain, and said,
I have gotten a man from Yahuwah.
And she again bore his brother Habil. And Habil was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto Yahweh. And Habil he also brought of the firstlings of his flock, and of the fat thereof. And Yahweh had respect unto Habil and unto his offering, but unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. And Yahweh said unto Cain,
Why are you wroth? And why is your countenance fallen? If you do well, shall you not be accepted? And if you do not well, sin lies at the door, and unto you shall be his desire, and you shall rule over him.
And Cain talked with Habil his brother, and it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Habil his brother, and slew him. And Yahweh said unto Cain,
Where is Habil, your brother?
And he said,
I know not. Am I to guard my brother?
And he said,
What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries unto me from the ground. And now are you cursed from the earth, which has opened her mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you till the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto you your strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shall you be in the earth.
And Cain said unto Yahweh,
My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, you have driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from your face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that every one that finds me shall slay me.
And Yahweh said unto him,
Therefore, whoever slays Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold.
And Yahweh set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of Yahweh, and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his woman, and she conceived, and bore Hanok. And he built a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son, Hanok. And unto Hanok was born Irad, and Irad begat Mehujael, and Mehujael begat Methushael, and Methushael begat Lamech. And Lamech took unto him two women. The name of the one was Ada, and the name of the other Tillah. And Ada bore Yabal. He was the father of such as dwell in tents, and of such as have cattle. And his brother's name was Yubal. He was the father of all such as handle the harp and organ. And Silla, she also bore Tubal-Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. And Lamech said unto his woman,
Ada and Zillah, hear my voice, ye women of Lamech, hearken unto my speech. For I have slain a man to my wounding, and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold.
And Adam knew his woman again, and she bore a son, and called his name Seth.
For Elohim,
said she,
has appointed me another seed, instead of Havel, whom Cain slew.
And to Seth, to him also were born a son, and called his name Enosh. Then began men to call upon the name of Yahweh. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 5. This is the sefer of the generations of Adam. In the day that Elohim created man, in the likeness of Elohim made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam, in the day when they were created. And Adam lived 130 years and begat a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Seth. And the days of Adam after he had begotten Seth were 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And Seth lived 105 years, and begat Enosh. And Seth lived after he begot Enosh 807 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. And Enosh lived 90 years, and begat Canaan. And Enosh lived after he begot Canaan 815 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Enosh were 905 years, and he died. And Canaan lived 70 years, and begat Mahalalel. And Canaan lived after he begot Mahalalel 840 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. And Mahalalel lived 65 years, and begot Yered. And Mahalalel lived after he begot Yered 830 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalalel were 895 years, and he died. And Yered lived 162 years, and he begat Hanok. And Yered lived after he begat Hanok 800 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Yered were 962 years, and he died. And Hanok lived 65 years, and begat Methuselah. And Hanok walked with Elohim after he begat Methuselah 300 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Hanok were 365 years. And Hanok walked with Elohim, and he was not, for Elohim took him. And Methuselah lived 187 years, and begat Lamech. And Methuselah lived after he begat Lamech 782 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. And Lamech lived 182 years, and begat a son, and he called his name Noah, saying,
This same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands, because of the ground which Yahuwah has cursed.
And Lamech lived after he begot Noah 595 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. And Noah was 500 years old, and Noah begat Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 6. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them women of all which they chose. And Yahweh said,
My Ruach shall not always strive with men, for that he also is flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years.
There were Nephilim in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of Elohim came in unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them, the same became giants, which were of ancient times, men of infamy. And Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And Yahweh repented that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And Yahweh said,
I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air, for I repent that I have made them.
But Noah found grace in the sight of Yahweh. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man, and perfect in his generations. And Noah walked with Elohim. And Noah begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence. And Elohim looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And Elohim said unto Noah,
The end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold,
I will destroy them with the earth. Make you an ark of gopher wood. Rooms shall you make in the ark, and shall pitch it within and without with pitch. And this is the fashion which you shall make it of. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, and the height of it 30 cubits. A window shall you make to the ark, and in a cubit shall you finish it above. And the door of the ark shall you set in the side thereof, with lower, second, and third stories shall you make it. And behold, I, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth, to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life from under heaven, and everything that is in the earth shall die. But with you will I establish my covenant, and you shall come into the ark, you and your sons, and your woman, and your sons' women with you, and of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shall you bring into the ark, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female, of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind. 2 of every sort shall come unto you, to keep them alive. And take unto you of all food that is eaten, and you shall gather it to you, and it shall be for food for you, and for them.
Thus did Noah according to all that Elohim commanded him. So did he. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 7. And Yahweh said unto Noah,
Come, you and all your house into the ark, for you have I seen righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast you shall take to you by 7s, the male and his female, and of beasts that are not clean by 2, the male and his female. Of fowls also of the air by 7s, the male and the female, to keep seed alive upon the face of all the earth. For yet 7 days, and I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and every living substance that I have made will I destroy from off the face of the earth.
And Noah did according unto all that Yahweh commanded him. And Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters was upon the earth. And Noah went in, and his sons, and his woman, and his sons' women with him, into the ark because of the waters of the flood. Of clean beasts, and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls, and of everything that creeps upon the earth. There went in 2 and 2 unto Noah into the ark, the male and the female, as Elohim had commanded Noah. And it came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. And the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. In the selfsame day entered Noah, Shem, and Ham, and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's women, and the 3 women of his sons with them into the ark. They and every beast after his kind, and all the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, of every bird of every sort. And they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, as Elohim had commanded him. And Yahweh shut him in. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased, and bore up the ark, and it was lifted up above the earth. And the waters prevailed, and were increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters. And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl and of cattle and of beast and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, and every man, all in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land, died. And every living substance was destroyed which was upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle and the creeping things, and the fowl of the heavens, and they were destroyed from the earth. And Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 8. And Elohim remembered Noah, and every living thing, and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. And Elohim made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. The fountains also of the deep, and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained, and the waters returned from off the earth continually. And after the end of the 150 days, the waters were abated. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. And the waters were decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. And it came to pass, at the end of 40 days, that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made, and he sent forth a raven which went forth to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from him to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot, and she returned unto him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand and took her, and pulled her in unto him into the ark. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came into him in the evening, and lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned not again unto him any more. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the 1st month, the 1st day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark, and looked, and behold, the face of the ground was dry. And in the 2nd month, on the 7th and 20th day of the month, the earth was dried. And Elohim spoke unto Noah, saying,
Go forth of the ark, you and your woman, and your sons women with you. Bring forth with you every living thing that is with you, of all flesh, both of fowl and of cattle, and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth, and be fruitful, and multiply upon the earth.
And Noah went forth, and his sons, and his woman, and his sons' women with him, every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl, and whatsoever creeps upon the earth after their kinds, went forth out of the ark. And Noah built an altar unto Yahweh, and took of every clean beast, and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And Yahweh smelled a sweet savor. And Yahweh said in his heart,
I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake. For the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living, as I have done. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease.
Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 9. And Elohim blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them,
Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moves upon the earth, and upon all the fish of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that lives shall be meat for you. Even as the green herb have I given you all things. but the flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it, and at the hand of man. At the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Whoso sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of Elohim made he man. And you, be ye fruitful, and multiply. Bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein.
And Elohim spoke unto Noah, and to his sons with him, saying,
And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark, to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood. Neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth.
And Elohim said,
This is the sign of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you, for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a sign of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you, and every living creature of all flesh. And the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between Elohim and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth.
And Elohim said unto Noah,
This is the sign of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth.
And the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem, and Ham, and Japheth. And Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the three sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth overspread. And Noah began to be a husbandman, and he planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine, and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his two brethren without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment, and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the nakedness of their father. And their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said,
Cast be Canaan, a seventh of sevenths shall he be unto his brethren.
And he said,
Blessed be Yahweh Elohai of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Elohim shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant.
And Noah lived after the flood 350 years, and all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 10. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Yaban, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Tirak. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarma. The sons of Yavan, Elisha, and Tarshish, and Kittim, and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the other nations divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, and after their families in their nations. And the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mitzrayim, and Put, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Seba, and Havilah, and Kavta, and Raamah, and Kavteka. And the sons of Raamah, Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush begat Nimrod. He began to be a giant and a hunter in the earth. He was a giant and a hunter before Yahweh. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the giant hunter before Yahweh. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Ashur, and built Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth, and Kelach, and Reset between Nineveh and Kelach. The same is a great city. And Mitzrayim begat Lodim, and Anamim, and Lechavim, and the Naphtuchim, and the Pathrusim, and the Kasluchim, out of whom came Pelishtim, and the Kaphtorim. And Canaan begat Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgashite, and the Hivite, and the Arkite, and the Hinite, and the Arvadite, and the Tzemarite, and the Hamathite. And afterward were the families of the Canaanim spread abroad. And the border of the Canaanim was from Sidon, as you come to Gerar, unto Gaza, as you go unto Sodom, and Amorah, and Admah, and Zeboim, even unto Lasha. These are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations. And unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth, the elder, even to him were children born. And the children of Shem, Elam, and Ashur, and Arphaxad, and Lud, and Aram. And the children of Aram, Uz, and Hul, and Gether, and Mash. And Arphaxad begat Shelach, and Shelach begat Eber. And unto Eber were born two sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days was the earth divided. And his brother's name was Yoktan. And Yoktan begat Almodad, and Shelef, and Chatzarmaveth, and Yerach, and Hadoram, and Uzal, and Dikla, and Obal, and Abimael, and Sheba, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Yobab. All these were the sons of Yoktan. And their dwelling was from Misha, as you go unto Sephah, a mountain of the east. These are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their nations, and by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 11. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another,
Go to, let us make brick, and burn them thoroughly.
And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said,
Go to, let us build a city, and a tower, whose top may reach unto the heavens, and let us make a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth.
And Yahweh came down to see the city, and the tower, which the children of men built. And Yahweh said,
Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language, and this they begin to do, and now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech.
So Yahweh scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel, because Yahweh did there confound the language of all the earth. And from thence did Yahweh scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old, and begot Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begot Arphaxad 500 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Arphaxad lived 35 years, and begot Shelach. And Arphaxad lived after he begot Shelach 403 years and begat sons and daughters. And Shelach lived 30 years and begat Eber. And Shelach lived after he begat Eber 403 years and begat sons and daughters. And Eber lived 34 years and begat Peleg. And Eber lived after he begat Peleg 430 years and begat sons and daughters. Peleg lived 30 years and begat Reu. And Peleg lived after he begat Reu 209 years and begat sons and daughters. And Reu lived 32 years and begat Serug. And Reu lived after he begat Serug 207 years and begat sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years and begat Nahor. And Serug lived after he begat Nahor 200 years and begat sons and daughters. And Nahor lived 29 years and begat Terach. And Nahor lived after he begat Terach 119 years and begat sons and daughters. And Terach lived 70 years and begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Now these are the generations of Terach. Terach begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran begat Lot. And Haran died before his father Terach in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Kasdim. And Abram and Nahor took them women. The name of Abram's woman was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's woman, Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Yizkah. But Sarai was barren, she had no child. And Terach took Abram his son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarai, his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's woman. And they went forth with them from Ur of the Kasdim to go into the land of Canaan. And they came unto Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terach were 205 years, and Terach died in Haran. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 12. Now Yahweh had said unto Abram,
Get you out of your country, and from your kindred, and from your father's house, unto a land that I will show you. And I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you, and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless you, and curse him that curses you. And in you shall all families of the earth be blessed.
So Abram departed as Yahweh had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarai his woman, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. And they went forth to go into the land of Canaan. And into the land of Canaan they came. And Abram passed through the land unto the place of Shechem, unto the plain of Moreh, and the Canaanite was in the land. And Yahweh appeared unto Abram and said,
Unto your seed will I give this land.
And there built he an altar unto Yahweh, who appeared unto him. And he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Beit El, and pitched his tent, having Beit El on the west, and Ai on the east. And there he built an altar unto Yahweh, and called upon the name of Yahweh. And Abram journeyed, going on still towards the Negev. And there was a famine in the land. And Abram went down into Mitzrayim to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass, when he was come near to enter into Mitzrayim, that he said unto Sarai his woman,
Behold now, I know that you are a fair woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Mitzrayim shall see you, that they shall say, This is his woman, and they will kill me, but they will save you alive. Say, I pray you, you are my sister, that it may be well with me for your sake, and my soul shall live because of you.
And it came to pass, that when Abram was come into Mitzrayim, the Mitzrayim beheld the woman, that she was very fair. The princes also of Pharaoh saw her, and commended her before Pharaoh. And the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. And he entreated Abram well for her sake. And he had sheep, and oxen, and he-asses, and men-servants, and maid-servants, and she-asses, and camels. And Yahweh plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's woman. And Pharaoh called Abram and said,
What is this that you have done unto me? Why did you not tell me that she was your woman? Why said you, she is my sister, so I might have taken her to be my woman? Now therefore, behold, your woman, take her, and go your way.
And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away, and his woman, and all that he had. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 13. And Abram went up out of Mitzrayim, he and his woman, and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the Negev. And Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold. And he went on his journeys from the Negev even to Beit El, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Beit El and Ai, unto the place of the altar, which he had made there at the first. And there Abraham called on the name of Yahweh. And Lot also, which went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents. And the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. And there was a strife between the herdsmen of Abram's cattle and the herdsmen of Lot's cattle. And the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelled then in the land. And Abram said unto Lot,
Let there be no strife, I pray you, between me and you, and between my herdsmen and your herdsmen, for we be brethren. Is not the whole land before you? Separate yourself, I pray you, from me. If you will take the left hand, then I will go to the right. Or if you depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left.
And Lot lifted up his eyes, and beheld all the circle of the Yarden, that it was well watered everywhere, before Yahweh destroyed Sodom and Amorah, even as the garden of Yahweh, like the land of Mitzrayim, as you come unto Zoar. Then Lot chose him all the circle of the Yarden, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated themselves, the one from the other. And Abram dwelt in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelt in the cities of the circle of the Yarden, and pitched his tent toward Sodom. But the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners before Yahweh exceedingly. And Yahweh said unto Abram, after that Lot was separated from him,
Lift up now your eyes, and look from the place where you are, northward, and southward, and eastward, and westward. For all the land which you see, to you will I give it, and to your seed forever. And I will make your seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall your seed also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it and in the breadth of it, for I will give it unto you.
Then Abram removed his tent, and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto Yahweh. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 14. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elakar, Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Birsha, king of Amorah, Shinav, king of Admah, and Shem-Eber, king of Tseboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar. All these were joined together in the valley of Siddim, which is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Kedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. And in the 14th year came Kedorlaomer, and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaim in Ashtaroth Karnaim, and the Zuzim in Ham, and the Emim in Shaveh Kiriathaim, and the Horim in their Mount Seir, unto Il Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to En Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekim, and also the Amorim, that dwelt in Hatzron Tamar. And there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Amorah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, the same as Zoar, and they joined battle with them in the valley of Siddim, with Kedorlaomer, the king of Elam, and with Tidal, king of nations, and Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elakar, 4 kings with 5. And the valley of Siddim was full of slime pits, and the kings of Sodom and Amorah fled, and fell there, and they that remained fled to the mountain. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Amorah, and all their victuals, and went their way. And they took Lot, Abram's brother, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one that had escaped, and told Abram the Ivri, for he dwelt in the plain of Mamre, the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Aner, and these were confederate with Abram. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan. And he divided himself against them, he and his servants, by night, and smote them, and pursued them unto Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot, and his goods, and the women also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Kedorlaomer, and of the kings that were with him, at the valley of Shaveh, which is in the king's valley. And Malchizedek, king of Shalem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of El Elyon. And he blessed him and said,
Blessed be Avram of El Elyon, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be El Elyon, which has delivered your enemies into your hand.
And he gave him tithes of all. And the king of Sodom said unto El Abram,
Give me the persons, and take the goods for yourself.
And Abram said to the king of Sodom,
I have lifted up my hand unto El Yahweh, El Elyon, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is yours, lest you should say, I have made Avram rich, save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them take their portion.
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 15. After these things, the word of Yahweh came unto El Abram in a vision, saying,
Fear not, Avram. I am your shield, and your exceeding great reward.
And Abram said,
Adonai, Yahweh, what will you give me, seeing I go childless, and the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus?
And Abram said,
Behold, to me you have given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is my heir.
And behold, the word of Yahweh came unto him, saying,
This shall not be your heir, but he that shall come forth out of your own generation shall be your heir.
And he brought him forth abroad and said,
Look now towards the heavens, and count the stars, if you be able to number them.
And he said unto him,
So shall your seed be.
And he believed in Yahweh, and he counted it to him for righteousness. And he said unto him,
I am Yahweh, that brought you out of Ur of the Kasdim, to give you this land to inherit it.
And he said,
Adonai, Yahweh, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it?
And he said unto him,
Take me a heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon.
And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against another, but the birds he divided not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, a horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Abram,
Know of a surety that your seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward they shall come out with great substance, and you shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried in a good old age. But in the 4th generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorim is not yet full.
And it came to pass that when the sun went down, and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace, and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. And the same day Yahweh cut a covenant with Abram, saying,
Unto your seed have I given this land, from the river of Mitzrayim unto the great river, the river Parath, the Canaanite, and the Kenizzim, and the Kadmonim, and the Hittim, and the Perizim, and the Rephaim, and the Amorim, and the Canaanite, and the Girgashim, and the Yebusim.
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 16. Now Sarai, Abram's woman, bore him no children, and she had a handmaid, a Mitzrayim, whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said unto Abram,
Behold now, Yahuwah has restrained me from bearing. I pray you, go in unto my maid. It may be that I may obtain children by her.
And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, Abram's woman, took Hagar, her maid, the Mitzrayim, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her man Abram to be his woman. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said unto Abram,
My wrong be upon you. I have given my maid into your bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. Yahuwah judge between me and you.
But Abram said unto Sarai,
Behold, your maid is in your hand. Do to her as it pleases you.
And when Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of Yahweh found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way to Shur. And he said,
Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence came you, and whither will you go?
And she said,
I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai.
And the angel of Yahweh said unto her,
Return to your mistress, and submit yourself under her hands.
And the angel of Yahweh said unto her,
I will multiply your seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude.
And the angel of Yahweh said unto her,
Behold, you are with child, and shall bear a son, and shall call his name Yishmael, because Yahuwah has heard your affliction. And he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren.
And she called the name of Yahweh that spoke unto her,
Uel, see me.
For she said,
Have I also here looked after him that sees me?
Wherefore the well was called Be'er Lahai Roi. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram called his son's name which Hagar bore Ishmael. And Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore Ishmael to Abram. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 17. And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, Yahweh appeared to Abram and said unto him,
I am El Shaddai. Walk before me and be perfect. And I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly.
And Abram fell on his face, and Elohim talked with him, saying,
As for me, behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be a father of many nations. Neither shall your name any more be called Avram, but your name shall be Avraham. For a father of many nations have I made you, and I will make you exceeding fruitful, and I will make nations of you, and kings shall come out of you. And I will establish my covenant between me and you, and your seed after you, in their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be Elohim unto you, and to your seed after you. And I will give unto you and to your seed after you the land wherein you are a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be their Elohim.
And Elohim said unto Abraham,
You shall guard my covenant, therefore, you and your seed after you in their generations. This is my covenant, which ye shall guard, between me and you and your seed after you. Every male child among you shall be circumcised, and ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a sign of the covenant betwixt me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every male child in your generations. He that is born in the house, or bought with money of any stranger, which is not of your seed, he that is born in your house, and he that is bought with your money, must need to be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised male child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant.
And Elohim said unto Abraham,
As for Sarai, your woman, you shall not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall her name be. And I will bless her, and give you a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her.
Then Abraham fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart,
Shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah, that is 90 years old, bear?
And Abraham said unto Elohim,
Oh, that Ishmael might live before you.
And Elohim said,
Sarah, your woman, shall bear you a son indeed, and you shall call his name Yitzhak. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Yitzhak, which Sarah shall bear unto you at this set time in the next year.
And he left off talking with him, and Elohim went up from Abraham. And Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the selfsame day, as Elohim had said unto him. And Abraham was 90 years old and 9 when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Ishmael his son was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And the selfsame day was Abraham circumcised, and Ishmael his son. And all the men of his house, born in the house, and bought with money of the stranger, were circumcised with him. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 18. And Yahweh appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day. And he lifted up his eyes, and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground, and said,
My Adonai, if now I have found favor in your sight, pass not away, I pray you, from your servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye your hearts. After that ye shall pass on, for therefore are ye come to your servant.
And they said,
So do, as you have said.
And Abraham hasted into the tent unto El Serah, and said,
Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the hearth.
And Abraham ran unto the herd, and fetched a calf tender and good, and gave it unto a young man, and he hastened to dress it. And he took butter and milk, and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. And they said unto him,
Where is Sarah, your woman?
And he said,
Behold, in the tent.
And he said,
I will certainly return unto you according to the time of life, and lo, Sarah your woman shall have a son.
And Sarah heard it in the tent door, which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and had ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying,
After I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also?
And Yahweh said unto El Abraham,
Wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I of a surety bear a child, which am old? Is anything too hard for Yahuwah? At the time appointed, I will return unto you, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son.
Then Sarah denied, saying,
I laughed not.
For she was afraid. And he said,
Nay, but you did laugh.
And the men rose up from thence, and looked toward Sodom. And Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And Yahweh said,
Shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, that they shall guard the way of Yahuwah, to do justice and judgment, that Yahuwah may bring upon Abraham that which he has spoken of him.
And Yahweh said,
Because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now, and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me, and if not, I will know.
And the men turned their faces from thence, and went toward Sodom. But Abraham stood yet before Yahweh. And Abraham drew near, and said,
Will you also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Perchance there be 50 righteous within the city. Will you also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein? That be far from you to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked. That be far from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right?
And Yahweh said,
If I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes.
And Abraham answered and said,
Behold now, I have taken it upon me to speak unto Adonai, which am but dust and ashes. Perchance there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous,
will you destroy all the city for lack of 5?
And he said,
If I find there 40 and 5, I will not destroy it.
And he spoke unto him yet again and said,
Perchance there will be 40 found there.
And he said,
I will not do it for 40's sake.
And he said unto him,
Oh, let not Adonai be angry, and I will speak. Perchance there shall be 30 found there.
And he said,
I will not do it if I find 30 there.
And he said,
Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto Adonai. Perchance there shall be 20 found there.
And he said,
I will not destroy it for 20's sake.
And he said,
Oh, let not Adonai be angry, and I will speak yet but this once. Perchance 10 shall be found there.
And he said,
I will not destroy it for 10's sake.
And Yahweh went his way as soon as he had left communing with El Abraham. And Abraham returned unto his place. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 19. And there came 2 angels to Sodom at evening, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said,
Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early, and go on your ways.
And they said,
Nay, but we will abide in the street all night.
And he pressed upon them greatly. And they turned in unto him, and entered into the house. And he made them a feast, and did bake matzah, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot, and said unto him,
Where are the men which came into you this night? Bring them out unto us,
that we may know them.
And Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said,
I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold now, I have 2 daughters, which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing, for therefore came they under the shadow of my roof.
And they said,
Stay back.
And they said again,
This one fellow came in to sojourn, and he will need to be a judge. Now we will deal worse with you than with them.
And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand, and pulled Lot into the house to them, and shut the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said unto Lot,
Have you here any besides son-in-law, and your sons, and your daughters, and whatsoever you have in the city, bring them out of this place, for we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of Yahweh, and Yahweh has sent us to destroy it.
And Lot went out, and spoke unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said,
Up, get you out of this place, for Yahweh will destroy this city.
But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying,
Arise, take your woman and your 2 daughters which are here, lest ye be consumed in the iniquity of the city.
And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his woman, and upon the hand of his 2 daughters, Yahweh being merciful unto him. And they brought him forth, and set him without the city. And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said,
Escape for your life, look not behind you, neither stay in all the circle of the Yarden. Escape to the mountain, lest you be consumed.
And Lot said unto them,
Oh, not so, my Adonai. Behold, now your servant has found grace in your sight, and you have magnified your mercy, which you have showed unto me in saving my life. I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me, and I die. Behold now, this city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape hither. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live.
And he said unto him,
See, I have accepted you concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city for which you have spoken. Make haste, escape hither, for I cannot do anything till you are come hither.
Therefore, the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Zoar. Then Yahweh rained upon Sodom and upon Amorah brimstone and fire from Yahweh out of the heavens. And he overthrew those cities, and all the circle of the Yarden, and all the inhabitants of those cities, and that which grew upon the ground. But his woman looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before Yahweh, and he looked toward Sodom and Amorah, and toward all the land of the circle of the Yarden, and beheld, and lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when Elohim destroyed the cities of the circle of the Yarden, that Elohim remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in which Lot dwelt. And Lot went up out of Zoar, and dwelt in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him, for he feared to dwell in Zoar, and he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said unto the younger,
Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father.
And they made their father drink wine that night. And the firstborn went in, and lay with her father. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on the morrow, that the firstborn said unto the younger,
Behold, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go in and lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father.
And they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father. And the firstborn bore a son, and called his name Moab. The same is the father of the Moabim unto this day. And the younger, she also bore a son, and called his name Ben-Ammi. The same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 20. And Abraham journeyed from thence toward the country of the Negev, and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur, and sojourned in Gerar. And Abraham said of El-Sarah his woman,
She is my sister.
And Abimelech king of Gerar sent, and took Sarah. But Elohim came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said to him,
Behold, you are but a dead man, for the woman which you have taken, for she is a man's woman.
But Abimelech had not come near her. And he said,
Adonai, will you slay also a righteous nation? Said he not unto me, She is my sister? And she, even she herself said, He is my brother? In the integrity of my heart and innocence of my hands have I done this.
And Elohim said unto him in a dream,
Yea, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart, for I also withheld you from sinning against me. Therefore suffered I you not to touch her. Now therefore restore the man his woman, for he is a prophet, and he shall pray for you, and you shall live. And if you restore her not, know you that you shall surely die, you and all that are yours.
Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning, and called all his servants, and told all these things in their ears. and the men were sore afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham and said unto him,
What have you done unto us, and what have I offended you, that you have brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? You have done deeds unto me that ought not to be done.
And Abimelech said unto Abraham,
What saw you that you have done this thing?
And Abraham said,
Because I thought, surely the fear of Elohim is not in this place, and they will slay me for my woman's sake. And yet, indeed, she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my woman. And it came to pass, when Elohim caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said unto her, This is your kindness which you shall show unto me. At every place whither we shall come, say of me, He is my brother.
And Abimelech took sheep, and oxen, and men servants, and women servants, and gave them unto Abraham, and restored him Sarah his woman. And Abimelech said,
Behold, my land is before you. Dwell where it pleases you.
And unto Sarah he said,
Behold, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is to you a covering of the eyes, unto all that are with you, and with all other.
Thus she was reproved. So Abraham prayed unto Elohim, and Elohim healed Abimelech, and his woman, and his maidservants, and they bore children. For Yahweh had fast closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech, because of Sarah, Abraham's woman. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 21. And Yahweh visited Sarah as he had said, and Yahweh did unto Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived, and bore Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time of which Elohim had spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah bore unto him, Yitzchak. And Abraham circumcised his son Yitzchak, being 8 days old, as Elohim had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old, when his son Yitzchak was born unto him. And Sarah said,
Elohim has made me to laugh, so that all that hear will laugh with me.
And she said,
Who would have said unto Abraham that Sarah should have given children suck? For I have borne him a son in his old age.
And the child grew, and was weaned. And Abraham made a great feast, the same day that Yitzchak was weaned. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar, the Mitzrayim, which she had borne unto Abraham, mocking. Wherefore she said unto Abraham,
Cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Yitzhak.
And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight because of his son. And Elohim said unto Abraham,
Let it not be grievous in your sight because of the lad, and because of your bondwoman. In all that Sarah has said unto you, hearken unto her voice. For in Yitzhak shall your seed be called. And also the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation, because he is your seed.
And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and took bread and a bottle of water, and gave it unto Hagar, putting it on her shoulder, and the child, and sent her away. And she departed, and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. And the water was spent in the bottle, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs. And she went, and sat her down over against him a good way off, as it were a bow shot. For she said,
Let me not see the death of the child.
And she sat over against him, and lifted up her voice, and wept. And Elohim heard the voice of the lad. And the angel of Elohim called unto Hagar out of the heavens, and said unto her,
What ails you, Hagar? Fear not, for Elohim has heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him in your hand, for I will make him a great nation.
And Elohim opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. And she went, and filled the bottle with water, and gave the lad drink. And Elohim was with the lad, and he grew, and dwelt in the wilderness. and became an archer. And he dwelt in the wilderness of Haran, and his mother took him a woman out of the land of Mizraim. And it came to pass at that time that Abimelech and Pichol, the chief captain of his host, spoke unto El Abraham, saying,
Elohim is with you in all that you do. Now therefore swear unto me here by Elohim that you will not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done unto you, you shall do unto me, and to the land wherein you have sojourned.
And Abraham said,
I will swear.
And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water, which Abimelech's servants had violently taken away. And Abimelech said,
I know not who has done these things, neither did you tell me, neither yet heard I of it, but today.
And Abraham took sheep and oxen and gave them unto Abimelech, and both of them cut a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said unto El Abraham,
What mean these 7 ewe lambs which you have set by themselves?
And he said,
For these 7 ewe lambs shall you take off my hand, that they may be a witness unto me, that I have dug this well.
Wherefore he called that place Beersheba, because there they swore both of them. Thus they cut a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up, and Pichol, the chief captain of his host, and they returned into the land of the Philistine. And Abraham planted a grove at Beersheba, and called thereon the name of Yahweh, El Olam. And Abraham sojourned in the Philistines' land many days. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 22. And it came to pass after these things, that Elohim did try Abraham, and said unto him,
Abraham.
And he said,
Behold, here I am.
And he said,
Take now your son, your Yachid, Yitzhak, whom you love, and get you into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains, which I will tell you of.
And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and saddled his ass, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Yitzchak his son, and clave the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up, and went unto the place of which Elohim had told him. Then on the 3rd day Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw the place afar off. And Abraham said unto his young men,
Abide ye here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder, and worship, and come again to you.
And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering, and laid it upon Yitzchak his son. And he took the fire in his hand, and a knife, and they went both of them together. And Yitzchak spoke unto El Abraham his father, and said,
My father.
And he said,
Here am I, my son.
And he said,
Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering?
And Abraham said,
My son, Elohim will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering.
So they went both of them together. And they came to the place which Elohim had told him of. And Abraham built an altar there, and laid the wood in order, and bound Yitzchak his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. And the angel of Yahweh called unto him out of the heavens, and said,
Abraham, Abraham.
And he said,
Here am I.
And he said,
Lay not your hand upon the lad, neither do you anything unto him. For now I know that you fear Elohim, seeing you have not withheld your son, your Yachid, from me.
And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in a thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram, and offered him up for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place Yahweh Yireh, as it is said to this day, In the mount of Yahweh it shall be seen. And the angel of Yahweh called unto El Abraham out of the heavens the second time, and said,
By myself have I sworn, says Yahuwah, for because you have done this thing, and have not withheld your son, your Yahid, that in blessing I will bless you, and in multiplying I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore, and your seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in your seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice.
So Abraham returned unto his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba. And Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. And it came to pass after these things that it was told Abraham, saying,
Behold, Milcah, she has also borne children unto your brother Nahor, Uz his firstborn, and Buz his brother, and Kemuel the father of Aram, and Kesed, and Hazo, and Pildash, and Yidlaf, and Bethuel.
Bethuel begat Rivkah. These 8 Milcah did bear to Nahor, Abraham's brother, and his concubine, whose name was Reumah. She bore also Teva, and Gaham, and Tahash, and Maacah. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 23. And Sarah was 127 years old. These were the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died in Kiryat Arba. The same is in Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah, and to weep for her. And Abraham stood up from before his dead, and spoke unto the sons of Heth, saying,
I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight.
And the children of Heth answered Abraham, saying unto him,
Hear us, my lord. You are a mighty prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchres bury your dead. None of us shall withhold from you his sepulchre, but that you may bury your dead.
And Abraham stood up, and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Heth. And he communed with them, saying,
If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me, and entreat from me to Ephron, the son of Zohar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he has, which is in the end of his field. For as much money as it is worth he shall give it me, for a possession of a burying place amongst you.
And Ephron dwelt among the children of Heth. And Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the audience of the children of Heth, even all that went in the gate of his city, saying,
Nay, my lord, hear me. The field I give you, and the cave that is therein I give it you. In the presence of the sons of my people give I it you. Bury your dead.
And Abraham bowed down himself before the people of the land. And he spoke unto Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying,
But if you will give it, I pray you, hear me. I will give you money for the field. Take it of me, and I will bury my dead there.
And Ephron answered Abraham, saying unto him,
My lord, hearken unto me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that betwixt me and you? Bury therefore your dead.
And Abraham hearkened unto Ephron. And Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver, which he had named in the audience of the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, current money with the merchant. And the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field and the cave which was therein, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in all the borders round about, were made sure unto Abraham for a possession in the presence of the children of Heth, before all that went in at the gate of his city. And after this, Abraham buried Sarah his woman in the cave of the field of Machpelah before Mamre. The same is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And the field and the cave that is therein were made sure unto Abraham for a possession of a burying place by the sons of Heth. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 24. And Abraham was old and well stricken in age, and Yahweh had blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house, that ruled over all that he had,
Put, I pray you, your hand under my thigh, and I will make you swear by Yahweh, the Elohai of heaven, and the Elohai of the earth, that you shall not take a woman unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanim, among whom I dwell. But you shall go unto my country, and to my kindred, and take a woman unto my son Yitzhak.
And the servant said unto him,
Perchance the woman will not be willing to follow me unto this land. Must I needs bring your son again unto the land from whence you came?
And Abraham said unto him,
Beware that you bring not my son thither again. Yahuwah Elohai of heaven, which took me from my father's house, and from the land of my kindred, and which spoke unto me, and that swore unto me, saying, Unto your seed will I give this land. He shall send his angel before you, and you shall take a woman unto my son from thence. And if the woman will not be willing to follow you, then you shall be clear from this my oath. Only bring not my son thither again.
And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master, and swore to him concerning that matter. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master, and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand. And he arose and went to Aram Naharaim, unto the city of Nahor. And he made his camels to kneel down without the city by a well of water at the time of the evening, even the time that women go out to draw water. And he said,
O Yahuwah Elohai of my master Abraham, I pray you, send me good speed this day, and show kindness unto my master Abraham. Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. And let it come to pass, that the damsel to whom I shall say, Let down your pitcher, I pray you, that I may drink. And she shall say, Drink, and I will give your camels drink also. Let the same be she that you have appointed for your servant Yitzhak. And thereby shall I know that you have showed kindness unto my master.
And it came to pass, before he had done speaking, that behold, Ribkah came out, who was born to Bethuel, son of Milcah, the woman of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder. And the damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin, neither had any man known her. And she went down to the well and filled her pitcher, and came up. And the servant ran to meet her and said,
Let me, I pray you, drink a little water of your pitcher.
And she said,
Drink, my lord.
And she hastened, and let down her pitcher upon her hand, and gave him drink. And when she had done giving him drink, she said,
I will draw water for your camels also, until they have done drinking.
And she hastened, and emptied her pitcher into the trough, and ran again unto the well to draw water, and drew for all his camels. And the man, wondering at her, held his peace, to wit whether Yahweh had made his journey prosperous or not. And it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring of 1/2 shekel weight, and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold, and said,
Whose daughter are you? Tell me, I pray you, is there room in your father's house for us to lodge in?
And she said unto him,
I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, which she bore unto Nahor.
And she said moreover unto him,
We have both straw and provender enough, and room to lodge in.
And the man bowed down his head and worshipped Yahweh. And he said,
Blessed be Yahuwah Elohai of my master Abraham, who has not left destitute my master of his mercy and his truth. I, being in the way, Yahuwah led me to the house of my master's brother.
And the damsel ran and told them of her mother's house of these things. And Ribkah had a brother, and his name was Laban. And Laban ran unto the man, unto the well. And it came to pass, when he saw the earring and the bracelets upon his sister's hands, and when he heard the words of Ribkah his sister, saying,
Thus spoke the man unto me.
that he came unto the man, And behold, he stood by the camels at the well. And he said,
Come in, you blessed of Yahuwah. Wherefore stand you without? For I have prepared the house and room for the camels.
And the man came into the house, and he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the men's feet that were with him. And there was set meat before him to eat, but he said,
I will not eat until I have told my errand.
And he said,
Speak on.
And he said,
I am Abraham's servant, and Yahuwah has blessed my master greatly, and he has become great. And he has given him flocks and herds, and silver and gold, and men servants and maidservants, and camels and asses. And Sarah, my master's woman, bore a son to my master when she was old, and unto him has he given all that he has. And my master made me swear, saying, You shall not take a woman to my son of the daughters of the Canaanim, in whose land I dwell, but you shall go unto my father's house, and to my kindred, and take a woman unto my son. And I said unto my master, Perchance the woman will not follow me. And he said unto me, Yahuwah, before whom I walk, will send his angel with you, and prosper your way. And you shall take a woman for my son of my kindred, and of my father's house. Then shall you be clear from this my oath, when you come to my kindred, and if they give not you one, you shall be clear from my oath. And I came this day unto the well, and said, O Yahuwah Elohai, of my master Avraham, if now you do prosper my way which I go, behold, I stand by the well of water. And it shall come to pass, that when the virgin comes forth to draw water, and I say to her, Give me, I pray you, a little water of your pitcher to drink. And she say to me, Both drink you, and I will also draw for your camels. Let the same be the woman whom Yahuwah has appointed out for my master's son. And before I had done speaking in my heart, behold, Rivkah came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder. And she went down unto the well, and drew water. And I said unto her, Let me drink, I pray you. And she made haste, and let down her pitcher from her shoulder, and said, Drink, and I will give your camels drink also. So I drank, and she made the camels drink also. And I asked her and said, Whose daughter are you? And she said, The daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bore unto him. And I put the earring upon her face, and the bracelets upon her hands. And I bowed down my head and worshipped Yahuwah, and blessed Yahuwah Elohai of my master Avraham, which had led me in the right way to take my master's brother's daughter unto his son. And now, if you will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left.
Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said,
The thing proceeds from Yahuwah. We cannot speak unto you bad or good.
Behold, Rivkah is before you. Take her and go, and let her be your master's son's woman, as Yahuwah has spoken.
And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped Yahweh, bowing himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment, and gave them to Ribkah. And he gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things. And they did eat and drink, and the men that were with him, and tarried all night. And they rose up in the morning, and he said,
Send me away unto my master.
And her brother and her mother said,
Let the damsel abide with us a few days, at the least 10.
After that she shall go.
And he said unto them,
Hinder me not, seeing Yahuwah has prospered my way. Send me away, that I may go to my master.
And they said,
We will call the damsel, and inquire at her mouth.
And they called Ribkah, and said unto her,
Will you go with this man?
And she said,
I will go.
And they sent away Ribkah their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant, and his men. And they blessed Ribkah, and said unto her,
You are our sister. be the mother of thousands of millions, and let your seed possess the gate of those which hate them.
And Ribka arose, and her damsels, and they rode upon the camels, and followed the man. And the servant took Ribka, and went his way. And Yitzhak came from the way of the well of Beer Lachairoi, for he dwelt in the country of the Negev. And Yitzhak went out to meditate in the field in the evening, and he lifted up his eyes and saw, and behold, the camels were coming. And Ribka lifted her eyes, and when she saw Yitzhak, she lighted off the camel. For she had said unto the servant,
What man is this that walks in the field to meet us?
And the servant had said,
It is my master.
Therefore she took a veil and covered herself. And the servant told Yitzhak all the things that he had done. And Yitzhak brought her into his mother Sarah's tent, and took Rivka, and she became his woman, and he loved her. And Yitzhak was comforted after his mother's death. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 25. And again Abraham took a woman, and her name was Keturah. And she bore him Zimran, and Yokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Yishbak, and Shuach. And Yokshan begot Sheba, and Dedan. And the sons of Dedan were Ashurim, and Letushim, and Leumim. And the sons of Midian, Ephah, and Epher, and Chanok, and Abidah, and Eldaah. These were the children of Keturah. And Abraham gave all that he had unto Yitzhak. But unto the sons of the concubines which Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts, and sent them away from Yitzhak his son, while he yet lived, eastward into the east country. And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life which he lived, 160 years. Then Abraham gave up his ruach, and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people. And his sons, Yitzhak and Ishmael, buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar, the Hittite, which is before Mamre, the field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth. There was Abraham buried, and Sarah his woman. And it came to pass, after the death of Abraham, that Elohim blessed his son Yitzhak, and Yitzhak dwelt by the well Be'er Lachairoi. Now these are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar, the Mitzrayim, Sarah's handmaid, bore unto Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael, by their names, according to their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nebaioth, and Kedar, and Adbeel, and Mibsam, and Mishma, and Duma, and Masaah, Hadar, and Tima, Yetur, Naphish, and Kedemah. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names, by their towns and by their castles, 12 princes according to their nations. And these are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. And he gave up his ruach and died, and was gathered unto his people. And they dwelt from Havilah unto Shur, that is before Mitzrayim, as you go toward Ashura. And he died in the presence of all his brethren. And these are the generations of Yitzhak, Abraham's son. Abraham begat Yitzhak, and Yitzhak was 40 years old when he took Rivka to be his woman, the daughter of Bethuel, the Aramite, of Padan Aram, the sister unto Laban, the Aramite. And Yitzhak entreated Yahweh for his woman, because she was barren, and Yahweh was entreated of him. And Rivka his woman conceived. And the children struggled together within her. And she said,
If it be so, why am I thus?
And she went to inquire of Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto her,
2 nations are in your womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from your generation. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger.
And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. And Yitzhak was 80 years old when she bore them. And the boys grew, And Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field. And Jacob was an upright man, dwelling in tents. And Yitzchak loved Esau, because he did eat of his venison. But Rivkah loved Jacob. And Jacob sought pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob,
Feed me, I pray you, with that same red pottage, for I am faint.
Therefore was his name called Edom. And Jacob said,
Sell me this day your birthright.
And Esau said,
Behold, I am at the point to die. And what profit shall this birthright do to me?
And Jacob said,
Swear to me this day.
And he swore unto him. And he sold his birthright unto Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils. And he did eat and drink, and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 26. And there was a famine in the land, beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Yitzchak went unto Abimelech, king of the Pelishtim, unto Gerar. And Yahweh appeared unto him and said,
Go not down into Mitzrayim. Dwell in the land which I shall tell you of. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with you, and will bless you. For unto you and unto your seed I will give you all these countries, and I will perform the oath which I swore unto Abraham your father. And I will make your seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and will give unto your seed all these countries, and in your seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Because that Abraham obeyed my voice, and did guard my watch, my commandments, my statutes, and my Torah.
And Yitzchak dwelt in Gerar. And the men of the place asked him of his woman, and he said,
She is my sister.
For he feared to say, She is my woman, lest, said he,
the men of the place should kill me for Rivkah, because she was fair to look upon.
And it came to pass, when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech, king of the Pelishtim, looked out at a window and saw, and behold, Yitzchak was sporting with Rivkah his woman. And Abimelech called Yitzchak and said,
Behold, of a surety she is your woman. And how said you, She is my sister?
And Yitzchak said unto him,
Because I said, lest I die for her.
And Abimelech said,
What is this you have done unto us? One of the people might lightly have lain with your woman, and you should have brought guiltiness upon us.
And Abimelech charged all his people, saying,
He that touches this man or his woman shall surely be put to death.
Then Yitzchak sowed in that land, and received in the same year 100-fold, and Yahweh blessed him. And the man waxed great, and went forward, and grew until he became very great, for he had possessions of flocks, and possessions of herds, and great store of servants. And the Pelishtim envied him. For all the wells which his father's servant had dug in the days of Abraham his father, the Pelishtim had stopped them, and filled them with earth. And Abimelech said unto Yitzchak,
Go from us, for you are much mightier than we.
And Yitzchak departed thence, and pitched his tent in the valley of Gerar, and dwelt there. And Yitzchak dug again the wells of water, which they had dug in the days of Abraham his father. For the Pelishtim had stopped them up after the death of Abraham. And he called their names after the names by which his father had called them. And Yitzchak's servants dug in the valley, and found there a well of springing water. And the herdsmen of Gerar did strive with Yitzchak's herdsmen, saying,
The water is ours.
And he called the name of the well Esek, because they strove with him. And they dug another well, and strove for that also. And he called the name of it Sitnah. And he removed from thence, and dug another well. And for that they strove not. And he called the name of it Rehoboth. And he said,
For now Yahuwah has made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land.
And he went up from thence to Beer-sheba. And Yahweh appeared unto him that same night, and said,
I am the Elohai of Abraham your father. Fear not, for I am with you, and will bless you, and multiply your seed, for my servant Abraham's sake.
And he built an altar there, and called upon the name of Yahweh, and pitched his tent there, and there Yitzchak's servants dug a well. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and Achuzat, one of his friends, and Pichol, the chief captain of his army. And Yitzchak said unto them,
Wherefore come ye to me, seeing ye hate me, and have sent me away from you?
And they said,
We saw certainly that Yahuwah was with you, and we said, Let there be now an oath betwixt us, even betwixt us and you, and let us cut a covenant with you.
That you will do us no hurt, as we have not touched you, and as we have done unto you nothing but good, and have sent you away in peace. You are now the blessed of Yahuwah.
And he made them a feast, and they did eat and drink. And they rose up early in the morning, and swore one to another. And Yitzchak sent them away, and they departed from him in peace. And it came to pass the same day that Yitzchak's servants came, and told him concerning the well which they had dug, and said unto him,
We have found water.
And he called it Sheba. Therefore the name of the city is Be'er Sheba unto this day. And Esau was 40 years old when he took to be his woman Yahudit, the daughter of Beeri the Hittite, and Basemat, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, which were a grief of mind unto Yitzchak and to Rivkah. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 27. And it came to pass that when Yitzchak was old, and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, he called Esau his eldest son, and said unto him,
My son.
And he said unto him,
Behold, here I am.
And he said,
Behold now, I am old. I know not the day of my death. Now therefore take, I pray you, your weapons, your quiver and your bow, and go out to the field, and take me some venison, and make me savory meat such as I love, and bring it to me, that I may eat, that my soul may bless you before I die.
And Rivkah heard when Yitzchak spoke to Esau his son. And Esau went to the field to hunt for venison, and to bring it. And Rivkah spoke unto Jacob her son, saying,
Behold, I heard your father speak unto Esau, your brother, saying, Bring me venison, and make me savory meat, that I may eat, and bless you before Yahuwah, before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, according to that which I command you. Go now to the flock, and fetch me from thence 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them savory meat for your father, such as he loves. And you shall bring it to your father, that he may eat, and that he may bless you before his death.
And Jacob said to Rivkah his mother,
Behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. My father perchance will fill me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse upon me, and not a blessing.
And his mother said unto him,
Upon me be your curse, my son. Only obey my voice, and go fetch me them.
And he went and fetched, and brought them to his mother. And his mother made savory meat, such as his father loved. And Rivkah took goodly raiment of her eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob her younger son. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands, and upon the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory meat, and the bread, which she had prepared, into the hand of her son Jacob. And he came unto his father, and said,
My father.
And he said,
Here I am. Who are you, my son?
And Jacob said unto his father,
I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done according as you bade me. Arise, I pray you, sit and eat of my venison, that your soul may bless me.
And Yitzchak said unto his son,
How is it that you have found it so quickly, my son?
And he said,
Because Yahuwah Elohika brought it to me.
And Yitzchak said unto Jacob,
Come near, I pray you, that I may fill you, my son, whether you be my very son Esau, or not.
And Jacob went near unto Yitzchak his father, and he felt him, and said,
The voice is Yaakov's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau.
And he discerned him not. because his hands were hairy, as his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. And he said,
Are you my very son Esau?
And he said,
I am.
And he said,
Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless you.
And he brought it near to him, and he did eat. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Yitzchak said unto him,
Come near now, and kiss me, my son.
And he came near and kissed him. And he smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him, and said,
See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field which Yahuwah has blessed. Therefore Elohim give you of the dew of heaven, and of the fatness of the earth, and plenty of grain and wine. Let people serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be Lord over your brethren, and let your mother's sons bow down to you. Cursed be every one that curses you, and blessed be he that blesses you.
And it came to pass, as soon as Yitzchak had made an end of blessing Yaakov, and Yaakov was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Yitzchak his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting, and he also had made savory meat, and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father,
Let my father arise, and eat of his son's venison, that your soul may bless me.
And Yitzchak his father said unto him,
Who are you?
And he said,
I am your son, your firstborn, Esau.
And Yitzchak trembled very exceedingly, and said,
Where is he that has taken venison, and brought it to me? And I have eaten of all before you came, and have blessed him. Yea, he shall be blessed.
And when Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father,
Bless me, even me also, O my father.
And he said,
Your brother has come with subtlety, and has taken away your blessing.
And he said,
Is he not rightly named Yaakov? For he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he has taken away my blessing.
And he said,
Have you not reserved a blessing for me?
And Yitzchak answered and said unto Esau,
Behold, I have made him your lord, and all his brethren have I given to him for servants, and with grain and wine have I sustained him. And what shall I do now unto you, my son?
And Esau said unto his father,
Have you but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father.
And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Yitzchak his father answered and said unto him,
Behold, your dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. And by your sword shall you live, and shall serve your brother. And it shall come to pass, when you shall have the dominion, that you shall break his yoke from off your neck.
And Esau hated Yaakov because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart,
The days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then I will slay my brother Yaakov.
And these words of Esau, her elder son, were told to Ribkah. And she sent and called Yaakov, her younger son, and said unto him,
Behold, your brother Esau, as touching you, comforts himself, purposing to kill you. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, and arise, flee to Lavan my brother, to Haran, and tarry with him a few days, until your brother's fury turn away, until your brother's anger turn away from you, and he forget that which you have done to him. Then I will send and fetch you from thence. Why should I be deprived also of you both in one day?
And Ribkah said to Yitzchak,
I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Yaakov take a woman of the daughters of Heth, such as these which are of the daughters of the land, what good shall my life do me?
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 28. And Yitzchak called El Yaakov, and blessed him, and charged him, and said unto him,
You shall not take a woman of the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, your mother's father, and take you a woman from thence of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother, and El Shaddai bless you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, that you may be a multitude of people, and give you the blessing of Abraham to you, and to your seed with you, that you may inherit the land wherein you are a stranger, which Elohim gave unto Abraham.
And Yitzchak sent away Jacob, and he went to Padan Aram unto Laban, son of Bethuel, the Aramite, the brother of Ribkah, Jacob's and Esau's mother. When Esau saw that Yitzchak had blessed Jacob, and sent him away to Padan Aram, to take him a woman from thence, and that as he blessed him, he gave him a charge, saying,
You shall not take a woman of the daughters of Canaan.
And that Jacob obeyed his father and his mother, and was gone to Padan Aram. And Esau, seeing that the daughters of Canaan pleased not Yitzchak his father, then went Esau unto El Ishmael, and he took unto the woman which he had, Mahalat, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebaioth, to be his woman. And Jacob went out from Beersheba, and went toward Haran. And he lighted upon a certain place, and tarried there all night, because the sun was set. He took of the stones of that place, and put them for his pillows, and lay down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of Elohim ascending and descending on it. And behold, Yahweh stood above it, and said,
I am Yahuwah Elohai, of Abraham your father, and the Elohai of Yitzhak. The land whereon you lie, to you will I give it, and to your seed. And your seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south. And in you, and in your seed, shall all the families of the earth be blessed. And behold, I am with you, and will guard you in all the places whither you go, and will bring you again into this land. For I will not leave you until I have done that which I have spoken to you of.
And Yaakov awoke out of his sleep, and he said,
Surely Yahuwah is in this place, and I knew it not.
And he was afraid, and said,
How dreadful is this place! This is none other but the house of Elohim, and this is the gate of heaven.
And Jacob arose up early in the morning, and took the stone that he had put for his pillows, and set it up for a pillar, and poured oil upon the top of it. And he called the name of that place Beit El, but the name of that city was called Luz at the first. And Jacob vowed a vow, saying,
If Elohim will be with me, and will guard me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat, and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then shall Yahuwah be my Elohim, and this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be Elohim's house, and of all that you shall give me, I will surely give the 10th unto you.
Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 29. Then Jacob went on his journey, and came into the land of the people of the east. And he looked, and behold, a well in the field, and lo, there were 3 flocks of sheep lying by it. For out of that well they watered the flocks, and a great stone was upon the well's mouth. And thither there were all the flocks gathered, and they rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the sheep, and put the stone again upon the well's mouth in its place. And Jacob said unto them,
My brethren, whence be ye?
And they said,
Of Haran are we.
And he said unto them,
Know ye Lavan, the son of Nahor?
And they said,
We know him.
And he said unto them,
Is he well?
And they said,
He is well. And behold, Rachel his daughter comes with the sheep.
And he said,
Lo, it is yet high day, neither is it time that the cattle should be gathered together.
water ye the sheep, and go and feed them.
And they said,
We cannot, until all the flocks be gathered together, until they roll the stone from the well's mouth. Then we water the sheep.
And while he yet spoke with him, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she kept them. And it came to pass, when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, that Jacob went near, and rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother. And Jacob kissed Rachel, and lifted up his voice, and wept. And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's brother, and that he was Ribka's son. And she ran and told her father. And it came to pass, when Laban heard the tidings of Jacob his sister's son, that he ran to meet him, and embraced him, and kissed him, and brought him to his house. And he told Laban all these things. And Laban said to him,
Surely you are my bone and my flesh.
And he abode with him the space of a month. And Laban said unto Jacob,
Because you are my brother, should you therefore serve me for naught? Tell me, what shall your wages be?
And Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah was tender-eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored. And Jacob loved Rachel, and said,
I will serve you 7 years for Rachel, your younger daughter.
And Laban said,
It is better that I give her to you, than that I should give her to another man. Abide with me.
And Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed unto him but a few days, for the love he had to her. And Jacob said unto Laban,
Give me my woman, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go in unto her.
And Laban gathered together all the men of that place, and made a feast. And it came to pass in the evening, that he took Leah his daughter, and brought her to him, and he went in unto her. And Laban gave unto his daughter Leah Zilpah, his maid, for a handmaid. And it came to pass, that in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And he said to Laban,
What is this that you have done unto me? Did I not serve with you for Rachel? Wherefore then had you beguiled me?
And Laban said,
It must not be so done in our country, to give the younger before the firstborn. Fulfill her week, and we will give you this also for the service which you shall serve with me yet 7 other years.
And Jacob did so, and fulfilled her week. And he gave him Rachel his daughter to be his woman also. And Laban gave to Rachel his daughter Bilhah his handmaid to be her maid. And he went in also unto Rachel, and he loved also Rachel more than Leah, and served with him yet 7 other years. And when Yahweh saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived, and bore a son, and she called his name Reuben. For she said,
Surely Yahuwah has looked upon my affliction. Now therefore my man will love me.
And she conceived again, and bore a son, and said,
Because Yahuwah has heard that I was hated, he has therefore given me this son also.
And she called his name Shimon. And she conceived again, and bore a son, and said,
Now this time will my man be joined unto me, because I have borne him 3 sons.
Therefore was his name called Levi. And she conceived again, and bore a son, and she said,
Now I will praise Yahuwah.
Therefore she called his name Yehudah, and left bearing. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 30. And when Rachel saw that she bore Jacob no children, Rachel envied her sister, and said unto Jacob,
Give me children, or else I die.
And Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel. And he said,
Am I in Elohim's stead, who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb?
And she said,
Behold, my maid Bilhah, go in unto her, and she shall bear upon my knees, that I may also have children by her.
And she gave him Bilhah her handmaid to be his woman. And Jacob went in unto her. And Bilhah conceived, and bore Jacob a son. And Rachel said,
Elohim has judged me, and has also heard my voice, and has given me a son.
Therefore called she his name Dan. And Bilhah, Rachel's maid, conceived again, and bore Jacob a second son. And Rachel said,
With great wrestlings have I wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed.
And she called his name Naphtali. And when Leah saw that she had left bearing, she took Zilpah her maid, and gave her Jacob to be his woman. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bore Jacob a son. And Leah said,
A troop comes.
and she called his name Gad. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bore Jacob a second son. And Leah said,
Happy am I, for the daughters will call me blessed.
and she called his name Asher. And Reuben went in the days of the wheat harvest, and found mandrakes in the field, and brought them unto his mother, Leah. Then Rachel said to Leah,
Give me, I pray you, of your son's mandrakes.
and she said unto her,
Is it a small matter that you have taken my man? And will you take away my son's mandrakes also?
and Rachel said,
Therefore, he shall lie with you tonight for your son's mandrakes.
and Jacob came out of the field in the evening, and Leah went out to meet him and said,
You must come in unto me, for surely I have hired you with my son's mandrakes.
and he lay with her that night. And Elohim hearkened unto Leah, and she conceived, and bore Jacob the fifth son. And Leah said,
Elohim has given me my hire, because I have given my maiden to my man.
and she called his name Issachar. And Leah conceived again, and bore Jacob the sixth son. And Leah said,
Elohim has endued me with a good dowry. Now will my man dwell with me, because I have borne him 6 sons.
and she called his name Zebulun. And afterwards she bore a daughter, and called her name Dinah. And Elohim remembered Rachel, and Elohim hearkened to her, and opened her womb. And she conceived and bore a son, and said,
Elohim has taken away my reproach.
and she called his name Joseph, and said,
Yahuwah shall add to me another son.
And it came to pass, when Rachel had borne Joseph, that Jacob said unto Laban,
Send me away, that I may go unto my own place, and to my country. Give me my women and my children, for whom I have served you. Let me go, for you know my service which I have done you.
And Laban said unto him,
I pray you, if I have found favor in your eyes, tarry, for I have learned by experience that Yahuwah has blessed me for your sake.
And he said,
Appoint me your wages, and I will give it.
And he said unto him,
You know how I have served you, and how your cattle was with me. For it was little which you had before I came, and it is now increased unto a multitude. And Yahuwah has blessed you since my coming. And now, when shall I provide for my own house also?
And he said,
What shall I give you?
And Jacob said,
You shall not give me anything, if you will do this thing for me. I will again feed and guard your flock. I will pass through all your flock today, removing from thence all the speckled and spotted cattle, and all the brown cattle among the sheep, and the spotted and speckled among the goats, and of such shall be my hire. So shall my righteousness answer for me in time to come, when it shall come for my hire before your face. Every one that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, and brown among the sheep, that shall be counted stolen with me.
And Laban said,
Behold, I would it might be according to your word.
And he removed that day the he-goats that were ring-streaked and spotted, and all the she-goats that were speckled and spotted, and every one that had some white in it, and all the brown among the sheep, and gave them into the hands of his sons. And he set 3 days' journey betwixt himself and Jacob, and Jacob fed the rest of Laban's flocks. And Jacob took him rods of green poplar, and of the hazel and chestnut tree, and pilled white strakes in them, and made the white appear which was in the rods. And he set the rods which he had pilled before the flocks in the gutters, in the watering troughs, when the flocks came to drink, that they should conceive when they came to drink. And the flocks conceived before the rods, and brought forth cattle, ring-straked, speckled, and spotted. And Jacob did separate the lambs, and set the faces of the flocks toward the ring-straked, and all the brown in the flock of Laban. And he put his own flocks by themselves, and put them not unto Laban's cattle. And it came to pass, whensoever the stronger cattle did conceive, that Jacob laid the rods before the eyes of the cattle in the gutters, that they might conceive among the rods. But when the cattle were feeble, he put them not in. So the feebler were Laban's, and the stronger Jacob's. And the man increased exceedingly, and had much cattle, and maidservants, and menservants, and camels, and asses. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 31. And he heard the words of Laban's son, saying,
Yaakov has taken away all that was our father's, and of that which was our father's has he gotten all his glory.
And Yaakov beheld the countenance of Laban, and behold, it was not towards him as before. And Yahweh said unto Yaakov,
Return unto the land of your fathers, and to your kindred, and I will be with you.
And Yaakov sent and called Rachel and Leah to the fields unto his flock, and said unto them,
I see your father's countenance, that it is not towards me as before, but the Elohim of my father has been with me. And ye know that with all my power I have served your father. And your father has deceived me and changed my wages 10 times, but Elohim suffered him not to hurt me. If he said thus, the speckled shall be your wages, then all the cattle bore speckled. And if he said thus, the ring-straked shall be your hire, then bore all the cattle ring-straked. Thus Elohim has taken away the cattle of your father and given them to me. And it came to pass at the time that the cattle conceived, that I lifted up my eyes, and I saw in a dream, and behold, the rams which leaped upon the cattle were ring-straked, speckled, and grizzled. And the angel of Elohim spoke unto me in a dream, saying, Yaakov. And I said, Here I am. And he said, Lift up now your eyes, and see, all the rams which leapt upon the cattle are ring-straked, speckled, and grizzled. For I have seen all that Laban does unto you. I am the Elohim of Bethel, where you anointed the pillar, and where you vowed a vow unto me. Now arise, get you out of this land, and return unto the land of your kindred.
And Rachel and Leah answered and said unto him,
Is there yet any portion or inheritance for us in our father's house?
Are we not counted of him strangers? For he has sold us, and has quite devoured also our money.
For all the riches which Elohim has taken from our father, that is ours, and our children's. Now then, whatsoever Elohim has said unto you, do.
Then Yaakov rose up, and set his sons and his women upon camels, and carried away all his cattle, and all his goods which he had gotten, the cattle of his getting, which he had gotten in Padan Aram, for to go to Yitzchak his father in the land of Canaan. And Laban went to shear his sheep, and Rachel had stolen the teraphim that were her father's. And Yaakov stole away unawares to Laban the Aramite, in that he told him not that he fled. So he fled with all that he had, and he rose up, and passed over the river, and set his face toward the Mount Gilead. And it was told Laban on the 3rd day that Yaakov was fled. And he took his brethren with him, and pursued after him 7 days' journey, and they overtook him in the Mount Gilead. And Elohim came to Laban the Aramite in a dream by night, and said unto him,
Take heed that you speak not to Yaakov, either good or bad.
Then Laban overtook Yaakov. Now Yaakov had pitched his tent in the mount, and Laban with his brethren pitched in the Mount Gilead. And Laban said to Yaakov,
What have you done, that you have stolen away unawares to me, and carried away my daughters as captives, taken with the sword? Wherefore did you flee away secretly, and steal away from me, and did not tell me, that I might have sent you away with mirth, and with songs, with tabret, and with harp? And have not suffered me to kiss my sons and daughters? You have now done foolishly in so doing. It is in the power of my hand to do you hurt. But the Elohim of your father spoke unto me yesternight, saying, Take heed that you speak not to Yaakov, either good or bad. And now, though you would needs be gone, because you so longed after your father's house, yet wherefore have you stolen my Elohim?
And Yaakov answered and said to Laban,
Because I was afraid. For I said, Perchance you would take by force your daughters from me. With whomsoever you find your Elohim, let him not live. Before our brethren discern what is yours with me, and take it to you.
For Yaakov knew not that Rachel had stolen them. And Laban went into Yaakov's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the 2 maidservants' tents, but he found them not. Then he went out of Leah's tent, and entered into Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the teraphim, and put them in the camel's furniture, and sat upon them. And Laban searched all the tent, but found them not. And she said to her father,
Let it not displease my lord that I cannot rise up before you, for the custom of women is upon me.
And he searched, but found not the teraphim. And Yaakov was wroth, and chode with Laban. And Yaakov answered and said to Laban,
What is my transgression? What is my sin, that you have so hotly pursued after me? Whereas you have searched all my stuff, what have you found of all your household stuff? Set it here before my brethren and your brethren, that they may judge betwixt us both. This 20 years have I been with you. Your ewes and your she-goats have not cast their young, and the rams of your flock have I not eaten. That which was torn of beast I brought not unto you. I bore the loss of it. Of my hand did you require it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. Thus I was in the day the drought consumed me, and the frost by night, and my sleep departed from my eyes. Thus have I been 20 years in your house. I served you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your cattle. And you have changed my wages 10 times. Except the Elohai of my father, the Elohai of Abraham, and the fear of Yitzhak had been with me, surely you had sent me away now empty. Elohim has seen my affliction, and the labor of my hands, and rebuked you yesternight.
And Laban answered and said unto Yaakov,
These daughters are my daughters, and these children are my children, and these cattle are my cattle, and all that you see is mine. And what can I do this day unto these my daughters, or unto their children, which they have borne? Now therefore come, let us cut a covenant, I and you, and let it be for a witness between me and you.
And Yaakov took a stone, and set it up for a pillar. And Yaakov said unto his brethren,
Gather stones.
And they took stones, and made a heap, and they did eat there upon the heap. And Laban called it Yegar Sahaduta, but Yaakov called it Galid. And Laban said,
This heap is a witness between me and you this day.
Therefore was the name of it called Galed. And Mitzvah, for he said,
Yahuwah watch between me and you, when we are absent from one another. If you shall afflict my daughters, or if you shall take other women beside my daughters, no man is with us. See, Elohim is witness betwixt me and you.
And Laban said to Yaakov,
Behold this heap, and behold this pillar, which I have cast betwixt me and you. This heap be witness, and this pillar be witness, that I will not pass over this heap to you, and that you shall not pass over this heap and this pillar unto me for harm. The Elohai of Abraham and the Elohai of Nahor, the Elohai of their father, judge betwixt us.
And Yaakov swore by the fear of his father Yitzchak. Then Yaakov offered sacrifice upon the mount, and called his brethren to eat bread. And they did eat bread, and tarried all night in the mount. And early in the morning Laban rose up, and kissed his sons and his daughters, and blessed them. And Laban departed, and returned unto his place. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 32. And Yaakov went on his way, and the angels of Elohim met him. And when Yaakov saw them, he said,
This is Elohim's host.
And he called the name of that place Machanaim. And Yaakov sent messengers before him to Esau his brother, unto the land of Seir, the country of Edom. And he commanded them, saying,
Thus shall ye speak unto my lord Esau. Your servant Yaakov says thus, I have sojourned with Laban, and stayed there until now. And I have oxen and asses, flocks and men servants, and women servants. And I have sent to tell my lord, that I may find grace in your sight.
And the messengers returned to Yaakov, saying,
We came to your brother Esau, and also he comes to meet you, and 400 men with him.
Then Yaakov was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided the people that was with him, and the flocks, and the herds, and the camels into 2 bands, and said,
If Esau come to the one company, and smite it, then the other company which is left shall escape.
And Yaakov said,
O Elohai of my father Abraham, and Elohai of my father Yitzhak, Yahuwah which said unto me, Return unto your country and to your kindred, and I will deal well with you. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercies and of all the truth which you have showed unto your servant. For with my staff I passed over this Yarden, and now I am become two bands. Deliver me, I pray you, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear him, lest he will come and smite me, and the mother with the children. And you said, I will surely do you good, and make your seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude.
And he lodged there that same night, and took of that which came to his hand a present for Esau his brother, 200 she-goats, and 20 he-goats, 200 ewes, and 20 rams, 30 milch camels with their colts, 40 kine, and 10 bulls, 20 she-asses, and 10 foals. And he delivered them into the hands of his servants, every drove by themselves, and said unto his servants,
Pass over before me, and put a space betwixt drove and drove.
And he commanded the foremost, saying,
When Esau my brother meets you, and asks you, saying, Whose are you, and where go you, and whose are these before you? Then you shall say, They be your servant Jacob's. It is a present sent unto my lord Esau, and behold, also, he is behind us.
And so commanded he the second, and the third, and all that followed the drove, saying,
On this manner shall you speak unto Esau when you find him, and say ye moreover, Behold, your servant Jacob is behind us.
For he said,
I will appease him with the present that goes before me, and afterward I will see his face. Perchance he will accept of me.
So went the present over before him, and himself lodged that night in the company. And he rose up that night, and took his 2 women, and his 2 women servants, and his 11 sons, and passed over the ford Jabbok. And he took them, and sent them over the brook, and sent over that he had. And Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. And when he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint, as he wrestled with him. And he said,
Let me go, for the day breaks.
And he said,
I will not let you go, except you bless me.
And he said unto him,
What is your name?
And he said,
Yaakov.
And he said,
Your name shall be called no more Yaakov, but Yasharel. For as a prince have you power with Elohim and with men, and have prevailed.
And Jacob asked him and said,
Tell me, I pray you, your name.
And he said,
Wherefore is it that you do ask after my name?
And he blessed them there. And Jacob called the name of the place Penuel.
For I have seen Elohim face to face, and my life is preserved.
And as he passed over Penuel, the sun rose upon him, and he halted upon his thigh. Therefore the children of Yashrael eat not the sinew which shrank, which is upon the hollow of the thigh unto this day, because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh, in the sinew that shrank. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 33. And Jacob lifted up his eyes, and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men. And he divided the children unto Leah, and unto Rachel, and unto the 2 handmaids. And he put the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph hindermost. And he passed over before them, and bowed himself to the ground 7 times, until he came near to his brother. And Esau ran to meet him, and embraced him, and fell on his neck, and kissed him, and they wept. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw the women and the children, and said,
Who are those with you?
And he said,
The children which Elohim has graciously given your servant.
Then the handmaidens came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. And Leah also with her children came near, and bowed themselves. And after came Joseph near, and Rachel, and they bowed themselves. And he said,
What do you mean by all this drove which I met?
And he said,
These are to find grace in the sight of my master.
And Esau said,
I have enough. My brother, keep what you have unto yourself.
And Jacob said,
Nay, I pray you, if now I have found grace in your sight, then receive my present at my hand. For therefore I have seen your face, as though I had seen the face of Elohim, and you were pleased with me. Take, I pray you, my blessing that is brought to you, because Elohim has dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough.
And he urged him, and he took it, and said,
Let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before you.
And he said unto him,
My lord knows that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds with the young are with me. And if men should overdrive them one day, all the flock will die. Let my lord, I pray you, pass over before his servant, and I will lead on softly, according as the cattle that goes before me, and the children be able to endure, until I come unto my lord, unto Seir.
And Esau said,
Let me now leave you with some of the folk that are with me.
And he said,
What needs it? Let me find grace in the sight of my master.
So Esau returned that day on his way unto Seir. And Jacob journeyed to Sukkot, and built him a house, and made Sukkot for his cattle. Therefore the name of the place is called Sukkot. And Jacob came to Shalem, a city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Padan Aram, and pitched his tent before the city. And he bought a parcel of a field, where he had spread his tent at the hand of the children of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money. And he erected there an altar, and called it El Elohai Yasharel. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 34. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bore unto Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor, the Hivite, prince of the country, saw her, he took her, and lay with her, and defiled her. And his soul clave unto Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, and he loved the damsel, and spoke kindly unto the damsel. And Shechem spoke unto his father Hamor, saying,
Get me this damsel to be my woman.
And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field, and Jacob held his peace until they were come. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out unto El Jacob to commune with him. And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it, and the men were grieved, and they were very wroth, because he had wrought folly in Yashrael, in lying with Jacob's daughter, which thing ought not to be done. And Hamor communed with them, saying,
The soul of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. I pray you, give her him to be his woman, and make ye marriages with us, and give your daughters unto us, and take our daughters unto you. And ye shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade ye therein, and get you possessions therein.
And Shechem said unto her father, and unto her brethren,
Let me find grace in your eyes, and what ye shall say unto me I will give. Ask me never so much dowry and gift, and I will give according as ye shall say unto me. But give me the damsel to be my woman.
The sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor his father deceitfully, and said, Because he had defiled Dinah their sister. And they said unto them,
We cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that were a reproach unto us. But in this we will consent unto you, if ye will be as we be, that every male of you be circumcised. Then will we give our daughters unto you, and we will take your daughters unto us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. But if ye will not hearken unto us to be circumcised, then we will take our daughter, and we will be gone.
And their words pleased Hamor and Shechem, Hamor's son. And the young man deferred not to do the thing, because he had delight in Jacob's daughter, and he was more honorable than all his father's house. And Hamor and Shechem his son came unto the gate of their city, and communed with the men of their city, saying,
These men are peaceable with us, therefore let them dwell in the land, and trade therein. For the land, behold, it is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for women, and let us give them our daughters.
Only herein will the men consent unto us, for to dwell with us, to be one people, if every male among us be circumcised as they are circumcised.
Shall not their cattle and their substance and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent unto them, and they will dwell with us.
And unto Hamor and unto Shechem his son hearkened all that went out of the gate of his city, and every male was circumcised, all that went out of the gate of his city. And it came to pass on the third day, when they were sore, that the two sons of Jacob, Shimon and Levi, Dinah's brethren, took each man his sword, and came upon the city boldly, and slew all the males. And they slew Hamor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house, and went out. The sons of Jacob came upon the slain, and spoiled the city, because they had defiled their sister. They took their sheep, and their oxen, and their asses, and that which was in the city, and that which was in the field, and all their wealth, and all their little ones, and their women they took captive, and spoiled even all that was in the house. And Jacob said to Shimon and Levi,
Ye have troubled me to make me to stink among the inhabitants of the land, among the Canaanim and the Perizim, and I being few in number, they shall gather themselves together against me, and slay me, and I shall be destroyed, I and my house.
And they said,
Should he deal with our sister as with a harlot?
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 35. And Elohim said unto El Jacob,
Arise, go up to Bethel, and dwell there, and make there an altar unto Elohim, that appeared unto you when you fled from the face of Esau your brother.
Then Jacob said unto his household, and to all that were with him,
Put away the strange Elohai that are among you, and be clean, and change your garments, and let us arise, and go up to Bethel, and I will make there an altar unto Elohim, who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way which I went.
And they gave unto El Jacob all the strange Elohai which were in their hand, and all their earrings which were in their ears. And Jacob hid them under the oak which was by Shechem. And they journeyed, and the terror of Elohim was upon the cities that were round about them, and they did not pursue after the sons of Jacob. So Jacob came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan, that is, Beit El, he and all the people that were with him. And he built there an altar, and called the place Beit El, because there Elohim appeared unto him, when he fled from the face of his brother. But Deborah, Ribkah's nurse, died, and she was buried beneath Beit El under an oak, and the name of it was called Alon Bakut. And Elohim appeared unto El Jacob again, when he came out of Padan Aram, and blessed him. And Elohim said unto him,
Your name is Yaakov. Your name shall not be called any more Yaakov, but Yasharel shall be your name.
And he called his name Yasharel. And Elohim said unto him,
I am El Shaddai. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of you, and kings shall come out of your loins. And the land which I gave Abraham and Yitzhak, to you I will give it, and to your seed after you will I give the land.
And Elohim went up from him in the place where he talked with him. And Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he talked with him, even a pillar of stone. And he poured a drink offering thereon, and he poured oil thereon. And Jacob called the name of the place where Elohim spoke with him, Beit El. And they journeyed from Beit El, and there was but a little way to come to Ephrathah. And Rachel travailed, and she had hard labor. And it came to pass, when she was in hard labor, that the midwife said unto her,
Fear not, you shall have this son also.
And it came to pass, as her soul was in departing, for she died, that she called his name Ben-Oni. But his father called him Benjamin. And Rachel died, and was buried in the way to Ephrathah, which is Beit Lechem. And Jacob set a pillar upon her grave, that is the pillar of Rachel's grave unto this day. And Yasharel journeyed, and spread his tent beyond Migdal Eder. And it came to pass, when Yasharel dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah his father's concubine, and Yasharel heard it. Now the sons of Jacob were 12, the sons of Leah, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and Shimon, and Levi, and Yehudah, and Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel, Yosef, and Benjamin. And the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid, Dan, and Naphtali. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, Gad, and Asher. These are the sons of Jacob, which were born to him in Padan Aram. And Yaakov came unto El Yitzchak his father, unto Mamre, unto Kiryat Arba, which is Hebron, where Abraham and Yitzchak sojourned. And the days of Yitzchak were 180 years. And Yitzchak gave up his ruach and died, and was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days. And his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 36. Now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom. Esau took his woman of the daughters of Canaan, Ada, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Aholibama, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibon the Hittite, and Basema, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebaioth. And Ada bore to Esau Eliphaz, and Basmat bore Reuel, and Aholibama bore Yaish, and Ya'alam, and Korach. These are the sons of Esau, which were born unto him in the land of Canaan. And Esau took his women, and his sons, and his daughters, and all the persons of his house, and his cattle, and all his beasts, and all his substance, which he had got in the land of Canaan, and went into the country from the face of his brother Jacob. For their riches were more than they might dwell together, and the land wherein they were strangers could not bear them because of their cattle. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomim, in Mount Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Ada, the woman of Esau; Reuel, the son of Basemat, the woman of Esau. And the sons of Eliphaz were Timan, Omar, Zepho, Gatam, and Kenaz. And Timnah was the concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bore to Eliphaz Amalek. These are the sons of Ada, Esau's woman. And these are the sons of Reuel, Nachat, and Zerach, Shammah, and Mizah. These are the sons of Basemat, Esau's woman. And these are the sons of Aholibama, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibon, Esau's woman. And she bore to Esau Yaish, and Ya'alam, and Korach. These were the dukes of the sons of Esau. The sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau: Duke Timan, Duke Omar, Duke Zepho, and Duke Kenaz, Duke Korach, Duke Gatam, and Duke Amalek. These are the dukes that came of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Ada. And these are the sons of Reuel, Esau's son: Duke Nachat, Duke Zerach, Duke Shammah, Duke Mizah. These are the dukes that came of Reuel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Basemat, Esau's woman. And these are the sons of Aholibama, Esau's woman: Duke Yaish, Duke Ya'alam, Duke Korach. These are the dukes that came of Aholibama, the daughter of Anna, Esau's woman. These are the sons of Esau, who is Edom, and these are their dukes. These are the sons of Seir, the Horite, who inhabited the land: Lotan, and Shobal, and Sibon, and Anna, and Dishon, and Etzer, and Dishan. These are the dukes of the Horim, the children of Seir, in the land of Edom. And the children of Lotan were Horai and Hemam. And Lotan's sister was Timnah. And the children of Shobal were these: Alyan, and Manachat, and Ebal, and Shiphi, and Onam. And these are the children of Zibon, both Ayah and Anah. This was that Anah that found the mules in the wilderness, as he fed the asses of Zibon his father. And the children of Anah were these: Dishon, and Aholibama, the daughter of Anna. And these are the children of Dishon: Hemdan, and Eshban, and Yithron, and Haran. The children of Etzer are these: Bilhan, and Zaavan, and Akan. The children of Dishon are these: Uts, and Aran. These are the dukes that came of the Horim: Duke Lotan, Duke Shobal, Duke Zibon, and Duke Anna, Duke Dishon, Duke Etzer, Duke Dishan. These are the dukes that came of the Horite, among their dukes in the land of Seir. And these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom, before there reigned any king over the children of Yasharel. And Bela, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Dinhaba. And Bela died, and Yobab, the son of Zerach of Botzra, reigned in his stead. And Yobab died, and Husham of the land of the Timani reigned in his stead. And Husham died, and Hadad, the son of Bedad, who smote Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Abit. And Hadad died, and Samlah of Masrekah reigned in his stead. And Samlah died, and Shaul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his stead. And Shaul died, and Baal Hanan, the son of Akbor, reigned in his stead. And Baal Hanan, the son of Akbor, died, and Hadar reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Pau. And his woman's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. And these are the names of the dukes that came of Esau, according to their families, after their places, by their names: Duke Timnah, Duke Alia, Duke Yechet, Duke Aholibama, Duke Elah, Duke Pinon, Duke Kenaz, Duke Timan, Duke Mitzbar, Duke Magdiel, Duke Iram. These be the dukes of Edom, according to their habitations, in the land of their possession. He is Esau, the father of the Edomim. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 37. And Jacob dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brethren, and the lad was with the sons of Bilhah, and the sons of Zilpah, his father's women. And Joseph brought unto his father their evil report. Now Yashrael loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors. And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him, and could not speak peaceably unto him. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it to his brethren, and they hated him yet the more. And he said unto them,
Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamt. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf arose, and stood upright. And behold, your sheaves stood round about, and made obeisance to my sheaf.
And his brethren said unto him,
Shall you indeed reign over us, or shall you indeed have dominion over us?
And they hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words. And he dreamed yet another dream, and told it his brethren, and said,
Behold, I have dreamed a dream more. And behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance to me.
And he told it to his father and to his brethren. And his father rebuked him, and said unto him,
What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall I and your mother and your brethren indeed come to bow down ourselves to you, to the earth?
And his brethren envied him, but his father observed the saying. And his brethren went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Yashrael said unto Joseph,
Do not your brethren feed the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send you unto them.
And he said to him,
Here am I.
And he said to him,
Go, I pray you, and see whether it be well with your brethren, and well with the flocks, and bring me word again.
So he sent him out to the valley of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying,
What do you seek?
And he said,
I seek my brethren. Tell me, I pray you, where they feed their flocks.
And the man said,
They are departed hence, for I heard them say, Let us go to Dothan.
And Joseph went after his brethren, and found them in Dothan. And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said one to another,
Behold, this dreamer comes. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, and cast him into some pit, and we will say, Some evil beast has devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams.
And Reuben heard it, and he delivered him out of their hands, and said,
Let us not kill him.
And Reuben said unto them,
Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand upon him,
that he might rid him out of their hands, to deliver him to his father again. And it came to pass, when Joseph was come unto his brethren, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat of many colors that was on him. And they took him, cast him into a pit, and the pit was empty. There was no water in it, and they sat down to eat bread. And they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelim came from Gilead, with their camels bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Mitzrayim. And Yehudah said unto his brethren,
What profit is it if we slay our brother, and conceal his blood? Come, let us sell him to the Ishmaelim, and let not our hands be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh.
And his brethren were content. Then there passed by Midianim merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelim for 20 pieces of silver. And they brought Joseph into Mitzrayim. And Reuben returned into the pit, and behold, Joseph was not in the pit. And he rent his clothes. And he returned to his brethren and said,
The child is not, and I, whither shall I go?
And they took Joseph's coat, and killed a kid of the goats, and dipped the coat in the blood. And they set the coat of many colors. And they brought it to their father, and said,
This we have found. Know whether it be your son's coat or no.
And he knew it, and said,
It is my son's coat. An evil beast has devoured him. Joseph is without doubt rent in pieces.
And Jacob rent his clothes, and put sackcloth upon his loins, and mourned for his son many days. And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. And he said,
For I will go down into Sheol,
unto my son, mourning.
Thus his father wept for him. And the Midianim sold him into Mitzrayim unto Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh's and a captain of the guard. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 38. And it came to pass at that time that Yehudah went down from his brethren and turned into a certain Adulamite, whose name was Chira. And Yehudah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shuach, and he took her and went in unto her. And she conceived and bore a son, and he called his name And she conceived again and bore a son, and called his name Onan. And she yet again conceived and bore a son, and called his name Shelach. And he was at Keziv when she bore him. And Yehudah took a woman for his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Yehudah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of Yahweh, and Yahweh slew him. And Yehudah said unto Onan,
Go into your brother's woman, and marry her, and raise up seed to your brother.
And Onan knew that the seed should not be his, and it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's woman, that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. And the thing which he did displeased Yahweh, wherefore he slew him also. Then said Yehudah to Tamar his daughter-in-law,
Remain a widow at your father's house, till Shelach my son be grown.
For he said,
Lest, perchance, he die also, as his brethren did.
And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in process of time, the daughter of Shuach, Yehudah's woman, died. And Yehudah was comforted, and went up unto his sheep shearers, to Timnathah, and his friend Chira, the Adulamite. And it was told Tamar, saying,
Behold, your father-in-law goes up to Timnah to shear his sheep.
And she put her widow's garments off from her, and covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place, which is by the way to Timnah. For she saw that Shelach was grown, and she was not given unto him to be his woman. When Yehudah saw her, he thought her to be a harlot, because she had covered her face. And he turned unto her by the way, and said,
Go to, I pray you, let me come in unto you.
For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said,
What will you give me, that you may come in unto me?
And he said,
I will send you a kid from the flock.
And she said,
Will you give me a pledge till you send it?
And he said,
What pledge shall I give you?
And she said,
Your signet, your bracelets, and your staff that is in your hand.
And he gave it her, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him. And she arose and went away, and laid by her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Yehudah sent the kid by the hand of his friend the Adulamite to receive his pledge from the woman's hand, but he found her not. And he asked the men of that place, saying,
Where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside?
And they said,
There was no harlot in this place.
And he returned to El Yehudah and said,
I cannot find her. And also the men of that place said that there was no harlot in this place.
And Yehudah said,
Let her take it to her, lest we be shamed. Behold, I sent this kid, and you have not found her.
And it came to pass, about 3 months after, that it was told Yehudah, saying,
Tamar, your daughter-in-law, has played the harlot, and also, behold, she is with child by whoredom.
And Yehudah said,
Bring her forth, and let her be burnt.
When she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying,
By the man whose these are, am I with child.
And she said,
Discern, I pray you, whose are these, the signet, and bracelets, and staff?
And Yehudah acknowledged them. And he said,
She is more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Shelach my son.
And he knew her again no more. And it came to pass in the time of her travail that, behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass when she travailed that the one put out his hand, and a midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying,
This came out first.
And it came to pass, as he drew back his hand, that, behold, his brother came out. And she said,
How have you broken forth? This breach be upon you.
Therefore his name was called Peretz. And afterward came out his brother, that had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zerach. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 39. And Joseph was brought down to Mitzrayim, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, a Mitzrayim, brought him of the hands of the Ishmaelim, which had brought him down thither. And Yahweh was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man, and he was in the house of his master, the Mitzrayim. And his master saw that Yahweh was with him, and that Yahweh made all that he did to prosper in his hand. And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him, and he made him overseer of his house, and all that he had he put into his hand. And it came to pass, from the time that he had made him overseer in his house, and over all that he had, that Yahweh blessed the Mitzrite's house for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of Yahweh was upon all that he had in the house and in the field. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand, and he knew not aught he had, save the bread which he did eat. And Joseph was a goodly person and well favored. And it came to pass after these things, that his master's woman cast her eyes upon Joseph. And she said,
Lie with me.
But he refused, and said unto his master's woman,
Behold, my master knows not what is with me in the house, and he has committed all that he has to my hand. There is none greater in this house than I, neither has he kept back anything from me but you, because you are his woman. How then can I do this great wickedness and sin against Elohim?
And it came to pass, as she spoke to Joseph day by day, that he hearkened not unto her, to lie by her, or to be with her. And it came to pass about this time that Joseph went into the house to do his business, and there was none of the men of the house there within. And she caught him by his garment, saying,
Lie with me.
And he left his garment in her hand, and fled, and got him out. And it came to pass, when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand, and was fled forth, that she called unto the men of her house, and spoke unto them, saying,
See, he has brought in an Ephraim unto us to mock us. He came in unto me to lie with me, and I cried with a loud voice. And it came to pass, when he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me, and fled, and got him out.
And she laid up his garment by her, until his master came home. And she spoke unto him according to these words, saying,
The Ephraim servant which you have brought unto us came in unto me to mock me. And it came to pass, as I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled out.
And it came to pass, when his master heard the words of his woman, which she spoke unto him, saying,
After this did your servant to me.
That his wrath was kindled. And Joseph's master took him, and put him into the prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound. And he was there in prison. But Yahweh was with Joseph, and showed him mercy, and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. And the keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand all the prisoners that were in the prison. And whatsoever they did there, he was the doer of it. The keeper of the prison looked not to anything that was under his hand, because Yahweh was with him. And that which he did, Yahweh made it to prosper. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 40. And it came to pass after these things, that the butler of the king of Mitzrayim and his baker had offended their master, the king of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh was wroth against his two officers, against the chief of the butlers, and against the chief of the bakers. And he put them in ward in the house of the captain of the guard, into the prison, the place where Joseph was bound. And the captain of the guard charged Joseph with them, and he served them, and they continued a season in ward. And they dreamed a dream, both of them, each man his dream in one night, each man according to the interpretations of his dream, the butler and the baker of the king of Mitzrayim, which were bound in the prison. And Joseph came in unto them in the morning, and looked upon them, and behold, they were sad. And he asked Pharaoh's officers that were with him in the ward of his master's house, saying,
Wherefore look ye so sadly today?
And they said unto him,
We have dreamed a dream, and there is no interpreter of it.
And Joseph said unto them,
Do not interpretations belong to Elohim? Tell me them, I pray you.
And the chief butler told his dream to Joseph, and said to him,
In my dream, behold, a vine was before me, and in the vine were 3 branches, and it was as though it budded. And her blossoms shot forth, and the clusters thereof brought forth ripe grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes, and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and I gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand.
And Joseph said unto him,
This is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up your head, and restore you unto your place, and you shall deliver Pharaoh's cup into his hand, after the former manner when you were his butler. But think on me when it shall be well with you, and show kindness, I pray you, unto me, and make mention of me unto Pharaoh, and bring me out of this house. For indeed I was stolen out of the land of the Ephraim, and here also have I done nothing that they should put me into the dungeon.
When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said unto El Yosef,
I was also in my dream, and behold, I had 3 white baskets on my head, and in the uppermost basket there was of all manner of baked meats for Pharaoh, and the birds did eat them out of the basket upon my head.
And Yosef answered and said,
This is the interpretation thereof. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up your head from off you, and shall hang you on a tree, and the birds shall eat your flesh from off you.
And it came to pass on the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast unto all his servants, and he lifted up the head of the chief butler and of the chief baker among his servants. And he restored the chief butler unto his butlership again. And he gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet did not the chief butler remember Joseph, but forgot him. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 41. And it came to pass at the end of 2 full years, that Pharaoh dreamed, and behold, he stood by the river. And behold, there came up out of the river 7 well-favored kine, and fat-fleshed, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them out of the river, ill-favored and lean-fleshed, and stood by the other kine upon the brink of the river. And the ill-favored and the lean-fleshed kine did eat up the 7 well-favored and fat kine. So Pharaoh awoke, and he slept, and dreamed the 2nd time. And behold, 7 ears of grain came up upon one stalk, rank and good. And behold, 7 thin ears, and blasted with the east wind, sprung up after them. And the 7 thin ears devoured the 7 rank and full ears. And Pharaoh awoke, and behold, it was a dream. And it came to pass in the morning that his ruach was troubled, and he sent and called for all the magicians of Mitzrayim, and all the wise men thereof. And Pharaoh told them his dream, but there was none that could interpret them unto Pharaoh. Then spoke the chief butler unto Pharaoh, saying,
I do remember my faults this day. Pharaoh was wroth with his servants, and put me in ward in the captain of the guard's house, both me and the chief baker. And we dreamed a dream in one night, I and he. And we dreamed each man according to the interpretation of his dream. And there was there with us a young man, an Ivri, servant to the captain of the guard. And we told him, and he interpreted to us our dreams. To each man according to his dream he did interpret. And it came to pass as he interpreted to us, so it was. Me he restored unto my office, and him he hanged.
Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon. And he shaved himself, and changed his raiment, and came in unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto El Yosef,
I have a dream, and there is none that can interpret it. And I have heard say of you, that you can understand a dream to interpret it.
And Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying,
It is not in me. Elohim shall give Pharaoh an answer of peace.
And Pharaoh said unto El Yosef,
In my dream, behold, I stood upon the bank of the river, and behold, there came up out of the river 7 kine, fat-fleshed and well-favored, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them, poor and ill-favored, and lean-fleshed, such as I never saw in all the land of Mizraim for badness. And the lean and the ill-favored kine did eat up the first 7 fat kine. And when they had eaten them up, it could not be known that they had eaten them, but they were still ill-favored, as at the beginning. So I awoke. And I saw in my dream, and behold, 7 ears came up on one stalk, full and good. And behold, 7 ears withered thin, and blasted with the east wind, and sprung up after them. And the thin ears devoured the 7 good ears. And I told this unto the magicians, but there was none that could declare it to me.
And Joseph said unto Pharaoh,
The dream of Pharaoh is one. Elohim has showed Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good kine are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dream is one. And the 7 thin and ill-favored kine that came up after them are 7 years, and the 7 empty years blasted with the east wind shall be 7 years of famine. This is the thing which I have spoken unto Pharaoh. What Elohim is about to do, he shows unto Pharaoh. Behold, there comes 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And there shall arise after them 7 years of famine, and all the plenty shall be forgotten in the land of Mitzrayim, and the famine shall consume the land. And the plenty shall not be known in the land by reason of that famine following, for it shall be very grievous. And for that the dream was doubled unto Pharaoh twice. It is because the thing is established by Elohim, and Elohim will shortly bring it to pass. Now therefore let Pharaoh look out a man discreet and wise, and set him over the land of Mitzrayim. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint officers over the land, and take up the 5th part of the land of Mitzrayim in the 7 plenteous years, and let them gather all the food of those good years that come, and lay up grain under the hand of Pharaoh, and let them guard food in the cities. And that food shall be forestored to the land against the 7 years of famine, which shall be in the land of Mitzrayim, that the land perish not through the famine.
And the thing was good in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of all his servants. And Pharaoh said unto his servants,
Can we find such as one as this, a man in whom the Ruach Elohim is?
And Pharaoh said unto Yosef,
For as much as Elohim has showed you all this, there is none so discreet and wise as you are. You shall be over my house, and according to your word shall all my people be ruled. Only in the throne will I be greater than you.
And Pharaoh said unto Yosef,
See, I have set you over all the land of Mitzrayim.
And Pharaoh took off his ring from his hand, and put it upon Yosef's hand, and arrayed him in vestures of fine linen, and put a gold chain about his neck. And he made him to ride in the 2nd chariot which he had. And they cried before him, Bow the knee! And he made him ruler over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh said unto Yosef,
I am Pharaoh, and without you shall no man lift up his hand, or his foot in all the land of Mitzrayim.
And Pharaoh called Yosef's name Zophnath Paneach. And he gave him to be his woman Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On. And Yosef went out over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Yosef was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim. And Yosef went out from the presence of Pharaoh, and went throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And in the 7 plenteous years the earth brought forth by handfuls. And he gathered up all the food of the 7 years, which were in the land of Mitzrayim, and laid up the food in the cities. The food of the field, which was round about every city, he laid up in the same. And Yosef gathered grain as the sand of the sea very much, until he left numbering, for it was without number. And unto Yosef were born 2 sons before the years of famine, which Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, bore unto him. And Yosef called the name of the firstborn Manasseh.
For Elohim,
said he,
has made me forget all my toil, and all my father's house.
And the name of the second called he Ephraim.
For Elohim has caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction.
And the 7 years of plenteousness that was in the land of Mitzrayim were ended. And the 7 years of famine began to come, according as Yosef had said. And the famine was in all the lands. But in all the land of Mitzrayim there was bread. And when all the land of Mitzrayim was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. And Pharaoh said unto all the Mitzrayim,
Go unto Joseph, what he says to you, do.
And the famine was over all the face of the earth. And Joseph opened all the storehouses, and sold unto the Mitzrayim. And the famine waxed sore in the land of Mitzrayim. And all the countries came into Mitzrayim to El Yosef for to buy grain, because that the famine was so sore in all the lands. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 42. Now, when Yaakov saw that there was grain in Mitzrayim, Yaakov said unto his sons,
Why do ye look one upon another?
And he said,
Behold, I have heard that there is grain in Mitzrayim. Get you down thither, and buy for us from thence, that we may live and not die.
And Joseph's 10 brethren went down to buy grain in Mitzrayim. But Benjamin, Joseph's brother, Yaakov, sent not with his brethren, for he said,
Lest perchance mischief befall him.
And the sons of Yasharal came to buy grain among those that came, for the famine was in the land of Canaan. And Joseph was the governor over the land. And he it was that sold to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brethren came, and bowed down themselves before him with their faces to the earth. And Joseph saw his brethren, and he knew them, but he made himself strange unto them. and spoke roughly unto them. And he said unto them,
Whence come ye?
And they said,
From the land of Canaan, to buy food.
And Joseph knew his brethren, but they knew not him. And Joseph remembered the dreams which he dreamed of them, and said unto them,
Ye are spies, to see the nakedness of the land ye are come.
And they said unto him,
Nay, my lord, but to buy food are your servants come. We are all one man's sons. We are true men. Your servants are no spies.
And he said unto them,
Nay, but to see the nakedness of the land ye are come.
And they said,
Your servants are 12 brethren, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And behold, the youngest is this day with our father, and one is not.
And Joseph said unto them,
That is that I spoke unto you, saying, Ye are spies. Hereby ye shall be proved. By the life of Pharaoh ye shall not go forth hence, except your youngest brother come hither. Send one of you, and let him fetch your brother. And ye shall be kept in prison, that your words may be proved, whether there be any truth in you. Or else by the life of Pharaoh surely ye are spies.
And he put them all together into ward 3 days. And Joseph said unto them the third day,
This do and live, for I fear Elohim. If ye be true men, let one of your brethren be bound in the house of your prison. Go ye, carry grain for the famine of your houses, but bring your youngest brother unto me. So shall your words be verified, and ye shall not die.
And they did so. And they said one to another,
We are truly guilty concerning our brother, in that we saw the anguish of his soul when he besought us, and we would not hear. Therefore is this distress come upon us.
And Reuben answered them, saying,
Spoke I not unto you, saying, Do not sin against the child, and ye would not hear? Therefore, behold, also his blood is required.
And they knew not that Joseph understood them, for he spoke unto them by an interpreter. And he turned himself about from them, and wept, and returned to them again, and communed with them, and took from them Shimon, and bound him before their eyes. Then Joseph commanded to fill their sacks with grain, and to restore every man's money into a sack, and to give them provision for the way. And thus he did unto them. And he laded their asses with grain, and departed thence. And as one of them opened his sack to give his ass provender in the inn, he espied his money, for, behold, it was in the sack's mouth. And he said unto his brethren,
My money is restored, and lo, it is even in my sack.
And their heart failed them. And they were afraid, saying one to another,
What is this that Elohim has done unto us?
And they came unto Jacob their father, unto the land of Canaan, and told him all that befell unto them, saying,
The man who is the Lord of the land spoke roughly to us, and took us for spies of the country. And we said unto him, We are true men, we are no spies. We be 12 brethren, sons of our father. One is not, and the youngest is this day with our father in the land of Canaan. And the man, the Lord of the country, said unto us, Hereby shall I know that ye are true men. Leave one of your brethren here with me, and take food for the famine of your households, and be gone. And bring your youngest brother unto me. Then shall I know that ye are no spies, but that ye are true men. So will I deliver you and your brother, and ye shall traffic in the land.
And it came to pass, as they emptied their sacks, that behold, every man's bundle of money was in his sack. And when both they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. And Yaakov their father said unto them,
Me have you bereaved of my children. Joseph is not, and Shimon is not, and ye will take Benjamin away? All these things are against me.
And Reuben spoke unto his father, saying,
Slay my 2 sons, if I bring him not to you. Deliver him into my hand, and I will bring him to you again.
And he said,
My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he is left alone. If mischief befall him by the way in which ye go, then ye shall bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to Sheol.
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 43. And the famine was sore in the land. And it came to pass, when they had eaten up the grain which they had brought out of Mitzrayim, their father said unto them,
Go again, buy us a little food.
And Yahudah spoke unto him, saying,
The man did solemnly protest unto us, saying, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you. If you will send our brother with us, we will go down and buy you food. But if you will not send him, we will not go down. For the men said unto us, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you.
And Yashrael said,
Wherefore dealt ye so ill with me, as to tell the man whether ye had yet a brother?
And they said,
The man asked us straightly of our state and of our kindred, saying, Is your father yet alive? Have ye another brother? We told him according to the tenor of these words. Could we certainly know that he would say, Bring your brother down?
And Yahudah said unto Yashrael his father,
Send the lad with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die. Both we and you, and also our little ones. I will be surety for him. Of my hand shall you require him. If I bring him not unto you, and set him before you, then let me bear the blame forever. For except we had lingered, surely now we had returned this second time.
And their father Yashrael said unto them,
If it must be so now,
do this, take of the best fruits of the land in your vessels, and carry down the man a present. A little balm and a little honey, spices and myrrh, nuts and almonds, and take double money in your hand. And the money that was brought again in the mouth of your sacks, carry it again in your hand. Perchance it was an oversight. Take also your brother, and arise, go again unto the man. And El Shaddai give you mercy before the man, that he may send away your brother and Benjamin. If I be bereaved of my children, I am bereaved.
And the men took that present, and they took double money in their hand, and Benjamin, and rose up, and went down to Mitzrayim, and stood before Yosef. And when Yosef saw Benjamin with them, he said to the ruler of his house,
Bring these men home, and slay, and make ready, for these men shall dine with me at noon.
And the man did as Yosef bade, and the man brought the men into Yosef's house. And the men were afraid, because they were brought into Yosef's house. And they said,
Because of the money that was returned in our sacks at the first time are we brought in, that he may seek occasion against us, and fall upon us, and take us for bondmen and our asses.
And they came near to the steward of Yosef's house, and they communed with him at the door of the house, and said,
O sir, we came indeed down at the first time to buy food, and it came to pass when we came to the inn, that we opened our sacks, and behold, every man's money was in the mouth of his sack, our money in full weight, and we have brought it again in our hand. And other money have we brought down in our hands to buy food. We cannot tell who put our money in our sacks.
And he said,
Peace be to you. Fear not, your Elohim and the Elohim of your father has given you treasure in your sacks. I had your money.
And he brought Shimon out unto them. And the man brought the men into Joseph's house, and gave them water, and they washed their feet, and he gave their asses provender. And they made ready the present against Joseph, came at noon, for they heard that they should eat bread there. And when Joseph came home, they brought him the present which was in their hand into the house, and bowed themselves to him to the earth. And he asked them of their welfare, and said,
Is your father well? The old man of whom ye spoke, is he yet alive?
And they answered,
Your servant's father is in good health. He is yet alive.
And they bowed down their heads, and made obeisance. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said,
Is this your younger brother, of whom ye spoke unto me?
And he said,
Elohim be gracious unto you, my son.
And Joseph made haste, for his heart did yearn upon his brother. And he sought where to weep. And he entered into his chamber, and wept there. And he washed his face, and went out, and refrained himself, and said,
Set on bread.
And they set on for him by himself, and for them by themselves, and for the Mitzrayim which did eat with him by themselves, because the Mitzrayim might not eat bread with the Ibrim, for that is an abomination unto the Mitzrayim. And they sat before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the men marveled one at another. And he took and sent messes unto them from before him. But Benjamin's mess was 5 times so much as any of theirs. And they drank and were merry with him. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 44. And he commanded the steward of his house, saying,
Fill these men's sacks with food as much as they can carry, and put every man's money in his sack's mouth. And put my cup, the silver cup, in the sack's mouth of the youngest, and his grain money.
And he did according to the word that Joseph had spoken. As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away, and their asses. And when they were gone out of the city, and not yet afar off, Joseph said unto his steward,
Up, follow after the men, and when you do overtake them, say unto them, Wherefore have ye rewarded evil for good? Is not this which my Lord drinks, and whereby indeed he divines? Ye have done evil in so doing.
And he overtook them, and he spoke unto them these same words. And they said unto him,
Wherefore says my Lord these words? Far be it from your servants should do according to this thing. Behold, the money which we found in our sack's mouth, we brought again unto you out of the land of Canaan. How then should we steal out of your Lord's house silver or gold? With whomsoever your servant it be found, let him die, and we also will be my Lord's bondmen.
And he said,
Now also let it be according to your words. He with whom it is found shall be my servant, and ye shall be blameless.
Then they speedily took down every man his sack to the ground, and opened every man his sack. And he searched, and began at the eldest, and left the youngest. And the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they rent their clothes, and laded every man his ass, and returned to the city. And Yehudah and his brethren came to Joseph's house, for he was yet there. And they fell before him on the ground. And Joseph said unto them,
What deed is this that ye have done? Know ye not that such a man as I can certainly divine?
And Yehudah said,
What shall we say unto my Lord? What shall we speak? Or how shall we clear ourselves? Elohim has found out the iniquity of your servants. Behold, we are my Lord's servants, both we and he also with whom the cup is found.
And he said,
Far be it that I should do so, but the man in whose hand the cup is found, he shall be my servant. And as for you, get you up in peace unto your father.
Then Yehudah came near unto him and said,
O my Lord, let your servant, I pray you, speak a word in my Lord's ears, and let not your anger burn against your servant. For you are even as Pharaoh, my Lord, asked his servant, saying, Have ye a father or a brother? And we said unto my Lord, We have a father, an old man, and a child of his old age, a little one. And his brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother, and his father loves him. And you said unto your servants, Bring him down unto me, that I may set my eyes upon him. And we said unto my Lord, The lad cannot leave his father, for if he should leave his father would die. And you said unto your servants, Except your youngest brother come down with you, ye shall see my face no more. And it came to pass, when we came up unto your servant my father, we told him the words of my Lord. And our father said, Go again and buy us a little food. And we said, We cannot go down. If our youngest brother be with us, then will we go down. For we may not see the man's face, except our youngest brother be with us. And your servant my father said unto us, Ye know that my woman bore me 2 sons, and the one went out from me. And I said, Surely he is torn in pieces, and I saw him not since. And if ye take this also from me, and mischief befall him, ye shall bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to Sheol. Now therefore, when I come to your servant my father, and the lad be not with us, seeing that his life is bound up in the lad's life, it shall come to pass, when he sees that the lad is not with us, that he will die. And your servant shall bring down the gray hairs of your servant our father with sorrow to Sheol. For your servant became surety for the lad unto my father, saying, If I bring him not unto you, then I shall bear the blame to my father forever. Now therefore I pray you, let your servant abide instead of the lad, a bondman to my Lord, and let the lad go up with his brethren. For how shall I go up to my father, and the lad be not with me, lest perchance I see the evil that shall come on my father?
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 45. Then Yosef could not refrain himself before all them that stood by him, and he cried,
Cause every man to go out from me.
and there stood no man with him, while Yosef made himself known unto his brethren. And he wept aloud, and the Mitzrayim in the house of Pharaoh heard. And Yosef said unto his brethren,
I am Yosef. Does my father yet live?
And his brethren could not answer him, for they were troubled at his presence. And Yosef said unto his brethren,
Come near to me, I pray you.
And they came near. And he said,
I am Yosef your brother, whom ye sold into Mitzrayim. Now therefore be not grieved, nor angry with yourselves that ye sold me hither, for Elohim did send me before you to preserve life. For these 2 years has the famine been in the land, and yet there are 5 years in which there shall neither be earing or harvest. And Elohim sent me before you to preserve you a posterity in the earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance. So now it was not you that sent me hither, but Elohim. And he has made me a father to Pharaoh, and lord of all his house, a ruler throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. Haste ye, and go up to my father, and say unto him, Thus says your son, Yosef, Elohim has made me lord of all Mitzrayim. Come down unto me, tarry not, and you shall dwell in the land of Goshen, and you shall be near unto me, you and your children, and your children's children, and your flocks, and your herds, and all that you have. And there will I nourish you, for yet there are 5 years of famine, lest you and your household, and all that you have, come to poverty. And behold, your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin, that it is my mouth that speaks unto you. And ye shall tell my father all my glory in Mitzrayim, and all that ye have seen, and ye shall haste and bring down my father hither.
And he fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck, and wept. And Benjamin wept upon his neck. Moreover, he kissed all his brethren, and wept upon them. And after that, his brethren talked with him. And the fame thereof was heard in Pharaoh's house, saying,
Joseph's brethren are come.
And it pleased Pharaoh well, and his servants. And Pharaoh said unto Yosef,
Say unto your brethren, This do ye, lade your beasts, and go, get you unto the land of Canaan, and take your father and your households, and come unto me, and I will give you the good of the land of Mitzrayim, and ye shall eat the fat of the land. Now you are commanded, this do ye, take you wagons out of the land of Mitzrayim for your little ones, and for your women, and bring your father, and come. Also regard not your stuff, for the good of all the land of Mitzrayim is yours.
And the children of Yashrael did so. And Yosef gave them wagons, according to the commandment of Pharaoh, and gave them provision for the way. To all of them he gave each man changes of raiment. But to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver, and 5 changes of raiment. And to his father he sent after this manner, 10 asses laden with the good things of Mitzrayim, and 10 she-asses laden with grain and bread and meat for his father by the way. So he sent his brethren away, and they departed. And he said unto them,
See that ye fall not out by the way.
And they went up out of Mitzrayim, and came into the land of Canaan unto Yaakov their father, and told him, saying,
Joseph is yet alive, and he is governor over all the land of Mitzrayim.
And Yaakov's heart fainted, for he believed them not. And they told him all the words of Joseph which he had said unto them. And when he saw the wagons which Joseph had sent to carry him, the ruach of Yaakov their father revived. And Yashrael said,
It is enough. Joseph my son is yet alive. I will go and see him before I die.
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 46. And Yashrael took his journey with all that he had, and came to Beersheba, and offered sacrifices unto the Elohim of his father Yitzchak. And Elohim spoke unto Yashrael in the visions of the night, and said,
Yaakov, Yaakov.
And he said,
Here am I.
And he said,
I am El, the Elohai of your father. Fear not to go down into Mitzrayim, for I will there make of you a great nation. I will go down with you into Mitzrayim, and I will also surely bring you up again. And Joseph shall put his hand upon your eyes.
And Jacob rose up from Beersheba, and the sons of Yashrael carried Jacob their father, and their little ones, and their women, in the wagons which Pharaoh had sent to carry him. And they took their cattle and their goods which they had gotten in the land of Canaan, and came in unto Mitzrayim, Jacob and all his seed with him, his sons and his sons' sons with him, his daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his seed brought he with him into Mitzrayim. And these are the names of the children of Yashrael, which came into Mitzrayim: Jacob and his sons, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and the sons of Reuben, Hanok, and Palu, and Hezron, and Carmi, and the sons of Shimon, Yemuel, and Yamin, and Ohad, and Yakin, and Sochar, and Shaul, the son of the Canaanite woman, and the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari, and the sons of Yehudah, and Onan, and Shelach, and Peretz, and Zerach. But and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Peretz were Hezron, and Hamul. And the sons of Yisachar, Tola, and Pua, and Yob, and Shimron. And the sons of Zebulun, Sered, Elon, and Yachleel. These be the sons of Leah, which she bore unto Jacob in Padan Aram, with his daughter Dinah. All the souls of his sons and his daughters were 33. And the sons of Gad, Tzipon, and Haggai, and Shunai, and Etzbon, and Eri, and Arodai, and Arelai. And the sons of Asher, Yimna, Yishbai, Beriah, and Serach their sister. And the sons of Beriah, Heber, Malkiel. These are the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah his daughter. And these she bore unto Jacob, even 16 souls. The sons of Rachel, Jacob's woman, Joseph, and Benjamin. And unto Joseph in the land of Mitzrayim were born Manasseh and Ephraim, which Asenath, the daughter of Potipherah, priest of On, bore unto him. And the sons of Benjamin were Bela, and Becher, and Ashbel, and Gera, and Naaman, and Echai, and Rosh, and Mupim, and Hupim, and Ard. These are the sons of Rachel, which were born unto Jacob. All the souls were 14. And the sons of Dan, Hushi. And the sons of Naphtali, Yachzeel, Gunai, Yetzer, and Shilem. These are the sons of Bilhah, which Laban gave unto Rachel his daughter. And she bore these unto Jacob. All the souls were 7. All the souls that came with Jacob into Mitzrayim, which came out of his loins, besides Jacob's sons' women, all the souls were 66. And the sons of Joseph, which were born him in Mitzrayim, were 2 souls. All the souls of the house of Jacob, which came into Mitzrayim, were 70. And he sent Yehudah before him unto El Joseph, to direct his face unto Goshen. And they came into the land of Goshen. And Joseph made ready his chariot, and went up to meet Yashrael his father, to Goshen, and presented himself unto him. And he fell on his neck, and wept on his neck a good while. And Yashrael said unto El Joseph,
Now let me die, since I have seen your face, because you are yet alive.
And Joseph said unto his brethren, and unto his father's house,
I will go up and show Pharaoh, and say unto him, My brethren and my father's house, which were in the land of Canaan, are come unto me, and the men are shepherds. For their trade has been to feed cattle, and they have brought their flocks and their herds, and all that they have. And it shall come to pass, when Pharaoh shall call you, and say, What is your occupation? That ye shall say, Your servant's trade has been about cattle from our youth, even until now, both we and also our fathers, that ye may dwell in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd is an abomination unto the Mitzrayim.
Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 47. Then Joseph came and told Pharaoh and said,
My father and my brethren, and their flocks, and their herds, and all that they have, are come out of the land of Canaan. And behold, they are in the land of Goshen.
And he took some of his brethren, even 5 men, and presented them unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto his brethren,
What is your occupation?
And they said unto Pharaoh,
Your servants are shepherds, both we and also our fathers.
They said moreover unto Pharaoh,
For to sojourn in the land are we come. For your servants have no pasture for their flocks, for the famine is sore in the land of Canaan. Now therefore we pray you, let your servants dwell in the land of Goshen.
And Pharaoh spoke unto Elioseph, saying,
Your father and your brethren are come unto you. The land of Mitzrayim is before you. In the best of the land make your father and your brethren to dwell. In the land of Goshen let them dwell. And if you know any men of activity among them, then make them rulers over my cattle.
And Joseph brought in Yaakov his father, and set him before Pharaoh. And Yaakov blessed Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto Yaakov,
How old are you?
And Yaakov said unto Pharaoh,
The days of the years of my pilgrimage are 130 years. Few and evil have the days of the years of my life been, and have not attained unto the days of the years of the life of my fathers in the days of their pilgrimage.
And Yaakov blessed Pharaoh, and went out from before Pharaoh. And Joseph placed his father and his brethren, and gave them a possession in the land of Mitzrayim, in the best of the land, in the land of Ramesses, as Pharaoh had commanded. And Joseph nourished his father, and his brethren, and all his father's household, with bread according to their families. And there was no bread in all the land, for the famine was very sore, so that the land of Mitzrayim and all the land of Canaan fainted by reason of the famine. And Joseph gathered up all the money that was found in the land of Mitzrayim and in the land of Canaan, for the grain which they bought. And Joseph brought the money into Pharaoh's house. And when the money failed in the land of Mitzrayim and in the land of Canaan, all the Mitzrayim came unto Elioseph and said,
Give us bread, for why should we die in your presence? For the money fails.
And Joseph said,
Give your cattle, and I will give you for your cattle, if money fail.
And they brought their cattle unto Elioseph. And Joseph gave them bread in exchange for horses, and for the flocks, and for the cattle of the herds, and for the asses. And he fed them with bread for all their cattle for that year. When that year was ended, they came unto him the second year, and said unto him,
We will not hide it from my lord, how that our money is spent. My lord also has our herds of cattle. There is not aught left in the sight of my lord, but our bodies and our lands. Wherefore shall we die before your eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for bread, and we and our land will be servants unto Pharaoh. And give us seed, that we may live and not die, and the land be not desolate.
And Joseph bought all the land of Mitzrayim for Pharaoh. For the Mitzrayim sold every man his field, because the famine prevailed over them. So the land became Pharaoh's. And as for the people, he removed them to cities from the one end of the borders of Mitzrayim even to the other end thereof. Only the land of the priests bought he not, for the priests had a portion assigned them of Pharaoh, and did eat their portion which Pharaoh gave them. Wherefore they sold not their lands. Then Joseph said unto the people,
Behold, I have bought you this day in your land for Pharaoh. Lo, here is seed for you, and ye shall sow the land. And it shall come to pass in the increase that ye shall give the 5th part unto Pharaoh, and 4 parts shall be your own, for seed of the field, and for your food, and for them of your household, and for food of your little ones.
And they said,
You have saved our lives. Let us find grace in the sight of my lord, and we will be Pharaoh's servants.
And Joseph made it a law over the land of Mitzrayim unto this day, that Pharaoh should have the 5th part, except the land of the priests only, which became not Pharaoh's. And Yasharel dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim, in the country of Goshen, and they had possession therein, and grew, and multiplied exceedingly. And Yaakov lived in the land of Mitzrayim 17 years. So the whole age of Yaakov was 147 years. And the time drew nigh that Yasharel must die. And he called his son Joseph, and said unto him,
If now I have found grace in your sight, put, I pray you, your hand under my thigh, and deal kindly and truly with me. Bury me not, I pray you, in Mitzrayim, but I will lie with my fathers, and you shall carry me out of Mitzrayim, and bury me in their burying place.
And he said,
I will do as you have said.
And he said,
Swear unto me.
And he swore unto him. And Yasharel bowed himself upon the bed's head. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 48. And it came to pass, after these things, that one told Joseph,
Behold, your father is sick.
and he took with him his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. And one told Jacob and said,
Behold, your son Joseph comes unto you.
And Yasharel strengthened himself, and sat upon the bed. And Jacob said unto Joseph,
El Shaddai appeared unto me at Luz, in the land of Canaan, and blessed me, and said unto me, Behold, I will make you fruitful and multiply you, and will make you a multitude of people, and will give you this land to your seed after you for an everlasting possession. And now your 2 sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, which were born unto you in the land of Mitzrayim, before I came unto you in Mitzrayim, are mine. As Reuben and Shimon, they shall be mine, and your issue, which you beget after them, shall be yours, and shall be called after the name of their brethren in their inheritance. And as for me, when I came from Padan Aram, Rachel died by me in the land of Canaan in the way, when yet there was but a little way to come unto Ephratah, and I buried her there in the way of Ephratah. The same is Bethlehem.
And Yasharel beheld Joseph's sons, and said,
Who are these?
And Joseph said unto his father,
They are my sons, whom Elohim has given me in this place.
And he said,
Bring them, I pray you, unto me, and I will bless them.
Now the eyes of Yasharel were dim for age, so that he could not see. And he brought them near unto him, and he kissed them, and embraced them. And Yasharel said unto Joseph,
I had thought not to see your face, and lo, Elohim has showed me also your seed.
And Joseph brought them out from between his knees, and he bowed himself with his face to the earth. And Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand toward Yasharel's left hand, and Manasseh in his left hand toward Yasharel's right hand, and brought them near unto him. And Yasharel stretched out his right hand, and laid it upon Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and his left hand upon Manasseh's head, guiding his hands wittingly, for Manasseh was the firstborn. And he blessed Joseph, and said,
Elohim, before whom my fathers Abraham and Yitzhak did walk, the Elohim which fed me all my life long unto this day, the angel which redeemed me from all evil, bless the lads, and let my name be named on them, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Yitzhak, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth.
And when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, it displeased him. And he held up his father's hand to remove it from Ephraim's head unto Manasseh's head. And Joseph said unto his father,
Not so, my father. This is the firstborn. Put your right hand upon his head.
And his father refused, and said,
I know it, my son, I know it. He also shall become a people, and he also shall be great. But truly his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude of nations.
And he blessed them that day, saying,
In you shall Yasharel bless, saying, Elohim make you as Ephraim and as Manasseh.
And he set Ephraim before Manasseh. And Yasharel said unto Joseph,
Behold, I die, but Elohim shall be with you, and bring you again unto the land of your fathers. Moreover, I have given to you one portion above your brethren, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite, with my sword and with my bow.
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 49. And Jacob called unto his sons, and said,
Gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which shall befall you in the last days. Gather yourselves together, and hear, ye sons of Yaakov, and hearken unto Yasharel, your father. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might, and the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity, and the excellency of power. Unstable as water, you shall not excel, because you went up to your father's bed, then defiled it. He went up to my couch. Shimon and Levi are brethren. Instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. O my soul, come not into their secret. Unto their assembly my honor be not united. For in their anger they slew a man, and in their self-will they dug down a wall. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Yaakov, and scatter them in Yasharel. Yehuda, you are he whom your brethren shall praise. Your hand shall be in the neck of your enemies. Your father's children shall bow down before you. Yehuda is a lion's whelp from the prey. My son, you are gone up. He stooped down.
He couched as a lion, and as an old lion, who shall rouse him up? The scepter shall not depart from Yehuda, nor a Torah giver from between his feet, until Shiloh come. And unto him shall the gathering of the people be, binding his foal into the vine, and his ass's colt unto the choice vine. He washed his garments in wine, and his clothes in the blood of grapes. His eyes shall be red with wine, and his teeth white with milk. Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea. He shall be for a haven of ships, and his border shall be unto Sidon. Issachar is a strong ass, couching down between two burdens. And he saw that the rest was good, and the land that it was pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to bear, and became a servant unto tribute. Dan shall judge his people, as one of the tribes of Yasharel. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path, that bites the horse heels, so that his rider shall fall backward. I have waited for your Yeshua, O Yahuwah. Gad, a troop shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. Out of Asher his bread shall be fat, and he shall yield royal dainties. Naphtali is a hind let loose. He gives goodly words. Joseph is a fruitful bough, even a fruitful bough by a well, whose branches run over the wall. The archers have sorely grieved him, and shot at him, and hated him. But his bow abode in strength, and the arms of his hands were made strong, by the hands of the mighty Elohim of Yaakov. Even by the Elohim of your father, who shall help you, and by El Shaddai, who shall bless you, with blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lie under, blessings of the breast and of the womb. The blessings of your father have prevailed above the blessings of my progenitors. Unto the utmost bound of the everlasting hills, they shall be on the head of Joseph, and on the crown of the head of him that was separated from his brethren. Benjamin shall raven as a wolf. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil.
All these are the 12 tribes of Yasharel, and this is it that their father spoke unto them, and blessed them. Every one according to his blessing he blessed them. And he charged them, and said unto them,
I am to be gathered unto my people. Bury me with my fathers in the cave that is in the field of Ephron the Hittite, in the cave that is in the field of Machpelah, which is before Mamre, in the land of Canaan, which Abraham bought with the field of Ephron the Hittite for a possession of a burying place. There they buried Abraham and Sarah his woman. There they buried Yitzhak and Rivkah his woman. And there I buried Leah. The purchase of the field and of the cave that is therein was from the children of Heth.
And when Yaakov had made an end of commanding his sons, he gathered up his feet into the bed, and yielded up his ruach, and was gathered unto his people. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 50. And Joseph fell upon his father's face, and wept upon him, and kissed him. And Joseph commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father, and the physicians embalmed Yasharel. And 40 days were fulfilled for him, for so are fulfilled the days of those which are embalmed. And the Mitzrayim mourned for him 60 days. And when the days of his mourning were past, Joseph spoke unto the house of Pharaoh, saying,
If now I have found grace in your eyes, speak, I pray you, in the ears of Pharaoh, saying, My father made me swear, saying, Lo, I die. In my grave, which I have dug for me in the land of Canaan, there shall you bury me. Now therefore let me go up, I pray you, and bury my father, and I will come again.
And Pharaoh said,
Go up, bury your father, according as he made you swear.
And Joseph went up to bury his father, and with him went up all the servants of Pharaoh, the elders of his house, and all the elders of the land of Mitzrayim, and all the house of Joseph and his brethren, and his father's house. Only their little ones, and their flocks, and their herds, they left in the land of Goshen. And there went up with him both chariots and horsemen, and it was a very great company. And they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which is beyond the Yarden. And there they mourned with a great and very sore lamentation. And he made a mourning for his father 7 days. And when the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanim, saw the mourning in the floor of Atad, they said,
This is a grievous mourning to the Mitzrayim.
Wherefore, the name of it was called Abel Mitzrayim, which is beyond the Yarden. And his sons did unto him according as he commanded them. For his sons carried him into the land of Canaan, and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which Abraham bought with the field for a possession of a burying place of Ephron the Hittite, before Mamre. And Joseph returned into Mitzrayim, he and his brethren, and all that went up with him to bury his father, after he had buried his father. And when Joseph's brethren saw that their father was dead, they said,
Joseph will perchance hate us, and will certainly requite us with all the evil which we did unto him.
And they sent a messenger unto Joseph, saying,
Your father did come out before he died, saying, So shall ye say unto Joseph, Forgive, I pray you now, the transgression of your brethren, and their sin, for they did unto you evil. And now we pray you, forgive the transgression of the servants of the Elohai of your father.
And Joseph wept when they spoke unto him. And his brethren also went and fell down before his face, and they said,
Behold, we be your servants.
And Joseph said unto them,
Fear not, for am I in the place of Elohim? But as for you, ye thought evil against me, but Elohim meant it unto good, to bring to pass, as it is this day, to save much people alive. Now therefore fear ye not, I will nourish you, and your little ones.
And he comforted them, and spoke kindly unto them. And Joseph dwelt in Mitzrayim, he and his father's house. And Joseph lived 110 years. And Joseph saw Ephraim's children of the third generation. The children also of Machir the son of Manasseh were brought up upon Joseph's knees. And Joseph said unto his brethren,
I die, and Elohim will surely visit you, and bring you out of this land unto the land which he swore to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Yaakov.
And Joseph took an oath of the children of Yasharel, saying,
Elohim will surely visit you, and ye shall carry up my bones from hence.
So Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Mitzrayim. The Book of Shemot, Exodus, chapter 1. Now these are the names of the children of Yasharel, which came into Mitzrayim. Every man and his household came with Jacob: Reuben, Shimon, Levi, Yehudah, Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. And all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls, for Joseph was in Mitzrayim already. And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation. And the children of Yasharel were fruitful, and increased abundantly, and multiplied, and waxed exceeding mighty, and the land was filled with them. Now there arose up a new king over Mitzrayim, which knew not Joseph. And he said unto his people,
Behold, the people of the children of Yasharel are more and mightier than we. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there falls out any war, they join also unto our enemies, and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land.
Therefore they did set over them taskmasters, to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramesses. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew, and they were grieved because of the children of Yasharel. And the Mitzrayim made the children of Yasharel to serve with rigor, and they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar, and in brick, and in all manner of service in the field. All their service, wherein they made them to serve, was with rigor. And the king of Mitzrayim spoke to the Ivri midwives, of which the name of the one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other Puah. And he said,
When ye do the office of a midwife to the Evrith woman, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live.
But the midwives feared Elohim, and did not as the king of Mitzrayim commanded them, but saved the men children alive. And the king of Mitzrayim called for the midwives, and said unto them,
Why have you done this thing, and have saved the men children alive?
And the midwives said unto Pharaoh,
Because the Evrith women are not as the Mitzrith women, for they are lively, and are delivered, and the midwives come in unto them.
Therefore Elohim dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and waxed very mighty. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared Elohim, that he made them houses. And Pharaoh charged all his people, saying,
Every son that is born ye shall cast into the river, and every daughter ye shall save alive.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 2. And there went a man of the house of Levi, and took to be his woman a daughter of Levi. And the woman conceived, and bore a son. And when she saw him that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months. And when she could no longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and with pitch, and put the child therein. And she laid it in the reeds by the river's brink. And his sister stood afar off, to wait what would be done to him. And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself at the river, and her maidens walked along by the river's side. And when she saw the ark among the reeds, she sent her maid to fetch it. And when she had opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the babe wept. And she had compassion on him, and said,
This is one of the Ephraim children.
Then said his sister to Pharaoh's daughter,
Shall I go and call to you a nurse of the Ephraim woman, that she may nurse the child for you?
And Pharaoh's daughter said to her,
Go.
And the maid went, and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her,
Take this child away and nurse it for me, and I will give you your wages.
And the woman took the child, and nursed it. And the child grew, and she brought him unto Pharaoh's daughter, and became her son. And she called his name Moshe. And she said,
Because I drew him out of the water.
And it came to pass in those days, when Moshe was grown, that he went out unto his brethren, and looked on their burdens. And he spied a Mitzri smiting an Ephraim, one of his brethren. And he looked this way, and that way. And when he saw that there was no man, he slew the Mitzri, and hid him in the sand. And when he went out the second day, behold, 2 men of the Ephraim strove together. And he said to him that did the wrong,
Wherefore do you smite your fellow?
And he said,
Who made you a prince and a judge over us? Intend you to kill me as you killed the Mitzri?
And Moshe feared and said,
Surely this thing is known.
Now when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moshe. But Moshe fled from the face of Pharaoh, and dwelt in the land of Midian, and he sat down by a well. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water, and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. And the shepherds came and drove them away. But Moshe stood up and helped them, and watered their flock. And when they came to Reuel their father, he said,
How is it that ye are come so soon today?
And they said,
A Mitzri delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and also drew water enough for us, and watered the flock.
And he said unto his daughters,
And where is he? Why is it that ye have left the man? Call him that he may eat bread.
And Moshe was content to dwell with the man. And he gave Moshe Zipporah his daughter, and she bore to him a son. And he called his name Gershom, for he said,
I have been a stranger in a strange land.
And it came to pass in the process of time that the king of Mitzrayim died. And the children of Yasharel sighed by reason of the bondage, and they cried. And their cry came up unto Elohim by reason of the bondage. And Elohim heard their groaning. And Elohim remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Yitzchak, and with Yaakov. And Elohim looked upon the children of Yasharel, and Elohim had respect unto them. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 3. Now Moshe kept the flock of Yitro his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert, and came to the mountain of Elohim, even to Horeb. And the angel of Yahweh appeared unto him in a flame of fire, out of the midst of a thorn bush. And he looked, and behold, the thorn bush burned with fire, and the thorn bush was not consumed. And Moshe said,
I will now turn aside and see this great sight, why the thorn bush is not burnt.
And when Yahweh saw that he turned aside to see, Elohim called unto him out of the midst of the thorn bush, and said,
Moshe, Moshe.
And he said,
Here am I.
And he said,
Draw not nigh hither, Put off your shoes from off your feet, for the place whereon you stand is holy ground.
Moreover, he said,
I am the Elohai of your father, the Elohai of Abraham, the Elohai of Yitzhak, and the Elohai of Yaakov.
And Moshe hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon Elohim. And Yahweh said,
I have surely seen the affliction of my people, which are in Mitzrayim, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters. For I know their sorrows, and I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Mitzrayim, and to bring them up out of that land unto a good land, and a large, unto a land flowing with milk and honey, unto the place of the Canaanim, and the Hittim, and the Amorim, and the Perizim, and the Hivim, and the Yebusim. Now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Yasharel is come unto me, and I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Mitzrayim oppress them. Come now therefore, I will send you unto Pharaoh, that you may bring forth my people, the children of Yasharel, out of Mitzrayim.
And Moshe said unto Elohim,
Who am I that I should go unto Pharaoh, and that I should bring forth the children of Yasharel out of Mitzrayim?
And he said,
Certainly I will be with you, and this shall be a sign unto you, that I have sent you. When you have brought forth the people out of Mitzrayim, ye shall serve Elohim upon this mountain.
And Moshe said unto Elohim,
Behold, when I come unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, The Elohai of your fathers has sent me unto you, and they shall say unto me, What is his name? What shall I say unto them?
And Elohim said unto El Moshe,
Ahaya Asher Ahaya, I am that I am.
And he said,
Thus shall you say unto the children of Yasharel, Ahaya I am has sent me unto you.
And Elohim said moreover unto El Moshe,
Thus shall you say unto the children of Yasharel, Yahuwah Elohai of your fathers, the Elohai of Abraham, the Elohai of Yitzhak, and the Elohai of Yaakov, has sent me unto you. This is my name forever, and this is my mention unto all generations. Go and gather the elders of Yasharel together, and say unto them, Yahuwah Elohai of your fathers, the Elohai of Abraham, of Yitzhak, and the Elohai of Yaakov, appeared unto me, saying, I have surely visited you, and seen that which is done to you in Mitzrayim. And I have said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of Mitzrayim, unto the land of the Canaanim, and the Hittim, and the Amorim, and the Perizim, and the Hivim, and the Yebusim, unto a land flowing with milk and honey, and they shall hearken to your voice. And you shall come, you and the elders of Yasharel, unto the king of Mitzrayim, and ye shall say unto him, Yahuwah Elohai of the Ephraim has met us. And now let us go, we beseech you, 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to Yahuwah Eloheinu. And I am sure that the king of Mitzrayim will not let you go, no, not by a mighty hand. And I will stretch out my hand, and smite Mitzrayim with all my wonders, which I will do in the midst thereof. And after that he will let you go, and I will give this people favor in the sight of the Mitzrayim. And it shall come to pass that when ye go, ye shall not go empty. But every woman shall borrow of her neighbor, and of her that sojourns in her house, jewels of silver, and jewels of gold, and raiment. And ye shall put them upon your sons, and upon your daughters, and ye shall spoil the Mitzrayim.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 4. And Moshe answered and said,
But behold, they will not believe me, nor hearken unto my voice, for they will say, Yahweh has not appeared unto you.
And Yahweh said unto him,
What is that in your hand?
And he said,
A rod?
And he said,
Cast it on the ground.
And he cast it on the ground. and it became a serpent, and Moshe fled from before it. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Put forth your hand, and take it by the tail,
and he put forth his hand, and caught it, and it became a rod in his hand.
that they may believe that Yahuwah Elohai of their fathers, the Elohai of Abraham, the Elohai of Yitzhak, and the Elohai of Yaakov, has appeared unto you.
And Yahweh said furthermore unto him,
Put now your hand into your bosom.
and he put his hand into his bosom. And when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous as snow. And he said,
Put your hand into your bosom again.
and he put his hand into his bosom again, and plucked it out of his bosom, and behold, it was turned again as his other flesh.
And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe you, neither hearken to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe also these two signs, neither hearken unto your voice, that you shall take of the water of the river, and pour it upon the dry land, and the water which you take out of the river shall become blood upon the dry land.
And Moshe said unto Eliyahu,
Oh, my Adonai, I am not eloquent, neither heretofore, nor since you have spoken unto your servant, but I am slow of speech and of a slow tongue.
And Yahweh said unto him,
Who has made man's mouth, or who makes the dumb, or deaf, or the seeing, or the blind? Have not I, Yahweh? Now therefore go, and I will be with your mouth, and teach you what you shall say.
And he said,
O my Adonai, send, I pray you, by the hand of whom you will send.
And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against Moshe, and he said,
Is not Aharon the Levi your brother? I know that he can speak well, and also, behold, he comes forth to meet you, and when he sees you, he will be glad in his heart. And you shall speak unto him, and put the words in his mouth, and I will be with your mouth, and with his mouth, and will teach you what ye shall do. And he shall be your spokesman unto the people, and he shall be, even he shall be to you instead of a mouth, and you shall be to him instead of Elohim. And you shall take this rod in your hand, wherewith you shall do signs.
And Moshe went and returned to Yitro his father-in-law, and said unto him,
Let me go, I pray you, and return unto my brethren which are in Mitzrayim, and see whether they be yet alive.
And Yitro said unto Moshe,
Go in peace.
And Yahweh said unto Moshe in Midian,
Go, return into Mitzrayim, for all the men are dead which sought your life.
And Moshe took his woman and his sons, and set them upon an ass, and he returned to the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe took the rod of Elohim in his hand. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
When you go to return into Mitzrayim, see that you do all those wonders before Pharaoh, which I have put into your hand. But I will harden his heart, that he shall not let the people go. And you shall say unto Pharaoh, Thus says Yahuwah, Yasharel is my son, even my firstborn. And I say unto you, Let my son go, that he may serve me. And if you refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay your son, even your firstborn.
And it came to pass by the way in the inn that Yahweh met him, and sought to kill him. Then Zipporah took a sharp stone, and cut off the foreskin of her son, and cast it at his feet, and said,
Surely a bloody man are you to me.
So he let him go. Then she said,
A bloody man you are, because of the circumcision.
And Yahweh said to Aharon,
Go into the wilderness to meet Moshe.
And he went, and met him in the mount of Elohim, and kissed him. And Moshe told Aharon all the words of Yahweh who had sent him, and the signs which he had commanded him. And Moshe and Aharon went and gathered together all the elders of the children of Yasharel. And Aharon spoke all the words which Yahweh had spoken unto Moshe, and did the signs in the sight of the people. And the people believed. And when they heard that Yahweh had visited the children of Yasharel, and that he had looked upon their affliction, then they bowed their heads and worshipped. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 5. And afterward, Moshe and Aharon went in, and told Pharaoh,
Thus says Yahweh Elohai of Yasharel, Let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness.
And Pharaoh said,
Who is Yahuwah that I should obey his voice to let Yasharel go? I know not Yahuwah, neither will I let Yasharel go.
And they said,
The Elohai of the Ephraim has met with us. Let us go, we pray you, 3 days' journey into the desert, and sacrifice unto Yahweh Elohim, lest he fall upon us with pestilence, or with a sword.
And the king of Mitzrayim said unto them,
Wherefore do ye, Moshe and Aaron, let the people from their works get you unto your burdens.
And Pharaoh said,
Behold, the people of the land now are many, and ye make them rest from their burdens.
And Pharaoh commanded the same day the taskmasters of the people and their officers, saying,
Ye shall no more give the people straw to make brick, as heretofore. Let them go and gather straw for themselves. And the tell of the bricks which they did make heretofore, ye shall lay upon them. Ye shall not diminish aught thereof, for they be idle. Therefore they cry, saying, Let us go and sacrifice to our Elohim. Let their more work be laid upon the men, that they may labor therein, and let them not regard vain words.
And the taskmasters of the people went out, and their officers, and they spoke to the people, saying,
Thus says Pharaoh, I will not give you straw. Go ye, get you straw where you can find it. Yet not aught of your work shall be diminished.
So the people were scattered abroad throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, to gather stubble instead of straw. And the taskmasters hasted them, saying,
Fulfill your works, your daily tasks, as when there was straw.
And the officers of the children of Yasharel, which Pharaoh's taskmasters had set over them, were beaten, and demanded,
Wherefore have ye not fulfilled your task in making brick both yesterday and today as heretofore?
Then the officers of the children of Yasharel came and cried unto Pharaoh, saying,
Wherefore do ye thus with your servants? There is no straw given unto your servants, and they say to us, Make brick, and behold, your servants are beaten. But the fault is in your own people.
But he said,
Ye are idle, ye are idle. Therefore ye say, Let us go and do sacrifice to Yahuwah. Go therefore now and work, for there shall no straw be given you. Yet shall ye deliver the tale of bricks.
And the officers of the children of Yasharel did see that they were in an evil case. After it was said,
Ye shall not finish all of your bricks from your daily task.
And they met Moshe and Aharon, who stood in the way, as they came forth from Pharaoh. And they said unto them,
Yahuwah, look upon you and judge, because ye have made our Savior to be abhorred in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of his servants, to put a sword in their hand to slay us.
And Moshe returned unto Eliyahu and said,
Adonai, wherefore have you so evil entreated this people? Why is it that you have sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has done evil to the people. Neither have you delivered your people at all.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 6. Then Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Now shall you see what I will do to Pharaoh, for with a strong hand shall he let them go, and with a strong hand shall he drive them out of his land.
And Elohim spoke unto Moshe, and said unto him,
I am Yahuwah, and I appeared unto El Abraham, unto El Yitzhak, and unto El Yaakov, by El Shaddai. But by my name Yahuwah was I not known to them. And I have also established my covenant with them, to give them the land of Canaan, the land of their pilgrimage, wherein they were strangers. And I have also heard the groanings of the children of Yasharel, whom the Mitzrayim keep in bondage, and I have remembered my covenant. Wherefore say unto the children of Yasharel, I am Yahuwah, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Mitzrayim, and I will rid you out of their bondage, and I will redeem you with a stretched out arm, and with great judgments. And I will take you to me for a people, and I will be to you Elohim. And ye shall know that I am Yahuwah Elohim, which brings you out from under the burdens of the Mitzrayim. And I will bring you into the land concerning the which I did swear to give it to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Yaakov, and I will give it to you for a heritage. I am Yahuwah.
And Moshe spoke so unto the children of Yasharel, but they hearkened not unto Moshe, for anguish of the Ruach, and for cruel bondage. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Go in, speak unto Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, that he let the children of Yasharel go out of his land.
And Moshe spoke before Yahweh, saying, Behold, the children of Yasharel have not hearkened unto me. How then shall Pharaoh hear me, who am of uncircumcised lips? And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and unto El Ahron, and gave them a charge unto the children of Yasharel and unto Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, to bring the children of Yasharel out of the land of Mitzrayim. These be the heads of their fathers' houses, the sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Yasharel, Chanok, and Palu, and Chetzron, and Carmi. These be the families of Reuben. And the sons of Shimon, Yemuel, and Yamin, and Ohad, and Yakin, and Tzochar, and Shaul, the son of the Canaanite woman. These are the families of Shimon. And these are the names of the sons of Levi, according to their generations, Gershon, and Kohath, and Merari. And the years of the life of Levi were 137 years. The sons of Gershon, Livni, and Shimei, according to their families. And the sons of Kohath, Amram, and Yitzchar, and Hebron, and Uziel. And the years of the life of Kohath were 133 years. And the sons of Merari, Machli, and Mushi. These are the families of Levi, according to their generations. And Amram took Jochebed, his father's sister, to be his woman, and she bore him Ahron and Moshe. And the years of the life of Amram were 137 years. And the sons of Yitzchar, Korach, and Nepheg, and Zikrai. And the sons of Uziel, Mishael, and Elishaphan, and Chitrai. And Ahron took him Elisheba, daughter of Aminadab, sister of Nachshon, to be his woman. And she bore him Nadab, and Abihu, and Eleazar, and Ithamar. And the sons of Korach, Asir, Elkanah, Avisaph. These are the families of the Korchai. And Eleazar, Ahron's son, took him one of the daughters of Putiel to be his woman, and she bore him Phinehas. These are the heads of the fathers of the Leviim, according to their families. These are that Ahron and Moshe, to whom Yahweh said, Bring out the children of Yasharel from the land of Mitzrayim, according to their families. These are they which spoke to Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, to bring out the children of Yasharel from Mitzrayim. These are that Moshe and Aharon. And it came to pass on the day when Yahweh spoke unto Moshe in the land of Mitzrayim, that Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
I am Yahuwah. Speak you unto Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, all that I say unto you.
And Moshe said before Yahweh, Behold, I am of uncircumcised lips. How shall Pharaoh hearken unto me? Shemot, Exodus, chapter 7. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
See, I have made you an Elohim to Pharaoh, and Aharon your brother shall be your prophet. You shall speak all that I command you, and Aharon your brother shall speak unto Pharaoh, that he send the children of Yasharel out of his land. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Mitzrayim. But Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay my hand upon Mitzrayim, and bring forth my armies and my people, the children of Yasharel, out of the land of Mitzrayim, by great judgments. And the Mitzrayim shall know that I am Yahuwah, when I stretch forth my hand upon the Mitzrayim, and bring out the children of Yasharel from among them.
And Moshe and Aharon did as Yahweh commanded them. So did they. And Moshe was 80 years old, and Aharon 83 years old, when they spoke unto Pharaoh. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and unto El Ahron, saying,
When Pharaoh shall speak unto you, saying, Show a miracle for you, then you shall say unto El Ahron, Take your rod, and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent.
And Moshe and Ahron went in unto Pharaoh, and they did so, as Yahweh had commanded. And Ahron cast down his rod before Pharaoh, and before his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers, now the magicians of Mitzrayim. They also did in like manner with their enchantments, for they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents. But Aharon's rod swallowed up their rods, and he hardened Pharaoh's heart, that he hearkened not unto them, as Yahweh had said. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Pharaoh's heart is hardened. He refuses to let the people go. Get you unto Pharaoh in the morning. Lo, he goes out unto the water. You shall stand by the river's brink, against he come. And the rod which was turned to a serpent shall you take in your hand. And you shall say unto him, Yahuwah Elohai of the Ephraim has sent me unto you, saying, Let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. And behold, hitherto you would not hear. Thus says Yahuwah, In this you shall know that I am Yahuwah. Behold, I will smite with the rod that is in my hand upon the waters which are in the river, and they shall be turned to blood. And the fish that is in the river shall die, and the river shall stink, and the Mitzrayim shall loathe the drink of the water of the river.
And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Say unto Aaron, Take your rod, and stretch out your hand upon the waters of Mitzrayim, upon their streams, upon their rivers, and upon their ponds, and upon all their pools of water, that they may become blood, and that there may be blood throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone.
And Moshe and Ahron did so, as Yahweh commanded. And he lifted up the rod, and smote the waters that were in the river, in the sight of Pharaoh, and in the sight of his servants. And all the waters that were in the river were turned to blood. And the fish that was in the river died. And the river stank. And the Mitzrayim could not drink of the water of the river, and there was blood throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians of Mitzrayim did so with their enchantments, and Pharaoh's heart was hardened, neither did he hearken unto them, as Yahweh had said. And Pharaoh turned and went into his house, neither did he set his heart to this also. And all the Mitzrayim dug round about the river for water to drink, for they could not drink of the water of the river. And 7 days were fulfilled after that Yahweh had smitten the river. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 8. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe,
Go unto Pharaoh, say unto him, Thus says Yahuwah, Let my people go, that they may serve me. And if you refuse to let them go, behold, I will smite all your borders with frogs. And the river shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into your house, and into your bedchamber, and upon your bed, and into the house of your servants, and upon your people, and into the ovens, and into your kneading troughs. And the frogs shall come up, both on you and upon your people, and upon all your servants.
And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe,
Say unto El Aharon, Stretch forth your hand with your rod over the streams, over the rivers, and over the ponds, and cause the frogs to come up upon the land of Mitzrayim.
And Aharon stretched out his hand over the waters of Mitzrayim, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians did so with their enchantments, and brought up the frogs upon the land of Mitzrayim. Then Pharaoh called for Moshe and Aharon and said,
Entreat El Yahuwah, that he may take away the frogs from me, and from my people, and I will let the people go, that they may do sacrifice unto Yahuwah.
And Moshe said unto Pharaoh, Glory over me, when shall I entreat for you, and for your servants, and for your people, to destroy the frogs from you and from your houses, that they may remain in the river only? And he said,
Tomorrow.
And he said, Be it according to your word, that you may know that there is none like unto Yahweh Eloheinu. And the frogs shall depart from you, and from your houses, and from your servants, and from your people. They shall remain in the river only. And Moshe and Aharon went out from Pharaoh, and Moshe cried unto Yahweh because of the frogs which he had brought against Pharaoh. And Yahweh did according to the word of Moshe, and the frogs died out of the houses, out of the villages, and out of the fields. And they gathered them together upon heaps, and the land stank. But when Pharaoh saw that there was respite, he hardened his heart, and hearkened not unto them as Yahweh had said. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Say unto Aharon, Stretch out your rod, and smite the dust of the land, that it may become lice throughout all the land of Mitzrayim.
And they did so. For Aharon stretched out his hand with his rod, and smote the dust of the earth, and it became lice in man and in beast. All the dust of the land became lice throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians did so with their enchantments to bring forth the lice, but they could not. So there were lice upon man and upon beasts. Then the magician said unto Pharaoh, This is the finger of Elohim. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he hearkened not unto them, as Yahweh had said. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Rise up early in the morning, stand before Pharaoh. Lo, he comes forth to the water. And say unto him, Thus says Yahweh, Let my people go, that they may serve me. Else if you will not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies upon you, and upon your servants, and upon your people, and into your houses, and the houses of the Mitzrayim shall be full of swarms of flies, and also the ground whereon they are. And I will deliver in that day the land of Goshen, in which my people dwell, that no swarms of flies shall be there, to the end you may know that I am Yahweh in the midst of the earth. And I will put a division between my people and your people. Tomorrow shall this sign be.
And Yahweh did so. And there came a grievous swarm of flies into the house of Pharaoh, and into his servants' houses, and into all the land of Mitzrayim. The land was corrupted by reason of the swarm of flies. And Pharaoh called for Moshe and for Aharon, and said,
Go ye, sacrifice to your Elohim in the land.
And Moshe said, It is not meet so to do, for we shall sacrifice the abomination of the Mitzrayim to Yahweh Eloheinu. Lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Mitzrayim before their eyes? And will they not stone us? We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness, and sacrifice to Yahweh Eloheinu, as he shall command us. And Pharaoh said,
I will let you go, that ye may sacrifice to Yahweh Elohim in the wilderness. Only ye shall not go very far away. Entreat for me.
And Moshe said, Behold, I go out from you, and I will entreat Yahweh, that the swarms of flies may depart from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people, tomorrow. But let not Pharaoh deal deceitfully any more, in not letting the people go to sacrifice to Yahweh. And Moshe went out from Pharaoh, and entreated Yahweh. And Yahweh did according to the word of Moshe, and he removed the swarms of flies from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. There remained not one. And Pharaoh hardened his heart at this time also, neither would he let the people go. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 9. Then Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Go in unto Pharaoh, and tell him, Thus says Yahuwah Elohai of the Ephraim, Let my people go, that they may serve me. For if you refuse to let them go, and will hold them still, behold, the hand of Yahuwah is upon your cattle, which is in the field, upon the horses, upon the asses, upon the camels, upon the oxen, upon the sheep. There shall be a very grievous pestilence, and Yahuwah shall sever between the cattle of Yasharel and the cattle of Mitzrayim, and there shall nothing die of all that is the children's of Yasharel.
And Yahweh appointed a set time, saying,
Tomorrow Yahuwah shall do this thing in the land.
And Yahweh did that thing on the morrow, and all the cattle of Mitzrayim died, but of the cattle of the children of Yasharel died not one. And Pharaoh sent, and behold, there was not one of the cattle of Yasharel dead. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe and unto El Aharon,
Take to you handfuls of ashes of the furnace, and let Moshe sprinkle it towards the heavens in the sight of Pharaoh. And it shall become small dust in all the land of Mitzrayim, and shall be a boil breaking forth with blains upon man and upon beast throughout all the land of Mitzrayim.
And they took the ashes of the furnace, and stood before Pharaoh. And Moshe sprinkled it up toward the heavens, and it became a boil, breaking forth with blains upon man and upon beast. And the magicians could not stand before Moshe because of the boils, for the boil was upon the magicians, and upon all the Mitzrayim. And Yahweh hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he hearkened not unto them, as Yahweh had spoken unto El Moshe. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe,
Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus says Yahuwah Elohai of the Ivrim, Let my people go, that they may serve me. For I will at this time send all my plagues upon your heart, and upon your servants, and upon your people, that you may know that there is none like me in all the earth. For now I will stretch out my hand, that I may smite you, and your people with pestilence, and you shall be cut off from the earth. And in very deed for this cause have I raised you up, for to show in you my power, that my name may be declared throughout all the earth. As yet exalt you yourself against my people, that you will not let them go? Behold, tomorrow about this time I will cause it to rain a very grievous hail, such as has not been in Mitzrayim since the foundation thereof even until now. Send therefore now and gather your cattle, and all that you have in the field, for upon every man and beast which shall be found in the field, and shall not be brought home, the hail shall come down upon them, and they shall die.
He that feared the word of Yahweh among the servants of Pharaoh made his servants and his cattle flee into the houses. And he that regarded not the word of Yahweh left his servants and his cattle in the field. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe,
Stretch forth your hand towards the heavens, that there may be hail in all the land of Mitzrayim, upon man and upon beast, and upon every herb of the field, throughout the land of Mitzrayim.
And Moshe stretched forth his rod toward the heavens, and Yahweh sent thunder and hail, and the fire ran along upon the ground, and Yahweh rained hail upon the land of Mitzrayim. So there was hail, and fire mingled with the hail, very grievous, such as there was none like it in all the land of Mitzrayim, since it became a nation. And the hail smote throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, all that was in the field, both man and beast, and the hail smote every herb of the field, and broke every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Yasharel were, was there no hail. And Pharaoh sent and called for Moshe and Aharon, and said unto them,
I have sinned this time. Yahuwah is righteous, and I and my people are wicked. Entreat Yahuwah, for it is enough that there be no more mighty thunderings and hail, for I will let you go. Ye shall shall stay no longer.
And Moshe said unto him, As soon as I am gone out of the city, I will spread abroad my hands unto El Yahweh, and the thunder shall cease, neither shall there be any more hail, that you may know how that the earth is Yahweh's. But as for you and your servants, I know that you will not fear Yahweh Elohim. And the flax and the barley was smitten, for the barley was in the ear, and the flax was bold. But the wheat and the rye were not smitten, for they were not grown up. And Moshe went out of the city from Pharaoh, and spread abroad his hands unto El Yahweh, and the thunders and the hail ceased, and the rain was not poured upon the earth. And when Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunders were ceased, he sinned yet more, and hardened his heart, he and his servants. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, neither would he let the children of Yashrael go, as Yahweh had spoken by Moshe. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 10. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe,
Go in unto Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart, and the heart of his servants, that I might show these my signs before him, and that you may tell in the ears of your son, and of your son's son, what things I have wrought in Mitzrayim, and my signs which I have done among them, that ye may know how that I am Yahuwah.
And Moshe and Aharon came in unto Pharaoh, and said unto him, Thus says Yahweh Elohai of the Ephraim, How long will you refuse to humble yourselves before me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. Else, if you refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow I will bring the locusts into your coast, and they shall cover the face of the earth, that one cannot be able to see the earth. And they shall eat the remnant of that which is escaped, which remains unto you from the hail, and shall eat every tree which grows for you out of the field. And they shall fill your houses, and the houses of all your servants, and the houses of all the Mitzrayim, which neither your fathers nor your fathers' fathers have seen, since the day that they were upon the earth unto this day. And he turned himself and went out from Pharaoh. And Pharaoh's servants said unto him, How long shall this man be a snare unto us? Let the men go, that they may serve Yahweh Elohim. Know you not that Mitzrayim is destroyed? And Moshe and Aharon were brought again unto Pharaoh. And he said unto them,
Go, serve Yahuwah Elohim. But who are they that shall go?
And Moshe said, We will go with our young and with our old, with our sons and with our daughters, with our flocks and with our herds. We will go. For we must hold a feast unto Yahweh. And he said unto them,
Let Yahuwah be so with you, as I will let you go, and your little ones. Look to it, for evil is before you. Not so. Go now, ye that are men, and serve Yahuwah, for that ye did desire.
And they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Stretch out your hand over the land of Mitzrayim for the locusts, that they may come up upon the land of Mitzrayim, and eat every herb of the land, even all that the hail has left.
And Moshe stretched forth his rod over the land of Mitzrayim. And Yahweh brought an east wind upon the land all that day, and all that night. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts. And the locusts went up over all the land of Mitzrayim, and rested in all the coast of Mitzrayim. Very grievous were they. Before them there were no such locusts as they, neither after them shall be such. For they covered the face of the whole earth, so that the land was darkened, and they did eat every herb of the land, and all the fruit of the trees which the hail had left, and there remained not any green thing in the trees, or in the herbs of the field, through all the land of Mitzrayim. Then Pharaoh called for Moshe and Aharon in haste, and he said,
I have sinned against Yahuwah Elohim, and against you. Now therefore forgive, I pray you, my sin only this once, and entreat Yahuwah Elohaikum, that he may take away from me this death only.
And he went out from Pharaoh and entreated Yahweh. And Yahweh turned a mighty strong west wind, which took away the locusts and cast them into the Red Sea. There remained not one locust in all the coasts of Mitzrayim. But Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Yasharel go. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Stretch out your hand towards the heavens, that there may be darkness over the land of Mitzrayim, even darkness which may be felt.
And Moshe stretched forth his hand toward the heavens, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Mitzrayim 3 days. They saw not one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days. But all the children of Yasharel had light in their dwellings. And Pharaoh called unto Moshe and said,
Go ye, serve Yahuwah. Only let your flocks and your herds be stayed. Let your little ones also go with you.
And Moshe said, You must give us also sacrifices and burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice unto Yahweh Eloheinu. Our cattle also shall go with us. There shall not a hoof be left behind. For thereof must we take to serve Yahweh Eloheinu. And we know not with what we must serve Yahweh until we come thither. But Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said unto him,
Get you from me. Take heed to yourself. See my face no more. For in that day you see my face, you shall die.
And Moshe said, You have spoken well. I will see your face again no more. Shemot, Exodus chapter 11. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Yet will I bring one plague more upon Pharaoh, and upon Mitzrayim. Afterwards he will let you go hence. When he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out hence altogether. Speak now in the ears of the people, and let every man borrow of his neighbor, and every woman of her neighbor, jewels of silver and jewels of gold.
And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Mitzrayim. Moreover, the man Moshe was very great in the land of Mitzrayim, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants and in the sight of the people. And Moshe said, Thus says Yahweh, about midnight will I go out into the midst of Mitzrayim, and all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sits upon his throne, even unto the firstborn of the maidservant that is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of beasts. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it any more. But against any of the children of Yasharel shall not a dog move his tongue, against man or beast, that ye may know how that Yahweh puts a difference between the Mitzrayim and Yasharel. And all these your servants shall come down unto me, and bow down themselves unto me, saying, Get you out, and all the people that follow you. And after that I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in great anger. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Mitzrayim.
And Moshe and Aharon did all these wonders before Pharaoh. And Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Yasharel go out of his land. Shemot, Exodus chapter 12. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and El Aharon in the land of Mitzrayim, saying,
This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Speak ye unto all the assembly of Yasharel, saying, In the 10th day of this month they shall take to them every man a lamb, according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for a house. And if the household be too little for the lamb, Let him and his neighbor next unto his house take it according to the number of the souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your count for the lamb. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. Ye shall take it out from the sheep or from the goats, and ye shall keep it up unto the 14th day of the same month. And the whole multitude of the assembly of Yasharel shall kill it in the evening. And they shall take of the blood and strike it on the two sides of the posts and on the upper doorposts of the houses wherein they shall eat it. And they shall eat the flesh in that night, roast with fire, and matzah, unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs they shall eat it. Eat not of it raw, nor sodden at all with water, but roast with fire, his head with his legs, and with the purtenance thereof. And ye shall let nothing of it remain until the morning, and that which remains of it until the morning ye shall burn with fire. And thus shall ye eat it, with your loins girded, your shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand. And ye shall eat it in haste. It is Yahuwah's Pesach. For I will pass through the land of Mitzrayim this night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, both man and beast. And against all the Elohai of Mitzrayim I will execute judgment. I am Yahuwah. And the blood shall be to you for a mark upon the houses where ye are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you. And the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you, when I smite the land of Mitzrayim. And this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep it a feast to Yahuwah throughout your generations. Ye shall keep it a feast by an ordinance forever. 7 days shall ye eat matzah. Even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whoever eats hametz, leavened bread, from the first day unto the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Yasharel. And in the first day there shall be a holy assembly, and in the 7th day there shall be a holy assembly to you. No manner of work shall be done in them, save that which every man must eat, that only may be done of you. And ye shall guard the feast of matzah, unleavened bread. For in this selfsame day have I brought your armies out of the land of Mitzrayim. Therefore shall ye guard this day in your generations by an ordinance forever. In the first day, on the 14th day of the month at evening, ye shall eat matzah, until the 21st day of the month at evening. 7 days shall there be no hametz found in your houses. For whosoever eats that which is with hametz, leaven, even that soul shall be cut off from the assembly of Yasharel, whether he be a stranger or born in the land. Ye shall eat nothing with hametz. In all your habitations shall ye eat matzah.
Then Moshe called for all the elders of Yasharel, and said unto them, Draw out, and take you a lamb according to your families, and kill the Pesach. And ye shall take a bunch of hyssop, and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and the two side posts with the blood that is in the basin. And none of you shall go out at the door of his house until the morning. For Yahweh will pass through to smite the Mitzrayim. And when he sees the blood upon the lintel and on the two side posts, Yahweh will pass over the door, and will not suffer the destroyer to come in unto your houses to smite you. And ye shall guard this thing for an ordinance to you and to your sons forever. And it shall come to pass, when ye are come to the land which Yahweh will give you, according as he has promised, that ye shall guard this service. And it shall come to pass, when your children shall say unto you, What mean ye by this service? That ye shall say, It is the sacrifice of Yahweh's Pesach, who passed over the houses of the children of Yasharel in Mitzrayim, when he smote the Mitzrayim and delivered our houses. And the people bowed the head and worshipped. And the children of Yasharel went away, and did as Yahweh had commanded Moshe and Aharon. So did they. And it came to pass that at midnight Yahweh smote all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on his throne unto the firstborn of the captive that was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of cattle. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants, and all the Mitzrayim, And there was a great cry in Mitzrayim, for there was not a house where there was not one dead. And he called for Moshe and Aharon by night, and said,
Rise up, and get ye forth from among my people, both ye and the children of Yasharel, and go, serve Yahweh, as ye have said, and take your flocks and your herds, as ye have said, and be gone, and bless me also.
And the Mitzrayim were urgent upon the people, that they might send them out of the land in haste. For they said, We be all dead men. And the people took their dough before it was leavened, and their kneading troughs being bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. And the children of Yasharel did according to the word of Moshe. And they borrowed of the Mitzrayim jewels of silver, and jewels of gold, and raiment. And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Mitzrayim, so that they lent unto them such things as they required. And they spoiled the Mitzrayim. And the children of Yasharel journeyed from Ramesses to Sukkot, about 600,000 on foot that were men, beside children. And a mixed multitude went up also with him, and flocks, and herds, even very much cattle. And they baked matzah cakes of the dough which they brought forth out of Mitzrayim, for it was not leavened, because they were thrust out of Mitzrayim, and could not tarry, neither had they prepared for themselves any victual. Now, the sojourning of the children of Yasharel, who dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim, and in the land of Canaan, they and their fathers was 430 years. And it came to pass at the end of the 430 years, even the selfsame day it came to pass, that all the hosts of Yahweh went out from the land of Mitzrayim. It is a night to be much observed unto Yahweh, for bringing them out of the land of Mitzrayim. This is that night of Yahweh, to be observed of all the children of Yasharel in their generations. And Yahweh said unto Moshe and Aharon,
This is the ordinance of the Pesach. There shall no stranger eat thereof, but every manservant that is bought for money, when you have circumcised him, then he shall eat thereof. A foreigner and a hired servant shall not eat thereof. In one house shall it be eaten. You shall not carry forth aught of the flesh abroad out of the house, neither shall ye break a bone thereof. All the assembly of Yasharel shall keep it. And when a stranger shall sojourn with you, and will keep the Pesach to Yahweh, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and keep it. And he shall be as one that is born in the land. For no one uncircumcised person shall eat thereof. One Torah shall be to him that is homeborn, and unto the stranger that sojourns among you.
Thus did all the children of Yasharel, as Yahweh commanded Moshe and Aharon, so did they. And it came to pass at the selfsame day, that Yahweh did bring the children of Yasharel out of the land of Mitzrayim by their armies. Shemot, Exodus chapter 13. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Sanctify unto me all the firstborn, whatsoever opens the womb among the children of Yasharel, both of man and of beast, it is mine.
And Moshe said unto the people, Remember this day, in which you came out from Mitzrayim, out of the house of bondage, for by strength of hand Yahweh brought you out from this place. And there shall no chametz be eaten. This day came ye out in the month Abib. And it shall be, when Yahweh shall bring you into the land of the Canaanim, and the Hittim, and the Amorim, and the Chivim, and the Yebusim, which he swore unto your fathers to give you, a land flowing with milk and honey, that you shall keep this service in this month. 7 days you shall eat matzah, and in the 7th day shall be a feast unto Yahweh. Matzah shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall no chametz be seen with you, neither shall there be leaven seen with you in all your quarters. And ye shall show your son in that day, saying, This is done because of that which Yahweh did unto me, when I came forth out of Mitzrayim. And it shall be for a sign unto you upon your hand, and for a memorial between your eyes, that Yahweh's Torah may be in your mouth. For with a strong hand has Yahweh brought you out of Mitzrayim. You shall therefore guard this ordinance in his appointed time from year to year. And it shall be, when Yahweh shall bring you into the land of the Canaanim, as he swore unto you and to your fathers, and shall give it you, that you shall set apart unto Yahweh all that open the womb, and every firstling that comes of a beast which you have. The males shall be Yahweh's. And every firstling of an ass you shall redeem with a lamb, and if you will not redeem it, then you shall break his neck. And all the firstborn of man among your children shall you redeem. And it shall be when your son asks you in time to come, saying, What is this? That you shall say unto him, By strength of hand Yahweh brought us out from Mitzrayim, from the house of bondage. And it came to pass when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that Yahweh slew all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, both of the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore I sacrifice to Yahweh all that opens the womb, being males, but all the firstborn of my children I redeem. And it shall be for a mark upon your hand, and for frontlets between your eyes. For by strength of hand Yahweh brought us forth out of Mitzrayim. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh had let the people go, the Elohim led them not through the way of the land of the Pelishtim, though that was near. For Elohim said,
Lest perchance the people repent when they see war, and they return to Mitzrayim.
But Elohim led the people about through the way of the wilderness of the Red Sea. And the children of Yasharel went up harnessed out of the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe took the bones of Joseph with him, for he had straitly sworn the children of Yasharel, saying,
Elohim will surely visit you, and you will carry up my bones away hence with you.
They took their journey from Sukkot and encamped in Etham, in the edge of the wilderness. And Yahweh went before them by day in a pillar of cloud, to lead them in the way, and by night in a pillar of fire, to give them light, to go by day and night. He took not away the pillar of the cloud by day, nor the pillar of fire by night, from before the people. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 14. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, that they turn and encamp before Pi Hachiron, between Migdol and the sea, over against Baal Zephon. Before it shall ye encamp by the sea. For Pharaoh will say of the children of Yasharel, They are entangled in the land, the wilderness has shut them in. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, that he shall follow after them, and I will be honored upon Pharaoh, and upon all his host, that the Mitzrayim may know that I am Yahweh.
And they did so. And it was told the king of Mitzrayim that the people fled, and the heart of Pharaoh and his servants was turned against the people. And they said,
Why have we done this, that we have let Yasharel go from serving us?
And he made ready his chariot, and took his people with him. And he took 600 chosen chariots, and all the chariots of Mitzrayim, and captains over every one of them. And Yahweh hardened the heart of Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, and he pursued after the children of Yasharel. And the children of Yasharel went out with a high hand. But the Mitzrayim pursued after them, all the horses and chariots of Pharaoh, and his horsemen, and his army, and overtook them encamping by the sea, beside Pi Hachiroth, before Baal Zephon. And when Pharaoh drew nigh, the children of Yasharel lifted up their eyes, and behold, the Mitzrayim marched after them, and they were sore afraid. And the children of Yasharel cried out unto Yahweh. And they said unto Moshe,
Because there were no graves in Mitzrayim, have ye taken us away to die in the wilderness? Wherefore have you dealt thus with us, to carry us forth out of Mitzrayim? Is not this the word that we did tell you in Mitzrayim, saying, Let us alone, that we may serve the Mitzrayim? For it had been better for us to serve the Mitzrayim, than that we should die in the wilderness.
And Moshe said unto the people, Fear ye not, stand still, and see the Yeshua of Yahweh, which he will show you today. For the Mitzrayim who ye have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever. Yahweh shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Wherefore cry you unto me?
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, that they go forward. But lift up your rod, and stretch out your hand over the sea, and divide it. And the children of Yasharel shall go on dry ground through the midst of the sea. And I, behold, I will harden the hearts of the Mitzrayim, and they shall follow them. And I will get me honor upon Pharaoh, and upon all his host, upon his chariots, and upon his horsemen. And the Mitzrayim shall know that I am Yahuwah, when I have gotten me honor upon Pharaoh, upon his chariots, and upon his horsemen.
And the angel of Elohim, which went before the camp of Yasharel, removed and went behind them. And the pillar of the cloud went from before their face and stood behind them. And it came between the camp of the Mitzrayim and the camp of Yasharel, and it was a cloud and darkness to them, but it gave light by night to these, so that the one came not near the other all night. And Moshe stretched out his hand over the sea, and Yahweh caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all that night, and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. And the children of Yasharel went into the midst of the sea upon the dry ground, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. And the Mitzrayim pursued, and went in after them into the midst of the sea, even all Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen. And it came to pass that in the morning watch, Yahweh looked unto the host of the Mitzrayim through the pillar of fire and of the cloud, and troubled the host of the Mitzrayim, and took off their chariot wheels, that they drove them heavily, so that the Mitzrayim said, Let us flee from the face of Yasharel, for Yahweh fights for them against the Mitzrayim. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Stretch out your hand over the sea, that the waters may come again upon the Mitzrayim, upon their chariots, and upon their horsemen.
And Moshe stretched forth his hand over the sea, and the sea returned to his strength when the morning appeared, and the Mitzrayim fled against it. Yahweh overthrew the Mitzrayim in the midst of the sea, and the waters returned, and covered the chariots, and the horsemen, and all the host of Pharaoh that came into the sea after them. There remained not so much as one of them. But the children of Yasharel walked upon dry land in the midst of the sea, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. Thus Yahweh saved Yasharel that day out of the hand of the Mitzrayim. And Yasharel saw the Mitzrayim dead upon the seashore. And Yasharel saw that great work which Yahweh did upon the Mitzrayim. And the people feared Yahweh, and believed Yahweh, and his servant Moshe. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 15. Then sang Moshe and the children of Yasharel this song unto Yahweh, saying, I will sing unto Yahweh, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and the rider has he thrown into the sea. Yah is my strength and song, and he has become my Yeshua. He is my El, and I will prepare him a habitation. My father's Elohai, and I will exalt him. Yahweh is a man of war. Yahweh is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and his host has he cast into the sea. His chosen captains also are drowned in the Red Sea. The depths have covered them. They sank into the bottom as a stone. Your right hand, O Yahweh, is become glorious in power. Your right hand, O Yahweh, has dashed in pieces the enemy, and in the greatness of your excellency, you have overthrown them that rose up against you. You sent forth your wrath, which consumed them as stubble. And with the blast of your nostrils, the waters were gathered together. The flood stood upright as a heap, and the depths were congealed in the heart of the sea. The enemy said, I will pursue, I will overtake, I will divide the spoil. My lust shall be satisfied upon them. I will draw my sword, my hand shall destroy them. You blew with your ruach, the sea covered them. They sank as lead in the mighty waters. Who is like unto you, O Yahweh, among the Elohim? Who is like you, glorious in holiness, fearful in praises, doing wonders? You stretched out your right hand, the earth swallowed them. You and your mercy have led forth the people which you have redeemed. You have guided them in your strength unto your holy habitation. The people shall hear and be afraid. Sorrow shall take hold on the inhabitants of Pelesheth. Then the dukes of Edom shall be amazed, the mighty men of Moab, trembling shall take hold upon them. All the inhabitants of Canaan shall melt away. Fear and dread shall fall upon them by the greatness of your arm. They shall be as still as a stone, till your people pass over, O Yahweh, till the people pass over which you have purchased. You shall bring them in and plant them in the mountain of your inheritance, in the place, O Yahweh, which you have made for you to dwell in the sanctuary, O Adonai, which your hands have established. Yahweh shall reign forever and ever. For the horse of Pharaoh went in with his chariots and with his horsemen into the sea, and Yahweh brought again the waters of the sea upon them. But the children of Yashrael went on dry land in the midst of the sea. And Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aharon, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and dances. And Miriam answered them,
Sing ye to Yahweh, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider has he thrown into the sea.
So Moshe brought Yashrael from the Red Sea, and they went out into the wilderness of Shur. And they went 3 days in the wilderness and found no water. And when they came to Marah, they could not drink of the waters of Marah, for they were bitter. Therefore, the name of it was called Marah. And the people murmured against Moshe, saying, What shall we drink? And he cried unto El Yahweh. And Yahweh showed him a tree, which, when he had cast into the waters were made sweet. There he made for them a statute and an ordinance, and there he proved them, and said, If you will diligently hearken to the voice of Yahweh Elohim, and will do that which is right in his sight, and will give ear to his commandments, and guard all his statutes, I will put none of these diseases upon you, which I have brought upon the Mitzrayim, for I am Yahweh, Ropheka. And they came to Elim, where there were 12 wells of water, and 70 palm trees, and they encamped there by the waters. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 16. And they took their journey from Elim, and all the assembly of the children of Yashrael came unto the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the 2nd month after their departing out of the land of Mitzrayim. And the whole assembly of the children of Yashrael murmured against Moshe and Aharon in the wilderness. And the children of Yashrael said unto them,
Would to Elohim we had died by the hand of Yahweh in the land of Mitzrayim. But we sat by the flesh pots, and when we did eat bread to the full. For ye have brought us forth into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger.
Then said Yahweh unto Moshe,
Behold, I will rain bread from heavens for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them, whether they will walk in my Torah or no. And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily.
And Moshe and Aharon said unto all the children of Yashrael,
At evening, then ye shall know what Yahweh has brought out of the land of Mitzrayim.
And in the morning, then ye shall see the glory of Yahweh, for that he hears your murmurings against Yahweh.
And what are we, that ye murmur against us?
And Moshe said, This shall be, when Yahweh shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full, for that Yahweh hears your murmurings which you murmur against him. And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, but against Yahweh. And Moshe spoke unto El Aharon, Say unto all the assembly of the children of Yashrael, Come near before Yahweh, for he has heard your murmurings. And it came to pass, as Aharon spoke unto the whole assembly of the children of Yashrael, that they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of Yahweh appeared in the cloud. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
I have heard the murmurings of the children of Yasharel. Speak unto them, saying, At evening ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread, and ye shall know that I am Yahuwah Elohim.
And it came to pass that at evening the quails came up and covered the camp, and in the morning the dew lay round about the host. And when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as the hoarfrost on the ground. And when the children of Yasharel saw it, they said one to another, It is manna, for they knew not what it was. And Moshe said unto them, This is the bread which Yahweh has given you to eat. This is the thing which Yahweh has commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating, an omer for every man, according to the number of your persons. Take you every man for them which are in his tents. And the children of Yasharel did so, and gathered some more, some less. And when they did meet it with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. And Moshe said, Let no man leave of it till the morning. Notwithstanding they hearkened not unto Moshe. But some of them left of it until the morning, and it bred worms, and it stank. And Moshe was wroth with them. And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted. And it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man. And all the rulers of the assembly came and told Moshe. And he said unto them, This is that which Yahweh has said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Shabbat unto Yahweh. Bake that which you will bake today, and seethe that you will seethe, and that which remains over lay up for you to be kept until the morning. And they laid it up until the morning as Moshe bade, and it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein. And Moshe said, Eat that today, for today is a Shabbat unto Yahweh. Today ye shall not find it in the field. 6 days shall ye gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Shabbat, in it there shall be none. And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day for to gather, and they found none. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
How long refuse ye to guard my commandments and my Torah? See, for that Yahuwah has given you the Sabbath. Therefore, he gives you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day.
So the people rested on the 7th day. And the house of Yasharel called the name thereof manna. And it was like coriander seed, white, and the taste of it was like wafers made with honey. And Moshe said, This is the thing which Yahweh commands. Fill an omer of it to be kept for your generations, that they may see the bread wherewith I have fed you in the wilderness, where I brought you forth from the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe said unto Aaron, Take a pot, and put an omer full of manna therein, and lay it up before Yahweh, to be kept for your generations. As Yahweh commanded Moshe, so Aaron laid it up before the testimony to be kept. And the children of Yasharel did eat manna 40 years, until they came to a land inhabited. They did eat manna until they came unto the borders of the land of Canaan. Now, an omer is a 10th part of an ephah. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 17. And all the assembly of the children of Yasharel journeyed from the wilderness of Sin, after their journeys, according to the commandment of Yahweh, and pitched in Rephidim, and there was no water for the people to drink. Wherefore the people did chide with Moshe, and said,
Give us water, that we may drink.
And Moshe said unto them, Why chide ye with me? Wherefore do you tempt Yahweh? The people thirsted there for water. And the people murmured against Moshe, and said,
Wherefore is it that you brought us up out of Mitzrayim, to kill us and our children and our cattle with thirst?
And Moshe cried unto Yahweh, saying, What shall I do unto this people? They be almost ready to stone me. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Go on before the people, and take with you the elders of Yasharel, and your rod, wherewith you smote the river, take in your hand, and go. Behold, I will stand before you there upon the rock in Horeb.
and you shall smite the rock, and there shall come water out of it, that people may drink.
And Moshe did so in the sight of the elders of Yashrael. And he called the name of the place Massa and Meribah, because of the chiding of the children of Yashrael, and because they tempted Yahweh, saying,
Is Yahweh among us or not?
Then came Amalek, and fought with Yashrael and Rephidim. And Moshe said unto Eliahusha, Choose us out men, and go out, fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of Elohim in my hand. So Yahusha did as Moshe had said to him, and fought with Amalek. And Moshe, and Aharon, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. And it came to pass, when Moshe held up his hand, that Yashrael prevailed. And when he let down his hand, Amalek prevailed. Moshe's hands were heavy, and he took a stone and put it under him, and he sat thereon. And Aharon and Hur stayed up his hands, the one on the one side, and the other on the other side. And his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. And Yahusha discomfited Amalek and his people with the edge of the sword. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Write this for a memorial in a sefer, and rehearse it in the ears of Yahusha, for I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under the heavens.
And Moshe built an altar, and called the name of it Yahweh Nisai. For he said, Because Yah has sworn that Yahweh will have war with Amalek from generation to generation. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 18. When Yitro, the priest of Midian, Moshe's father-in-law, heard all that Elohim had done for Moshe, and for Yasharel his people, and that Yahweh had brought Yasharel out of Mitzrayim, then Yitro, Moshe's father-in-law, took Zipporah, Moshe's woman, after he had sent her back, and her 2 sons, of which the name of the one was Gershom, for he said, I have been an alien in a strange land, and the name of the other was Eleazar, for the Elohai of my father, said he, was my help, and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. And Yitro, Moshe's father-in-law, came with his sons and woman unto Moshe in the wilderness, where he encamped at the mount of Elohim. And he said unto Moshe,
I, your father-in-law Yithro, am come unto you, and your woman, and her 2 sons with her.
And Moshe went out to meet his father-in-law, and did obeisance, and kissed him. And they asked each other of their welfare, and they came into the tent. And Moshe told his father-in-law all that Yahweh had done unto Pharaoh, and unto the Mitzrayim for Yasharel's sake, and all the travail that had come upon them by the way, and how Yahweh delivered them. And Yitro rejoiced for all the goodness which Yahweh had done unto Yasharel, whom he had delivered out of the hand of the Mitzrayim. And Yitro said,
Blessed be Yahweh, who has delivered you out of the hand of the Mitzrayim, and out of the hand of Pharaoh, who has delivered the people from under the hand of the Mitzrayim. Now I know that Yahweh is greater than all Elohim, for in the thing wherein they dealt proudly, he was above them.
And Yitro, Moshe's father-in-law, took a burnt offering and sacrifices for Elohim. Aharon came, and all the elders of Yasharel, to eat bread with Moshe's father-in-law before Elohim. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moshe sat to judge the people, and the people stood by Moshe from the morning unto the evening. And when Moshe's father-in-law saw all that he did to the people, he said,
What is this that you do to the people? Why sit you yourself alone, and all the people stand by you from morning unto evening?
And Moshe said unto his father-in-law, Because the people come unto me to inquire of Elohim. When they have a matter, they come unto me, and I judge between one and another. And I do make them know the statutes of Elohim and his Torah. And Moshe's father-in-law said unto him,
The thing you do is not good. You will surely wear away, both you and this people that is with you, for this thing is too heavy for you. You are not able to perform it yourself alone. Hearken now unto my voice. I will give you counsel, and Elohim shall be with you. Be for the people to Elohimward, that you may bring the causes unto Elohim, and you shall teach them ordinances, and Torah, and shall show them the way wherein they must walk, and the work that they must do. Moreover, you shall provide out of all the people able men, such as fear Elohim, men of truth, hating covetousness, and place such over them to be rulers of thousands, and rulers of hundreds, rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens. And let them judge the people at all seasons, and it shall be that every great matter they shall bring unto you, but every small matter they shall judge. So shall it be easier for you, and they shall bear the burden with you. If you shall do this thing, and Elohim command you, so, then you shall be able to endure, and all this people shall also go to their place in peace.
So Moshe hearkened to the voice of his father-in-law, and did all that he had said. And Moshe chose able men out of all Yasharel, and made them heads over the people, rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens. And they judged the people at all seasons. The hard causes they brought unto Moshe, but every small matter they judged themselves. And Moshe let his father-in-law depart, and he went his way into his own land. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 19. In the 3rd month, when the children of Yasharel were gone forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, the same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai. For they were departed from Rephidim, and were come to the desert of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness. And there Yasharel camped before the mount. And Moshe went up unto Elohim, and Yahweh called unto him out of the mountain, saying,
Thus shall you say to the house of Yaakov, and tell the children of Yasharel, Ye have seen what I did unto the Mitzrayim, and how I bore you on eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself. Now therefore, if ye will obey my voice indeed, and guard my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people. For all the earth is mine, and ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, and a holy nation. These are the words which you shall speak unto the children of Yasharel.
And Moshe came and called for the elders of the people, and laid before their faces all these words which Yahweh commanded him. And all the people answered together and said, All that Yahweh has spoken, we will do. And Moshe returned the words of the people unto Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Lo, I come unto you in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with you, and believe you forever.
And Moshe told the words of the people unto Yahweh. Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Go unto the people, and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes, and be ready against the 3rd day. For the 3rd day Yahweh will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. And you shall set bounds unto the people round about, saying, Take heed to yourselves, that ye go not up unto the mount, or touch the border of it. Whosoever touches the mount shall be surely put to death. There shall not a hand touch it, but he shall surely be stoned or shot through. Whether it be beast or man, it shall not live. When the shofar sounds long, they shall come up to the mount.
And Moshe went down from the mount unto the people, and sanctified the people, and they washed their clothes. And he said unto the people, Be ready against the 3rd day, come not at your women. And it came to pass on the 3rd day in the morning, that there were thunders and lightnings, and a thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the shofar exceeding loud, so that all the people that was in the camp trembled. And Moshe brought forth the people out of the camp to meet with Elohim, and they stood at the nether part of the mount. And Mount Sinai was altogether on a smoke, because Yahweh descended upon it in fire, and the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mount quaked greatly. And when the voice of the shofar sounded long, and waxed louder and louder, Moshe spoke, and Elohim answered him by a voice. And Yahweh came down upon Mount Sinai, on the top of the mount. And Yahweh called Moshe up to the top of the mount, and Moshe went up. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Go down, Charge the people, lest they break through unto El Yahuwah to gaze, and many of them perish. And let the priests also, which come near to El Yahuwah, sanctify themselves, lest Yahuwah break forth upon them.
And Moshe said unto El Yahuwah, The people cannot come up unto Mount Sinai, for you charged us, saying, Set bounds about the mount and sanctify it. And Yahuwah said unto him,
Away, get you down, and you shall come up you and Aaron with you. But let not the priests and the people break through to come up unto El Yahuwah, lest he break forth upon them.
So Moshe went down unto the people and spoke unto them. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 20. And Elohim spoke all these words, saying,
I am Yahuwah Elohika, which have brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other Elohim before me. You shall not make any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in the heavens above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow yourself to them, nor serve them, for I, Yahuwah Elohika, am a jealous El, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and guard my commandments. You shall not take the name of Yahuwah Elohika in vain, for Yahuwah will not hold him guiltless that takes his name in vain. Remember the day of the Sabbath to keep it holy. 6 days shall you labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of Yahuwah Elohika. In it you shall not do any work, you nor your son, nor your daughter, your manservant, nor your maidservant, nor your cattle, nor your stranger that is within your gates. For in 6 days Yahuwah made the heavens and the earth, the sea and all that is in them, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore Yahuwah blessed the day of the Sabbath, and hallowed it. Honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long upon the land which Yahuwah Elohika gives you. You shall not kill. You shall not break wedlock. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not lust after your neighbor's house. You shall not lust after your neighbor's woman, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is your neighbor's.
And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings, and the noise of the shofar, and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moshe, Speak with us, and we will hear, but let not Elohim speak with us, lest we die. And Moshe said unto the people, Fear not, for Elohim is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that you sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moshe drew near unto the thick darkness where Elohim was. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe,
Thus you shall say unto the children of Yasharel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me Elohai of silver, neither shall ye make unto you Elohai of gold. An altar of earth you shall make unto me, and shall sacrifice thereon your burnt offerings, and your peace offerings, your sheep and your oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto you, and I will bless you. And if you will make me an altar of stone, you shall not build it of hewn stone. For if you lift up your tool upon it, you have polluted it. Neither shall you go up my steps unto my altar, that your nakedness be not discovered thereon.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 21.
Now these are the judgments which you shall set before them. If you obtain an Ivri servant, 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his woman shall go out with him. If his master have given him a woman,
and she hath borne him sons or daughters, the woman and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my woman, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him to the door, or unto the doorpost, and his master shall pierce his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. And if a man surrenders his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the menservants do. If she please not her master, who has betrothed her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed. To surrender her unto a strange nation, he shall have no power, seeing he has dealt deceitfully with her. If he have betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters. If he take him another woman, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. And if he do not these three unto her, then shall she go out free without money. He that smites a man so that he die shall be surely put to death. And if a man lie not in wait, but Elohim deliver him into his hand, then I will appoint you a place whither he shall flee. But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him with guile, you shall take him from my altar, that he may die. And he that smites his father or his mother shall be surely put to death. And he that steals a man and sells him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. And he that curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. And if men strive together, and one smite another with a stone, or with his fist, and he die not, but keeps his bed, if he rise again, and walk abroad upon his staff, then shall he that smote him be innocent. Only he shall pay for the loss of his time, and shall cause him to be thoroughly healed. And if a man smite his servant, or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall surely be punished. Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money. If men strive and hurt a woman with a child, so that her fruit depart from her, and yet no mischief follow, he shall surely be punished, according as the woman's man will lay upon him. He shall pay as the judges determine. And if any mischief follow, then you shall give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. And if a man smite the eye of his servant, or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake. If he smite out his manservant's tooth, or his maidservant's tooth, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake. If an ox gore a man or a woman, that they die, then the ox shall be surely stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten, but the owner of the ox shall be innocent. But if the ox were wont to push with his horn in the time past, and it has been testified to his owner, and he has not kept him in, but that he has killed a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned, and his owner also shall be put to death. If there be laid on him a sum of money, then he shall give for the ransom of his life whatsoever is laid upon him. Whether he have gored a son or have gored a daughter, according to this judgment shall it be done unto him. If the ox shall push a manservant or maidservant, he shall give unto their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. And if a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit, and not cover it, and an ox or an ass fall therein, the owner of the pit shall make it good, and give up money unto the owner of them, and the dead beast shall be his. And if the ox of one man hurts the ox of another, that he die, then they shall sell the live ox, and divide the money of it, and the dead ox also they shall divide. Or if it be known that the ox has used to push in time past, and his owner has not kept him in, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead shall be his own.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 22.
If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it, or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox, and 4 sheep for a sheep. If a thief be found breaking up, and be smitten that he die, there shall no blood be shed for him. If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed for him, for he should make full restitution. If he have nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft. If the theft be certainly found in his hand alive, whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double. If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beast, and shall feed in another man's field, of the best of his own field, and of the best of his own vineyard, shall he make restitution. If fire break out and catch in thorns, so that the stacks of grain, or the standing grain, or the field be consumed therewith, he that kindled the fire shall surely make restitution. If a man shall deliver unto his neighbor money or stuff to guard, and it be stolen out of the man's house, if the thief be found, let him pay double. If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges, to see whether he hath put his hand unto his neighbor's goods. For all manner of transgression, whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, for raiment, or for any manner of lost thing, which another challenge to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges, and whom the judges shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor. If a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass, or an ox, or a sheep, or any beast to guard, and it die, or be hurt, or driven away, no man seeing it, then shall an oath of Yahuwah be between them both, that he has not put his hand unto his neighbor's goods, and the owner of it shall accept thereof, and he shall not make it good. And if it be stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the owner thereof. And if it be torn in pieces, then let him bring it for witness, and he shall not make good that which was torn. And if a man borrow aught of his neighbor, and it be hurt or die, the owner thereof being not with it, he shall surely make it good. But if the owner thereof be with it, he shall not make it good. If it be a hired thing, it came for his hire. And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed, and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his woman. And if a father utterly refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. You shall not suffer a witch to live. Whosoever lies with a beast shall surely be put to death. He that sacrifices unto the Elohim, save unto Yahuwah only, he shall be utterly destroyed. You shall neither vex a stranger nor oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Mizraim. Ye shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child. If you afflict them in any wise, and they cry at all unto me, I will surely hear their cry. And my wrath shall wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword, and your women shall be widows, and your children fatherless. If you lend money to any of my people that is poor by you, you shall not be to him as a usurer, neither shall you lay upon him usury. If you at all take your neighbor's raiment to pledge, you shall deliver it unto him by the time that the sun goes down. For that is his covering only, it is his raiment for his skin, wherein shall he sleep. And it shall come to pass, when he cries unto me, that I will hear, for I am gracious. You shall not revile the Elohim, nor curse the ruler of your people. You shall not delay to offer the first of your ripe fruit, and of your liquors, the firstborn of your sons shall you give unto me. Likewise shall you do with your oxen and with your sheep. 7 days it shall be with this stand. On the 8th day you shall give it to me. And ye shall be holy men unto me. Neither shall ye eat any flesh that is torn of beast in the field. Ye shall cast it to the dogs.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 23.
You shall not raise a false report. Put not your hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. You shall not follow a multitude to do evil, neither shall you speak in a cause, to decline after many to pervert judgment. Neither shall you countenance a poor man in his cause. If you meet your enemy's ox or his ass going astray, you shall surely bring it back to him again. If you see the ass of him that hates you lying under his burden, and would forbear to help him, you shall surely help with him. You shall not pervert the judgment of your poor in his cause. Keep far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous slay you not, for I will not justify the wicked. And you shall take no gift, for the gift blinds the wise, and perverts the words of the righteous. Also, you shall not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a stranger, seeing ye were strangers in the land of Mizraim. In 6 years you shall sow your land, and shall gather in the fruits thereof. But the 7th year you shall let it rest and lie still, that the poor of your people may eat what they leave the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner you shall deal with your vineyard and with your olive yard. 6 days you shall do your work, and on the seventh day you shall rest, that your ox and your ass may rest, and the sons of your handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed. And in all things that I have said unto you, be guarded, and make no mention of the name of other Elohim, neither let it be heard out of your mouth. 3 times you shall keep a feast unto me in the year. You shall guard the feast of matzah, unleavened bread. You shall eat matzah 7 days as I command you, in the time appointed of the month of Eve. For in it you came out from Mizraim, and none shall appear before me empty. And the feast of Katsir, harvest, the first fruits of your labors, which you have sown in the field, and the feast of Asif, in gathering, which is in the end of the year, when you have gathered your labors out of the field. 3 times in the year all your males shall appear before Adonai Yahuwah. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with hametz, leavened bread. Neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first of the first fruits of your land you shall bring into the house of Yahuwah Elohika. You shall not seethe a kid in his mother's milk. Behold, I send an angel before you, to guard you in the way, and to bring you into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him, and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. And if you shall indeed obey his voice, and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto your enemies, and an adversary unto your adversaries. For my angel shall go before you, and bring you in unto the Emorym, and the Hittim, and the Perizim, and the Kenainim, and the Hivim, and the Yebusim, and I will cut them off. You shall not bow down to their Elohim, nor serve them, nor do after their works, but you shall utterly overthrow them, and quite break down their images. And ye shall serve Yahuwah Elohim, and he shall bless your bread and your water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of you. There shall nothing cast their young, nor be barren in your land, and the number of your days I will fulfill. I will send my fear before you, and will destroy all the people to whom you shall come, and I will make all your enemies turn their backs unto you. And I will send hornets before you, which shall drive out the Hivi, and the Kenaini, and the Hittite from before you. And I will not drive them out from before you in 1 year, lest the land become desolate, and the beasts of the field multiply against you. By little and little I will drive them out before you, until you be increased, and inherit the land. And I will set your bonds from the Red Sea, even unto the sea of the Pelishtim, and from the desert unto the river. For I will deliver the inhabitants of the land unto your hand, and you shall drive them out before you. You shall cut no covenant with them, nor with their Elohim. They shall not dwell in your land, lest they make you sin against me. For if you serve their Elohim, it will surely be a snare unto you.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 24. And he said unto Moshe,
Come up unto Eliyahu, you and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Yasharel, and worship ye afar off. And Moshe alone shall come near Eliyahu, but they shall not come nigh, neither shall the people go up with him.
And Moshe came and told the people all the words of Yahweh, and all the judgments. And all the people answered with one voice and said, All the words which Yahweh said, we will do. And Moshe wrote all the words of Yahweh, and rose up early in the morning, and built an altar unto the hill, and 12 pillars, according to the 12 tribes of Yasharel. And he sent young men of the children of Yasharel, which offered burnt offerings, and sacrificed peace offerings of oxen unto Yahweh. And Moshe took half of the blood, and put it in the basins, and half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar. And he took the sefer of the covenant, and read it in the audience of the people. And they said, All that Yahweh has said, we will do, and be obedient. And Moshe took the blood, and sprinkled it on the people, and said, Behold, the blood of the covenant, which Yahweh has cut with you, concerning all these words. Then went up Moshe, and Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Yasharel. And they saw the Elohai of Yasharel, and there was under his feet, as it were, a paved work of sapphire stone. and as it were the body of heaven in its clearness. And upon the nobles of the children of Yasharel he laid not his hand. Also they saw Elohim, and did eat and drink. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Come up to me into the mount, and be there, and I will give you sapphire stones, and a Torah, and commandments which I have written, that you may teach them.
And Moshe rose up, and his minister Yahusha, and Moshe went up into the mount of Elohim. And he said unto the elders, Tarry ye here for us, until we come again unto you. And behold, Aharon and Horai are with you. If any man have any matters to do, let him come unto them. And Moshe went up into the mount, and a cloud covered the mount. And the glory of Yahweh abode upon Mount Sinai, and the cloud covered it 6 days. And the seventh day he called unto Moshe out of the midst of the cloud. And the sight of the glory of Yahweh was like devouring fire on the top of the mount in the eyes of the children of Yasharel. And Moshe went into the midst of the cloud, and got him up into the mount. And Moshe was in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. Shemot, Exodus chapter 25. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, that they bring me an offering. Of every man that gives it willingly with his heart, ye shall take my offering. And this is the offering which ye shall take of them: gold, and silver, and brass, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen, and goat's hair, and ram skin dyed red, and badger skin, and shittim wood, oil for the light, spices for anointing oil, and for sweet incense, onyx stones, and stones to be set in the ephod, in the breastplate. And let them make me a sanctuary, that I may dwell among them. According to all that I show you, after the pattern of the tabernacle, and the pattern of all the instruments thereof, even so shall ye make it. And they shall make an ark of shittim wood, 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And you shall overlay it with pure gold, within and without shall you overlay it, and shall make upon it a crown of gold round about. And you shall cast 4 rings of gold for it, and put them in the corners thereof. And 2 rings shall be in the one side of it, and 2 rings on the other side of it. And you shall make staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And you shall put the staves into the rings by the sides of the ark, that the ark may be borne with them. The staves shall be in the rings of the ark, they shall not be taken from it. And you shall put into the ark the testimony which I give you. And you shall make a mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And you shall make 2 cherubim of gold, of beaten work shall you make them, in the 2 ends of the mercy seat. And make 1 cherub on one end, and the other cherub on the other end. Even of the mercy seat shall ye make the cherubim on the 2 ends thereof. And the cherubim shall stretch forth their wings on high, covering the mercy seat with their wings, and their faces shall look one to another. Towards the mercy seat shall the faces of the cherubim be. And you shall put the mercy seat above upon the ark, and in the ark you shall put the testimony that I shall give you. And there I will meet with you, and I will commune with you from above the mercy seat, from between the 2 cherubim, which are upon the ark of the testimony, of all things which I give you in commandment unto the children of Yasharel. You shall also make a table of shittim wood. 2 cubits shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And you shall overlay it with pure gold, and make thereto a crown of gold round about. And you shall make unto it a border of a handbreadth round about. And you shall make a golden crown to the border thereof round about. And you shall make it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings in the 4 corners that are on the 4 feet thereof. Over against the border shall the rings be for places of the staves to bear the table. And you shall make the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. that the table may be borne with them. And you shall make dishes thereof, and spoons thereof, and covers thereof, and bowls thereof. To cover withal of pure gold shall you make them. And you shall set upon the table showbread before me always. And you shall make a menorah, 7-branched candlestick of pure gold. Of beaten work shall the menorah be made. His shaft and his branches, his bowls, his knobs, and his flowers shall be of the same. And 6 branches shall come out of the sides of it, 3 branches of the menorah out of the one side, and 3 branches of the menorah out of the other side. 3 bowls made like unto almonds, with a knob and a flower in one branch, and 3 bowls made like almonds in the other branch, with a knob and a flower. So in the 6 branches that come out of the menorah. And in the menorah shall be 4 bowls made like unto almonds, with their knobs and their flowers. And there shall be a knob under 2 branches of the same, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches that proceed out of the menorah. Their knobs and their branches shall be of the same. All of it shall be one beaten work of pure gold. And you shall make the 7 lamps thereof, and they shall light the lamps thereof, that they may give light over against it. And the tongs thereof, and the snuff dishes thereof, shall be of pure gold. Of a talent of pure gold shall he make it, with all these vessels. And look that you make them after the pattern, which was showed you in the mount.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 26.
Moreover, you shall make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine twined linen, and blue and purple, and scarlet, with cherubim of cunning work shall you make them. The length of one curtain shall be 28 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. Every one of the curtains shall have one measure. The 5 curtains shall be coupled together, one to another, and other 5 curtains shall be coupled one to another. And you shall make loops of blue upon the edge of the one curtain from the selvage in the coupling, and likewise shall you make in the uttermost edge of another curtain in the coupling of the second. 50 loops shall you make in the one curtain, and 50 loops shall you make in the edge of the curtain that is the coupling of the second, and the loops may take hold one of another. And you shall make 50 taches of gold, and couple the curtains together with the taches, and it shall be one tabernacle. And you shall make curtains of goat hair to be a covering upon the tabernacle. 11 curtains shall you make. The length of one curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits, and the 11 curtains shall be all of one measure. And you shall couple 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves, and shall double the 6th curtain in the forefront of the tabernacle. And you shall make 50 loops on the edge of the one curtain that is utmost in the coupling, and 50 loops in the edge of the curtain which couples the second. And you shall make 50 taches of brass, and put the taches into the loops, and couple the tent together, that it may be one. And the remnant that remains of the curtain of the tent, the half curtain that remains, shall hang over the backside of the tabernacle. And a cubit on the one side, and a cubit on the other side, of that which remains in the length of the curtains of the tent, it shall hang over the sides of the tabernacle, on this side and on that side, to cover it. And you shall make a covering for the tent of ram skin dyed red, and a covering above of badger skin. And you shall make the boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood, standing up. 10 cubits shall be the length of a board, and a cubit and a half shall be the breadth of one board. 2 tenons shall be in one board, set in order one against another. Thus shall you make for all the boards of the tabernacle. You shall make the boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards on the south side southward. And you shall make 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. And for the second side of the tabernacle, on the north side, there shall be 20 boards, and their 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward, you shall make 6 boards.
And 2 boards shall you make for the corners of the tabernacle in the 2 sides. And they shall be coupled together beneath, and they shall be coupled together above the head of it unto 1 ring. Thus shall it be for them both. They shall be for the 2 corners. And they shall be 8 boards, and their sockets of silver, 16 sockets, 2 sockets under 1 board, and 2 sockets under another board. And you shall make bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the side of the tabernacle for the 2 sides westward. And the middle bar in the middle of the boards shall reach from end to end. And you shall overlay the boards with gold, and make their rings of gold for places for the bars. And you shall overlay the bars with gold. And you shall rear up the tabernacle according to the fashion thereof, which was showed you in the mount. And you shall make a veil of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen of cunning work, with cherubim shall it be made. And you shall hang it upon the 4 pillars of shittim wood, overlaid with gold. Their hooks shall be of gold, upon the 4 sockets of silver. And you shall hang up the veil under the taches, that you may bring in hither within the veil the ark of the testimony. And the veil shall divide unto you between the holy place and the most holy. And you shall put the mercy seat upon the ark of the testimony in the most holy place. And you shall set the table without the veil, and the menorah, 7-branched candlestick, over against the table, on the side of the tabernacle towards the south. And you shall put the table on the north side. And you shall make a hanging for the door of the tent of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework. And you shall make for the hanging 5 pillars of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, and their hooks shall be of gold. And you shall cast 5 sockets of brass for them.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 27.
And you shall make an altar of shittim wood, 5 cubits long, and 5 cubits broad. And the altar shall be 4 square, and the height thereof shall be 3 cubits. And you shall make the horns of it upon the 4 corners thereof. His horns shall be of the same, and you shall overlay it with brass. And you shall make his pans to receive his ashes, and his shovels, and his basins, and his flesh hooks, and his fire pans. All the vessels thereof you shall make of brass. And you shall make it for a grate of network of brass, and upon the net shall you make 4 brazen rings in the 4 corners thereof. And you shall put it under the compass of the altar beneath, that the net may be even to the midst of the altar. And you shall make staves for the altar, staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with brass. And the staves shall be put into the rings, and the staves shall be upon the 2 sides of the altar, to bear it. Hollow with boards shall you make it, as it was showed you in the mount, so shall they make it. And you shall make the court of the tabernacle. For the south side southward, there shall be hangings for the court of fine twined linen, of 100 cubits long for one side. And the 20 pillars thereof and their 20 sockets shall be of brass. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets shall be of silver. And likewise for the north side in length there shall be hangings of 100 cubits long, and his 20 pillars, and their 20 sockets of brass, the hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. And for the breadth of the court on the west side shall be hangings of 50 cubits, their pillars 10, and their sockets 10. And the breadth of the court on the east side eastward shall be 50 cubits. The hangings of one side of the gate shall be 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And on the other side shall be hangings 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And for the gate of the court shall be hangings of 20 cubits, of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework. And their pillars shall be 4, and their sockets 4. All the pillars round about the court shall be filleted with silver. Their hooks shall be of silver, and their sockets of brass. The length of the court shall be 100 cubits, and the breadth 50 everywhere. And the height of 5 cubits of fine twined linen, and their sockets of brass. All the vessels of the tabernacle in the service thereof, and all the pins thereof, and all the pins of the cord shall be of brass. And you shall command the children of Yasharel that they bring you pure olive oil, beaten for the light, to cause the lamp to burn always. In the tabernacle of the assembly, without the veil, which is before the testimony, Aaron and his sons shall order it from evening to morning before Yahuwah. It shall be a statute forever unto their generations on the behalf of the children of Yasharel.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 28.
And take unto you Aaron your brother, and his sons with him, from among the children of Yasharel, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office, even Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Itamar, Aaron's sons. And you shall make holy garments for Aaron your brother, for glory and for beauty. And you shall speak unto all that are wise-hearted, whom I have filled with the Ruach Hakmah, spirit of wisdom, that they may make Aaron's garments to consecrate him, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And these are the garments which they shall make: a breastplate, an ephod, and a robe, and a broidered coat, a turban, and a belt. And they shall make holy garments for Aaron your brother, and his sons, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And they shall take gold, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen, and they shall make an ephod of gold, of blue, of purple, of scarlet, and fine twined linen, with cunning work. It shall have the two shoulder pieces thereof joined at the two edges thereof, and so it shall be joined together. And the belt of the ephod, which is upon it, shall be of the same, according to the work thereof, even of gold, of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. And you shall take the two onyx stones, and grave on them the names of the children of Yasharel, 6 of their names on one stone, and the other 6 names of the rest on the other stone, according to their birth. With the work of an engraver in stone, like the engravings of a signet, shall you engrave the 2 stones with the names of the children of Yasharel. You shall make them to be set in ouches of gold. And you shall put the 2 stones upon the shoulders of the ephod for stones of memorial unto the children of Yasharel. And Aaron shall bear their names before Yahuwah upon his 2 shoulders for a memorial. And you shall make ouches of gold, and 2 chains of pure gold at the ends of wreathen work shall you make them, and fasten the wreathen chains to the ouches. And you shall make the breastplate of judgment with cunning work. After the work of the ephod you shall make it, of gold, of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, and of fine twined linen shall you make it. 4 square it shall be, being doubled. A span shall be the length thereof, and a span shall be the breadth thereof. And you shall set in it settings of stone, even 4 rows of stones. The first row shall be sardius, a topaz, a carbuncle. This shall be the first row. And the second row shall be an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row, a ligure, an agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row, a beryl, and an onyx, and a jasper. They shall be set in gold in their enclosings. And the stones shall be with the names of the children of Yasharel, 12, according to their names, like the engravings of a signet. Every one with his name shall they be according to the 12 tribes. And ye shall make upon the breastplate chains at the end of wreathen work of pure gold. And ye shall make upon the breastplate 2 rings of gold, and shall put the 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastplate. And ye shall put the 2 wreathen chains of gold in the 2 rings which are on the ends of the breastplate. And the other 2 ends of the 2 wreathen chains you shall fasten in the 2 ouches, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod before it. And ye shall make 2 rings of gold, and ye shall put them upon the 2 ends of the breastplate in the order thereof, which is in the side of the ephod inward. And 2 other rings of gold you shall make, and shall put them on the 2 sides of the ephod underneath, towards the forepart thereof, over against the other coupling thereof, above the belt of the ephod. And they shall bind the breastplate by the rings thereof unto the rings of the ephod, with a lace of blue, that it may be above the belt of the ephod, and that the breastplate be not loosed from the ephod. And Aaron shall bear the names of the children of Yasharel in the breastplate of judgment upon his heart, when he goes in unto the holy place.
for a memorial before Yahweh continually. And you shall put in the breastplate of judgment the Urim and the Thummim, and they shall be upon Aaron's heart when he goes in before Yahweh. And Aaron shall bear the judgment of the children of Yasharel upon his heart before Yahweh continually. And you shall make the robe of the ephod all of blue, and there shall be a hole in the top of it. In the midst thereof it shall have a binding of woven work round about the whole of it, as it were the hole of a habergeon, that it be not rent. And beneath upon the hem of it you shall make pomegranates of blue, of purple, and of scarlet, round about the hem thereof, and bells of gold between them round about. A golden bell and a pomegranate, a golden bell and a pomegranate, upon the hem of the robe round about. And it shall be upon Aaron to minister, and his sound shall be heard when he goes in unto the holy place before Yahweh, and when he comes out, that he die not. And you shall make a plate of pure gold, grave upon it, like the engravings of a signet, Kodesh el Yahweh, holiness unto Yahweh. And you shall put it on a blue lace, that it may be upon the turban. Upon the forefront of the turban it shall be, and it shall be upon Aaron's forehead, that Aaron may bear the iniquity of the holy things, which the children of Yasharel shall hallow in all their holy gifts. And it shall be upon his forehead, that they may be accepted before Yahweh. And you shall embroider the coat of fine linen, and you shall make the turban of fine linen, and you shall make the belt of needlework. And for Aaron's sons you shall make coats, and you shall make for them belts, and bonnets shall you make for them, for glory and for beauty. And you shall put them upon Aaron your brother, and his sons with him, and shall anoint them, and consecrate them, and sanctify them, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. And you shall make them linen breeches to cover their nakedness, from the loins even unto the thighs they shall reach. And they shall be upon Aaron and upon his sons, when they come in unto the tabernacle of the assembly, or when they come near unto the altar to minister in the holy place, that they bear not iniquity and die. It shall be a statute forever unto him and his seed after him.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 29.
And this is the thing that you shall do unto them, to hallow them, to minister unto me in the priest's office. Take 1 young bullock, and 2 rams without blemish, and matzah cakes tempered with oil, and matzah wafers anointed with oil. Of wheaten flour shall you make them. And you shall put them into 1 basket, and bring them in the basket, with the bullock and the 2 rams. And Aaron and his sons you shall bring unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and shall wash them with water. And you shall take the garments and put upon Aaron the coat, and the robe of the ephod, and the breastplate, and gird him with the belt of the ephod. And you shall put the turban upon his head, and put the holy crown upon the turban. Then shall you take the anointing oil, and pour it upon his head, and anoint him. And he shall bring his sons, and put coats upon them. And he shall gird them with belts, Aaron and his sons, and put the bonnets on them. And the priest's office shall be theirs for a perpetual statute. And you shall consecrate Aaron and his sons. And you shall cause a bullock to be brought before the tabernacle of the assembly. And Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the bullock. And you shall kill the bullock before Yahweh, by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And you shall take the blood of the bullock, and put it upon the horns of the altar with your finger, and pour all the blood beside the bottom of the altar. And you shall take all the fat that covers the inwards, and the caul that is above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and burn them upon the altar. But the flesh of the bullock, and his skin, and his dung, shall you burn with fire without the camp. It is a sin offering. You shall also take 1 ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. And you shall slay the ram, and you shall take his blood, and sprinkle it round about upon the altar. And you shall cut the ram in pieces, and wash the inwards of him, and his legs, and put them unto his pieces, and unto his head. And ye shall burn the whole ram upon the altar. It is a burnt offering unto Yahweh. It is a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And you shall take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. And you shall kill the ram, and take his blood, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and upon the tip of the right ear of his sons, and upon the thumb of their right hand, and upon the great toe of their right foot, and sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. And he shall take the blood that is upon the altar, and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it upon Aaron, and upon his garments, and upon his sons, and upon the garments of his sons with him, and he shall be hallowed, and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. Also you shall take of the ram the fat and the rump, and the fat that covers the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the two kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and the right shoulder, for it is a ram of consecration. And 1 loaf of bread, and 1 cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer out of the basket of the matzah that is before Yahweh. And you shall put it all in the hands of Aaron, and in the hands of his sons, and shall wave them for a wave offering before Yahweh. And you shall receive them of their hands, and burn them upon the altar for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor before Yahweh. It is an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And you shall take the breast of the ram of Aaron's consecration, and wave it for a wave offering before Yahweh, and it shall be your part. And you shall sanctify the breast of the wave offering, and the shoulder of the heave offering, which is waved, and which is heaved up, of the ram of the consecration, even of that which is for Aaron, and of that which is for his sons. And it shall be Aaron and his sons by a statute forever from the children of Yasharel, for it is a heave offering, and it shall be a heave offering from the children of Yasharel, of the sacrifice of their peace offerings, even their heave offering unto Yahweh. And the holy garments of Aaron shall be his sons after him, to be anointed therein, and to be consecrated in them. And that son that is priest in his stead shall put them on 7 days, when he comes into the tabernacle of the assembly to minister in the holy place. And you shall take the ram of the consecration, and seethe his flesh in the holy place. And Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram, and the bread that is in the basket by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And they shall eat those things wherewith the atonement was made, to consecrate and to sanctify them. But a stranger shall not eat thereof, because they are holy. And if aught of the flesh of the consecrations, or of the bread, remain unto the morning, then you shall burn the remainder with fire. It shall not be eaten, because it is holy. And thus shall you do unto Aaron and to his sons, according to all things which I have commanded you. 7 days shall you consecrate them. And you shall offer every day a bullock for a sin offering, for atonement. And you shall cleanse the altar, when you have made an atonement for it, and you shall anoint it to sanctify it. 7 days you shall make an atonement for the altar, and sanctify it, and it shall be an altar most holy. Whatsoever touches the altar shall be holy. Now this is that which you shall offer upon the altar: 2 lambs of the first year, day by day, continually. The one lamb you shall offer in the morning, and the other lamb you shall offer at evening. And with the one lamb 1/10 deal of flour, mingled with the 4th part of a hin of beaten oil, and the 4th part of a hin of wine, for a drink offering. And the other lamb you shall offer at evening, and shall do thereto according to the meat offering of the morning, and according to the drink offering thereof, for a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. This shall be a continual burnt offering throughout your generations, at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, before Yahweh, where I will meet you, to speak there unto you. And there I will meet with the children of Yasharel, and the tabernacle shall be sanctified by my glory. And I will sanctify the tabernacle of the assembly, and the altar, and I will sanctify also both Aaron and his sons, to minister to me in the priest's office. And I will dwell among the children of Yasharel, and will be their Elohim. And they shall know that I am Yahuwah Elohim, that brought them forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, that I may dwell among them. I am Yahuwah Elohim.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 30.
And you shall make an altar to burn incense upon. Of shittim wood shall you make it. A cubit shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof. 4 square shall it be, and 2 cubits shall be the height thereof. The horns thereof shall be of the same. And you shall overlay it with pure gold, the top thereof and the sides thereof round about. and the horns thereof, and ye shall make unto it a crown of gold round about. And 2 golden rings shall you make it under the crown of it, by the 2 corners thereof, upon the 2 sides of it shall you make it, and they shall be for places for the staves to bear it withal. And you shall make the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And you shall put it before the veil that is by the ark of the testimony, before the mercy seat that is over the testimony, where I will meet with you. And Aaron shall burn thereon sweet incense every morning. When he dresses the lamps, he shall burn incense upon it. And when Aaron lights the lamp at evening, he shall burn incense upon it, a perpetual incense before Yahweh throughout your generations. Ye shall offer no strange incense thereon, nor burnt sacrifice, nor meat offering, neither shall ye pour drink offering thereon. And Aaron shall make an atonement upon the horns of it once in a year, with the blood of the sin offering of atonement. Once in the year shall he make atonement upon it throughout your generations. It is most holy unto Yahweh.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
When you take the sum of the children of Yasharel after their number, then shall they give every man a ransom for his soul unto Yahweh, when you number them, that there be no plague among them when you number them. This they shall give, every one that passes among them that are numbered, half a shekel, after the shekel of the sanctuary. A shekel is 20 gerahs. A half shekel shall be the offering of Yahweh. Every one that passes among them that are numbered, from 20 years old and above, shall give an offering unto Yahweh. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less than half a shekel, when they give an offering unto Yahweh to make an atonement for your souls. And you shall take the atonement money of the children of Yasharel, and shall appoint it for the service of the tabernacle of the assembly, that it may be a